In the ethereal realm of Tianwu, nestled within the Taicang mountain range, lies a tranquil and picturesque lagoon. Quick submerge his body, commanded a cloaked figure clad in black, his voice laced with urgency. Yes, young master, replied another man, equally shrouded in darkness, as he hoisted a lifeless form and swiftly approached the edge of the pond. Splosh! With a resounding crash, a cascade of water erupted as the corpse was hurled into the unfathomable depths below, swiftly vanishing from sight. Time seemed to stand still suddenly. The lifeless eyes of the submerged body snapped open. Where am I? Glub! Glub! Yang Chenling shook his heavy head as a surge of overwhelming pressure invaded his throat, rousing him from unconsciousness. What the hell is going on? Gazing into the ink-black depths, an overwhelming fear flooded Yang Chenling's heart, and the immense water pressure caused a painful throbbing in his chest and head. Those teetering on the brink of death often unlock incredible power. Without pause for contemplation, Yang Chenling exerted every ounce of strength to push aside the stones binding him and propelled himself upward, kicking forcefully towards the surface. Splish! Splash! Just as he felt he could no longer endure, he finally broke through the water's surface. In that moment, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of relief, as if he had escaped from the clutches of death. Huff! 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 Exhausted, Yang Chenling struggled to reach the edge of the lagoon, desperately inhaling the long-forgotten fresh air. You shameless wench, Xiao Mei! I merely fainted, and you turned me into a sinking corpse, mark my words. Yang Chenling raged incessantly. He only recalled spending Sunday evening playing cards with his girlfriend, Xiao Mei, in the park. Yet just as the game reached a climactic moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, and he lost consciousness. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a cacophony of metallic clashes erupted from above. Good grief! Is someone filming a movie here? Yang Chenling shook his slightly dizzy head and slowly rose to investigate. He intended to discern where he was. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, several blinding beams of white light flashed past, followed by a massive tree, dozens of meters tall, plummeting towards Yang Chenling. What in the world? Startled by the sudden downpour of the colossal tree, he hastily dove into the nearby shrubbery. At that moment, he beheld a man and a woman soaring through the air, wielding swords as they unleashed ferocious blade energy upon each other. In an instant, the air rippled with lethal strands of sword chi, dazzling flashes of light weaving in and out as the surrounding trees and rocky cliffs shattered under the force of their strikes. The woman, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, emanated an ethereal beauty that took one's breath away. Draped in a flowing snow-white gown, her icy eyes held a disdainful gaze towards the world. Her exquisite visage resembled an untainted ice lotus, pure and strikingly beautiful. In contrast, the man battling her exuded a sinister aura, a frightening presence that instilled dread. From afar, he appeared as an enigma deep and unfathomable. Such beauty, such a spectacular fight. Surely, this must be the work of a renowned director filming a period drama. Weary, Yang Chenling found a clean spot to sit and began to watch with piqued interest. Dongfang Yunbing, are you feeling an unbearable itch all over your body? The dark-eyed man, his lips curling into a disquieting smile, taunted her. Liuxia, you vile scoundrel, what poison have you inflicted upon me? Panic flickered in Dongfang Yunbing's beautiful eyes, a subtle flush coloring her flawless cheeks. Fear not, Sect Master Dongfang, it is not a fatal poison. Surely you have heard of the infamous Yin-Yang love powder? Liuxia, ever sinister, gazed greedily at her. Yin-Yang love powder. Instinctively, her complexion paled, and alarm flashed in her enchanting eyes as she commanded, You wretched Liuxia, how dare you subject me to such a poison? Dongfang Yunbing, I strongly advise against futile resistance. You may yet enjoy this experience, and who knows, you might even come to love me. Liuxia chuckled, excitement etching his features as he spiraled through the air, evading her attacks. Despicable wretch, even if I must perish today, I refuse to let you succeed, she declared coldly, her eyes gleaming fiercely. With each strike of her sword, she unleashed a torrent of blinding sword energy, fierce and relentless. Dongfang Yunbing, I have no interest in a desperate struggle. Once the poison takes hold, you will beg me for an antidote, he remarked with a chilling laugh, evading her assaults with agility while she fought with reckless abandon. In the blink of an eye, their duel had escalated into the thousands. At that moment, The effects of the yin-yang love powder began to manifest within Dongfang Yunbing. A flush crept across her face, her once icy eyes now teetering on despair. Today, no one can save you. Seizing an opportunity, Liu Xia struck, sending Dongfang Yunbing crashing away from him. Thud! She spewed forth a mouthful of blood, her body spiraling downward like a severed kite, destined to collide with Yang Qinling below. What, this isn't a movie? Before Yang Qinling could process the startling occurrence, Dongfang Yunbing landed squarely atop him. God damn it! Cursing under his breath, he astutely chose to feign death. Dongfang Yunbing shot him a cold glance before turning her attention back to Liu Xia. As the poison surged within her, her formerly frigid, exquisite demeanor began to soften, hinting at a seductive vulnerability. Gagaga, Dongfang Yunbing, were you not always so aloof? Today, I shall make you my obedient servant. Luxi's face ignited with exhilaration as he approached her, his eyes glimmering with malice. In his own right, he bore significant wounds. Without the yin-yang love powder, he would never stand a chance against Dongfang Yunbing. At this moment, her gaze had become hazy, her once frigid beauty melting into a vulnerability that suggested she could scarcely withstand the rising tide of awakening emotions. Chapter 2. The Great Windfall. Ha ha ha. My lady, do not fret. This young master shall come to your rescue at once. You shall soon discover the sheer joy of being in my company. With a wicked grin, Lu Wuxia could hardly contain his impatience, disregarding everything else as he lunged towards Dongfang Yunbing with fervor. As for young Lingchen, who feigned death nearby, he was completely ignored. Though Lu Wuxia, young Lingchen was merely an inconsequential waste of space, posing no threat whatsoever. Despicable lecher, perish. Just as Lu Wuxia was about to draw near, a piercing cold light suddenly emanated from Dongfang Yunbing's eyes. With a swift motion of her right hand, a fierce gust of energy surged forth, crashing violently into Lu Wuxia's dantian. Poof! Ah, vile woman, you. Lu Wuxia let out a heart-wrenching scream, utterly unprepared for Dongfang Yunbing's vengeful strike, which sent him hurtling backward, spewing blood into the air. Swish, swish, swish. Die! The chilling glimmer in Dongfang Yunbing's eyes flickered incessantly as her figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning. With a brilliant flash of her sword, she swiftly sliced through Lu Wuxia's neck. By sheer misfortune, his enormous head rolled directly to young Lingchen's feet. Oh my god, she's killed him. Upon witnessing Lu Wuxia's head come to a halt before him, young Lingchen's face turned as pale as a ghost. He could no longer afford to ponder the situation and scramble to his feet, fleeing at breakneck speed. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as young Lingchen had barely distanced himself, a series of sharp whooshing sounds pierced the air behind him. In a heartbeat, Dongfang Yunbing's stunning figure materialized before him, her icy blade poised at his throat. Cough, cough. Please, fair maiden, remain calm that I merely passed by and saw nothing. I swear, I shall not alert the authorities. Young Lingchen's voice trembled slightly, his fear nearly overwhelming him to the point of collapse. Do you wish to live or die? Dongfang Yunbing's exquisite gaze swept coldly over young Lingchen. To live, to live. His head bobbed fervently like a bird pecking at grain. Excellent. A hint of softness crept into Dongfang Yunbing's expression, for in this desolate wilderness, she understood that only this unremarkable boy could save her now. Bang! Bang bang! Without further deliberation, Dongfang Yunbing's delicate hand moved with the swiftness of lightning, striking several times before young Lingchen. What do you intend to do, fair lady? Young Lingchen was utterly bewildered, feeling as though he had been rendered immobile. Less chatter. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was frigid to the core. With that, she seized him and swiftly sped towards a distant cave. Bang! She carelessly tossed young Lingchen to the ground, having reached the brink of collapse herself, with little regard for anything else. Her pristine white robe slowly slipped away. Gulp! Young Lingchen swallowed hard at the sight before him. Realizing the imminent occurrence, he could not deny that Dongfang Yunbing was the most stunning woman he had ever beheld. With her tall and alluring figure, enchanting curves, lustrous black hair cascading like a waterfall, ethereal beauty, and exquisitely delicate pink lips, she embodied perfection. Even her aloof and graceful aura was unmatched by any star. Though excitement coursed through him, a thread of anxiety lingered. After all, this breathtaking beauty was a ruthless killer, and should she decide to eliminate him afterward, it would undoubtedly spell tragedy. Dongfang Yunbing approached young Lingchen, gazing at him with deep intensity. Fairy, let us converse amicably. You initiated this. Please do not resort to silencing me. Yang Lingchen clung to his last shred of clarity. However, Dongfang Yunbing paid him no heed, instead wrapping her arms around him. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Dongfang Yunbing lay peacefully asleep in Yang Lingchen's embrace, while he endured the rough stone beneath him, his back raw and scraped. Yet still, he dared not move, fearful of awakening this formidable lady. He pondered how to ensure his own safety when she eventually stirred. At that moment, Yang Lingchen felt a slight flutter of Dongfang Yunbing's long lashes against his skin. She is waking. What should I do? His mind raced, and quickly he devised a plan to feign vulnerability and despair in an instant. He transformed into a tragic actor, his eyes glistening with moisture, tears welling up as he appeared utterly heartbroken, as if he had just suffered unspeakable torment. In that moment, Yang Lingchen had no choice but to play the victim. Suddenly, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes sprang open, a bone-chilling aura radiating from her gaze. In an instant, Yang Lingchen felt the temperature within the cave plummet, a shiver of dread coursing through him. Yet, he maintained his despondent facade, tears streaming down his cheeks. Observing Yang Lingchen's woeful demeanor, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes glinted with icy malice. Seeing you so devoid of hope, it seems you wish for death. Very well, I shall grant your wish. With that, her delicate hands, as exquisite as jade, clutched Yang Lingchen's throat. Cough, cough. This is the end. It appears that feigning misery is futile. Despair enveloped Yang Lingchen as he fought against the suffocating grip, his face turning crimson, veins bulging as he struggled in vain. Within moments, his vision began to fade, and his body convulsed. Just as he felt the brink of death approaching, the grip around his throat finally relented. Cough, cough, cough. Spare me, divine sister. I am but a victim in this tale. You must not commit such a treacherous act. He gasped for the fresh air, overwhelmed by relief. By the heavens, this woman is terrifying. I nearly met my end at her hands. Yang Lingchen cursed inwardly. He cautiously shifted away, attempting to distance himself from her. Dongfang Yunbing regarded him silently, her sword unsheathed, its edge pressed against his neck. Well, if death is to be my fate, so be it. Feeling the icy pressure against his throat, Yang Lingchen slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, with a swift motion, Dongfang Yunbing unleashed a powerful strike, sending Yang Lingchen into unconsciousness. Chapter 3. The seizure of the body. After much hesitation, Dongfang Yunbing finally turned around and slowly exited the cave. Within her heart, a tumultuous conflict brewed regarding the man who had forcefully taken her innocence, filled with a myriad of resentment and fury. Yet in the end, she could not bring herself to act against him. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Yang Lingchen awakened from his stupor once more, Dongfang Yunbing's graceful figure had vanished from the cavern. Struggling to support his body, Yang Lingchen gradually rose to his feet, only to find that the skin on his back had been completely worn away, the excruciating pain causing him to involuntarily gasp for breath. Gazing at the ghastly bloodstains on his legs, a faint smile crept upon his lips. He could hardly believe that the woman of unparalleled beauty, whose visage could captivate the world, was still untouched. The mere thought of that enigmatic woman's breathtaking countenance sent ripples of emotion through Yang Lingchen's heart. In his memory, she was undoubtedly the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered. No other could compare. Even now, he could scarcely fathom that he had forged such an intimate connection with someone of such heavenly beauty. Just as Yang Lingchen was bracing himself to leave the cave, a sudden, searing pain pierced through his mind, akin to being torn apart. Countless memories surged forth like a tidal wave, replaying in his consciousness like a film, ultimately merging seamlessly with his original recollections. Surely not. I've actually traversed dimensions. The astonishment and incredulity reflected in Yang Lingchen's eyes were palpable. In his previous life, he had been an avid reader of online literature, often daydreaming of the day he might transcend into another world, becoming a protagonist who could command the universe. Little did he expect that such a reality had now unfolded before him. After a moment of introspection, Yang Lingchen endeavored to calm the tumult within him, meticulously sifting through the influx of memories that had abruptly surfaced. Through these recollections, he learned that the world into which he had crossed was known as the Tianwu continent. This vast expanse was so immense that it defied the imagination, with its circumference spanning billions of kilometers. Moreover, Yang Lingchen discovered that this realm was dominated by the pursuit of cultivation. It was said that those who reached the pinnacle of their power could soar freely through the skies, wielding the might to move mountains and fill seas, even acquiring the miraculous gift of immortality. In this world, only the strong were revered, while the weak were trampled upon like mere ants, subject to the whims of others. Wealth, power, and the allure of beautiful women, all that was coveted, could not exist without the foundation of formidable strength. However, young Lingchen was taken aback to find that the body he inhabited bore the same name as his former self. Yang Lingchen. He was the young master of the Yang family in Hanyang City, possessing a cultivation level of the third layer of gathering yuan. Raised in indulgence and lacking in skills, he was notorious as a wasteful scion. Recently, young Lingchen had heard rumors of a miraculous spirit-gathering fruit deep within the Taicang Mountains, capable of enabling practitioners of gathering yuan to break through 2 minor realms consecutively. Driven by greed, he hastily ventured into the mountains with only a few servants, unaware that this was all part of a meticulously crafted scheme against him. The rumors of the spirit-gathering fruit were nothing but a ruse, designed to lure him into the mountains. Upon entering the depths of the mountains with his servants, he fell victim to a surprise attack from 2 formidable assailants clad in black. They struck mercilessly, delivering a powerful blow to his chest that sent him plunging into the depths of a dark chasm, setting the stage for his subsequent traversal. This world allows for cultivation. How intriguing! I must give it a try. Yang Lingchen resolved to quiet the distractions in his mind, settling into a cross-legged position to commence his first cultivation session in this life. Boom, boom, boom. 4th layer of gathering yuan. 5th layer of gathering yuan. 6th layer of gathering yuan. Goodness, have I become a genius since my traversal? As he felt the surging power within him, disbelief and astonishment illuminated Yang Lingchen's expression. After all, he had previously only attained the 3rd layer of gathering yuan, yet inexplicably, he had now broken through to the 6th layer. This transformation was utterly unfathomable. At that moment, the ancient jade pendant on his chest accidentally came into contact with a drop of blood on his hand. Instantly, the pendant radiated a blinding white light, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight, leaving only a mysterious jade talisman behind. What in the world is this place? Yang Lingchen's demeanor shifted to one of caution as he surveyed his surroundings, which were utterly foreign and imbued with an air of mystique. Jia, 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 jia. At that moment, a chilling, sinister voice echoed ominously behind him. Who? Show yourself. Startled by the sudden, terrifying laughter, Yang Lingchen whirled around, only to find nothing there. Jia, jia, jia. Is the heavens truly not done with me? After 1,000,000 years, I never expected to encounter a pure young body just as my soul is about to dissipate. At that moment, a terrifying and eerie specter gradually materialized before Yang Lingchen. Its gaze was ablaze with fervor, as if beholding a rare treasure, fixated intently upon him. Are you human or ghost? Yang Lingchen trembled at the sight of the apparition, instinctively retreating several paces. Whether I am human or ghost is of little consequence. What matters is that I have taken a liking to this body of yours. As soon as the words left its lips, the specter transformed into a beam of white light, instantly merging into Yang Lingchen's sea of consciousness. Ah, ah, ah. Yang Lingchen let out a piercing scream. A wave of intense agony surged from the depths of his soul, awakening him to the realization that this entity sought to usurp his body. No! After all I've endured to traverse this realm, I cannot perish in this accursed place. This thought became the last shred of determination in Yang Lingchen's mind. At that moment, within his sea of consciousness, the specter was ravenously devouring his soul, piece by piece. Chapter 4. The brutal beating of Xiao Jiji. Old fool, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Yang Lingchen fervently urged his soul, launching a frenzied counterattack. He found himself teetering on the precipice of life and death. If he did not retaliate soon, his very essence would be completely devoured by his adversary. You insolent wretch, to resist before my presence is sheer folly. The ominous specter sneered, intensifying its devouring force, ravenously consuming Yang Lingchen's soul. Old fool, your spirit is on the brink of dissolution, yet you still wish to consume me? How absurd! Yang Lingchen roared in defiance, refusing to submit, continuing his relentless counteroffensive. Through the ongoing struggle of consumption and resistance, he gradually discerned that his foe was not as formidable as he had initially believed, fortifying his resolve and confidence to fight back. You foolish brat! Do not waste your energy in vain struggles. Even if my soul is nearing extinction, you are no match for me, the specter taunted. If you surrender your soul to me, you shall become the sovereign of this land, and all within this world will be under your command. The specter sought to tempt Yang Lingchen. Old fool, Your pitiful attempts to deceive me are laughable. I see you are gravely mistaken. Young Lingchen remained unmoved, fervently channeling his spirit, evading and retaliating within the confines of his consciousness. This stalemate is untenable. My soul has endured eons of erosion and is now on the verge of collapse. If this continues, I might indeed face ruin. The specter's impatience began to boil over. As time elapsed, the specter's essence grew increasingly feeble. What he had presumed to be an effortless conquest of young Lingchen now revealed the brink of his own collapse. Yet, with no option of retreat, he was ensnared in a battle of life and death from the moment he intruded upon young Lingchen's consciousness. It was a fight to the finish. Either he would seize control, or he would vanish from existence. Under the specter's voracious onslaught, young Lingchen also faced immense depletion, his body rendered exceedingly weak. After all, his opponent had once been a top-tier powerhouse from millennia past. Despite the waning of its essence, it was still not something he could easily confront. That he had managed to endure this long was a miracle in itself. At this moment, young Lingchen felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He sensed he was on the brink of collapse. Should the specter continue its insatiable consumption, his journey through time would end prematurely. Ha, ha, ha. Fear not, young one. From this moment forth, your body shall belong to me. The specter smirked wickedly, lunging swiftly towards young Lingchen's soul. This time, he intended to consume young Lingchen's essence entirely and complete his possession. To hell with it. If I must die, let us perish together. A fierce determination ignited in young Lingchen's eyes. He chose not to flee but charged directly at his adversary. However, at that moment, he was far from being a match for the specter. In mere moments, a significant portion of young Lingchen's essence was devoured. Just as he felt he could endure no longer, a surge of energy erupted from the depths of his soul, swiftly merging with him. This sudden influx was the spirit of young Lingchen's predecessor. As the two souls fused, young Lingchen instantly turned the tide of battle. What? How can you possess two souls? The specter exclaimed in sheer terror. Die, you old wretch. Young Lingchen lunged ferociously at the specter. Youth, two souls against one is hardly fair. The specter, now gravely weakened, seemed on the verge of disintegration. Old fool, you speak of fairness now? Where was your sense of honor earlier? Young Lingchen pressed on, unrelenting in his assault on the specter's essence. He was acutely aware of the specter's terrifying power. Should it recover, it might attempt to seize him once more. I refuse to accept this. The specter howled in a desperate rage, but soon, all fell silent. At that moment, young Lingchen was left in profound astonishment, gasping for breath as he struggled to assimilate the sudden influx of memories. He discovered that the specter was named Lingchen, a master of alchemy and formations from 1,000,000 years ago. Having inadvertently acquired the ancient artifact, Haotian Jade, he had become the target of a relentless hunt by the divine realm. Ultimately, outnumbered, his physical form was destroyed, while his spirit managed to hide within the confines of Haotian Jade. Carefully, young Lingchen sifted through the memories, and at that juncture, he unearthed an extraordinarily profound cultivation technique. Haotian method. According to Lingchen's memories, young Lingchen realized this was a supreme technique from the divine realm, with a cultivation speed hundreds of times greater than ordinary methods. Without a trace of hesitation, young Lingchen swiftly adopted a meditative posture, immersing himself in the cultivation of the Haotian method. Instantaneously, an overwhelming tide of spiritual energy surged toward him, like a relentless wave. Boom, boom, dot boom. 7th layer of gathering yuan. 8th layer of gathering yuan. It was unclear how much time had passed, but young Lingchen's cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of gathering yuan, at last coming to a halt. At this moment, young Lingchen was utterly astounded. He could scarcely believe that after merely a brief period of practice, he had achieved the peak of the 9th layer of gathering yuan. It was worth noting that for the preceding 15 years, he was infamous as the most useless individual in Hanyang City. Yet now, in the span of just a single day, he had surged from the 3rd layer to the 9th layer of gathering yuan. A miraculous feat indeed. The cultivation realms of this world are categorized as follows: gathering yuan, Mingxian, Tongxian, Wensu, Ruxian, Guixian, Lingxian, Linghai, Wangzhe, and Huangzhe. Do not worry about memorizing the realms. When you reach a certain level, I will denote the subsequent realms for you. Each realm is further divided into 9 layers. Brother, fear not, from now on, we are one and the same. I shall avenge your grievances. Through the memories, young Lingchen learned that the two assailants were masked figures. Though their faces were concealed, their eyes bore an unmistakable familiarity. He was confident that upon encountering them again, he would recognize them without fail. With that, young Lingchen activated the Haotian Jade, and in a blink, he reappeared within the cavern, the Haotian Jade merging with his being. Chapter 5. The Elder's Challenge. After mastering the Haotian art, the entire Haotian Jade space was thoroughly under his control. At this moment, young Lingchen was covered in a thick layer of grime, and he understood well that this was the result of the cleansing process inherent to his training in the divine-level Haotian art. Gazing at his filthy state, he slowly exited the cave and returned to the familiar waterside. With swift efficiency, he discarded his tattered clothing and unhesitatingly plunged into the pool, beginning to meticulously wash himself. Once he had thoroughly cleansed the dirt from his body, young Lingchen, guided by the memories in his mind, set off without pause towards the outskirts of the Taicang mountain range. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and after enduring numerous hardships, the disheveled young Lingchen finally arrived at Hanyang City. This city, grand and imposing, boasted towering walls constructed from massive black stones, formidable and resilient, rising high like steel, instilling a sense of invincibility. Passing through the heavy city gates, the first sight that greeted him was a series of buildings exuding classical charm. The bustling streets were alive with a continuous flow of people, while enthusiastic vendors called out loudly, mingling with many powerful warriors traversing the area. Young Lingchen felt like a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time, eyes darting left and right, filled with wonder and curiosity at everything around him. "Hey, isn't that young Lingchen?" At that moment, a voice laced with mockery came from behind him. He turned to see a young man clad in a white brocade robe, handsome and exuding an extraordinary aura, gazing at him with ill intent. "Look at your pitiful state. You aren't begging on the streets, are you?" Young Lingchen's brow furrowed slightly as he quickly recalled detailed information about the individual. With a cold smirk, he replied, "Ah, so you are Xiao Jigai. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." The speaker was none other than Xiao Jiji, the youngest son of the head of the Xiao family, one of the 4 prominent families in Hanyang City, whose cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the Gathering Essence realm, and who had often bullied the former young Lingchen. "You little bastard. You're courting death." Xiao Jiji's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he furiously struck out at young Lingchen. Having been teased about his name throughout his life, he despised being called Xiao Jiji in front of others. Unbelievably, today, young Lingchen dared to call him that without a hint of restraint. Faced with Xiao Jiji's full-force strike, the former young Lingchen would undoubtedly have been severely injured. However, the current young Lingchen had attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Gathering Essence realm, and he certainly did not regard Xiao Jiji with any seriousness. In an instant, a sharp glint flashed in young Lingchen's eyes. With a swift motion, he seized Xiao Jiji's descending palm with his left hand, and simultaneously, his right foot struck fiercely towards Xiao Jiji's groin. Bang! Ah, 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 ah. A crisp sound of impact echoed, and Xiao Jiji let out an agonizing scream, bending over in pain as veins bulged on his forehead, his features contorting in distress. Young Lingchen calmly approached Xiao Jiji, placing a foot mercilessly on his face, and coldly stated, "Calling you Xiao Jiji is a courtesy. Since you are so unwilling, perhaps you should change your surname to Mei. The name Jiji suits you least." Having enjoyed bullying the former young Lingchen since childhood, he would not allow Xiao Jiji to continue such tyranny now that he had traversed into this new life. "Young Lingchen, you little bastard, I will ensure your family is utterly annihilated." Xiao Jiji roared in pain, his voice filled with unending malice. "You ignorant fool, you lie beneath my foot and still dare to spout nonsense." Young Lingchen's gaze darkened as he pressed down forcefully, sinking Xiao Jiji's right cheek deep into the ground. Crack! Ah, ah, ah. Xiao Jiji's cries echoed as his face twisted grotesquely from the excruciating pain. A crowd had gathered around the scene, captivated by the spectacle. When did young Lingchen become so formidable? Indeed, just recently, I saw him being beaten by Xiao Jiji. Today, he seems like a completely different person. Many spectators wore expressions of astonishment. In Hanyang City, although young Lingchen was known as a notorious wastrel, that was merely relative to ordinary individuals. Among the younger generation of the 4 prominent families, he was undeniably considered a complete failure. Young Lingchen paid no further heed to Xiao Jiji and resolutely turned to stride toward the Yang family's direction. The Yang family, one of the 4 prominent families in Hanyang City, was headed by Yang Daolin, one of the 4 top powerhouses in the city. The family estate sprawled across a vast expanse, its walls meticulously constructed from green bricks, while the plaque and grand entrance were crafted from precious millennium-old golden silk nanmu, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility and extravagance. Who is this little beggar? How dare you trespass into the Yang family? As Yang Lingchen approached the entrance, he was rudely stopped by a guard from his own household. Yang Guang, are you blind? You fail to recognize me? Yang Lingchen shouted angrily. If he did not quickly declare his identity, he might indeed be ruthlessly expelled by his own guard. Young master, I apologize. I did not recognize you. Yang Guang trembled in fear, hastily stepping aside. Following the memories in his mind, Yang Lingchen quickly made his way to his residence. Young master, what happened to you? Upon returning home, he was greeted by a young maid clad in a green dress, her exquisite features and fair skin resembling jade, hastily approaching him. This maid, known as Xiao Ruo, had grown up alongside Yang Lingchen. Xiao Ruo, prepare a clean set of clothes for me, Yang Lingchen said, rushing towards the bathing area, as he was in a disheveled and ragged state, utterly disgraceful. The Xiao family, one of the 4 prominent families in Hanyang City. Master Zhou, how is my son faring? A middle-aged man, his gaze sharp and his demeanor cold, anxiously inquired. This man was Xiao Shuaming, the head of the Xiao family, and Xiao Jiji, the one Yang Lingchen had incapacitated, was his youngest son. Your son's condition is stable, but an elderly man with graying hair hesitated, his demeanor indicating he was reluctant to continue. But what? Xiao Shuaming pressed urgently. After a moment of contemplation, Master Zhou sighed and said, your son's vital area has suffered irreversible damage. He will likely be unable to engage in intimate relations in the future. Yang Daolin, I demand your son's life as payment. Xiao Shuaming's gaze turned icy as he ground his teeth in fury. Chapter 6. The unusual Yang Lingchen in the courtyard of the Yang family residence. A frantic servant exclaimed, Master, it's terrible. That little scoundrel, Yang Lingchen, has returned. Slap. Yang Kuan, are you tired of living? How dare you deceive me? A glint of coldness flickered in Yang Ziheo's eyes as he raised his hand and struck him fiercely. Master, how could I possibly dare to deceive you? I just saw him return with my own eyes. Yang Kuan hastily explained. Are you certain you didn't mistake him for someone else? Yang Ziheo asked gravely. Absolutely not. I personally witnessed him return to his residence, Yang Kuan asserted with conviction. How can this be? He was clearly pronounced dead. Could it be that he wasn't fully dead at the time? Yang Ziheo furrowed his brow, lost in deep contemplation. Master, what shall we do next? Yang Kuan inquired cautiously in a hushed tone. Do not fret. We were all masked at the time, and he was knocked unconscious by me on the spot. He could not possibly know who we are, Yang Ziheo replied coldly. After a meticulous grooming, Yang Lingchen donned a pristine white brocade robe. His exquisitely chiseled features exuded an air of noble elegance. He felt quite satisfied with the visage of this body. Master, the patriarch requests your presence in the reception hall. A maid named Xiao Ruo approached to inform him. The reception hall? Is there a distinguished guest? Yang Lingchen frowned, filled with curiosity, and promptly made his way there. In the Yang family reception hall, the higher-ups of the Yang clan were in a tense standoff with the members of the Xiao family. The atmosphere was charged, as if on the brink of an explosive confrontation. Yang Daolin, your son Yang Lingchen has reduced my son to this pitiful state. If you do not surrender him today, do not blame me, Xiao Shuaming, for disregarding our past relations. Xiao Shuaming's voice was frigid, his fury barely contained. Xiao Shuaming, are you certain you are not jesting? Yang Daolin's face betrayed a look of incredulity. It was beyond belief that his son could have incapacitated Xiao Jiji. After all, his son was merely at the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm, while Xiao Jiji had attained the pinnacle of the 5th level. Their strengths were not even comparable. Father, you called for me. Just as the tension peaked, Yang Lingchen pushed the door open and strode in. Upon seeing him, the members of the Xiao family glared at him with fury. Chen'er, did you strike Xiao Jiji? Yang Daolin asked, his brow slightly furrowed as he pointed to the grotesquely injured Xiao Jiji on the stretcher. It was indeed I who struck him, but it was Xiao Jiji who initiated the attack. I merely retaliated in defense, and there were many witnesses present. Yang Lingchen recounted the events in detail. You sharp-tongued brat. You injured my son and now dare to twist the truth. Xiao Shuaming retorted icily. Yang Daolin, your son has crippled mine, and today, I shall do the same to him. If you dare to intervene, our 2 families shall be sworn enemies, unable to coexist. Patriarch, since this matter stemmed from Yang Lingchen, he should resolve it himself. The Yang family's elder, Yang Tianqing, stated with indifference, lacking any emotion. Patriarch, I concur with the elder. Yang Lingchen, as the young master, spends his days idly, stirring up trouble. You cannot allow your son to drag the entire Yang family into this predicament. At this moment, the third elder, Yang Tianming, also voiced his agreement with the elder's sentiment. Humph. Yang Daolin snorted coldly, his piercing gaze sweeping over the third elder like a blade. Instantly, the third elder felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body shivering, and he quickly lowered his head, no longer daring to utter a word. Xiao Shuaming, the matter is quite clear. Your son, lacking skill, struck first. Even if he has been crippled, it is his own doing, a consequence of his actions. If you wish to oppose the Yang family, feel free to try, Yang Daolin declared with a voice as cold as ice, exuding no fear. Very well, Yang Daolin. I shall see how long you can protect him and my son has been harmed, and this matter shall not be easily dismissed. Xiao Shuaming shot a frosty glare at Yang Lingchen before storming out of the Yang residence with his family in tow. His departure was primarily motivated by his apprehension of Yang Daolin's inscrutable strength. Patriarch, Yang Lingchen is now 15 years old. According to clan regulations, if the young master cannot surpass his peers at this age, the elders have the right to dismiss him from his position. Elder Yang Tianqing remarked coldly once more. Patriarch, I support the elder's view. At 15, Yang Lingchen is merely at the third level of the Gathering Yuan realm, and he certainly lacks the qualifications to continue as the young master of our Yang family. The fifth elder, Yang Baiyun, added. Elders, I believe you make a valid point, but I wonder who you deem worthy to replace me? Yang Lingchen sneered, stepping forward, no longer willing to remain silent as these old-timers treated him as though he were invisible. I propose elder's grandson, Yang Zihao. At just 16, he has already reached the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, a top-tier genius even within the entirety of Hanyang City. The third elder, Yang Tianming, eagerly suggested. Elder, what do you think? Yang Lingchen inquired, directing his gaze toward the elder. I believe Zihao possesses the requisite strength and is qualified to assume the role of young master. Yang Tianqing replied with a stoic expression. Very well, let it not be said that I do not grant you an opportunity. Tomorrow morning on the family martial arts stage, if Yang Zihao can defeat me, the position of young master shall be his, Yang Lingchen declared with a cold laugh, unhesitatingly. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianqing's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned to Yang Daolin, saying, Patriarch, what is your opinion? In his view, Yang Lingchen was merely seeking his own humiliation. A third-level Gathering Yuan realm waste attempting to defeat a 9th-level master was nothing short of a foolish dream. Let it be as Chun'er suggests. Yang Daolin frowned, uncertain of what his son was truly contemplating. However, according to clan rules, if the young master could not surpass his peers, the elders were indeed entitled to re-elect a new young master. Wise as ever, Patriarch, we shall take our leave. Yang Tianqing chuckled triumphantly, then exited the reception hall. At this moment, Yang Tianqing felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Once his grandson became the young master, the power of the Yang family would fall into his hands. Chun'er, you were too impulsive just now, do you realize that? Yang Daolin spoke in a serious tone. He had initially intended to use his position as patriarch to stall for time, but now that his son had proactively suggested the martial arts stage, he could no longer intervene. Father, do not worry. Tomorrow, I will assuredly win, Yang Lingchen replied, channeling all his inner energy, revealing the formidable strength of a peak 9th level Gathering Yuan realm practitioner. Wow! Yang Daolin was left utterly astounded by the scene before him. Wasn't he his son at the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm? How had he suddenly broken through to the peak of the 9th level? Peak of the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Chun'er, when did you break through to the 9th level? Yang Daolin's face displayed extreme shock. Father, I have actually been at the peak of the 9th level for some time. I simply prefer to keep a low profile, Yang Lingchen replied with a sheepish grin, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Haha, excellent. You truly are my son, Yang Daolin. Yang Daolin laughed heartily. He did not believe a word of his son's whimsical tale. This boy had always been arrogant and domineering, hardly the type to be low-key. Nonetheless, Yang Daolin refrained from pressing further, as it was his son's secret. By the way, Chun'er, in half a month, the Tianyuan Palace will come to Hanyang City to recruit new disciples. You must strive to seize this opportunity, Yang Daolin advised. Rest assured, father, I will make every effort, Yang Lingchen responded, eyeing Yang Daolin's eyes. Yang Lingchen saw a glimmer of paternal expectation. Yang Lingchen was quite intrigued by the Tianyuan Palace, as it was one of the top sects in the North Xian region. Those who entered were the finest talents among the young generation. Having arrived in this world, young Lingchen did not wish to live an inconsequential life, so the Tianyuan Palace was a destination he must pursue. Only by entering the Tianyuan Palace, amidst such a gathering of geniuses, could he rapidly grow stronger. At that moment, the steward, Yang Su, entered and bowed, saying, "Patriarch, the Lord of Hanqing has arrived. Quickly, please invite him in." Yang Daolin promptly instructed. Before long, steward Yang Su led a distinguished middle-aged man into the room. Behind him was a fair-skinned, beautiful young woman. The visitors were none other than Han Tianling, the lord of Hanyang City, and his daughter, Han Ruoxue. Like the Yang family, the Han family was one of the 4 prominent families of Hanyang City, but they were the foremost among them, with Han Tianling serving as the city's lord. Upon seeing Han Ruoxue, a wave of indescribable excitement surged within Yang Lingchen's soul, followed by a flood of memories associated with her. Chapter 7. The Slaying of the Grand Elder. At this moment, Yang Lingchen suddenly realized that Han Ruoxue was, in fact, his betrothed. In his attempts to win her favor, he had gone to great lengths. However, Han Ruoxue harbored no affection for him whatsoever, and in fact, she held a deep-seated aversion towards him. "Brother Tianling, what brings you to my humble abode today? Please, do take a seat." Yang Daolin greeted Han Tianling with unrestrained enthusiasm. "Greetings, Uncle Han," Yang Lingchen said respectfully as he bowed. "Greetings, Uncle Yang," Han Ruoxue also curtsied gracefully towards Yang Daolin. "Brother Daolin, you are too kind. I have come today with an important matter that I wish to discuss with you," Han Tianling said, his face revealing a hint of distress, his eyes reflecting a sense of awkwardness and helplessness. "Brother Tianling, do not be so formal. We have known each other for many years, and our bond runs deep. Whatever the issue may be, feel free to speak. I shall do my utmost to assist you," Yang Daolin replied calmly, his expression unchanging. "Alas." Han Tianling sighed heavily and slowly continued, "Brother Daolin, I have come today to annul the marriage." "Annul the marriage?" Yang Daolin's brow furrowed. He was well aware of his son's deep affection for Han Ruoxue, and he had never anticipated that Han Tianling would arrive to call off the engagement. "Uncle Yang, I understand that you and my father had an agreement in the past, but one cannot force matters of the heart," Han Ruoxue interjected. "For over a decade, I have grown alongside Yang Lingchen, yet we have never developed any special feelings for one another. To bind us together by force would surely lead to unhappiness in the future. Thus, I humbly implore you to dissolve our betrothal," Han Ruoxue eloquently expressed, delivering her prepared speech with fluidity. "Sigh. Chenner, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Yang Daolin sighed, clearly realizing that Han Ruoxue did not harbor any feelings for his son. "Father, I believe Han Ruoxue speaks wisely. Matters of affection cannot be compelled. Let us annul this engagement," Yang Lingchen declared. At this proclamation, every individual present was taken aback, their faces reflecting utter astonishment. Particularly Han Ruoxue, who could hardly fathom that Yang Lingchen would so readily agree to dissolve their marriage, especially considering the harassment she had endured from him over the past few years. "Brother Tianling, since both young people are devoid of romantic inclinations, let us consider this marriage null and void. It is indeed a pity that we could not become in-laws," Yang Daolin lamented, his face etched with profound regret. "Thank you, Uncle Yang," Han Ruoxue said, bowing once more. In that moment, she felt an immense weight lifted from her shoulders, exhaling a sigh of relief. Her insistence on annulling the engagement was not due to any particular disdain for Yang Lingchen, but rather her unwillingness to marry someone of such meager abilities. As for Yang Lingchen, his agreement to the annulment stemmed mainly from his desire to no longer exist as a figure devoid of dignity. In the past, he had squandered substantial resources to win Han Ruoxue's favor. The very sword she held in her hand was purchased with 100,000 gold coins that he had pilfered from his family, a fact that had nearly led to his demise when Yang Daolin discovered the theft. After all, that sum represented nearly half a year's income for their clan. Han Ruoxue had always accepted his gifts without hesitation, regardless of their origin. Upon his transmigration, Yang Lingchen found little to admire in such a greedy and selfish woman, no matter how stunningly beautiful she was. After the Han family departed, Yang Lingchen returned to his residence and immersed himself in his cultivation. Within the memories of Lingjuechen, he discovered a superior and divine movement technique known as the illusory shadow technique. This technique not only proved exceptional for evasion, but also allowed one to dominate any opponent of the same level in battle. Naturally, mastering such a divine technique required a high level of comprehension from the practitioner. Yang Lingchen discreetly entered the Haotian Jade space and tirelessly practiced the illusory shadow technique, repeating the movements time and again. The night quickly slipped away. After a night of diligent training, Yang Lingchen finally reached the introductory realm of the illusory shadow technique. Although he had merely scratched the surface, he was confident that he could utterly outpace all talents of the same realm in terms of speed. Even against opponents several levels above him, he felt assured of his ability to retreat unscathed, for this was a technique hailing from the divine realm. The following morning, after a meticulous grooming, Yang Lingchen left his residence with a renewed vigor and strode purposefully towards the Yang family's training platform. The arena was bustling with numerous members of the Yang clan, all of whom held little faith in Yang Lingchen's chances against Yang Zhihao. In the eyes of the onlookers, Yang Lingchen was merely at the third layer of the gathering essence realm, while Yang Zhihao had already attained the ninth layer, a staggering disparity in strength that led them to doubt Yang Lingchen's potential for victory. Brother Zhihao, once you become the young master, be sure to look after us. Brother Zhihao, how are you so strong? Under young Master Zhihao's brilliant leadership, our Yang family shall undoubtedly become the foremost clan in Hanyang City. Surrounding the training platform, a throng of youths clustered around Yang Zhihao, showering him with flattery. In that moment, Yang Zhihao reveled in the adoration, basking in the glory of being the center of attention, convinced that the position of young master was already his for the taking. As Yang Lingchen arrived at the arena, he found Yang Daolin and the clan elders seated upon the high platform. Apologies for my tardiness, Yang Lingchen announced as he ascended the stage. Grand Elder, please summon your grandson. Yang Zhihao leapt onto the stage, declaring, Lingchen, I advise you to concede gracefully. Otherwise, fists may fly, and should I inadvertently injure you, I would have much to explain to our clan leader. How dare you? Upon meeting Yang Zhihao's gaze, Yang Lingchen was struck with a realization. This Yang Zhihao was the very culprit responsible for the demise of his predecessor. Grand Elder, I have recently made some progress in my cultivation, and my control over my strength is somewhat lacking. If I were to inadvertently incapacitate Brother Zhihao, I trust you will not hold it against me. Yang Lingchen remarked, ignoring Yang Zhihao and instead smiling at Grand Elder Yang Tianqing. Young Master, you may unleash your full power. As long as you can harm Zhihao, I shall not blame you, Yang Tianqing replied with a hearty laugh. Since the Grand Elder has said so, I am at ease. To show my respect, I shall allow Yang Zhihao 3 moves, Yang Lingchen said, a cold smile gracing his lips. Lingchen, since you are so confident, I shall not hold back, Yang Zhihao retorted, launching a fierce palm strike towards Yang Lingchen. At that moment, Yang Zhihao was seething with rage, wishing nothing more than to obliterate Yang Lingchen on the spot, yet he dared not act so recklessly, for Yang Lingchen was the sole heir of Yang Daolin, notorious for his fierce protection of his son. As Yang Zhihao's powerful strike approached, Yang Lingchen swiftly evaded with grace, sidestepping the formidable blow effortlessly. First move, Yang Lingchen remarked with a calm smile. The spectators below were utterly astonished, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Although Yang Zhihao's prior strike had been casual, it was not one that a mere third-layer gathering essence cultivator could easily evade. Since Yang Lingchen had not employed any profound energy, the onlookers were unaware of his true level of cultivation. Seeing that his first attack had failed to subdue Yang Lingchen, Yang Zhihao struck again, this time launching a massive punch. This time, Yang Zhihao unleashed his full strength, determined to leave no room for Yang Lingchen to dodge. He aimed to conclude this duel as swiftly as possible. Bang! Yang Zhihao's forceful punch was once again effortlessly avoided by Yang Lingchen. Second move, Yang Lingchen remarked, his expression unchanging, though a mocking smile played at his lips. At that moment, Yang Tianqing's expression darkened significantly. Having observed the previous exchanges, he could ascertain that Yang Lingchen possessed formidable strength, rivaling that of his own grandson. Meanwhile, Yang Daolin wore a faintly satisfied smile. As Yang Zhihao grew increasingly agitated, he lashed out with a frustrated retort, Lingchen, if you have the ability, then do not dodge. A person he once regarded as a mere waste had now evaded his 2 fierce attacks, causing Yang Zhihao's countenance to darken with palpable fury. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity, Yang Lingchen replied, a chilling smile forming on his lips. Seeking death. Yang Zhihao's figure surged forth like lightning, launching a powerful kick at Yang Lingchen. Slap. To Yang Zhihao's astonishment, his lightning-fast kick was effortlessly caught by Yang Lingchen. 3 moves have passed. With a sudden, forceful grip, Yang Lingchen crushed Yang Zhihao's right leg, shattering the bone with a sickening crack. Ah, ah, ah! The excruciating pain elicited a series of agonized screams from Yang Zhihao. In that instant, Yang Lingchen, channeling a surge of energy from the Haotian technique, unleashed a swift kick to Yang Jihao's dantian. Ah, ah, ah! Yang Jihao let out another heart-wrenching wail, his body propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Jihao! Yang Tianqing bellowed, his figure a blur as he rushed towards his grandson, frantically assessing his injuries. My apologies, Grand Elder. I did not anticipate Brother Jihao would be so fragile. Had I known, I would have held back. Yang Lingchen feigned innocence, casting not another glance at Yang Jihao, for he knew the man was irreparably crippled. Yang Lingchen, you dare to cripple Jihao's dantian? I shall demand your life. Yang Tianqing's eyes widened in fury, his voice icy with murderous intent as he lunged at Yang Lingchen with the ferocity of a storm. The successor he had painstakingly nurtured had been so easily destroyed by Yang Lingchen's hand. How could he swallow this humiliation? Yang Tianqing, you are courting death. Yang Daolin transformed into a brilliant white light, arriving just in time to strike Yang Tianqing's back. Bang! Pfft! Yang Tianqing was sent flying, spraying blood in midair, rendered incapable of further combat. Old fool, perish. In that moment, Yang Lingchen executed the illusory shadow technique, darting towards Yang Tianqing with astonishing speed. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as Yang Lingchen delivered a swift kick to Yang Tianqing's neck before he even hit the ground. You! Yang Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze filled with incredulity. Even in his final moments, he could not fathom that he would meet his end at the hands of a younger generation. The gathered members of the Yang family stared in shock at Yang Lingchen. Yang Tianqing, the very backbone of the Yang clan, had been vanquished so effortlessly. Even Yang Daolin could not hide his astonishment at the decisiveness with which his son had acted. Yang Jihao attempted to murder the young master on Taicang Mountain. Yang Lingchen stated, his expression darkening as he continued, Today, Yang Tianqing has again sought to take my life. If he is not eliminated, he will forever seek retribution against me. The crowd fell silent, for no one could dispute the logic of Yang Lingchen's words. Though his actions had been ruthless, they yearned to see a young master so resolute and unwavering. Even the third and fifth elders, who typically found fault with Yang Lingchen, remained silent. You are not Yang Lingchen. The true Yang Lingchen has been slain by Yang Kuan and myself, Yang Jihao shouted in despair, his anger boiling over. Just moments ago, he had been filled with hope, eagerly anticipating his ascension as the young master, only to have his expectations dashed. How dare you drag me into your demise? Yang Kuan, terrified, collapsed to the ground at the weight of Yang Jihao's words. Finally admitting it, are we? Indeed, I was nearly killed by you, yet fortune favored me, allowing me to escape. Yang Lingchen sneered. Upon hearing that his son had nearly perished, Yang Daolin's gaze turned frigid, a glimmer of ice flashing within his eyes. Such audacity to lay a hand on my son. Someone, take these two scoundrels and feed them to the dogs. Yang Daolin's voice rang out with a chilling authority, a wave of murderous intent radiating from him. In an instant, the atmosphere turned tense, the air thick with the threat of violence as Yang Daolin's fury enveloped the assembly. Master, spare me. I am innocent. It was all Yang Jihao's doing. He forced me. Yang Kuan pleaded, trembling uncontrollably on the ground. At that moment, the Yang family's hidden guards swiftly seized Yang Jihao and Yang Kuan, dragging them away. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, apart from his rigorous training, Yang Lingchen immersed himself in a plethora of classical texts, his curiosity about this unfamiliar world burning brightly. Simultaneously, news of Yang Lingchen's triumph over Yang Jihao spread rapidly throughout Hanyang City. Whispers filled the air, yet most found it hard to believe, for Yang Lingchen had long been known as the infamous waste of Hanyang City. On this day, Yang Lingchen set out to procure various alchemical ingredients, intending to elevate his cultivation to the Mingxian realm before the Tianyuan Palace recruited new disciples. Only by reaching this level could he hope to stand out among the other prodigies, as the entrance requirements for Tianyuan Palace were notoriously stringent. However, Yang Lingchen found himself lacking in gold coins, prompting him to seek out Yang Daolin. As always, Yang Daolin was exceedingly fond of his son and, upon hearing of Yang Lingchen's plans to purchase materials, readily bestowed upon him 100,000 gold coins. This was an unimaginable sum compared to the meager 2,000 or 3,000 coins he had previously received due to Yang Lingchen's low cultivation level. With the gold in hand, Yang Lingchen exited the Yang residence, striding purposefully towards the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. Master, the young master has departed, the steward, Yang Su, announced. Su, I must trouble you to accompany Chon'er during this time. Intervene only if he finds himself in unavoidable peril, young Daolin instructed earnestly, as he had always placed great importance on his son's safety. Rest assured, master, as long as I draw breath, I will ensure nothing happens to the young master, Yang Su replied respectfully before departing. The Tianwu Chamber of Commerce was the largest trading company on the Tianwu continent, with branches reaching every corner of the land. The Tianwu Chamber. One could acquire a plethora of rare herbs and mysterious treasures, provided one could afford the price. Even items not in stock could be requested through a public mission, enlisting the help of the entire continent. It was rumored that the power backing the Tianwu Chamber was immense, with even powerful empires wary of provoking its ire. In times of war between nations, the Tianwu Chamber remained an unshakable presence. Thus, the Tianwu continent echoed with the timeless adage. Empires may rise and fall like flowing water, but the Tianwu Chamber stands steadfast. Chapter 8. A slap in the face this day, young Lingchen adorned himself in an exquisite pale blue robe, his thick, long hair elegantly tied up. His handsome visage bore a hint of determination, a stark contrast to his previously frivolous demeanor. He stepped into the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. Esteemed young sir, how may I assist you today? As young Lingchen entered, a tall and graceful female attendant approached him with remarkable enthusiasm. After all, those who frequented the Tianwu Chamber were prominent figures in Hanyang City. Thus, the attendants were handpicked from among countless women, each possessing a cultivation level of at least the 6th tier of the gathering essence realm. I require some medicinal herbs, young Lingchen replied, handing over a meticulously prepared list to the beautiful attendant. Young sir, the herbs you seek are quite precious and rare. Are you certain you wish to purchase them? The attendant maintained her smile, her tone gentle. Not a problem, just prepare the herbs for me, young Lingchen stated without hesitation. Very well, please wait a moment while I arrange for the herbs, the attendant replied respectfully. Do you possess any alchemical furnaces? Young Lingchen inquired next. Certainly, please follow me, the attendant responded. Under the attendant's guidance, young Lingchen ascended to a private chamber on the 2nd floor of the Tianwu Chamber. Within, various alchemical furnaces of differing ranks were displayed, and the attendant began to elaborate on their details. Young sir, this pale blue furnace is the Tongxian Ding, valued at 200,000 gold coins, a precious relic left by a top-tier alchemist. This bronze-colored one is the Taiqing Ding, a bequest from the ancient alchemist, Taiqing Zhenren, priced at 300,000 gold coins. The attendant continued to provide an endless stream of information regarding the origins and costs of the furnaces. As he listened to the prices, young Lingchen felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The cost of these furnaces far exceeded his budget. At that moment, the Haotian jade within him stirred slightly. His intuition told him that there must be something remarkable here. Otherwise, the jade would not respond. Are there any other alchemical furnaces? Young Lingchen asked, maintaining his composure. Of course, please follow me, the attendant said, her brows slightly furrowing as she led him to an inconspicuous corner. At that moment, young Lingchen's gaze was drawn to a pitch-black furnace. What on earth? This item appears rather unremarkable. Why does the Haotian jade react to it? He pondered in confusion. Young sir, this black alchemical furnace has resided in our Tianwu Chamber for hundreds of years. I am not entirely sure of its origins, but if you are interested, it can be yours for 5,000 gold coins, the attendant offered. This black furnace seems rather plain. Could you possibly lower the price? Young Lingchen steadied his heart and asked nonchalantly. The black furnace resembled scrap metal, lacking the unique aura of the pricier furnaces. However, he understood that anything capable of eliciting a response from the Haotian jade was far from ordinary. Youth, this black furnace is already quite affordable, the attendant replied. 2,500. How does that sound? For 1,500, the attendant countered, taking a step back. 2006, young Lingchen insisted. 4,000, the attendant gritted her teeth. After a vigorous negotiation, young Lingchen ultimately acquired the mysterious black furnace for 3,000 gold coins. After placing the furnace into his storage pouch, he returned to the 1st floor. Ah, is that not young Lingchen? What a coincidence. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from behind him. He turned to see Han Ruoxue, dressed in a delicate pink gown, approaching with a graceful stride. Following her was a handsome youth, Lin Beiyang, the youngest son of the Lin family, whose cultivation placed him among the top talents of Hanyang City. Ah, it is Miss Han, young Lingchen replied, casting a brief glance at Han Ruoxue, his tone indifferent. Young Lingchen, I've heard you defeated young Zihai and even killed young Tiancheng. Is it true? Han Ruoxue inquired, her curiosity evident. Such rumors should not be taken seriously. With my capabilities, how could I possibly have slain the Grand Elder? Young Lingchen chuckled, not wishing to reveal too much in front of her. Han Ruoxue found his reasoning plausible, considering he had only recently been at the third tier of the Gathering Essence realm. In her view, he must have employed some despicable means to overcome Yang Zihai. At that moment, the tall attendant approached once more. Young sir, your requested herbs and alchemical furnace have been prepared. However, we currently only have one last spirit origin fruit in stock. Not an issue, one will suffice. How much in total? Yang Lingchen asked calmly. The total comes to 61,000 gold coins, but you may pay 60,000, the attendant replied. Thank you, miss. Yang Lingchen swiftly produced 6 10,000 gold notes and handed them over, subsequently storing the herbs in his pouch. Spirit origin fruit. Han Ruoxue exclaimed, unable to contain herself, then added, Young Lingchen, may I have that fruit? The spirit origin fruit was a rare treasure. When consumed by a practitioner at the 9th tier of the Gathering Essence realm, it could increase the chances of breaking through to the Mingxian realm by 20%. Han Ruoxue had come to the Tianwu chamber specifically for this fruit. Sorry, Miss Han, but this spirit origin fruit is equally important to me, Yang Lingchen replied without hesitation, unwilling to entangle himself further with her. Despite her beauty, she was not his type, as her demeanor was overly opportunistic. Upon hearing his refusal, Han Ruoxue's brows furrowed slightly. She had never expected him to say no. In the past, anything she desired, Yang Lingchen would have eagerly presented to her. Yang Lingchen, I truly want that spirit origin fruit. Name your price. Lin Beiyang declared with an air of arrogance. Lin Beiyang's confidence stemmed from his status as a prodigy in Hanyang City, while Yang Lingchen had long been regarded as a notorious failure. Were it not for Han Ruoxue, Lin Beiyang believed he would never have had to interact with someone like Yang Lingchen. Miss Han, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Yang Lingchen said, completely ignoring Lin Beiyang as he strode toward the exit of the Tianwu chamber. As he departed, Lin Beiyang's expression darkened. He could hardly believe that this so-called failure dared to disregard him so blatantly. He immediately followed Yang Lingchen out, determined to show him the consequences of his insolence. Han Ruoxue's expression was equally frosty. She too was taken aback by Yang Lingchen's lack of respect. She had hoped to leverage the spirit origin fruit to achieve a breakthrough to the Mingxian realm, thus shining brightly when new disciples were recruited at the Tianyuan Palace. Seeing Lin Beiyang's sullen demeanor as he exited, Han Ruoxue allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace her lips before following suit. Upon leaving the Tianwu chamber, Yang Lingchen was en route back to the Yang residence when a sharp voice rang out from behind him. Yang Lingchen, hand over that spirit origin fruit. For the sake of the Yang family, I shall not make things difficult for you, Lin Beiyang glared menacingly. Lin Beiyang, it seems your mind is quite unwell. Have I provoked you in any way? Yang Lingchen retorted coldly. Yang Lingchen, you are courting death. Lin Beiyang had never been insulted in such a manner, and as he prepared to teach Yang Lingchen a lesson, Han Ruoxue approached, her voice calm. Yang Lingchen, if you relinquish the spirit origin fruit, I shall compensate you at double the price. What do you say? Conceited woman, do I appear to be someone in need of money, being the heir of the Yang family? Yang Lingchen replied with an icy gaze, dismissing her. Yang Lingchen, you? Han Ruoxue found herself momentarily at a loss for words, utterly astonished by his transformation. The Yang Lingchen she once knew had been like a humble puppy before her, yet now he seemed entirely indifferent to her presence, igniting her fury. What do you mean? Aren't you going to return the Lingxiu sword that I gifted you? Since our engagement has been annulled, how can you still keep the sword I bestowed upon you? Do you have no shame? Does your father know of your behavior? Yang Lingchen scoffed. Originally, out of respect for their family's long-standing friendship, he had wished to avoid engaging with her, but her persistent arrogance had pushed him to his limits. Yang Lingchen, are you even a man? How can you dare to ask for back something you once gave away? Han Ruoxue pouted in anger. That Lingxiu sword was worth over 100,000 gold coins, and Han Ruoxue was unwilling to part with it so easily. Chapter 9. Lessons from Lin Beiyang. This sword was a gift for my fiancé. Since the engagement has been called off, you must return it to me. Otherwise, I shall seek your father for it, Yang Lingchen declared with a cold smirk, his eyes brimming with indifference and resolve. Yang Lingchen, you truly bring shame upon men. How can you demand back something you have given away? Lin Beiyang retorted icily, his face etched with contempt. Whoosh! In that moment, Yang Lingchen's figure transformed into a wraith, a fleeting shadow that swiftly snatched the Lingxiu sword from Han Ruoxue's grasp. Realizing her sword had been taken, Han Ruoxue cried out, "Young Lingchen, you scoundrel, return the Lingxiu sword to me." At that moment, she was utterly bewildered, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. She never anticipated young Lingchen's speed would be so extraordinary, leaving her no time to react. "Lin Beiyang, do you fancy yourself a paragon of superiority? If you can afford 100,000 gold coins, I shall return the Lingxiu sword to her, thus making it as if you gifted it," young Lingchen remarked, disregarding Han Ruoxue's furious glare and casting a scornful look towards Lin Beiyang, as though he were merely observing a clown. "Young Lingchen, I shall repeat myself. Hand over the Lingyuan fruit and return the Lingxiu sword to Miss Ruoxue. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unyielding." Lin Beiyang's eyes glinted with coldness, an ominous aura emanating from him. By now, a throng of onlookers had gathered in the street, their curiosity piqued as they awaited the unfolding of this clash. "What a fool!" Young Lingchen disdainfully glanced at Lin Beiyang before turning to leave, finding the scion of a powerful family too tiresome to engage. Seeking death, Lin Beiyang shouted, extending his palm forcefully towards Young Lingchen's back. Anticipating Lin Beiyang's ambush, Young Lingchen was prepared. Though he had turned to depart, he remained acutely vigilant. After all, Lin Beiyang was the youngest son of the Lin family patriarch, and Young Lingchen had no desire to initiate conflict. However, should Lin Beiyang strike first, he would possess ample justification to retaliate in an instant. Young Lingchen dodged the surprise attack, his figure becoming a blur, and in a flash, he delivered a sharp slap to Lin Beiyang's face. Slap. Ah, ah, ah. Lin Beiyang let out a wretched scream, his right cheek swelling instantly, a deep crimson hue spreading across his face. "Ha ha. Is this what you call consequences?" Young Lingchen sneered, his eyes filled with disdain, openly showing his contempt for Lin Beiyang. "You little bastard, perish!" Plang. Lin Beiyang bellowed, drawing his sword, a flash of cold light slicing through the air as he aimed a vicious strike at Young Lingchen. At that moment, his sole thought was to eliminate Young Lingchen to quell his pin-up rage. Plang. Young Lingchen swiftly unsheathed the Lingxiu sword, employing exquisite swordplay to counter Lin Beiyang's attack. Swish, swish. In less than 2 exchanges, Lin Beiyang's sword was deftly knocked from his hand. Simultaneously, Young Lingchen's Lingxiu sword was firmly poised against Lin Beiyang's throat. With a cold laugh, Young Lingchen remarked, "Were it not for your father's standing, your head would have long since rolled." At that moment, the gathered crowd gasped in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. Even Han Ruoxue stood frozen, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Until now, Young Lingchen had been notorious in Chanyang City as a useless wastrel. Although rumors had circulated about his recent victories over Yang Zhihao and the slaying of Yang Tianqing, few had taken them seriously. Yet, in this moment, they finally accepted the reality of Young Lingchen's triumph over Yang Zhihao. "Young Lingchen, if you have the guts, kill me." Lin Beiyang glared venomously at Young Lingchen, refusing to concede despite his disadvantage. Slap, slap, slap. Damn it, still pretending to be formidable? Young Lingchen's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he unleashed a flurry of slaps across Lin Beiyang's face until it resembled that of a pig's head. "Ah, ah, ah. Young Lingchen, one day, I will kill you." Lin Beiyang howled in anguish, having never endured such humiliation in his life. Unaware of your own mortality, Young Lingchen delivered a powerful kick to Lin Beiyang's chest, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Crack. Ah, ah, ah. With the sound of bones fracturing, Lin Beiyang let out another pitiful scream as his entire ribcage caved in beneath Young Lingchen's foot. "I initially thought you were someone of worth, but it turns out you're merely a fool. Even reduced to a pig's head, you still dare to act superior. If you were to leave Chanyang City, you wouldn't even know how you would perish." Young Lingchen mockingly patted Lin Beiyang's face, filled with scorn. Having said that, he turned and strode away, leaving behind a crowd of astonished onlookers. Young Lingchen had begun to grasp his combat prowess. At the very least, he felt confident in defeating those at the initial stages of the Mingxian realm. "Young Lingchen, one day, I will annihilate your Yang family." Lin Beiyang seethed, his gaze fixated on Young Lingchen's receding figure, a sinister resolve brewing within him. Meanwhile, Han Ruoxue found herself unexpectedly intrigued by Young Lingchen, and in that moment, she even regretted her decision to call off their engagement in the courtyard of the Yang family estate. "Master, the young master just defeated Lin Beiyang." The butler, Yang Su, exclaimed anxiously. Subsequently, Yang Su recounted the events that had transpired in detail. "What a remarkable lad! No wonder he is my son, Yang Daolin. He has managed to triumph over Lin Beiyang, who is at a higher level, Yang Daolin laughed heartily, pride and satisfaction evident on his face. But what if the Lin family seeks retribution? Yang Su voiced his concerns. Fear not, this is merely a conflict among the younger generation. Lin Yaoyang is not likely to pursue it, Yang Daolin replied with a calm demeanor, exuding poise and confidence. Upon returning to the Yang family's residence, Yang Lingchen quietly entered the Haoyan Jade space. He then took out the newly purchased alchemy furnace and commenced his very first attempt at refining pills. Despite having the memories of Ling Juechen, Yang Lingchen felt a wave of nervousness. After all, he had never truly engaged in alchemy before. With unwavering focus, Yang Lingchen controlled the alchemical flames, meticulously sorting the medicinal materials and carefully adding them one by one into the furnace. He was currently attempting to refine the breakthrough pill, which, if successful, would grant him a complete assurance of breaking through to the Mingxian realm. Half an hour swiftly passed, and under Yang Lingchen's concentrated efforts, a batch of breakthrough pills was finally completed. Cautiously, Yang Lingchen opened the alchemy furnace. Wow! Ha! That I have truly outdone myself with these exceptional breakthrough pills. Upon seeing the few exquisite pills within the furnace, Yang Lingchen's face lit up with excitement, unable to contain his jubilant exclamation. After calming his exhilaration, Yang Lingchen resumed the refinement of other medicinal pills, recognizing that cultivation was inextricably linked to the support of elixirs. With a sufficient supply of pills, Yang Lingchen was confident he could ascend to higher realms in a short span of time. In the Tianwu continent, the status of an alchemist is highly esteemed. Whether for cultivating, healing injuries, detoxifying, or treating illnesses, one relies heavily on the support of medicinal pills. Alchemists are categorized into novice, intermediate, advanced, and supreme levels. The same medicinal pill, when crafted by a higher-ranked alchemist, yields superior effects. Of course, medicinal pills cannot be used indiscriminately. Overconsumption can lead to an unstable foundation. However, supreme pills can be utilized without restriction, which is why supreme alchemists hold a far superior status compared to their counterparts. Before long, Yang Lingchen had refined a considerable number of exceptional Mingxian pills. The Mingxian pill is a type of elixir capable of enhancing the mystical energy of the Mingxian realm, allowing for rapid elevation in cultivation. With the breakthrough pills in hand, the next step was to break through to the Mingxian realm. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Yang Lingchen successfully advanced to the first layer of the Mingxian realm. Simultaneously, he honed several martial techniques, including the god-slaying sword technique and a soul-based martial art, the soul-devouring slash. Both techniques were classified as divine-level skills, particularly the soul-devouring slash, which could deliver a fatal blow to an enemy at a critical moment, making it Yang Lingchen's current trump card. Moreover, he discovered a divine-level transformation technique within Ling Juechen's memories, the shadow shift technique, which, when mastered, would enable him to change his form at will and conceal his presence. Chapter 10. The first challenge. Time swiftly passes, like a fleeting horse galloping past, and in the blink of an eye, the day for the Tianyuan Palace to recruit new disciples has arrived. As the premier sect in the northern Xuanyu region, the criteria for enrolling new disciples at Tianyuan Palace are notoriously stringent. Generally, only one or two exceptionally gifted individuals from each city are deemed worthy of the rare opportunity to participate in the assessments at Tianyuan Palace. Thus, to become a disciple of Tianyuan Palace, one must endure a rigorous selection process. Firstly, candidates must not exceed the age of 18. Secondly, their cultivation must not fall below the 9th level of the Gathering Essence realm. With just these two requirements, the majority of aspirants are barred from entry. It is worth noting that in the entire Hanyang city, merely a handful of prodigies have managed to reach the 9th level of the Gathering Essence realm before the age of 18. Today, Hanyang city is bustling with activity, alive with excitement, for it marks the significant occasion of Tianyuan Palace's recruitment of new disciples. At this moment, a colossal arena has been erected in the central square of Hanyang city, serving as the assessment platform for the new disciples of Tianyuan Palace. The square is teeming with people. In addition to the local residents, numerous talented youths from other cities have flocked here, drawn by the allure of this event. The 4 prominent families of Hanyang city have placed considerable emphasis on this recruitment, as gaining entry into Tianyuan Palace signifies a monumental leap towards success. At this moment, each of the 4 prestigious families occupies a corner of the square. Chunner, today is the day Tianyuan Palace recruits new disciples. We are counting on you, Yang Daolin expresses with an air of anticipation. Father, rest assured. I am confident that I will secure a place among the new disciples of Tianyuan Palace, Yang Lingchen replies, his eyes brimming with determination, as if his unwavering gaze could pierce through any obstacle. After his transmigration, Yang Lingchen's greatest aspiration has been to pursue the path of immortality and Tianyuan Palace will serve as the first pivotal stepping stone on his journey to greatness. Simultaneously, in the direction of the Lin and Xiao families, two resentful gazes are surreptitiously cast toward young Lingchen. These two hostile stares belong to Lin Beiyong of the Lin family and Xiao Jiji of the Xiao family, both accompanied by a young man of remarkable bearing. Unfazed by their enmity, young Lingchen pays them no mind. In terms of true combat prowess, even if they were to join forces, they would never match his capabilities. Should they persist in their folly, young Lingchen would not hesitate to incapacitate them all. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man with piercing eyes strides confidently onto the arena. This man is Han Tianling, the lord of Hanyang City. As he makes his entrance, a hush falls over the crowd, and silence envelopes the scene. Greetings to all. I am Han Tianling, the host for today's recruitment of new disciples for Tianyuan Palace. Let us extend a warm welcome to the talented emissaries of Tianyuan Palace, the enchanting Ling Yinyun and the distinguished Dongfang Jie, Han Tianling proclaims with a smile, leading the applause. Instantaneously, thunderous applause erupts from the crowd. The moment the applause resonates, a breathtaking figure, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, graces the distinguished seating beside the arena. This girl appears as if she has stepped forth from a realm of ethereal beauty. Clad in an exquisite white gown, though her face is partially veiled in a delicate snow-like fabric, it does little to obscure her regal and frosty demeanor. Her captivating eyes, reminiscent of a bottomless abyss, ensnare those who gaze upon her, drawing them into an inescapable enchantment. This young lady is none other than Ling Yinyun, the talented emissary of Tianyuan Palace. Simultaneously, a figure emanating a fearsome aura emerges, an impressively tall and strikingly handsome man, Dongfang Jie, the other esteemed emissary of Tianyuan Palace. Though young Lingchen merely catches a glimpse from afar, he can sense that this individual's strength is unfathomable, far surpassing that of the patriarchs of the four prominent families in Hanyang City. Young Lingchen is astonished to notice that the ages of these two appear comparable to his own, yet their power eclipses even that of the city lord. Dongfang Jie surveys the surroundings with a fierce gaze before producing a formidable wooden puppet from his storage ring. This is the assessment puppet of Tianyuan Palace. To pass the first challenge, one must defeat it. Additionally, all participants must be under the age of 18. Those who do not comply will face the consequences. Dongfang Jie's voice is chilling, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing Dongfang Jie's words, the young aspirants preparing for the assessment collectively gasp in disbelief. The puppet radiates an aura that has already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Gathering Essence realm. An ordinary practitioner at this level would undoubtedly be unable to overcome it in all of Hanyang City. Only a few individuals have achieved the Mingxin realm before turning 18. Let the challenges commence. At this juncture, Han Tianling steps forward to preside over the first round of challenges. As the challenges begin, several youths at the 9th level of the Gathering Essence realm confidently approach the arena. Bang! In less than a round, one participant is violently sent flying by the puppet, suffering significant injuries. Next, Han Tianling states with an expressionless face, his tone cold. In the blink of an eye, half an hour has passed, and to everyone's surprise, not a single individual has succeeded in the challenge. Junior Sister Ling, the talents of Hanyang City seem woefully inadequate. Had we known, we would not have come here, Dongfang Jie remarks with a slight frown. Since we are here, let us afford them an opportunity. Ling Yinyun responds with a calm and melodious voice, akin to a gentle stream flowing through the mountains. At that moment, Han Ruoxue gracefully ascends the arena. With her poised demeanor and steady aura, she strides directly towards the assessment puppet, exhibiting remarkable ease in countering its ferocious attacks. It is evident that Han Ruoxue has successfully advanced to the Mingxian realm. In no time, she successfully drives the assessment puppet back, becoming the first contestant from Hanyang City to pass the first challenge. At this juncture, Xiao Jijuan strides confidently onto the arena. He is one of the four prodigies of Hanyang City and the twin brother of Xiao Jigai. As anticipated, Xiao Jijuan also succeeds in advancing to the second round. Soon after, Lin Beiyong and Lin Beichen from the Lin family also triumph over the assessment puppet. As one of the four prominent families of Hanyang City, the younger generation of the Lin family evidently boasts greater strength than their counterparts. As the first round nears its conclusion, young Lingchen strolls leisurely toward the arena. With his current prowess, dealing with a peak Gathering Essence puppet would require no more than a mere finger. However, to conserve his strength, young Lingchen takes 2 rounds to defeat the puppet. Upon his successful passage, the members of the Yang family can no longer contain their joy, their faces radiant with excitement. Meanwhile, Han Tianling displays an awkward expression. Had he known of young Lingchen's capabilities, he would not have acquiesced to his daughter's request to call off the engagement. Congratulations to the 5 of you for successfully advancing to the second round. Next, we shall engage in ranking battles. The top 2 contestants will earn the opportunity to undergo assessment at Tianyuan Palace. Following this, Dongfang Jia announces the rules for the second round of challenges. In this round, each participant must face the other 4 in combat, with the final rankings determining who will receive the invaluable opportunity to proceed to the assessment at Tianyuan Palace. Based on the drawing of lots, Yang Lingchen draws number 1, Xiao Jijuan number 2, Lin Beichen number 3, Lin Beiyang number 4, and Han Ruoxue number 5. According to the competition rules, Yang Lingchen's first opponent is Xiao Jijuan from the Xiao family. Chapter 11. The second round of assessment. The first match is between Yang Lingchen and Xiao Jijuan, Han Tianling announced. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Jijuan did not hesitate. He leaped effortlessly onto the stage, his gaze cold and menacing as he glared at Yang Lingchen, declaring fiercely, "Yang Lingchen, come up and meet your demise." Yang Daolin furrowed his brows, his expression grave as he inquired, "My child, do you possess confidence? Father, if I were to slay him, would you be able to shield me?" Yang Lingchen replied with a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Regardless of whom you slay, your father can protect you," Yang Daolin asserted, his eyes radiating a dominating aura, filled with unwavering confidence. "Father, do not boast." Yang Lingchen retorted playfully, and with a flash, he ascended the stage like a great rock unfurling its wings. "Young Master Dongfang, Fairyling, I wish to clarify something first," Yang Lingchen said respectfully as he clasped his fists in greeting. "What is it?" "Speak freely," Dongfang Jie replied, his tone nonchalant. "Xiao Jijuan has proclaimed his intent to kill me. If I were to end his life, would that be considered a violation?" Yang Lingchen asked, his gaze resolute. "Such an act would not be deemed a violation. The Tianyuan Palace will not interfere in matters of life and death between you," Dongfang Jie responded, his expression remaining composed. "Let the duel commence," Han Tianling declared loudly. "Yang Lingchen, perish." As soon as Han Tianling's words fell, Xiao Jijuan drew his sword with lightning speed, its blade glinting ominously in the sunlight as he struck fiercely at Yang Lingchen. Clang! Yang Lingchen snorted coldly, swiftly unsheathing his elegant sword, employing his phantom movement technique to converge upon Xiao Jijuan like a wraith. Clang, 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 swish, swish, clang. In less than 2 exchanges, Yang Lingchen retracted his elegant sword and turned to walk away from the stage with an air of nonchalance. Bang! As Yang Lingchen reached the edge of the platform, Xiao Jijuan's body fell heavily onto the stage, blood gushing from his neck. At this moment, Xiao Jijuan had long since lost his breath, his eyes wide open in shock. Hiss! A profound silence enveloped the arena. Not even a whisper could be heard. Even Ling Yinyun and Dongfang Jie in the stands cast astonished glances at Yang Lingchen, their eyes filled with disbelief. "Juner!" Xiao Shuaming rushed onto the stage in despair, embracing Xiao Jijuan's lifeless form, his anguish palpable and heart-wrenching. "You little bastard, return my son's life." Xiao Shuaming roared, his eyes blazing with fury as he charged at Yang Lingchen like a madman. "Father, take care of him," Yang Lingchen said, his figure flashing as he swiftly sought refuge behind Yang Daolin. "Xiao Shuaming, you seek your own death," Yang Daolin retorted coldly, a terrifying aura erupting from him as he unleashed a powerful wave of energy that surged towards Xiao Shuaming like a tidal wave. Poof! Ah, ah, ah! Xiao Shuaming emitted a heart-wrenching cry, sent flying through the air by Yang Daolin's casual strike, akin to a kite with its string severed. "Xiao Shuaming, heed my words. Should you dare to lay a hand on my son again, I shall annihilate your entire clan." Yang Daolin's voice was icy, resonating like a chilling echo from the depths of the abyss. In that instant, the audience was left utterly astounded, their mouths agape in shock. Even the city lord Han Tianling and Lin Yaoyang, the head of the Lin family, stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. Even Ling Yinyun and Dongfang Jie displayed a hint of apprehension in their eyes. Though they belonged to the 4 great families, in the eyes of the residents of Hanyang City, the Yang family was deemed the weakest, both in terms of the younger generation and overall strength. Yet, Yang Daolin's display of combat prowess suggested he could easily crush the other 3 families without breaking a sweat. "Yang Daolin, I never expected you to have reached the void inquiry realm," Xiao Shuaming exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. After uttering that, darkness enveloped him as he fainted. The second match features Lin Beiyang against Lin Beichen, Han Tianling announced once more. This contest was between the 2 sons of Lin Yaoyang. Regardless of the outcome, it mattered little to him, as they were both his sons. I concede, Lin Beiyang declared without hesitation, acknowledging the significant disparity in strength between him, at the first layer of the enlightened realm, and Lin Beichen, who was at the second layer. The next match is Yang Lingchen against Lin Beichen, Han Tianling proclaimed. Upon hearing his name, Yang Lingchen ascended the stage with an air of composure. You are the one who injured my younger brother. Lin Beichen's tone was indifferent, yet laced with pride. Indeed, that was I. What will you do about it? Yang Lingchen smirked, his disdain for pretentiousness palpable. Arrogant fool, thinking that defeating the useless Xiao Jijuan grants you the right to act so brazenly in my presence. Today, I shall show you that there are greater talents beyond you. Lin Beichen's eyes gleamed with cold malice. As the most celebrated prodigy of Hanying City, he could hardly fathom Yang Lingchen's audacity. Your brother acted the same way, yet he ended up as a beaten dog. Yang Lingchen scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. You seek death, Lin Beichen seethed with rage, suddenly launching a powerful palm strike, imbued with a chilling intent, aimed directly at Yang Lingchen. Stop! Yang Lingchen bellowed, swiftly dodging to the side with agility. What's this? Only now do you think to plead for mercy? Is it too late? Lin Beichen's voice dripped with mockery, his expression one of contempt. The city lord has yet to declare the start. You are in violation, do you understand? Such behavior could lead the organizers to strip you of your qualification, Yang Lingchen admonished sternly. This? Lin Beichen turned to look at city lord Han Tianling. Let the match begin. Han Tianling's expression darkened, his voice grave. Whoosh! Smack! As soon as Han Tianling's words fell, Yang Lingchen transformed into a blur, striking Lin Beichen's face with a resounding slap before he could react. Ah! Lin Beichen cried out in agony, sent spiraling away, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious. Lin family head, do not be alarmed. Your son has merely sustained some minor injuries, Yang Lingchen chuckled smugly, a triumphant grin on his face. Humph! Lin Yaoyang snorted, his frustration palpable. This boy had seized the opportunity to ambush his son. Lin Beichen was his most promising child, destined to enter the Tianyuan Palace. With him incapacitated, the remaining assessments were rendered moot. The next match features Han Ruoxue against Lin Beiyang, Han Tianling announced. Ruoxue, you should concede. You stand no chance against me, Lin Beiyang said with a smile. Although he harbored feelings for Han Ruoxue, the opportunity to enter the Tianyuan Palace outweighed his personal sentiments. Perhaps you underestimate me. Han Ruoxue replied, a confident smile gracing her lips, her beautiful eyes radiating determination. Begin, Han Tianling commanded. As soon as his words concluded, Han Ruoxue and Lin Beiyang engaged in combat. Both were at the first layer of the enlightened realm, but Lin Beiyang had entered that realm several months earlier. However, Lin Beiyang was clearly holding back, unwilling to harm the woman he admired. In contrast, Han Ruoxue pressed her attack without restraint. The two exchanged blows for numerous rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. Gradually, Lin Beiyang lost his patience and prepared to unleash his most powerful technique to secure victory over Han Ruoxue. With a swift arc, Lin Beiyang's sword cut through the air, aimed directly at Han Ruoxue. In that moment, she deftly dodged, her own sword meeting his with unwavering resolve. Just as their swords were about to clash, Han Ruoxue's blade suddenly shifted, catching Lin Beiyang's wrist with a flash of white light. In an instant, Lin Beiyang's sword was knocked from his grasp, and Han Ruoxue followed up with a decisive kick to his chest, sending him tumbling off the stage. You actually broke my swift crane sword technique, Lin Beiyang exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features, his eyes wide. I have thoroughly studied your swift crane sword technique, Han Ruoxue replied with a look of disdain. During this time, Lin Beiyang had persistently pursued Han Ruoxue, and they often practiced together. He had shown no restraint, demonstrating his technique multiple times to impress her, relishing in her admiration. However, he had never anticipated that Han Ruoxue had been diligently studying the flaws in his technique all along. Chapter 12. Before departure at this moment, Lin Yaoyang's countenance was ashen, his heart ablaze with fury, wishing fervently to stride forth and deliver a single slap to his exceedingly foolish son. He could scarcely believe that his offspring could be so dim-witted. At such a critical juncture, he found himself infatuated, showing mercy to Han Ruoxue. Had Lin Beiyang triumphed over Han Ruoxue, he would have secured a place among the top two, thus acquiring the invaluable opportunity to participate in the assessments at the Tianyuan Palace. With Xiao Jijuan having been slain by Yang Lingchen and Lin Beichen rendered unconscious by the same, only 3 contestants remained from an original 5. Now, with Han Ruoxue having bested Lin Beiyang. The top two positions were indisputably claimed by Yang Lingchen and Han Ruoxue. The next match, Lin Beiyang against Yang Lingchen, announced Han Tianling. I concede. Without hesitation, Lin Beiyang chose to forfeit, fully aware that he was no match for Yang Lingchen. To engage further would be merely to humiliate himself, devoid of any purpose. The final match, Yang Lingchen against Han Ruoxue, proclaimed Han Tianling with great fervor. Upon hearing her name, Yang Lingchen flickered into motion, gracefully leaping onto the stage. Han Ruoxue followed suit, her steps light and elegant. Initially, she contemplated conceding outright. However, considering the significance of the Tianyuan Palace selection process, she feared that an immediate forfeit might result in her being overlooked by the emissaries of the palace. Yang Lingchen, let us treat this as a friendly spar. I trust you won't resort to excessive force. Han Ruoxue's voice was soft and melodious, akin to a lark emerging from the thicket. Given that Yang Lingchen had dispatched Xiao Jijuan in merely 2 exchanges and had knocked out the widely acknowledged first genius, Lin Beichen, Han Ruoxue felt a twinge of apprehension that he might show her no mercy. Then perhaps you might consider reimbursing me for the expenses I incurred previously on your behalf. I may then contemplate going easier on you, Yang Lingchen replied with a teasing grin. Are you still a man, quibbling over such trivial sums? Han Ruoxue retorted, her lovely face flushed with indignation. She was utterly astonished at Yang Lingchen's newfound stinginess, having forcibly reclaimed her Lingshou sword, and now audaciously demanding repayment. Whether I am a man or not, you may come to my home tonight and find out, Yang Lingchen replied, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Scoundrel! Han Ruoxue glared at him, her voice laced with fury as she swiftly struck at Yang Lingchen with her jade hand. In the face of Han Ruoxue's assault, Yang Lingchen appeared unperturbed, his left hand casually resting behind him while he effortlessly deflected her strikes with his right. That, of course, he had no intention of truly harming Han Ruoxue. After all, their families shared a long-standing friendship, and they had grown up together, fostering a deep bond between them. Note: Han Ruoxue is merely a supporting character and does not exhibit any behavior of sycophancy. In the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges transpired. At this juncture, Han Ruoxue retreated, her voice soft yet firm. Yang Lingchen, you have won this time, but mark my words, one day I shall reclaim my victory. Yang Lingchen merely smiled faintly in response, choosing not to comment. Just then, Ling Yinyun rose gracefully from the stands, her voice resonating like ethereal music. You two should prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, we shall depart for the Tianyuan Palace. As Ling Yinyun's words echoed, she vanished from sight like a wraith, soon followed by Dongfang Jie, who departed the scene. Yang Lingchen made his way back towards the Yang family. At this moment, the members of the Yang family were in a state of exuberant excitement, barely able to contain their elation. Should Yang Lingchen manage to join the Tianyuan Palace, it would signify a monumental rise for the Yang family. The one most disheartened was undoubtedly Lin Yaoyang. He had anticipated that at least one of his sons would secure a chance at the Tianyuan Palace. Alas, his eldest son had been struck unconscious by Yang Lingchen, while his younger son had succumbed to Han Ruoxue's prowess. The mere thought of this ignited a furious blaze within him, as if a colossal boulder lodged in his chest. Ha ha! Brother Daolin, you have truly concealed your talents well. Your nephew Lingchen possesses such astonishing gifts, yet you managed to keep it a secret until now, Han Tianling remarked, approaching with Han Ruoxue at his side, a warm smile illuminating his face. Yang Daolin cleared his throat and replied with a chuckle, cough, cough. Tianling, your niece Ruoxue, is not lacking in talent either. Ah, Lingchen, I must ask a small favor of you, Han Tianling said, a hint of bashfulness gracing his features. Uncle Han, please, do speak, Yang Lingchen responded, harboring deep respect for Han Tianling. Now that both you and Ruoxue have passed the selection for Tianyuan Palace, with your talents, your future achievements are bound to be limitless. Should you both gain entry to the palace, I hope you will look after Ruoxue, Han Tianling expressed earnestly. Rest assured, Uncle Han, we have grown up together. Should she require assistance, I will do all I can to help, Yang Lingchen vowed solemnly. Ha! With your word, I am greatly reassured, Han Tianling replied with a hearty laugh. Han Ruoxue remained silent, casting a furtive glance at Yang Lingchen, feeling that he seemed particularly cunning at this moment. After all, the previous Yang Lingchen had been a ne'er-do-well, utterly unproductive, and woefully lacking in cultivation. Now, he had transformed into the foremost genius of Hanyang City. This rascal is far too adept at playing the part. To possess such strength, and yet feign frivolity for so long, Han Ruoxue mused inwardly. Subsequently, Yang Daolin exchanged a few more pleasantries with Han Tianling before the group departed the scene. They returned to the Yang residence in the master's courtyard. Yang Daolin earnestly instructed, Chen while you are out in the world, maintain a low profile. Approach every endeavor with caution, and in uncertain situations, never confront others head-on. If unavoidable conflicts arise, either refrain from engaging or strike without leaving any vulnerabilities. Rest assured, Father. In this world, it is I who shall outsmart others, and no one can deceive me. Once I become an inner disciple of Tianyuan Palace, I shall return to visit you, young Lingchen confidently declared. Very well, go and rest well. A flicker of reluctance crossed Yang Daolin's eyes as he contemplated his son's impending departure, yet he quickly concealed it. After all, his son had matured and was ready to forge his own path. Upon returning to his quarters, Yang Lingchen fell into deep contemplation. As he prepared to leave the Yang family, a twinge of nostalgia washed over him, for this had been his home since childhood. Although Yang Lingchen had traversed from another world, his spirit had seamlessly fused with that of the original Yang Lingchen, rendering them inseparable. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yang Lingchen arose early, meticulously attending to his grooming. Accompanied by Yang Daolin and the members of the Yang family, he made his way once more to the central square of Hanyang City. Today, he donned an exquisite white robe, intricately embroidered with delicate patterns that shimmered under the sun's rays. His deep-set eyes sparkled like stars, and his youthful visage bore an air of both charm and resolute determination. Haha, Brother Daolin has arrived. Han Tianling exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon spotting the Yang family. By the time the Yang family reached the central square of Hanyang City, the Han family had already gathered. They, too, had come in full force to bid farewell to Han Ruoxue. Tianling, you arrived quite early, Yang Daolin remarked with a smile. At that moment, a colossal dark vessel appeared in the distant sky, exuding an aura of mystery. In an instant, it hovered gracefully above the central square. Ling Yinyun emerged, her face obscured by a veil, her figure clad in a form-fitting long robe that accentuated her graceful silhouette as she stepped forward. Please, step aboard. It is time to depart. Ling Yinyun's voice was cool and clear, akin to a mountain spring, instilling a refreshing chill. Yang Lingchen and Han Ruoxue exchanged heartfelt farewells with their families before boarding the dark vessel. Chapter 13. The assessment of Tianyuan Palace. Before them stood an immensely grandiose celestial vessel, its interior lavishly adorned with opulence. Compared to the aircraft of the past, the spatial expanse of the celestial vessel was even more boundless, and its speed was astonishingly swift. Filled with an insatiable curiosity, Yang Lingchen gazed in wonder at this unprecedented behemoth. The vessel's propulsion was powered by spirit stones. As long as a sufficient quantity was available, it could soar uninterrupted through the skies. After boarding the celestial vessel alongside Han Ruoxue, they found a quiet corner by the window and settled in side by side. Before long, the vessel roared to life. Peering through the window, Yang Lingchen beheld the vast expanse of the earth below, a surge of boldness swelling within him. This world was infused with countless enigmas, waiting for him to explore and uncover. Yang Lingchen, you have concealed yourself far too well. With such formidable strength, you have been masquerading as a languid, carefree dandy, Han Ruoxue remarked, her lips curling in a teasing pout. Ahem. I prefer to maintain a low profile. Do you understand the essence of modesty? Yang Lingchen replied, feigning seriousness with a light cough. He certainly could not divulge to Han Ruoxue that he had traversed through time. Was your previous affection for me genuine, or merely an act? Han Ruoxue inquired, her bright eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him earnestly. All an act, unworthy of earnest consideration. Yang Lingchen chuckled softly, for despite Han Ruoxue's ethereal beauty, she was not the type that captured his heart. I refuse to believe that. You once pilfered over 100,000 gold coins from Uncle Yang to present me with the Lingxiu sword, and he had you suspended for an entire day. Han Ruoxue retorted playfully, her face adorned with disbelief. Yang Lingchen merely smiled, choosing not to engage further in this line of conversation. At that moment, the celestial vessel began to descend gradually, and soon, several young individuals boarded in succession. As they flew intermittently, hundreds of talented youths from nearby cities joined them. These newcomers exuded an air of arrogance, each one a prodigy from the surrounding cities, all boasting cultivation levels above the first tier of the Mingxian realm. Under the stern warning of Dongfang Jie, the atmosphere remained tense and silent. No one dared to raise their voice. Days passed swiftly on this particular day, the celestial vessel glided into a mysterious mountain range. Shortly thereafter, it came to a steady halt before a grand and ancient-looking mountain gate. The scenery was picturesque, a breathtaking tapestry of towering peaks, rich in spiritual energy, truly a realm akin to paradise. This was the entrance to Tianyuan Palace. At this moment, dozens of celestial vessels were docked in the square before the palace gates, from which thousands of young men and women emerged in a steady stream. These youths were all exceptional talents hailing from various cities across the northern Xian region. Please remain quiet and wait here. Shortly, an outer sect elder will arrive to oversee the assessment. Ling Yinyun instructed softly, her figure gracefully departing. Nestled amidst a continuous range of mountains, Tianyuan Palace was composed of countless peaks, shrouded in clouds, with abundant spiritual energy and delightful scenery, resembling an ethereal realm. They'll occupy such a vast mountain range and establish a profound foundation while welcoming disciples from across the land. Tianyuan Palace possessed an unparalleled depth of heritage that ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom. At this juncture, the square was teeming with people, a sea of bodies densely packed. Young Lingchen estimated that at least tens of thousands had gathered, all young elites from thousands of cities in southern province. As a superlative force, Tianyuan Palace attracted countless talented youths to participate in the assessment on the days when new disciples were recruited. Naturally, the criteria for admission were exceedingly stringent. Candidates had to be under the age of 18, with a martial arts aptitude of at least the 4th tier. Moreover, they must pass the rigorous evaluations of the assessment tower. Soon, young Lingchen successfully registered at the enrollment station, following which he queued for age and aptitude verification. Tianyuan Palace possessed a marvelous device known as the Heavenly Measuring Stone. By gently placing one's hand upon it and channeling spiritual energy, it could accurately determine both age and aptitude level. As the testing commenced, most participants met the requirements, though a small number were disqualified, either due to exceeding the age limit or not meeting the aptitude standards. Those who qualified proceeded to the second round, awaiting the forthcoming pressure tower assessment. Chen Baichuan, 15 years old, aptitude level 5, strength at the 1st tier of Mingxian realm. Zhang Wuji, 19 years old, disqualified. Han Ruoxue, 15 years old, aptitude level 5, strength at the 1st tier of Mingxian realm. The testing continued until the afternoon, finally reaching Yang Lingchen's turn. Observing the heavenly measuring stone before him, he felt a flutter of anxiety. He was uncertain of his own aptitude. Tentatively, he channeled a trace of spiritual energy into the stone, which flickered to life with a faint glow. The surrounding spectators erupted into derisive laughter. With a 1st-tier aptitude, how dare you aspire to Tianyuan Palace? You might as well return home to till the fields. Disregarding their mockery, Yang Lingchen infused more spiritual energy into the stone. The stone illuminated once more, 2nd, 3rd, and then the 8th glowed, as the stone shone with 8 rays of light. Yang Lingchen quickly withdrew his energy. An aptitude of 8 was already remarkable enough, and he was keen to avoid drawing excessive attention. Yang Lingchen, age 15, strength at the 1st tier of Mingxian realm, aptitude level 8. A collective gasp echoed around him. Those who had previously scoffed at him now stared wide-eyed, their expressions a mix of astonishment and envy. An aptitude of 8 was exceedingly rare, a prodigious talent that promised great potential for future achievements. However, the cultivation world was not devoid of gifted individuals, as many talented souls never reached their full potential. The mortality rate among aspirants was alarmingly high. Among 1,000 prodigies, only one might ultimately succeed. Tianyuan Palace recognized Yang Lingchen's aptitude as significant, and he was immediately registered by the attending steward. The first round of age and aptitude testing concluded swiftly, with over 20,000 participants, yet only slightly more than 10,000 qualified. The first round has concluded. Please rest in place. The second round will commence tomorrow morning at the Tianfeng, a Tianyuan Palace elder announced in a booming voice. The Tianfeng served as a peak for testing willpower, with only the first 2,000 successful climbers entitled to join Tianyuan Palace. Yang Lingchen found a clean spot and sat cross-legged, his observations throughout the day having provided him with a preliminary understanding of Tianyuan Palace. The number of disciples in Tianyuan Palace reached a staggering 100,000, with 5,000 core disciples, 20,000 inner disciples, and the remainder classified as outer disciples. Among them, the most esteemed were the 4 holy sons, rumored to wield authority surpassing that of many elders. New disciples generally began as outer disciples, the lowest tier within the palace, required to complete a specific task each month to earn contribution points. In Tianyuan Palace, the currency in circulation comprised contribution points and spirit stones. Spirit stones facilitated cultivation, while contribution points could be exchanged for martial arts techniques and various precious resources. Outer disciples were mandated to complete at least one task monthly to receive a single spirit stone as their reward. In stark contrast, inner disciples enjoyed significantly greater privileges, receiving independent quarters and a substantial monthly allocation of spirit stones. As night swiftly passed, the following morning, all the youths who had progressed through the first round stood invigorated and vibrant in the square before the mountain gates, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Tianyuan Palace elders. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in the robes of an outer sect elder from Tianyuan Palace slowly emerged. Chapter 14. The Stunning Maiden, commencing the second round of assessments now. The mountain peak to the left is Tianfeng, the sacred mountain of our Tainyuango. All participants are to begin their ascent. The first 2,000 to reach the summit will become outer disciples of Tainyuango, while the others shall be eliminated. Let the challenge begin, boomed the voice of the middle-aged elder. As soon as his words echoed in the air, over 10,000 eager youths surged forward towards Tianfeng, each filled with fervent anticipation. It is worth noting that amidst this throng, only a meager 2,000 spots were available, fueling a frenzy as everyone rushed headlong towards the peak, each aspiring to be among the first to reach the summit. At that moment, the initial climbers suddenly collapsed to the ground, incapacitated by an invisible pressure that enveloped them without warning, rendering their movements arduous and their progress stunted. Yang Lingchen discerned that this Tianfeng was ensnared within a vast pressure array, designed to suppress all participants to a singular realm, ultimately determining that those with the most resolute willpower would ascend the fastest. The instant Yang Lingchen set foot on Tianfeng, he felt as though a colossal weight pressed down upon him. Had he not been mentally prepared, he too would have been flattened to the ground. The mountain towered into the clouds, and the higher one ascended, the greater the pressure became. Those lacking steadfast determination stood no chance of climbing. Fortunately, Yang Lingchen possessed considerable physical strength and an extraordinary will, allowing him to navigate the ascent with relative ease compared to the others. The sheer scale of Tianfeng was immense. Even with thousands climbing simultaneously, the integrity of the mountain remained unscathed. At this juncture, the young climbers, each summoning their utmost strength, toiled tirelessly towards the peak. Despite being drenched in sweat, none chose to relinquish their efforts. After a period of acclimatization, Yang Lingchen gradually increased his speed, swiftly leaving his competitors behind until he reached the second position. My word, this girl is astonishingly fast, Yang Lingchen thought to himself, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, for the individual before him was a breathtaking maiden with an enchanting visage and striking figure. Her speed was remarkable, and even Yang Lingchen found it challenging to keep pace. These two youngsters possess remarkable talent, remarked several outer elders atop the peak, their expressions reflecting astonishment. The velocity displayed by both Yang Lingchen and the captivating maiden was so extraordinary that they had distanced themselves from the rest. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. Through relentless effort, Yang Lingchen finally caught up with the lovely maiden, matching her pace. Goodness, how can someone so ample run so swiftly? Yang Lingchen inadvertently cast a glance at the maiden's figure. This was merely a natural response. It did not indicate any lascivious intent, but rather a reflexive reaction to her striking appearance. Perverted scoundrel. What are you staring at? Never seen such a sight before. If you're so eager to gawk, why not return and gaze upon your mother? The maiden chided, her rosy cheeks flushed with indignation, making her even more adorable. Cough, cough. Yang Lingchen cleared his throat, momentarily rendered speechless by her retort. Yet he refrained from further glances. While her appearance was indeed captivating, being caught in the act was undeniably awkward. Yang Lingchen accelerated, continuing his ascent, gradually surpassing the lovely maiden. What an odd fellow, to be swifter than I, she muttered under her breath, hastening her pace to catch up with him once more. Hey, you little rascal, how can you move so fast? The maiden questioned with genuine curiosity. And you're not slow either, Yang Lingchen replied, casting a quick glance back at her. Perverted scoundrel. Still staring? Do you believe I won't gouge out your eyes? She retorted, her expression a mix of anger and charm. I truly didn't mean to. It's your fault for being so eye-catching. I merely glanced, Yang Lingchen hastily explained, sincere in his defense. Humph, then why are you so quick? She pressed further. And why are you so well endowed? Yang Lingchen quipped playfully. Perverted scoundrel. How dare you tease me? She exclaimed, unleashing a swift palm strike, sending an invisible wave of energy hurtling towards him. Little tigress, you have quite the fiery temper. You strike without hesitation, young Lingchen replied with a smile, deftly dodging the attack while retaliating with a palm strike of his OWN. The battle continued for several exchanges. Young Lingchen grew increasingly astonished. What kind of anomaly is this girl? Her strength is formidable. Confident in his own abilities, he had never felt overshadowed by anyone of the same realm. Yet, here he was, struggling against this remarkable maiden. This perverted scoundrel is surprisingly strong, the maiden thought, equally astonished. Throughout her life, she had never faced defeat against anyone of her level. Yet here in the Tainyuangu, she encountered someone who could match her prowess. This won't do. This tigress is too strong. If this continues, even if I win, it will be a hollow victory. Young Lingchen mused, evading yet another strike and rapidly scaling the peak. Perverted scoundrel, if you dare run, I'll make it my mission to castrate you, she shouted, hot on his heels. Good heavens! This girl is like a stick of dynamite. I haven't even provoked her. Young Lingchen lamented, wishing to avoid wasting time amidst the assessment. Time flew by, and after 5 arduous hours of climbing, both Young Lingchen and the enchanting maiden reached the summit of Tianfeng. Congratulations, you have both become outer disciples of Tainyuangu, Elder Wang Xianfeng declared, a satisfied nod accompanying his words. He held these 2 young individuals in high regard. After registering, Young Lingchen discovered the maiden's name, Feng Shueching. Perverted scoundrel, if I catch you off guard, I swear I'll make you pay. Feng Shueching glared at Young Lingchen, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of menace. This time, Young Lingchen wisely refrained from responding. He had no desire to provoke this fiery tigress further. After several more hours, others began to reach the summit. Ultimately, the first 2,000 young men and women successfully completed the assessment and received their outer disciple tokens. Surveying his surroundings, Young Lingchen noted the absence of Han Ruoxue among the 2,000. His gaze shifted to the eliminated group, where he spotted Han Ruoxue's despondent expression. With a sigh, he withdrew his gaze. Since Han Ruoxue had been eliminated, it seemed their paths would no longer intertwine. Those who had been eliminated would be sent back to their original cities by Tianyuangu.at. That moment, Elder Wang Xianfeng approached, stating, all new disciples have received their identity tokens, but I have a few important reminders for everyone. First, the identity token symbolizes your status within Tainyuangu and should not be lent to others lightly. Second, the token not only contains your identity information, but also records your contributions to the sect. Third, as new disciples, I encourage you to familiarize yourselves with the Tianyu Manual, which outlines the rules and various information about the sect. Upon learning about the sect's operational dynamics, Young Lingchen understood that to acquire techniques, elixirs, and cultivation resources within Tainyuangu, one needed to exchange contribution points earned through tasks. After all, the sect was not a charitable institution. Sustaining such a large number of disciples required them to contribute. Outer disciples had no mentors. Instead, an elder would teach them daily in the outer disciple square. New disciples were only granted access to basic techniques and martial skills, while higher-tier techniques and skills would necessitate completing tasks to earn. Under the arrangements of the steward, all new disciples were assigned modest accommodations, a simple, small room. Chapter 15. A brutal beating of Chen Ming clutching his dormitory sign. Young Lingchen searched diligently until he finally located his abode. It was a cramped room, merely 10 square meters in size, containing only a solitary bed, devoid of any other furnishings. Bang! At that moment, the door to Young Lingchen's room was violently kicked open. A burly, fierce-looking youth swaggered in, brandishing a spiked club with an air of brazen arrogance. Close behind him trailed a dozen or so lackeys, each possessing abilities roughly at the 3rd or 4th level of the Mingxian realm. Kid, hand over your new disciple's gift package from now on. I'll be your protector in this territory, the stocky youth declared with a tone of utter hubris, regarding Young Lingchen with disdain, as if he were merely an insignificant insect to be crushed at will. Get out! A glint of cold light flickered in Young Lingchen's eyes, an aura of bone-chilling murderous intent emanating from him. He had always adhered to a principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, yet should anyone dare to provoke him, he would show no mercy. Kid, you're quite arrogant. It seems you need a lesson to understand just how many eyes the king of horses has, the stocky youth retorted, swinging his spiked club towards Young Lingchen without hesitation. Damn it, you're asking for death? A flicker of icy resolve flashed in Young Lingchen's gaze as he moved like a specter, executing a powerful kick that struck the burly youth squarely in the chest. Bang! Arala! The stocky youth, utterly defenseless, was sent careening backwards by Young Lingchen's kick, his body akin to a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Bang, 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 damn it. I'll make you pay. Young Lingchen showed no signs of restraint, swiftly dashing forward to seize the spiked club from the youth's grasp, swinging it wildly with a frenzied intensity. Ah, ah, ah! The cries of the stocky youth echoed in a cacophony as he was mercilessly beaten. At this moment, his lackeys finally seemed to awaken from their stupor, their eyes wide with fury as they brandished their clubs and charged at Young Lingchen with ferocity. A fierce light shone in Young Lingchen's eyes. Unafraid, he swung the spiked club and plunged into the fray, unleashing a tempest of blows. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, within moments, all of the stocky youth's companions lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. Good heavens, is this guy even human? A mere new disciple has effortlessly taken down a group of seasoned disciples. I know him. I participated in the assessment with him. A crowd of outer disciples had gathered outside Young Lingchen's dormitory, their jaws agape and eyes filled with shock. Hand over all your spirit stones, or I'll break your legs, Young Lingchen declared with a sharp glare, his tone laced with an intimidating ferocity. Kid, don't go too far. Do you know who protects our fierce tiger society? Though the stocky youth was in a pitiful state, he still attempted to mask his fear with bluster. Bang, bang, bang. Still trying to act tough? Young Lingchen unleashed another flurry of savage strikes, transforming the stocky youth's face into a grotesque mask, resembling that of a pig. Stop. I'll give it to you. The stocky youth, terror-stricken, hastily scrambled to retrieve a few spirit stones from his storage bag. Give it here. You think a handful of spirit stones can appease me? Young Lingchen yanked the storage bag from him with force. And you lot? Hand over your storage bags as well, or I'll break your legs, he commanded, brandishing the spiked club, his demeanor exuding the ferocity of a beast poised to strike. Under the weight of his menacing presence, the lackeys trembled and obediently relinquished their storage bags one by one. Young Lingchen quickly rifled through the contents, collecting the spirit stones before tossing the now empty bags back to them. The outer disciples watching from the sidelines were left in stunned silence, incredulous at the audacity of this new disciple. Wait for it, you little brat. The stocky youth spat venomously before fleeing in disarray. Within Tianyuan Palace, as long as disputes among disciples did not result in fatalities, the higher-ups typically refrained from intervening. Survival of the fittest reigned supreme. The outer realm was akin to a miniature world of its own, where only the most exceptional disciples could endure. Upon returning to his dormitory, Young Lingchen meticulously counted the spirit stones he had just acquired. Over 200 in total, so this is the legendary spirit stone. Although he had inherited Ling Juechen's memories, it was his first time witnessing true spirit stones with his own eyes. Feeling the rich spiritual energy contained within the stones, Young Lingchen was filled with excitement and eagerly began to refine them. He settled into a meditative posture, arranging the spirit stones neatly before him. Channeling the Haotian formula with all his might, he commenced the continuous refinement of the stones, using his mystical energy to carefully cleanse his internal meridians. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this critical juncture, Young Lingchen clenched his teeth and exerted every ounce of strength, drawing in the spiritual energy that surged into his body like a tidal wave. As he refined and absorbed the spirit stones one by one, he soon reached the threshold of the second layer of the Mingxian realm. Boom, 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 I've reached the second layer of the Mingxian realm, at last. Young Lingchen successfully broke through to the second layer, gazing at the now depleted spirit stones in his hand with a pang of regret. Typically, over 200 spirit stones would not suffice for a breakthrough to a minor realm. His recent achievement was primarily due to his prior peak at the first layer of the Mingxian realm, combined with the assistance of these spirit stones. Next, he located a martial technique for cultivating, opting to pursue this path for the sake of convenience in future alchemy practices. The following morning, Young Lingchen departed his quarters, making his way towards the task hall. In this world, rapid ascension was inextricably linked to abundant resources, and to obtain such resources, one must undertake tasks. Not long after leaving, he encountered a group of individuals, among them the stocky youth he had beaten the day before. Without a word, they surrounded Young Lingchen, led by a young man clad in exquisite white robes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Some outer disciples passing by chose to detour, fearing they might become collateral damage, a risk they deemed not worth taking. Kid, are you the one who attacked my subordinate? The robed youth wore an arrogant expression, his eyes filled with disdain, completely dismissing Young Lingchen. And if I am? Young Lingchen surveyed the youth in white, noting his steady and restrained aura, his gaze sharp as a blade, likely at the 7th level of the Mingxian realm. Young Lingchen was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Against someone at the 6th level, he might manage a fight, but against a 7th level opponent, Defeat was inevitable, especially with a host of lackeys at their disposal. Kneel, hand over your spirit stones, and slap yourself 100 times. Then this matter will be settled before the robed youth could finish his sentence. Young Lingchen dashed forward like lightning, delivering a powerful punch to the youth's face. Little wretch, you are courting death. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it, let me show you. Young Lingchen, disregarding everything else, swiftly drew his spiked club and unleashed a storm of blows. Understanding that the robed youth was the strongest among them, young Lingchen knew he must take him down first to stand a chance. Little wretch, you're asking for it? The robed youth's lackeys finally reacted, swinging their clubs with fierce intent towards young Lingchen. Surrounded by a group of opponents at the 5th and 6th levels of the Mingchen realm, young Lingchen found himself at a disadvantage, suffering several blows. However, he paid no heed to the pain, focusing solely on striking down anyone he could grab. Before long, several of his attackers collapsed, rendered unconscious by his relentless assault. Despite his own injuries, young Lingchen pressed on, battered but undeterred. In the face of his reckless fury, the surrounding assailants hesitated, unwilling to become the next unfortunate soul to be felled. Damn it, I'll ruin you all, young Lingchen bellowed, seizing the moment of their indecision to break free from the encirclement, vanishing into the bustling crowd. Little wretch, you're dead meat for this ambush. The robed youth slowly rose from the ground, his once handsome face now resembling a pig's head. Brother Qinming, are you all right? The stocky youth approached cautiously. Slap, 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 useless. Now tell me, are you hurt? Qinming seethed with rage, delivering a series of slaps to the stocky youth. His fury was palpable. It was astonishing that the youth would even dare to ask. Chapter 16. The Ungrateful. In the Grand Hall of External Missions within the Tianyuan Palace, young Lingchen strode directly towards the mission board, swiftly acquiring 7 or 8 mission slips in one breath. Among them were tasks to hunt second-tier demon beasts, search for medicinal herbs, and collect demon cores. Nestled within the Beihuang mountain range, the Tianyuan Palace was a place of both challenge and opportunity. After departing from the palace, young Lingchen hastened towards the mountains. Along the way, whenever he encountered demon beasts he felt capable of overcoming, he exerted all his strength to vanquish them, and he meticulously gathered any herbs he came across. This excursion was not solely for the purpose of completing tasks. Honing his skills was equally paramount. Throughout his journey, young Lingchen diligently practiced the phantom technique, employing the newly acquired god-slaying sword technique against any demon beasts he encountered. Given that both techniques were among the pinnacle of divine arts, his progress was notably gradual. Although the cultivation of these martial skills was painstakingly slow, even a slight mastery would reveal an overwhelming advantage over opponents of the same tier. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. Thanks to young Lingchen's relentless dedication, both the phantom technique and the god-slaying sword technique exhibited remarkable advancement. At this juncture, young Lingchen could, with a mere flicker of movement, traverse distances of several dozen meters instantaneously. This astonishing speed, when unleashed in combat, provided an incalculable edge. During this period, young Lingchen's days were filled with purpose. He engaged in fierce battles with demon beasts to temper his abilities by day, and sought out secluded caves by night to immerse himself in the cultivation of his skills. One day, while training within the mountains, he was abruptly alerted by a desperate cry for help that echoed through the air. Help! Is there anyone from Tianyuan Palace nearby? Rushing toward the source of the voice, he soon spotted a stunningly beautiful young girl fleeing in panic, pursued closely by a massive armored lizard demon, measuring over 10 meters in length. Weighing his options, young Lingchen realized that without his intervention, the girl was surely doomed. Moreover, the demon core of the armored lizard was precisely what he had been seeking, as one of his missions required acquiring it. With a swift application of his movement technique, he positioned himself before the girl, blocking the ferocious advance of the armored lizard. However, rather than expressing gratitude, the beautiful girl seized the opportunity to escape without a word, vanishing from sight. The armored lizard, with its formidable length and armored scales, opened its gaping maw, fixating its menacing gaze upon the unexpected human. My, this armored lizard is rather colossal, young Lingchen thought, feeling a pang of trepidation under its fierce glare. Yet, he did not waver. Despite the beast's formidable prowess, it was not insurmountable, and with his advantage in speed, he could always retreat if necessary. Roar! The armored lizard, incensed by the audacity of the diminutive human, unleashed a furious roar, swinging its massive tail towards young Lingchen with devastating force. Boom! Boom! Trees were mercilessly uprooted in the wake of the lizard's sweeping tail, creating a scene of utter devastation. Should he be struck, the consequences would be dire. Undeterred, young Lingchen activated the phantom technique, combining it with the god-slaying sword technique, and launched a fierce strike at the armored lizard. Clang! Clang, clang! The sound of his sword clashing against the lizard's armored scales rang out, but the ordinary sword in young Lingchen's grasp struggled to inflict any damage. As the battle wore on, he began to discern the creature's vulnerabilities, particularly at its joints and eyes. With unrelenting assaults, young Lingchen systematically incapacitated the lizard's limbs and blinded its eyes. The now blind beast grew increasingly frenzied, thrashing its tail wildly. Seizing the opportunity, young Lingchen retreated to a safe distance to recover his energy, planning to claim the demon core once the lizard had exhausted itself. After a brief respite, young Lingchen had replenished his energy and ultimately succeeded in dispatching the armored lizard. Just as he prepared to collect the demon core, a voice rang out, "Stop! This armored lizard was first discovered by me, and I wounded it. Thus the demon core rightfully belongs to me." Unbeknownst to him, the beautiful girl had reappeared behind young Lingchen. Frowning in disbelief, he had encountered shamelessness before, but this level of audacity was unprecedented. He chose to ignore her and proceeded to take the demon core. "You insolent brat, hand over the demon core, or I shall ensure you find no place to stand in Tianyuan Palace." The girl's voice dripped with icy menace. Slap! In a flash, young Lingchen retaliated with a resounding slap, unable to restrain his frustration. He had saved her life, yet instead of gratitude, she sought to seize his hard-earned reward. The Girl SHR Chapter 17. Seizing the opportunity in the North Wilderness mountain range. Within a remarkably concealed cave, young Lingchen summoned the Haotian jade from within his body and placed it into the earth before entering the jade's realm. He retrieved Li Tianqing's storage bag, pouring out over 2,000 spirit stones along with a multitude of precious herbs. Gazing at the pile of spirit stones, excitement flickered in young Lingchen's eyes. With these stones, he was confident in his ability to break through to the third layer of the Mingxian realm. However, the disillusionment of being repaid for kindness with malice weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, upon witnessing the glimmering spirit stones, his gloom dissipated in an instant. Initially, young Lingchen had no intention of doing anything to the young woman, but as the situation unfolded beyond his expectations, he figured he might as well take advantage of the opportunity since he had already offended her thoroughly. He sat cross-legged, calming his mind, and took out all the spirit stones. Channeling the Haotian art, he began to absorb the spirit stones continuously, transforming the spiritual energy into Xuanqi as he surged towards a breakthrough into the third layer of the Mingxian realm. Hours passed swiftly, and young Lingchen found himself at the critical juncture of his breakthrough. Gritting his teeth, he brought forth the remaining spirit stones. As he refined and absorbed each stone one by one, he soon touched the threshold of the third layer of the Mingxian realm. Boom! Boom! Dot boom! Third layer of the Mingxian realm. At last, he successfully broke through. Yet as he looked at the nearly depleted mound of spirit stones in his hands, a pang of regret swept over him. If others were to learn that young Lingchen had ascended from the first layer to the third layer of the Mingxian realm in merely a few days, they would undoubtedly be left in shock. For under normal circumstances, an ordinary practitioner could never refine spirit stones at such a rapid pace. Typically, a practitioner at the Mingxian realm could only refine a handful of low-grade spirit stones in a day. Yet, young Lingchen was able to refine spirit stones without limitation, all thanks to the divine-level technique he practiced, the Haotian art. It seems I must find a way to earn spirit stones. The only feasible method at present is alchemy, relying on pills to generate spirit stones. Young Lingchen pondered silently. Departing from the Haotian Jade's realm, he re-emerged in the North Wilderness mountain range. At this moment, he had successfully completed all his tasks, yet he had no intention of returning, for this place was undoubtedly an excellent site for trials. 3 days swiftly passed, and during this time, young Lingchen had honed his god-slaying sword technique and phantom technique to an extraordinary level. One day, as he passed through a dense thicket, he heard the sounds of clashing weapons within. Out of curiosity, he cautiously crept towards the thicket, concealing his aura and quietly nestled among the lush foliage. Through the thick branches, he observed a man and a woman engaged in a life-and-death struggle, their swords clashing fiercely against one another. It's Feng Shueqing. Young Lingchen recognized the woman as Feng Shueqing, who had participated in the assessment alongside him. To his surprise, Feng Shueqing's cultivation had already reached the third layer of the Mingxian realm. What astonishing talent for cultivation! He marveled as he watched the young woman's graceful figure, her impressive bosom swaying with her movements, as she unleashed waves of sword energy from her long sword towards her opponent. TSK. Quite impressive, young Lingchen observed with keen interest from the sidelines. That moment, he inadvertently caught sight of a Xinling ginseng not far away. By the heavens, the Xinling ginseng? Yang Lingchen suddenly understood the situation. These two were vying for the precious ginseng. The Xinling ginseng was an exceedingly rare earth spirit herb, capable of directly elevating a Mingxian realm practitioner by one minor level upon consumption. I must acquire this Xinling ginseng, he resolved silently. Given his current cultivation in the Mingxian realm, obtaining this ginseng would enable him to ascend another minor level. Yang Lingchen restrained his aura and stealthily advanced towards the ginseng. Feng Shueqing, this Xinling ginseng is mine. If you persist, do not blame me for being ruthless, the youth declared ominously, a chill evident in his gaze. Chen Junjia, with your meager skills, how dare you compete with me? It's one thing to be ugly, but you still have the audacity to confront me, Feng Shueqing retorted, attacking while mocking him. Feng Shueqing, you are seeking your own demise. Chen Junjia seethed with rage, unable to contain his anger at her jibes about his appearance. With a swift motion, he unleashed a brilliant sword strike, the air around him distorting in response to the power of his blow die in that instant. Feng Shueqing gracefully evaded the attack, her long sword forming a rapid barrage of strikes towards Chen Junjia. Faced with her sword array, Chen Junjia's brow furrowed. He hastily retreated, for despite his superior cultivation, he found himself wary of her sword techniques. As the battle intensified, both combatants fought fiercely, yet due to their relatively even strength, neither could claim victory in the short term. In a moment of mutual impact, both were forced back several meters. At that juncture, Yang Lingchen moved like a flash of lightning, appearing beside the Xinling ginseng. Without hesitation, he plucked the ginseng and turned into a blur, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already several dozen meters away. Hey, you scoundrel, stop right there. Feng Shueqing called out angrily, immediately pursuing Yang Lingchen with her swift movements. You're asking for trouble, Chen Junjie exclaimed. Realizing Yang Lingchen had taken the ginseng, his fury boiling over. As Yang Lingchen fled wildly, Feng Shueqing hot on his heels, Chen Junjie was left far behind. Despite being at the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm, his speed paled in comparison to the two. You scoundrel, you're finished for daring to steal my Xinling ginseng? Feng Shueqing shouted in frustration, her heart racing as she realized she was employing top-tier movement techniques yet could not catch up. Little tiger girl, you'll never catch me. Keep chasing, and you might just shake loose your ample bosom. Yang Lingchen laughed heartily, accelerating further as he disappeared deep into the thicket. Ah? This is infuriating, scoundrel. One day, I shall break your third leg. Feng Shueqing fumed. After a considerable stretch of running, Yang Lingchen altered his course, seeking demonic beasts within the mountains to hone his physical body. He placed great importance on physical cultivation. A robust physique not only provided him with a significant advantage in close combat, but also enhanced his defensive capabilities. At times, when his spiritual energy was exhausted, his physical prowess could still sustain his fighting capabilities. 3 more days passed, during which Yang Lingchen slayed countless second-tier demonic beasts, further solidifying his cultivation. One day, he discovered a cave and decided to consume the Xinling ginseng. He had noticed that the ginseng's potency was gradually waning. If not taken promptly, it risked becoming worthless. Chapter 18. The anomaly of Feng Shueqing in the Haotian jade space. Yang Lingchen, with utmost caution, retrieved the Xinling ginseng and, after parting his lips, swallowed it mouthful by mouthful. Instantly, an extraordinarily rich spiritual energy surged within him, filling his being. Without hesitation, Yang Lingchen settled into a cross-legged position, swiftly commencing the refinement of this immense spiritual energy. At that moment, the energy within him boiled like scalding water, fervently coursing through his entire body, the pain nearly eliciting a cry from his lips. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth in steadfast determination, fervently channeling the Xuanli within, striving with all his might to break through to the 4th level of the Mingxian realm. With relentless perseverance, Yang Lingchen soon found himself confronting the formidable barrier separating him from the 4th level of the Mingxian realm. Boom! The 4th level of the Mingxian realm? A faint smile of satisfaction graced Yang Lingchen's lips, for he was quite pleased with the results of his training over the past several days. It is worth noting that for an ordinary individual to ascend from the 2nd to the 4th level of the Mingxian realm, it typically requires at least a year's time. Yet he had accomplished this feat in merely a matter of days. Upon his breakthrough, Yang Lingchen exited the Haotian jade space and hastened towards the direction of the Tianyuan Palace. You scoundrel, where do you think you're running off to this time? At that moment, a melodious and crisp voice rang out abruptly. Following this, a young woman adorned in a luxurious light blue gown, with a figure both alluring and captivating, and a beauty that could topple nations, obstructed young Lingchen's path. This stunning maiden was none other than Feng Xueqing. Isn't this the illustrious Miss Xueqing, who embodies beauty, wisdom, charm, and kindness? May I inquire as to the reason for your interruption? Yang Lingchen responded with a somewhat awkward smile. Hand over the Xinling ginseng, or I shall have no choice but to castrate you today. Feng Xueqing's gaze was icy, devoid of warmth. Yang Lingchen chuckled sheepishly, replying, I apologize, Miss Xueqing, I was unable to find anything to eat last night, so I took it as a midnight snack. Ah, how dare you! I will ensure you are utterly incapacitated. Feng Xueqing's eyes blazed with unrestrained fury. In an instant, she brandished her sword, unleashing a razor-sharp sword energy that cleaved through the air, imbued with a chilling aura of lethal intent, aimed directly at Yang Lingchen. Little tigress, do you really think you can incapacitate me? Yang Lingchen scoffed, activating his agility to narrowly evade the formidable strike. Simultaneously, he swung his sword and charged toward her, initiating an offensive. Faced with such a prodigy as Feng Xueqing, Yang Lingchen approached the encounter with utmost caution. Since his transmigration, she had proven to be the most exceptional talent he had ever encountered. Had this been yesterday, he would have likely only managed to achieve a stalemate against her. However, today, having successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Mingxin realm, he felt confident in his ability to prevail. With the formidable enhancement of the Shirshan sword technique, Yang Lingchen swiftly gained the upper hand, forcing Feng Xueqing to retreat repeatedly. Of course, he did not exert his full strength, for there was no deep-seated enmity between them. Moreover, he could clearly sense that Feng Xueqing's swordplay lacked any truly lethal intent. She merely sought to teach him a lesson. Little tigress, with such meager strength, you dare to threaten me? Yang Lingchen grinned mischievously. You scoundrel, I shall certainly castrate you. Feng Xueqing retorted indignantly, her voice laced with fury. In an instant, several long swords materialized in her hands, hovering in midair to form a powerful sword array, which then launched swiftly towards Yang Lingchen's lower body. By the heavens! Despicable and shameless, you madwoman! If you don't cease this madness, do not blame me for being merciless. Yang Lingchen exclaimed, performing a hasty roll to evade the terrifying sword array, before dashing towards Feng Xueqing like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful strike to her ample chest. Bang! With a resounding crash, Feng Xueqing was sent flying by his blow. You scoundrel! You shall pay dearly for this. Feng Xueqing struggled to rise, her eyes nearly aflame with rage, consumed by the desire to eliminate this shameless rogue. Feng Xueqing's expression turned frosty as she transformed into a dazzling flash of white light, charging directly towards Yang Lingchen. You little brat, do you wish to continue this? If I do not subdue you thoroughly today, I shall not share your surname. Yang Lingchen, now genuinely enraged, summoned all his power, sweeping aside her long sword and launching another strike. Bang! His palm struck Feng Xueqing once more. Damn it! Yang Lingchen felt a surge of satisfaction within. Oh, you scoundrel, I will kill you. Feng Xueqing was utterly furious. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation. Bang! Yang Lingchen seized the opportunity, swiftly disappearing and delivering yet another powerful slap against Feng Xueqing. You scoundrel! Despicable and shameless! Feng Xueqing was on the brink of collapse in a matter of moments. This rogue had taken full advantage of her. That moment, Yang Lingchen seized an opportune moment to snatch the long sword from her grasp. Simultaneously, he reached out with his right hand, swiftly grasping her throat. Little tigress, do you yield? You scoundrel, if you dare, kill me, otherwise, I will ensure you are sold to a brothel as a male prostitute. Feng Xueqing's stunning eyes glared coldly at Yang Lingchen. As she struggled fiercely, Yang Lingchen's grip on her throat was as unyielding as iron, gradually causing her to experience difficulty in breathing, her veins bulging and her eyes widening. Do you believe I would strip you bare and hang you from a tree? Yang Lingchen feigned a fearsome countenance, loosening his grip slightly. Cough, cough. Do you dare? Feng Xueqing gasped for breath. Feng Xueqing was immensely powerful, a super genius capable of challenging those above her level, leaving Yang Lingchen at a loss for how to proceed. He certainly could not kill her. Do you truly think I would hesitate to do something to you? Do you believe I would ravish you and then kill you? A sinister smile played upon Yang Lingchen's lips. You scoundrel, do you think I am afraid of you? If you dare, go ahead. Feng Xueqing retorted, her voice filled with disdain. Slap, slap. Yang Lingchen swiftly struck several pressure points around Feng Xueqing, sealing her meridians and rendering her motionless on the ground. Very well, since you are so bold, do not beg for mercy later. Yang Lingchen began to remove his garments, exhibiting an eager demeanor. Quickly, remove them. You should continue undressing? Or is it too small? Feng Xueqing regarded Yang Lingchen with contempt. Damn! Yang Lingchen found himself at a loss for words. This tigress was truly unyielding. He could not possibly strip completely. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Yang Lingchen, and a wicked smile graced his lips. He approached Feng Xueqing and gently removed her outer garment. You scoundrel, what do you intend to do? Upon seeing Yang Lingchen approach, a flicker of panic crossed Feng Xueqing's eyes. Nothing much, merely giving you a massage, Yang Lingchen replied with a mischievous grin. You scoundrel, you dare? Feng Xueqing scolded, her heart racing at the sight of Yang Lingchen's wicked gaze. Is this the extent of your courage? You dare to provoke me? Yang Lingchen smirked, but I have no interest in your little self. I shall merely scratch your itch. Calming the rising heat within him, Yang Lingchen wasted no time in reaching under Feng Xueqing's armpit, gently scratching away. Ha, ha, ha. Yang Lingchen, you rascal. Remove your hand this instant. Feng Xueqing erupted into fits of laughter. Feeling quite bold, are we? Not satisfied, I presume? Yang Lingchen chuckled coldly, continuing his relentless scratching. Ha, ha. Stop it, ah. At that moment, Feng Xueqing's alluring and sensual voice echoed throughout the forest. Call me husband and I shall release you. Yang Lingchen grinned wickedly. Ha, ha, you rascal. I will kill you, ah. Feng Xueqing laughed and cursed simultaneously. Not willing to comply. Then I have no choice but to continue. Yang Lingchen smirked mischievously. He resumed his playful scratching, finding her delicate skin utterly irresistible. Ha, ha, husband, spare me. With her body tingling all over, Feng Xueqing finally began to plead for mercy. Chapter 19. Alchemy. Not going to call out, are you? Then I suppose I must continue. Yang Lingchen remarked with a wicked smile. He resumed his playful scratching, finding it difficult to release his grip due to the exquisite delicacy of his companion's skin. Ha ha. Ha ha. My lord, please spare me. As the relentless scratching sent waves of ticklish sensations throughout her body, Feng Xueqing finally began to plead for mercy. Ha ha. Just then, Feng Xueqing, who had been lying quietly, suddenly trembled all over. Soon after, a faint blush began to bloom on her stunning cheeks, making her resemble a resplendent flower blossoming in the spring. What the hell is going on? Why does she look like she's enjoying this? Surely I haven't tickled her into a stupor. Yang Lingchen exclaimed, his eyes wide with bewilderment, his mind swirling with questions. Are you all right, little girl? He inquired, curiosity lacing his tone as he reluctantly released her flawless jade-like hand. Yang Lingchen, you are finished. I shall ensure that I break your third leg. Feng Xueqing scolded playfully, her expression softening gradually. At that moment, her beautiful eyes, though still cold, glinted with an intensity that seemed to harbor a multitude of sharp daggers, as if she wished to rend him to pieces. Feng Xueqing, it appears we bear no significant grudge against each other. Was it not merely a matter of me taking a single mystic spirit ginseng? I could always return it later. I must take my leave now, Yang Lingchen hastily concluded, patting her gently a few times to release her restraints before leaping away, disappearing into the dense foliage. Yang Lingchen, you despicable, shameless rogue, just you wait. Feng Xueqing shouted furiously, her voice brimming with indignation. As she recalled her earlier reaction, her exquisite cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, her beautiful eyes radiating an endless fury. Throughout her life, she had never felt such humiliation in front of a man. Yet, what puzzled her was that the strange sensation she had just experienced was surprisingly pleasant. It was a feeling she had never encountered before. Inside the inner sanctum of Tianyuan Palace. Brother, have you located that scoundrel? Li Xinyi's beautiful eyes were ablaze with fury, as if consumed by an inferno. Her resentment towards Yang Lingchen was profound. No one had ever dared to treat her in such a manner. Xinyi, do not fret, I have already dispatched people to investigate. However, with tens of thousands in the outer sect, finding him will not be a simple task, Li Tianqing replied, his gaze imbued with a chilling aura, his voice low and restrained. An outer sect disciple had not only harmed his sister but had also struck him on the head with a bamboo rod. This resentment was something he could hardly swallow. I will make him wish he were dead, Li Sini hissed through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with a deep-seated malice, as if she aimed to devour young Lingchen entirely. Outside the outer sect of Tianyuan Palace. Has that scoundrel returned yet? Qian Ming's gaze was sharp, like a glistening blade, fixed intently on the sturdy youth before him. Not yet, but I have stationed someone to watch his residence. He will be reported to you the moment he returns, the burly youth replied in a hushed tone, filled with reverence. Very well. This time, I shall ensure that his limbs are shattered. Qian Ming's eyes gleamed with a chilling intent. Just the thought of the humiliation he had suffered at Yang Lingchen's hands ignited a tempest of rage within him, wishing nothing more than to obliterate Yang Lingchen into a million pieces. Tianyuan Palace, Mission Hall. Upon returning to the mission hall, Yang Lingchen submitted his completed tasks one by one. Simultaneously, he exchanged a substantial quantity of beast corpses for a considerable amount of merit points. After meticulous calculation, he found that he had accrued over 20,000 contribution points. In Tianyuan sect, disciples could exchange merit points for hunting beasts or gathering precious herbs. After all, many parts of a beast were essential materials for alchemy and artifact crafting. With the more than 20,000 contribution points, Yang Lingchen also exchanged for numerous materials needed to concoct Mingshuang-grade elixirs. Next came the alchemical process. With Mingxian elixirs in his possession, Yang Lingchen was confident in swiftly breaking through to the Tongxian realm. Upon returning to his quarters, he tidied up and prepared to commence his alchemical endeavors. Bang! You little brat, today I will shatter your limbs. At that moment, the door was forcefully kicked open, revealing Chen Ming, his eyes icy and his face twisted with malice, followed by a dozen lackeys. Damn it, seeking death. Yang Lingchen's eyes narrowed, fury igniting within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished his wolf-toothed club and charged at Chen Ming. Bang, dot bang, dot bang, dot bang. Let us see you act tough now. Let us see you disturb me. Let us see you flaunt your status before me. Let us see you look so ugly. Let us see you speak so filthily. Yang Lingchen shouted furiously while mercilessly swinging the club. He had intended to engage in alchemy when Chen Ming barged in unexpectedly. Fortunately, he had not yet begun, or else his entire batch of elixirs would have been ruined in the face of overwhelming strength. Chen Ming was reduced to a swollen mess in a matter of mere breaths. His followers, terrified by Yang Lingchen's brutality, retreated in fear. They were acutely aware that Yang Lingchen was one who either refrained from striking or, once he did, would relentlessly pummel his opponent until they were utterly powerless. You little brat, you are doomed. Having offended me, the Tiger Society, there shall be no refuge for you in the outer sect of Tianyuan Palace. Qian Ming spat venomously. Though he was now in a pitiful state, he still attempted to sound defiant. Crack, crack. How dare you continue to play tough? Yang Lingchen struck down twice more with resounding force. As the crisp sound of bones snapping echoed, Qian Ming's feet were instantly shattered. Youth may revel in arrogance, but one must not be foolish in their bravado. To still act tough after being knocked down is tantamount to seeking death. Yang Lingchen extended his right hand and lightly patted Chen Ming's face, adopting a tone of condescension, full of disdain. You? Chen Ming's anger surged, his vision darkening as he fainted from the strain. Is that all? I thought you were someone of substance. Yang Lingchen scoffed dismissively, stripping Chen Ming of his storage pouch before kicking him outside. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen left his quarters. He chose not to continue his alchemical work there, as such endeavors required a tranquil environment free from disturbances. A disruption at a critical moment could result in significant losses. He sought out a secluded location, carefully concealing the Haotian jade, before entering the space within it. Yang Lingchen retrieved the alchemical furnace and meticulously sorted the herbs according to their quantities. Drawing upon Ling Juechen's alchemical memories, he carefully controlled the flame, slowly adding each ingredient into the furnace. Though blessed with the memories of the alchemy god, this was only his second attempt at alchemy, and his technique remained somewhat clumsy. However, this clumsiness was only in comparison to Ling Juechen. Compared to ordinary alchemists in the Tianwu continent, his skills could already be described as remarkable. Bang! After approximately a quarter of an hour, a top-tier Mingxian Dan was successfully refined by Yang Lingchen. Ha! Ha! A top-tier Mingxian Dan. Yang Lingchen erupted into hearty laughter, thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of his alchemical work. With the Mingxian Dan, his cultivation would rapidly ascend. Following this, Yang Lingchen immersed himself once again in the art of alchemy. Hours slipped by swiftly. After several hours of careful refinement, Yang Lingchen successfully produced 20 batches of elixirs. Among them, 10 batches were advanced Mingxian Dan, intended for sale, crafted to avoid drawing attention. while the top-tier elixirs were reserved for his personal use. After a brief tidy-up, young Lingchen stealthily exited the Haotian Jade space and made his way toward the outer sect's trading plaza. He intended to sell some elixirs there, while also earning some contribution points and spirit stones. Tianyuan Palace, Outer Sect Disciples Trading Plaza. Yang Lingchen located an unoccupied stall, set up a table, and arranged several advanced Mingxian Dan neatly atop it. He then erected a sign in front of his stall, inscribing, Advanced Mingxian Dan, valued at 1,000 contribution points each, or 30 low-grade spirit stones for one. The Outer Sect Trading Plaza was a designated area for disciples to trade goods. Here, many were selling weapons, herbs, or martial techniques. However, precious items were scarce, primarily featuring low-grade weapons and basic martial arts. After all, no one would willingly part with truly valuable items to sell here. Chapter 20. Finding fault. As Yang Lingchen cautiously produced the exquisite Mingxian pill, its resplendent radiance swiftly captivated the attention of numerous onlookers. After all, within the confines of the Outer Sect Trading Square, while there were often Mingxian pills for sale, the majority were only of the basic variety, ordinary in both quality and efficacy. The sight of someone like Yang Lingchen openly offering a high-grade Mingxian pill for sale was nearly unprecedented. Passers-by, do not let this opportunity slip away, Yang Lingchen proclaimed with fervor, raising his voice to draw attention. High-grade Mingxian pills are now available at a special price, a mere 1,000 contribution points or 30 spirit stones. Under Yang Lingchen's enthusiastic promotion, his stall was soon surrounded by a throng of eager buyers. These were high-grade Mingxian pills, a rare treasure in the outside world, nearly impossible to come by in a short span of time. His stock of high-grade Mingxian pills was completely sold out. Gazing at the substantial sum of 100,000 contribution points and over 1,000 spirit stones in his possession, a beaming smile nearly stretched from ear to ear. It was worth noting that the cost of the medicinal materials he had utilized for these pills was only a little over 3,000 contribution points. In the blink of an eye, he had amassed a profit of nearly 100,000 contribution points. Anyone in his position would undoubtedly be grinning from ear to ear. Many individuals, frustrated by their failure to obtain a Mingxian pill, stomped their feet in anger, their faces etched with disappointment and regret. After all, these high-grade Mingxian pills far surpassed their basic counterparts in both medicinal effect and enhancement of cultivation. Observing the crowd that lingered, reluctant to disperse, Yang Lingchen smiled and reassured them, "Fear not, fellow cultivators. I shall return tomorrow to offer more high-grade Mingxian pills and some other premium elixirs. Please be prepared with your contribution points or spirit stones." With that, Yang Lingchen left the trading square in high spirits, his steps light as he made his way towards the exchange hall. With 100,000 contribution points in hand, he felt buoyant, as if he were walking on AI. It was akin to a destitute individual suddenly winning a $5 million lottery. The joy and excitement were simply beyond words. At the exchange hall, Yang Lingchen unhesitatingly spent 50,000 contribution points to acquire a high-grade Xintier Qingling sword, converting the remainder into various precious herbs needed for alchemy. He then sought out a secluded grove, carefully surveying his surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one was near, he slipped into the Haotian Jade space to commence his alchemical endeavors. Meanwhile, news of the high-grade Mingxian pills appearing at the Outer Sect Trading Square spread like wildfire outside the Tianyuan Palace. In no time, many individuals had turned their attention towards the trading square for the following day. The emergence of high-grade Mingxian pills was nothing short of a sensational revelation for the Outer Sect disciples, particularly for those cultivators at the 7th or 8th layers of the Mingxian realm, whose progress had stagnated, relying solely on meditation to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. With spirit stones being exceedingly precious and scarce, elixirs became their best option for enhancing their cultivation. Within the Haotian Jade space, after several hours of focused alchemical work, Yang Lingchen successfully refined all the herbs into pills. Most were of superior quality, with only a small fraction being high-grade elixirs. Furthermore, he had concocted numerous antidotes, healing pills, and recovery elixirs. After completing his alchemical tasks, Yang Lingchen settled into a tranquil corner of the space to cultivate. Sitting cross-legged, he extracted dozens of premium Mingxian pills from his storage bag, consuming them one after another. The pure spiritual energy contained within the pills surged into his body like a tidal wave. As he absorbed and refined the pills, his cultivation advanced swiftly, soon reaching the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm. At this point, he paused, fully aware that a breakthrough in realm was not merely contingent upon the accumulation of pills, but required the meticulous honing of time. The efficacy of pills can propel an individual's cultivation from the initial stages to the peak in rapid succession. However, Breaking through a realm necessitates the accumulation of time and continuous tempering through practical experience. Some prodigies, with their profound insights into cultivation, can swiftly transcend their boundaries. In contrast, those with lesser talents might only reach the peak of a minor realm, regardless of the quality of pills bestowed upon them. Having only recently transcended to the fourth layer of the Lingchen realm, young Lingchen was in no rush to advance to the next level. He understood that hastening a breakthrough could be detrimental, potentially destabilizing his foundation and impacting his future path in cultivation. The following morning, at the outer sect trading square of the Tianyuan Palace, young Lingchen returned to his stall from the previous day. This time, as soon as he set up, he was inundated by a wave of eager customers, each clamoring to purchase the premium Lingchen pills. Goodness, is business truly this thriving? Young Lingchen mused to himself in astonishment. Dear brethren, due to recent inflation affecting the prices of medicinal materials, I regret to inform you that I must adjust my prices slightly. With a smiling demeanor, he spoke unhurriedly. Today, in addition to the Lingchen pills, I have healing pills, antidotes, recovery elixirs, and a highly coveted Hahuan pill, all available for 2,000 contribution points each or 40 spirit stones. Isn't this just price gouging? Some individuals in the crowd displayed their displeasure, voicing their complaints loudly. Alas, I would prefer not to raise my prices. However, I have sourced my materials from elsewhere, and with the surge in prices, the cost of the elixirs must inevitably follow suit. Young Lingchen explained helplessly. 2 Lingchen pills for me, please. I'll take an antidote. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of purchases. Young Lingchen's price increase failing to dampen their enthusiasm for the high-grade elixirs. I want several Hahuan pills. A man, completely covered, approached with a low voice. Haha, Wu Yifan, why are you so bundled up? Do you think no one can recognize you? One man couldn't help but laugh upon spotting him. Haha, the crowd erupted in laughter. Damn it, what is so funny? Why is everyone pretending to be moral paragons? Wu Yifan retorted angrily, snatching the Hahuan pills and hastily departing. Make way, make way. Just then, several arrogant youths stormed in, brazenly pushing aside everyone who was purchasing elixirs. Kid, here are 10 spirit stones. I want all your elixirs, proclaimed a young man clad in a blue brocade robe, his demeanor haughty, flanked by 7 or 8 subordinates, all at the 7th or 8th layers of the Lingchen realm. You seem to be quite ill, young Lingchen scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Kid, you're courting death, the arrogant youth coldly huffed, angered, as he swung a palm towards young Lingchen with force. Bang, however, young Lingchen was well prepared, countering with a strike of his own. Smack! Ah! The arrogant youth's hand collided with young Lingchen's wolf-tooth club, resulting in a piercing scream as his palm instantly swelled painfully. Cripple this brat for me. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. The haughty youth's face twisted in rage as he bellowed. Instantly, his 7 or 8 subordinates revealed ferocious expressions and charged toward young Lingchen. Yet, young Lingchen remained undaunted, drawing his Qingling sword and executing a series of exquisite sword techniques along with agile movements as he charged forward. Swish, 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 with flashing sword light. After a flurry of strikes, the 7 or 8 disciples of the 7th or 8th layers of the Lingchen realm found themselves incapacitated, sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. Do you know who I am, kid? How dare you lay hands on my people? The arrogant youth glared at young Lingchen with cold eyes, gritting his teeth. Of course. Aren't you my dear grandson? Young Lingchen replied nonchalantly, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. You little bastard, you'll pay for this, the arrogant youth hissed venomously, casting a venomous glare at young Lingchen as he turned to leave. Seizing the moment the arrogant youth turned his back, young Lingchen swung his wolf-tooth club with vigor. Bang, 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 bang. As he swung the club with all his might, he shouted, "That's for disrespecting Grandpa, for putting on airs. Now tell me, who's the little bastard?" With young Lingchen's superior agility and the element of surprise, the arrogant youth was caught off guard by the torrential assault. Before long, the once handsome face of the arrogant youth had been transformed into a grotesque visage, swollen beyond recognition. You little bastard, you're as good as dead, the arrogant youth seethed, his eyes filled with boundless hatred and murderous intent, fixating on young Lingchen. Bang! Young Lingchen delivered a decisive blow to the arrogant youth's front teeth, causing blood to spray forth as teeth scattered across the ground. Then, akin to kicking a dead dog, he forcefully sent the youth flying. The crowd gasped in shock. The onlookers from the Tianyuan Palace stood frozen in disbelief, their faces painted with incredulity. This arrogant youth was none other than the younger brother of the outer sect's top genius, Mo Zihai. How could someone dare to beat him so badly? Dear brethren, if you wish to purchase elixirs, do so quickly. Miss today, and I shan't return, young Lingchen called out loudly once more. After this encounter, he genuinely did not intend to return, as he had earned a sufficient amount of contribution points. Moreover, selling elixirs here drew too much attention, which contradicted his initial intention of maintaining a low profile. Upon hearing young Lingchen's announcement, the crowd hurriedly gathered around him once more. This was the last opportunity. No one wished to miss such a rare chance, especially since high-grade Mingxian pills would be unattainable in the future. Although young Lingchen had refined a considerable number of elixirs, they were soon sold out amidst the fervent purchasing frenzy. Chapter 21. The beating at the Tianyuan Palace. Atop the enchanting Yin-Yun Peak, two exquisite and breathtaking figures stood gracefully against the sky. Euro, do you believe we can truly find such a person? A voice, as ethereal as a dream, floated gently through the air. Sister Yin-Yun, in this Tianyuan Palace, seeking someone with talents that surpass those of Sikong Jie is akin to scaling the heavens, Lin Euro replied softly, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. No, I firmly believe we will find him. I trust that Elder Tianji's predictions are infallible. That person must surely be within the Tianyuan Palace, and he is likely a newly admitted disciple. Ling Yinyun's beautiful eyes glimmered with unwavering determination. Even if we do find such an individual, with his current low level of cultivation, how could he possibly catch up to Sikong Jie in such a short time? Lin Euro's brow furrowed, her voice grave. How can we know the outcome if we do not try? Should I really resign myself to marrying that hypocritical scoundrel Sikong Jie? Ling Yinyun's expression was filled with helplessness. Sister Yinyun, let us visit the outer sect in the coming days. Perhaps Elder Tianji's predictions may indeed come to fruition, Lin Euro proposed. At the outer sect trading square, young Lingchen had just finished organizing his belongings and was preparing to depart. Brother Lingchen, what brings you to this stall? Just then, a sweet, melodious voice rang out unexpectedly. A graceful figure dashed toward him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. What on earth is happening here? Yang Lingchen stared in bewilderment at Feng Xueqing. Xueqing, who is he? A handsome youth clad in a flowing white robe approached, his brow slightly furrowed. Senior brother Xiao Junyi, this is Yang Lingchen, my fiancé, Feng Xueqing replied sweetly. Xueqing, your taste seems rather poor. If you must reject me, is it necessary to choose a waste who has only reached the 4th level of the Mingxian realm? Xiao Junyi's gaze toward Yang Lingchen was laced with undisguised disdain. This is a personal matter. There is no need for senior brother Xiao Junyi to concern himself. Feng Xueqing's voice remained calm, devoid of any emotion. Xueqing, in the future, do not engage with those who are unsightly. Otherwise, they may think you harbor feelings for them. Yang Lingchen naturally wrapped his arm around Feng Xueqing's delicate waist. Initially, Yang Lingchen had no desire to become embroiled in this conflict, yet Xiao Junyi's venomous words, branding him as a waste, were intolerable. Slap. Xueqing, look at the company you keep. Not only is he unattractive, but he is also hard of hearing. Yang Lingchen lightly slapped Feng Xueqing's shapely rear. Understanding Feng Xueqing's intentions, Yang Lingchen realized she merely sought to use Xiao Junyi to teach him a lesson while simultaneously distancing herself from his pursuit. It was a clever strategy that achieved two goals with one action. Having seen through Feng Xueqing's motives, Yang Lingchen would not allow himself to suffer in vain. He intended to seize every advantage. After all, Feng Xueqing was an extraordinarily rare beauty, her alluring figure capable of captivating all. I understand. I will heed your words from now on, Feng Xueqing pouted playfully. Simultaneously, a fierce anger surged within her. This scoundrel, just wait. How dare he take advantage of me? Impudent wretch. Xiao Junyi's gaze turned sharp, and he raised his hand to strike Yang Lingchen. As Xiao Junyi moved, Feng Xueqing felt a surge of excitement, preparing to slip away, but Yang Lingchen suddenly grabbed her and shielded her in front of him. Seeing this, Xiao Junyi hastily withdrew most of his force, unwilling to harm Feng Xueqing. However, in that moment of hesitation, Yang Lingchen's wolf-fang fist struck hard against Xiao Junyi's palm. Crack! Da-da, a piercing sound of bone fracturing echoed, and Xiao Junyi's hand was instantly broken, releasing a chilling scream. Bang! 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 Without giving him a moment's respite, Yang Lingchen unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending Xiao Junyi crashing to the ground. Now tell me, who is the real fool? Who is the waste? Yang Lingchen's foot pressed heavily on Xiao Junyi's face as he spoke coldly. Under normal circumstances, Yang Lingchen would have found it difficult to defeat Xiao Junyi, given that the latter was a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the Mingxian realm. However, Xiao Junyi's overconfidence and Yang Lingchen's clever use of feng shuiqing as a shield allowed for a surprise attack. The outer sect disciples surrounding the trading square were left in shock, astonished by the terrifying strength of the seemingly ordinary disciple selling medicinal pills. Meanwhile, feng shuiqing stood wide-eyed, her mouth agape in disbelief, thinking to herself, "This scoundrel is far too brutal. How could he be so cunning as to use me as a shield? You dare to sneak attack me? I won't let this go." Xiao Junyi glared at Yang Lingchen, his teeth grinding in anger. Bang. Bang. "I do not appreciate that look in your eyes. Allow me to gift you a pair of panda eyes." Yang Lingchen chuckled coldly, delivering 2 heavy punches to Xiao Junyi's resentful gaze. In an instant, Xiao Junyi's eyes were transformed into swollen bruises. "Shuiqing, let us go. I shall treat you to something delicious," Yang Lingchen said as he draped an arm around Feng Shuiqing, leading her away from the square. "I will follow your lead," Feng Shuiqing nodded, not only refraining from resisting but also leaning closer to Yang Lingchen. In a secluded and tranquil spot, Yang Lingchen reveled in holding Feng Shuiqing. Compared to the stars and aristocrats of his past life, Feng Shuiqing appeared far more enchanting, her figure exceptionally alluring. "Girl, could it be that you've genuinely developed feelings for me?" Yang Lingchen's lips curled into a faint smile. "Is it strange to like you?" Feng Shuiqing's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a seductive smile gracing her lips as she leaned closer to him. Yang Lingchen found himself unable to resist, instinctively leaning in to meet her lips. Just then, Feng Shuiqing's knee struck fiercely toward his lower regions. Caught off guard, Yang Lingchen hastily sidestepped. Bang! Ah! Ah! Da-da! Yang Lingchen's heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Bang! 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 In the ensuing chaos, Feng Shuiqing rained down furious punches upon Yang Lingchen. Ah! Da-da! Da-da! He cried out, desperately shielding his groin with one hand while the other protected his face, curling over to the ground. Ha! Ha! Scoundrel, are you satisfied now? Was my tofu to your liking? Feng Shuiqing beamed a bright smile. Not particularly, Yang Lingchen managed to reply, his voice strained. Bang! 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 Have you learned your lesson? Feng Shuiqing teased with a laugh. I understand now, my lady. I was wrong. Yang Lingchen hastily pleaded for mercy. Am I beautiful? Feng Shuiqing mimicked Yang Lingchen's earlier tone. Beautiful, stunningly so, he replied quickly. Was it enjoyable to touch just now? Very enjoyable. Bang! 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 Feng Shuiqing unleashed another flurry of blows. Not enjoyable. Bang! 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 With a figure as exquisite as mine, how dare you claim it was not enjoyable? Feng Shuiqing scolded. This time, Yang Lingchen wisely chose silence. Humph, I shall spare you this once, Feng Shuiqing declared with a smirk before turning gracefully to leave. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen lay on the ground, racked with pain throughout his body. He could not fathom how Feng Shuiqing had cultivated so rapidly, her ability to challenge those of higher levels rivaling his own. Feng Shuiqing, you little vixen, mark my words, one day I shall have my way with you. Yang Lingchen slowly rose, cautiously examining himself. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly enough to avoid severe injury, but his thigh was already swelling from the impact, and his sensitive area had been bruised. Finding a deserted corner, Yang Lingchen quietly slipped into the Haotian jade space, retrieving healing ointment to carefully apply to his injuries. As for the other bruises, he would have to rely on his cultivation to mend them. The reason he had been caught off guard and unable to retaliate was primarily due to the unexpected blow to his lower regions, a pain so sharp it rendered him momentarily incapacitated, compounded by Feng Shuiqing's formidable combat prowess. Chapter 22. The Outer Gate Battle Ranking. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly passed. Throughout this entire period, Yang Lingchen's grave injuries had finally healed completely. On this day, upon returning to his residence, he immediately noticed a notification posted at his doorstep, prominently displayed from the heavenly Yuan Palace. Clearly inscribed upon it were the specifics regarding the impending Outer Gate Grand Competition, including the substantial rewards and the registration timeline. Initially, Yang Lingchen held little interest in this so-called Outer Gate Grand Competition. However, when his gaze fell upon the rewards section, his heart inexplicably stirred with excitement. The prize for the top 10 participants in the competition was a staggering 200,000 contribution points, in addition to 1,000 spirit stones. The third-place winner would receive 500,000 contribution points and 3,000 spirit stones, while the second-place victor would be awarded 700,000 contribution points and 5,000 spirit stones. The grand prize for the first place was an astounding 1 million contribution points along with a full 10,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, the top 3 participants would earn a precious opportunity to join the inner sect ahead of schedule. With only 1 month remaining until the competition, disciples wishing to participate were required to register a month in advance. It appears I must venture into the battle ranking arena. There is merely 1 month left before the competition. Prior to that, I must achieve a breakthrough to the 6th layer of the Lingchen realm, young Lingchen mused silently to himself. The battle ranking arena was a combat arena established specifically for the Outer Gate disciples of the heavenly Yuan Palace. Here, the more victories one achieved, the higher their ranking would ascend. To partake in the battle ranking contests, one had to pay 1,000 contribution points per match. A victorious disciple would earn 800 contribution points, although the sect would take a 20% cut from that. Despite this, countless individuals still engaged in fierce battles over the battle ranking, driven by the prestige that such rankings represented. Yang Lingchen's desire to compete in the battle ranking stemmed primarily from his goal to hone his combat skills, thereby preparing himself adequately for the upcoming Outer Gate Grand Competition. Upon his first arrival at the battle ranking arena, Yang Lingchen felt a peculiar sensation, as if he had stepped into an underground fighting ring. The venue was teeming with people, a bustling throng of excited and fervent spectators, many of whom were placing bets on the outcomes of the matches. Yang Lingchen registered smoothly with the elder presiding over the battle ranking and received his very own ranking card. Presently, he ranked 22,500 on the list. With the Outer Gate disciples numbering a staggering 70 to 80,000, only a little over 20,000 had come to contest the rankings, as many disciples of comparatively lower cultivation would not dare to participate. Most who entered this fray had already reached at least the 6th layer of the Lingchen realm. A disciple like Yang Lingchen, who was merely at the 4th layer of the Lingchen realm, was a rarity in this arena. In the battle ranking, achieving an extensive winning streak and an impressive win rate could significantly elevate one's ranking. The arena had constructed several platforms specifically for disciples to contest their standings. The heavenly Yuan Palace's management philosophy consistently encouraged combat among disciples, understanding that only through continuous battle could they evolve into unparalleled powerhouses, with the strength of a formidable sect inherently reliant on such exceptional beings. Before long, it was Yang Lingchen's turn to take the stage. Ha ha ha, who is this kid? He is only at the 4th layer of the Lingchen realm. He must be here for a laugh. Seriously? A 4th layer Lingchen dares to join the fray? Kid, just get off the stage now before you end up crippled. As Yang Lingchen stepped onto the arena, a wave of derisive laughter erupted from the crowd, with many spectators openly mocking him. Bet on Yang Lingchen to win at 20 to 1. Bet on Chang Wei to win at 1 to 20. At that moment, a lively voice rang out. I'll bet 5,000 contribution points on Chang Wei. I'll also bet 1,000 contribution points on Chang Wei. I'm betting 10,000 contribution points on Chang Wei. In an instant, almost the entire audience placed their bets on Chang Wei. The young man managing the bets was now visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He did not foresee any chance of Yang Lingchen winning, given that Chang Wei had just defeated a 7th layer Lingchen disciple. I bet on myself to win 100,000 contribution points. Yang Lingchen confidently declared, using his identity token to transfer the bet without hesitation. Excellent, Yang Lingchen. From this day forth, you are my brother. Ouyang Ming. Go for it. I believe in you. Ouyang Ming exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. The anxiety that had plagued him moments before dissipated entirely, replaced by a radiant smile. Having taken in over 200,000 contribution points betting on Chang Wei, should Chang Wei win, he would face a loss of over 100,000 contribution points. Let the match begin. At the elder's command, Chang Wei let out a fierce roar, charging towards Yang Lingchen like a ferocious beast. A sharp glint flashed in Yang Lingchen's eyes. His figure flickered, and he swung his staff with a dazzling arc, striking Chang Wei squarely. Bang! Poof! With a resounding thud, Chang Wei was sent flying, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as he lost consciousness in Chapter 23. Ling Yin-yun in the ensuing battle, Yang Lingchen surged forward with great momentum, maintaining an unbroken streak of victories. Unbeknownst to him, he had astonishingly achieved a remarkable 50 consecutive wins. Yang Lingchen's string of triumphs attracted considerable attention. Simultaneously, his ranking on the Xin list ascended into the top 100. Sister Yin-yun. This Yang Lingchen is truly formidable. Just look at his prowess. He should be able to rank among the top 100 in the outer sect, remarked a young girl clad in a pink gauze dress. Euro, you underestimate him too much, Yin-yun replied softly. In these 50 consecutive victories, no one has lasted more than 2 rounds against him. Thus, his true combat ability far exceeds what we have witnessed so far. Do you think he might be the person we are searching for, Sister Yin-yun? Lin Euro inquired gently. he is indeed the one I brought from Hanyang City. If nothing goes awry, he should be the one Elder Tianji has predicted. Yin Yun's eyes shimmered with certainty. Sister Yin Yun, do you hold him in such high regard merely because of his handsome looks? Lin Yuro teased. Have you fallen into a daydream again, you little girl? Yin Yun replied with a smile. What is wrong with that? Men can admire beautiful women. Can't women appreciate handsome men? Do you prefer those burly brutes, Sister Yin Yun? Lin Yuro said with a playful grin. What is wrong with burly men? They provide a sense of security, Yin Yun retorted. Oh, Sister Yin Yun, you don't know this, but I heard from Sister Lingchen that the more robust a man appears, the less capable he is in that regard. They say that burly men often possess smaller attributes, Lin Yuro whispered conspiratorially into Yin Yun's ear. You little minx, you are becoming more outrageous by the day. Yin Yun gently pinched Lin Yuro's waist. At that moment, it was once again Yang Lingchen's turn to take the stage. His opponent this time was a formidable individual at the 9th level of the Mingxian realm, none other than Xiao Junyi, who had previously been ambushed by Yang Lingchen. At that time, Yang Lingchen had cleverly utilized Feng Shueqing as a shield, ensuring his successful surprise attack. You little bastard, today I shall cripple your limbs, Xiao Junyi seethed, his eyes aflame with rage, as if he intended to incinerate Yang Lingchen. Who are you calling a little bastard? Yang Lingchen replied with a calm smile, appearing unfazed. I'm calling you a little bastard, Xiao Junyi blurted out without hesitation. Oh, did everyone hear that? This little bastard is insulting me. Yang Lingchen laughed heartily, his face alight with mockery. Haha, laughter erupted throughout the venue. You seek death, Xiao Junyi roared, unable to contain his fury, as he unsheathed his long sword and dashed toward Yang Lingchen like the wind. Wait! Yang Lingchen called out urgently to stop him. You little brat, are you begging for mercy now? Isn't it a bit too late? Xiao Junyi's eyes glinted with a chilling light. The Law Elder hasn't called for the match to begin yet. Your impatience is a provocation to the Elder. Do you not realize how disrespectful that is? Yang Lingchen's expression turned cold as he admonished. Elder Lu, I assure you, I harbor no intention of provoking you. Xiao Junyi hastily turned to the officiating elder on the stage. It's fine. You two may begin. Elder Lu waved his hand, his demeanor calm. Whoosh! As Elder Lu's words fell, before Xiao Junyi could react, Yang Lingchen had already transformed into a streak of white light, wielding a staff and striking fiercely at Xiao Junyi. Bang 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 bang! In a flurry of strikes, Yang Lingchen unleashed a relentless barrage, landing hundreds of blows in mere moments, rendering Xiao Junyi unconscious on the spot. Crack, 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 crack. Without hesitation, Yang Lingchen decisively shattered Xiao Junyi's limbs, showing no mercy toward his foe. Ah, you little bastard. Despicable and shameless. Xiao Junyi gasped in pain as he regained consciousness, his voice hoarse. Child, this is called all is fair in war. You, without a shred of wisdom, stepped onto the stage to duel. If this were outside the sect, how would it differ from courting death? Yang Lingchen stepped forward and lightly patted Xiao Junyi's face, his tone dripping with derision. Damn, this guy is too despicable, murmured the onlookers. Teach, what do you know? Yang Lingchen is using his wits. If Xiao Junyi entered the arena so recklessly, who can blame him? The spectators who had wagered on Xiao Junyi and those who had bet on Yang Lingchen began to argue heatedly. Sister Yin Yun, this fellow is truly shameless. Yet I must admit, I quite like that bad boy charm of his, Lin Yuro said, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Yang Lingchen. Seeing Yang Lingchen successfully bring down Xiao Junyi, Yin Yun let out a sigh of relief, her previously troubled mood dissipating like smoke. After defeating Xiao Junyi, Yang Lingchen chose not to continue challenging further. After several consecutive battles over the past few days, he felt he was on the cusp of a breakthrough, thus deeming it unnecessary to proceed. Yang Lingchen departed from the Xian list arena, making his way outside. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a piercing gaze fixated upon him, one that sent shivers down his spine. A young man, clad in the robes of an inner sect disciple and exuding an extraordinary aura, stared intently at Yang Lingchen, accompanied by a graceful and elegant young woman with a curvaceous figure. Brat, I've finally found you. Today, you shall surely die. Li Tianxing's voice was cold as ice, as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss. Damn it. How am I so unlucky? Yang Lingchen exclaimed, and without a second thought, he dashed back. The entrance to the Xian list arena was now crowded, leaving him no choice but to retreat. Yang Lingchen could only hope that Li Tianxing would heed the law elder, or else he would be in serious trouble. Humph! You think you can escape? Li Tianxing snorted disdainfully, his figure moving like a phantom as he pursued Yang Lingchen. Before long, Yang Lingchen found his path blocked once more by Li Tianxing. At that moment, several outer sect disciples gathered to watch, But upon noticing Li Tianqing's inner sect attire, they all recoiled in fear, retreating several meters. In Tianyuan Palace, the disparity in status between outer and inner sect disciples was vast, akin to the distance between heaven and earth. Even if an inner sect disciple killed an outer sect disciple, they would only face confinement for a month or two at most. Brother, don't kill him. Just cripple his dantian. I want to keep him as my pet, Li Sini said venomously, her teeth gritted. You shameless hussy, how long has it been since you've seen a man? Why are you looking at me so eagerly? Young Lingchen retorted, his expression mocking. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was none other than Li Tianqing's sister. Young Lingchen's audacity was truly remarkable. Humph, you are courting death, Li Tianqing seethed, striking out with a palm aimed at Young Lingchen. Young Lingchen stood his ground, countering with a palm of his own. Bang! Young Lingchen was sent flying by the force of the strike, blood erupting from his mouth as he traced a tragic arc through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Li Tianqing pursued relentlessly, delivering another palm strike at that moment. Young Lingchen found himself utterly defenseless. Just as Li Tianqing's palm was about to collide with Young Lingchen's chest, a breathtaking figure flashed by, swiftly pulling Young Lingchen to safety. Boom! Li Tianqing's palm struck the ground, sending dust soaring into the air, obscuring the sky. Who are you? How dare you obstruct me? Li Tianqing's eyes glinted with coldness, filled with wariness as he regarded Yin Yun. Is it not shameful for an inner sect disciple to bully an outer sect disciple? Yin Yun's voice was frigid, as if a cold spring were flowing. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you, Li Tianqing warned, his gaze fixed warily on Yin Yun. He felt an instinctive dread toward this suddenly appearing woman, as he realized he could not gauge her cultivation level. At that moment, Young Lingchen finally discerned that it was a stunningly beautiful young woman who had just saved him. Dressed in pure white attire, she appeared to be around 18 years old. Her captivating eyes and delicate lips, along with her gracefully long neck, lent her an air of elegance and nobility, evoking a strong desire for conquest in those who gazed upon her. Just then, Elder Lu from the Xian List Arena approached, his expression grave as he spoke in a low voice. Li Tianqing, private dueling is prohibited within the Xian List Hall. Even as an inner sect disciple, you cannot violate this rule. Elder Lu held a favorable view of Young Lingchen's talent. This young man was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding disciples among the outer sect, and he did not wish to witness such a genius suffer a tragic fate here. Brat, today I shall spare you for Elder Lu's sake. You'd best prepare yourself and wait for me, Li Tianqing said, his face dark and cold. Indeed, the Xian List Hall had strict regulations against private dueling, and even as an inner sect disciple, he could not flout them. Chapter 24. The First Saint's Son. I, Li Tianqing, presume you are merely flaunting your years of cultivation, which emboldens you to act so brazenly here. Am I correct? If you still possess the spirit of a man, let us ascend the life and death platform in 2 months. Do you dare? Young Lingchen's eyes sparkled with unabashed provocation. In light of the current circumstances, he could only resort to such taunts, for it was his sole avenue of escape. After all, Li Tianqing's prowess had already transcended the realm of the Mingxian stage, far beyond what he could currently contend with. At that moment, Lin Yuruo leaned closer to Ling Yinyun and whispered, Sister Yinyun, I doubt he will accept Young Lingchen's challenge. Although Lin Yuruo's voice was intended for Ling Yinyun alone, it resonated clearly throughout the gathering. I share your sentiment. Just look at him. He appears rather cowardly. It's highly likely he will shy away from Young Lingchen's challenge. Ling Yinyun replied with a subtle smile and a gentle nod. Sister Yinyun, I've heard that men who are timid in nature tend to be lacking in other aspects as well. I wonder if that holds any truth? Lin Yuruo said with a light laugh. Ahem. Perhaps it does. Ling Yinyun coughed lightly, her face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Many outer disciples present wore expressions of incredulity. It seemed clear that they could no longer afford to be timid, lest they truly become diminished, which would be quite unfortunate. Very well, you little brat, I accept your challenge. Otherwise, others might genuinely believe that I, this young master, fear a mere outer disciple. Consider yourself fortunate to live for another 2 months. Li Tianqing cast a chilling glare at Young Lingchen before departing the Xianbang Grand Hall with Li Sini. Thank you, Elder Lu, Young Lingchen said respectfully, bowing slightly. You possess considerable talent. I hope you can create a miracle in 2 months, Elder Lu remarked before turning to leave, as he had to preside over further battles of the Xianbang. Young Lingchen, do you not feel the need to express gratitude to us? Lin Yuruo playfully chided. Young Lingchen clasped his fists together and bowed once more, saying, I am eternally grateful to both of you beauties for saving my life. He felt a deep sense of appreciation for these two stunning women. Moreover, he could sense their formidable strength, which far surpassed that of Li Tianqing. Is a mere thank you all you have to offer? Lin Yurua teased. Then how about I treat both beauties to a meal? Young Lingchen scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Isn't it said that a hero saving a beauty usually leads to the latter offering her affections in return? Why is it that after we saved you, you only offer us a meal? Lin Yurua laughed, jesting. Ahem, then perhaps I could offer myself in return. Young Lingchen replied, slightly embarrassed, though inwardly he mused that he wouldn't mind if the two beauties were willing. You wishful thinker. Come, treat us to dinner, but it must be your own cooking, Lin Yurua insisted. No problem. Let us venture to the outskirts of the northern wilderness mountain range to hunt some game, and I will prepare my best barbecue for the two beauties, young Lingchen readily agreed. Are you certain you can cook? And that it will be edible? Lin Yurua inquired with wide, sparkling eyes, clearly skeptical. Of course, I am a graduate of New Oriental, but I haven't yet asked for your names, young Lingchen prompted. I am Lin Yurua, and this beauty is Ling Yinyun. You should be particularly grateful to Sister Yinyun for saving you just now, Lin Yurua quickly introduced. Thank you, Miss Ling, for your life-saving grace, young Lingchen said sincerely. No need for formalities, truth be told. I saved you because I have a matter for which I require your assistance, Ling Yinyun replied coolly. No problem. As long as I am able, I shall not hesitate to assist. Let us gather some food first and chat while we eat, young Lingchen suggested. The Tianyuan Palace is nestled within the northern wilderness mountain range. Upon exiting the palace gates, the trio made their way to a picturesque hillside. This area boasted pleasant scenery and captivating views, often attracting numerous young male and female disciples seeking respite from the monotony of their training. Suddenly, a series of intermittent female voices echoed from the front. What the? Young Lingchen instantly grasped the situation. The two ladies seemed to comprehend as well, their faces flushing with a delightful shade of crimson, rendering them even more enchanting. After walking a short distance, they finally stumbled upon a secluded spot. Young Lingchen deftly set up a campfire and procured a few wild chickens and rabbits. Before long, he had skillfully prepared the game for roasting. Young Lingchen, how is it that, being at the pinnacle of the fourth layer of the Mingxian stage, your strength is so formidable? Lin Yurua asked with genuine curiosity. Both women were filled with intrigue regarding young Lingchen's combat prowess. While they had encountered numerous exceptional talents, most could only challenge one or two minor realms above their own. Yet young Lingchen's ability to challenge several minor realms was unparalleled in Tianyuan Palace, with only Sikong Jie managing to surpass 3 minor realms. Because I am a genius, young Lingchen replied nonchalantly, exuding confidence. But how did you incur the wrath of that Li Tianqing? He is a practitioner of the Tongxian stage, significantly more powerful than you. Lin Yurua pressed further. The story goes like this. Upon mentioning Li Sini, young Lingchen's teeth clenched in frustration as he recounted the events of that day when he saved her. How could such an ungrateful woman exist? If I encounter her again, I shall tear her tongue to shreds, Lin Yurua declared vehemently. Miss Ling mentioned needing my help. May I inquire about the nature of that request? Young Lingchen asked. From this day forth, you shall impersonate my man, Ling Yinyun. I require you to become the number 1 saint son of the sect within a year. Can you achieve this? A hint of frosty resolve graced Ling Yinyun's lips as her stunning gaze fixed intently upon young Lingchen. In that instant, he sensed the temperature around him plummet, feeling an overwhelming urgency to comply. Should he dare to decline, she might not hesitate to end his life. At that moment, Lin Yurua fell silent, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she regarded young Lingchen. Miss Ling, while I have no qualms about pretending to be your partner, do you truly expect me to become the number 1 saint son within a year? Surely you jest. Young Lingchen furrowed his brow, expressing his doubts. The Tianyuan Palace had 4 saint sons, each possessing strength at least at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Wenshu stage. Young Lingchen, currently at the 4th layer of the Mingxian stage, faced an insurmountable challenge to ascend to the 9th layer of the Wenshu stage within a year. Is it pleasing to the eye? Suddenly, Ling Yinyun tore away her shawl, revealing a generous expanse of flawless skin. One could not deny that Ling Yinyun's figure was exceptionally alluring, her skin as white as jade, leaving young Lingchen momentarily speechless. In an instant, a long sword was pressed against young Lingchen's neck. Miss Ling, please remain calm. You removed it yourself? It has nothing to do with me, he stammered, his voice quivering. You've benefited from my generosity. Now tell me, can you fulfill this task? Ling Yinyun's tone remained icy. I will definitely manage, young Lingchen hastily affirmed, fearing the consequences of refusal. In 1 month, you must secure first place in the outer sect competition. At that time, I will publicly declare our relationship, Ling Yinyun stated coolly. Why me? Young Lingchen inquired. At that moment, he was eager to understand why Ling Yinyun had chosen him. For now, you lack the qualifications to know, she replied coldly. I have a condition, young Lingchen said, gathering his courage. Speak, Ling Yinyun responded, her voice as frigid as ever. If I become the #1 saint's son, you must agree to be my woman. Young Lingchen asserted, unwilling to be used without recompense. Ling Yinyun's enchanting gaze bore into young Lingchen's, and after a moment, she replied, agreed. You have my word. I will claim that title of the first saint's son, young Lingchen declared, a confident smile gracing his lips. Chapter 25. The Outer Sect Tournament at Tianyuan Palace, Yinyun Peak. Yinyun, do you truly have such confidence in young Lingchen? Lin Yuro inquired. Young Lingchen possesses extraordinary talent, particularly his astonishing ability to challenge opponents of higher ranks, which is indeed remarkable, Ling Yinyun replied slowly. Indeed, not only is he exceptionally handsome, but his prowess in surpassing levels is truly unparalleled. One wonders, however, if he is equally extraordinary in other aspects, Lin Yuro said with a playful glimmer in her eyes. You flirtatious girl, must you always fill your mind with such frivolous thoughts? Ling Yinyun responded with a look of exasperation. In the Haotian Jade space, young Lingchen was fervently practicing the Haotian art, striving with all his might to ascend to the 5th level of the Mingxian realm. At that moment, he was enveloped by an extraordinarily rich aura, which surged like a tidal wave, relentlessly pouring into his body. Simultaneously, his hands executed intricate and profound gestures, each movement appearing enigmatic and sophisticated. Before long, he reached the threshold of the 5th level of the Mingxian realm. Boom. 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 5th level of the Mingxian realm. Under Yang Lingchen's nearly frenzied assault, he shattered the barrier of the 5th level in an instant. Meanwhile, the relentless stream of spiritual energy continued to flow into him without pause. Yang Lingchen showed no signs of slowing down, swiftly producing numerous elixirs to refine. After refining hundreds of pills, Yang Lingchen successfully elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 5th level of the Mingxian realm. Even after this significant breakthrough, he did not halt his progress. With ample contribution points and elixirs at his disposal, he was no longer burdened by concerns over resources. He remained secluded in the Haotian Jade space, diligently honing various martial skills and life-preserving techniques. Notably, he focused on the god-slaying sword technique and the soul-devouring slash, particularly the latter, which had become his most formidable weapon. 20 days swiftly passed. Yang Lingchen achieved another breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level of the Mingxian realm. Concurrently, both the god-slaying sword technique and the phantom body technique saw further enhancement. On this day, Yang Lingchen resolved to step outside, for the Outer Sect tournament was only a day away. He adjusted his state to perfection before departing from the Haotian Jade space. Additionally, he visited the exchange hall, spending 100,000 contribution points to acquire a mystical grade weapon, the Tongtian staff. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed an inexplicable fondness for wielding a staff. To him, the exhilarating sensation of striking with a staff was irreplaceable by any other weapon. The following morning, at the Outer Sect tournament square of Tianyuan Palace, the scene was one of overwhelming excitement and throngs of people, as the annual Outer Sect tournament was underway. The Outer Sect tournament is regarded as the most significant event at Tianyuan Palace, primarily due to the fact that Outer Sect disciples constitute 70% of the total disciple population. In the square, 100 massive arenas were meticulously arranged, allowing for simultaneous competitions across all platforms. The tournament followed a challenge system, with a total of 20,000 participants registered. As a newcomer, Yang Lingchen found himself ranked at the very bottom. Typically, new disciples abstain from participating in such competitions, as it would be akin to seeking humiliation, given that most possess only the 1st level of the Mingxian realm. According to the challenge rules, each match allowed for a challenge of up to 100 ranks higher, meaning Yang Lingchen would need to secure at least 200 consecutive victories to enter the top 10, a daunting task indeed. The rewards for this tournament were substantial, prompting many capable disciples to eagerly prepare for their turn. Meanwhile, those with slightly lesser skills also saw this as a rare opportunity to achieve a respectable ranking and distinguish themselves. The tournament attracted a significant number of inner sect disciples, who came to witness the spectacle. As the competition progressed fervently, it soon became Yang Lingchen's turn to take the stage. However, the audience at his arena did not have much faith in him, considering that the competitors he faced were all at least at the 6th level of the Mingxian realm, while Yang Lingchen's cultivation was decidedly the lowest. To everyone's astonishment, Yang Lingchen rapidly claimed victory in 10 consecutive matches, each concluded with a single strike from his staff. Since each fight involved challenges of 100 ranks higher, his ranking swiftly rose to 19,000. After achieving 10 consecutive victories, Yang Lingchen showed no intention of stepping down. His commanding performance continued to elevate his win count, as none could withstand his staff's might. To expedite his victories, he wasted no time once the referee signaled the start, diving straight into combat. As Yang Lingchen's winning streak persisted, his arena became a focal point of attention, with spectators speculating on the limits of his prowess. Some guessed he would achieve 50 consecutive victories, others 70, yet they were destined to be proven wrong. 40 consecutive victories. 60 consecutive victories. 80 consecutive victories. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and Yang Lingchen's winning streak had reached 80. His remarkable performance drew the keen interest of many high-ranking outer sect officials, as no new disciple had ever achieved even 10 consecutive victories, let alone Yang Lingchen's astonishing 80, with his streak still ongoing. At this moment, discussions shifted from how many victories Yang Lingchen might achieve to who could withstand a blow from his staff. Simultaneously, not far away, another arena featured a stunningly beautiful young woman with a captivating figure, who also achieved 80 consecutive victories. If Yang Lingchen were to see her, he would instantly recognize her as Feng Xueqing. Another hour passed. Yang Lingchen's consecutive victories surged to 160, while Feng Xueqing matched his tally at the same time. In that moment, both Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing left the entire outer sect in utter disbelief. Countless outer sect disciples rushed forth, causing a significant drop in attention on the other arenas. At this juncture, Feng Xueqing and Yang Lingchen had captured the entirety of the tournament's focus. "Brother, you must avenge me. That little bastard broke my leg." Chen Ming glared coldly at Yang Lingchen, seething with rage. "Humph, let him enjoy his arrogance for now. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him later," said a handsome youth, who was none other than the top disciple of the outer sect, Chun Jieyuan. At this moment, Yang Lingchen noticed another arena nearby, where the number of spectators was even greater than his own. Observant individuals would realize that the crowd surrounding Yang Lingchen consisted predominantly of female disciples, while the throngs encircling Feng Xueqing were mostly male, captivated by her striking beauty and alluring figure. The tournament continued, as did the winning streaks of Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing. 170 consecutive victories. 180 consecutive victories. 190 consecutive victories. 200 consecutive victories. Boom. Now, the entire outer sect was in a frenzy, as the top 10 of the tournament was established. To everyone's astonishment, both Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing, as new disciples, had achieved 200 consecutive victories. In that instant, they became the idols of all outer sect disciples within Tianyuan Palace. Chapter 26. The beating of Chen Jun. At this moment, the esteemed elder Yuan Yang of the outer sect ascended the platform with measured strides. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly like a blade, and instantly, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. "Congratulations on your successful advancement into the top 10 of the outer sect competition. The next phase will be the ranking battles among the top 10, Yuan Yang announced in a resonant voice, his words crystal clear to every ear present. According to the rules of the ranking battles, each participant would face the other 9 contenders, and their final standings would be determined by the number of victories achieved. The one with the highest wins would emerge as the champion of the competition. At this juncture, Yang Lingchen finally spotted Feng Xueqing. "Little vixen, today, if I don't thoroughly teach you a lesson, I shall not carry your surname," he silently vowed within himself. Concurrently, he sensed several hostile gazes directed towards him, yet he paid them little heed. Among the current top 10 disciples of the outer sect, he felt no pressure other than that from Feng Xueqing. Yang Lingchen was acutely aware that he had offended numerous individuals within the outer sect, but such matters had become inconsequential. His singular focus was on claiming the first place in this competition. Once he achieved that, he could ascend to the inner sect as a disciple. Now, the ranking battles officially commence. The first match features Yang Lingchen against Mo Zihai, Yuan Yang declared. Upon hearing his name, Yang Lingchen strode confidently onto the arena. "You arrogant brat, how dare you injure my younger brother?" Mo Zihai hissed icily, his eyes gleaming with a chilling malice as he fixed his glare upon Yang Lingchen. "I've injured many. How would I know which one is your brother?" Yang Lingchen replied with a derisive sneer. "Indeed, you are quite audacious today. I shall break your limbs and make you aware of the grave consequences of your arrogance." As Mo Zihai's words fell, He lunged towards Yang Lingchen with the ferocity of a great eagle taking flight, his overwhelming energy stunning the spectators. In the face of Mo Zihai's furious assault, Yang Lingchen's expression hardened, and he swung his staff with the swiftness of a dragon emerging from the sea. The strike carried a formidable aura, akin to a bolt of lightning, and it struck fiercely against the wrist of Mo Zihai's sword arm. Crack! Ah! 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 Mo Zihai emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his wrist shattered by the blow, bones splintering and protruding grotesquely. Originally, Yang Lingchen intended to conclude matters swiftly. However, given Mo Zihai's bravado and intent to cripple him, he felt no obligation to show restraint. Without mercy, Yang Lingchen swung his staff once more. Mo Zihai, enduring excruciating pain, attempted to evade with his agility. In that moment, he truly comprehended the terror embodied by Yang Lingchen. Yet, when it came to agility, how could he possibly rival Yang Lingchen? Bang, 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 crack, 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 crack. Yang Lingchen unleashed a relentless barrage upon Mo Zihai's limbs. Ah, ah, ah. The arena reverberated with Mo Zihai's agonized wails, his cries piercing the hearts of all present. Even the disciples engaged in battles on other platforms were drawn to his screams, turning their gazes in horror. Feeling better now? Your skills may be lacking, but your ability to act tough is unrivaled. Yang Lingchen glanced at Mo Zihai before expressionlessly stepping down from the platform. In the outer sect of Tianyuangong, as long as no one was killed or had their cultivation crippled, the higher-ups typically refrained from intervening. After all, in this brutal realm of cultivation, only the most exceptional disciples warranted significant investment from Tianyuangong. Witnessing Yang Lingchen's brutal display, those previously defeated by him felt a wave of relief wash over them. They were merely knocked off the stage, suffering no severe injuries. Ah, ah, ah. At that moment, another spine-chilling scream echoed, lingering for several minutes before it ceased. Yang Lingchen turned to see Feng Shueqing wielding a staff, mercilessly striking at her opponent's limbs. Just then, with her final blow, she aimed directly at her adversary's groin. Bang! Ah! The sound of cracking eggs resonated through the air. At this sight, Yang Lingchen instinctively tightened his legs, recalling the last time he nearly faced a similar fate at her hands, a shiver of fear coursing through him. How ruthless, this little demoness. As the ranking battles progressed, Yang Lingchen surged forth like an unstoppable tide, swiftly securing 7 consecutive victories. Simultaneously, the little demoness Feng Shueqing also achieved 7 victories in a row. Soon, Yang Lingchen's 8th match commenced, and his opponent was none other than the widely recognized top disciple of the outer sect, Chun Jun. Brad, are you the one who injured my brother? Chun Jun's eyes flashed with fury. Who the hell are you? What of your brother? Yang Lingchen retorted, utterly indifferent. With so many adversaries, how could he possibly keep track of them all? You ignorant fool, winning against some weaklings has led you to believe you are invincible. Chun Jun's countenance turned icy, for he was acknowledged as the number 1 in the outer sect. The audacity of Yang Lingchen's words felt like a slap to his face. In all his years in the outer sect, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Just a foolish mutt. Do you wish to fight, or shall you hurry back to your hole? Yang Lingchen stated coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Seeking death. Chun Jun bellowed, swinging his sword to unleash a fierce gust of sword energy directed towards Yang Lingchen. In response to Chun Jun's relentless attack, Yang Lingchen evaded effortlessly, simultaneously striking back with his staff. The staff, imbued with immense energy, sent Chun Jun staggering backward. Though he retreated several steps, Chun Jun remained uninjured. Yet, he regarded Yang Lingchen with newfound seriousness, for Yang Lingchen's prowess exceeded his expectations. Initially, Chun Jun had estimated Yang Lingchen's strength to be at the pinnacle of the Mingxian realm, but from that last strike, it was evident that Yang Lingchen's battle capability far surpassed such limitations. Yang Lingchen had no time for idle banter. He charged forward like a tempest, delivering a relentless assault. Clang, clang, clang. Chun Jun struggled to fend off the strikes with his sword. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, ah, ah. Chun Jun's cries of despair rang out. Faced with Yang Lingchen's ferocious onslaught, he managed to parry only a few blows before Yang Lingchen disarmed him. Crack, 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 crack. In the next instant, Yang Lingchen's staff rained down upon Chun Jun's limbs like a storm. Subsequently, with a swift kick, he sent Chun Jun flying from the arena, plunging the venue into a profound silence. Chun Jun was the acknowledged foremost disciple of the outer sect. In the minds of countless outer sect disciples, he was a godlike figure. No one could have predicted that he would be so thoroughly defeated by Yang Lingchen. Now with 8 consecutive victories under his belt, Yang Lingchen was set to face Feng Xueqing next. Given that Qin Jun had been incapacitated by Yang Lingchen, he chose to forfeit. Rogue, I advise you to concede swiftly, lest you find yourself on the receiving end of my wrath, Feng Xueqing declared, a mischievous glint in her eyes. You little tigress, you lack the capability to threaten me, Yang Lingchen replied with a devilish grin, his gaze unabashedly appraising Feng Xueqing's alluring figure. Chapter 27. The first of the outer gate, you scoundrel. It seems I was too lenient with you last time, Feng Xueqing said, her voice as melodious as a yellow oriole emerging from the valley. Little tiger girl, it appears that my last scratch didn't quite satisfy you, Yang Lingchen remarked with a sly smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. You scoundrel, cease your insolence. Feng Xueqing glared at him, her beautiful eyes seemingly ready to ignite with fury. Little tiger girl, mark my words, one day I shall have my way with you, Yang Lingchen declared, recalling the last time she nearly incapacitated him, igniting a fire of determination within him. It was the first time he had been bested into a state resembling a pig's head by a woman, and he silently vowed to conquer this fierce girl. Only by subduing Feng Xueqing could Yang Lingchen perhaps find some solace, for after all, it would be a woman of his own that had dealt him such a blow. The thought became less intolerable. You won't have the chance, for soon this young lady shall kick your third leg into oblivion. Ha ha! Feng Xueqing laughed, a glimmer of cunning in her smile. With such confidence, how about we make a wager? Yang Lingchen proposed, a hint of deadly charm in his smile, his gaze filled with challenge. What are the terms? Feng Xueqing inquired, curiosity etched upon her exquisite features. If you lose, you shall be my concubine, Yang Lingchen replied, his expression tinged with smugness. You scoundrel! And if you lose? Feng Xueqing retorted playfully. Then I shall become your husband, Yang Lingchen replied nonchalantly, as if victory were assured. Very well, I accept, Feng Xueqing stated without hesitation. Are you certain you won't regret this? Yang Lingchen questioned, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he pondered the unexpected stroke of fortune. This wager seemed to be entirely in his favor. Why would I regret it? Feng Xueqing laughed, her smile radiant as blossoms in spring. I am curious, why did you agree? Yang Lingchen asked, eyes filled with inquisitiveness. Because you are handsome, quite pleasing to the eye, and I just happened to need someone to swat away the pesky flies. Feng Xueqing thought herself exceedingly clever. Win or lose, she would acquire a tool to deal with bothersome nuisances in Yang Lingchen. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lingchen affirmed, then it is settled. At that moment, he understood Feng Xueqing's intentions. She sought to use him as a shield. Nevertheless, he was more than willing to serve this purpose, for Feng Xueqing was the most enticing girl he had ever encountered, capable of stirring the desires of any man. With her youthful countenance and voluptuous form, she exuded an ethereal aura, as if she belonged to another realm entirely. The championship battle begins now, boomed the voice of the Grand Elder of the Outer Gate, resonating throughout the venue. As soon as the Grand Elder's proclamation faded, Feng Xueqing surged forward like a gust of wind, launching a palm strike at Yang Lingchen with lightning speed. Unarmed, Yang Lingchen engaged her in combat, matching her strike for strike. Although both were at the 6th level of the Ming Xian realm, their combat prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the 2nd level of the Tong Xian realm. Meanwhile, above the clouds outside the Tianyuan Palace, a breathtaking figure floated in midair, her beautiful eyes fixated on Yang Lingchen in the arena, filled with confusion and curiosity. As the championship battle continued, Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing exchanged blows over 100 times. With each clash, Yang Lingchen became increasingly astonished. Since his transmigration, he had never encountered anyone who could contend with him at his level, and of course, he had not yet unleashed his ultimate techniques, such as the God-slaying sword technique and the soul-devouring slash, but he had no intention of doing so. At this moment, Feng Xueqing was even more astonished. She thought to herself, how can this scoundrel be so strong? Even in that place, few could rival me at the same level. Suddenly, Feng Xueqing feigned an attack and delivered a powerful kick toward Yang Lingchen's groin. By the heavens, what a despicable woman! Yang Lingchen exclaimed, swiftly dodging the strike and retaliating with a palm aimed at Feng Xueqing's chest. Seeing this, Feng Xueqing quickly countered with a palm of her OWN. As the battle raged on, after several hundred exchanges, Yang Lingchen gradually gained the upper hand. However, he refrained from using his full strength. After all, this was to be his future wife, and he couldn't afford to injure her. As the combat persisted, their fighting styles began to evolve. Feng Xueqing, likely wearied from the intensity, no longer fought with the same ferocity. It seemed the duel had transformed into a simple sparring match. They began to dance together like dragons and phoenixes, with Feng Shueqing's snowy white attire billowing in the wind, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Her lustrous black hair flowed gracefully, enhancing her ethereal charm, while her skin, as smooth as jade, shimmered under the sun's caress, making her appear otherworldly. Young Lingchen, possessing a visage that could be deemed exceptional, donned white brocade, which accentuated his elegance and grace. His thick, long hair was tied high, exuding a gallant demeanor, and his smile, coupled with his chiseled features, resembled a work of art. Their palms struck out in continuous succession, reminiscent of celestial beings engaged in a graceful dance, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. As another few hundred exchanges passed, Feng Shueqing finally exhausted her strength and was sent flying by Yang Lingchen's strike. That moment, Yang Lingchen ceased his assault, leaping forward to catch her in his arms, cradling her gently. In that instant, they both halted their attacks, embracing tightly, and silence enveloped them as no words were spoken. The spectators below the arena were left dumbfounded. What was transpiring? After a lengthy pause, Feng Shueqing broke the silence. "You scoundrel! How long do you intend to hold me?" Her voice carried a hint of playful shyness. "I wish to embrace you until the end of time, until the stars themselves collapse," Yang Lingchen replied, gazing into her eyes with an expression of melancholic affection, as if he wished to etch her image into the very depths of his heart. "You scoundrel, do you really think you can win me over with such cliché tactics?" Feng Shueqing teased, her lips curving upwards in a smirk. "Ahem, well, little tiger girl, according to our agreement, you should now be my woman, so a little embrace should be permissible, right?" Yang Lingchen said awkwardly, a sheepish smile gracing his face. "Do you like me?" Feng Shueqing asked, blinking her eyes, her sparkling gaze filled with anticipation. "Indeed." Yang Lingchen replied without hesitation. "What do you like about me?" Feng Shueqing inquired curiously, her demeanor reminiscent of an innocent child. "You are beautiful, ample, adorable, full of personality, and possess great talent. These are all qualities I admire," Yang Lingchen declared with sincerity gleaming in his eyes. "You scoundrel, such a lecher!" Feng Shueqing retorted playfully, her cheeks reddening like a ripe apple. "And what of my qualities in your eyes?" Yang Lingchen asked, a smile dancing on his lips, hope glimmering in his gaze. "Aside from being handsome and talented, it seems you possess no other merits," Feng Shueqing mused, her tone laced with playful mockery. "Do you like me then?" Yang Lingchen queried earnestly, a nervous edge to his expression. "Of course. Those two traits are precisely what I favor. Neither can be absent, for I too am a connoisseur of beauty," Feng Shueqing replied, her laughter radiant as sunshine. That moment, the Grand Elder, Yuanyang, approached, prompting Yang Lingchen and Feng Shueqing to hastily part. Subsequently, Yuanyang announced the results of the grand competition. Yang Lingchen emerged as the champion, with Feng Shueqing in second place and Chen Jun in third. The top three would all be granted the opportunity to enter the inner gate ahead of others. Typically, entry into the inner gate required a practitioner of the Tongxian realm, or to be accepted as a disciple by an inner gate elder. Congratulations on becoming disciples of the inner gate of Tianyuan Palace. Now, please follow me to register, Yuanyang proclaimed, his smile brimming with satisfaction. Finally entering the inner gate, Yang Lingchen could hardly contain his elation. For within the Tianyuan Palace, gaining entry into the inner gate signified the true status of a disciple. Under Yuanyang's guidance, the two traversed several peaks before arriving at the assessment hall of the Tianyuan Palace. This hall served as the testing ground for disciples' promotions. However, as Yang Lingchen and Feng Shueqing ranked first and second in the competition, they were exempt from the assessment and could register directly. The inner gate of Tianyuan Palace was governed by 7 peak masters: Tianyuan Peak, Tianxin Peak, Tianji Peak, Tianxian Peak, Tiandan Peak, Tianjin Peak, and Tianqi Peak, with Tianyuan Peak being the main peak, where the palace master resided. Chapter 28. The early morning apprenticeship at the summit of the Tianyuan Palace. Within the grand hall of the palace master, a voice, both ethereal and enchanting, resonated as if it descended from the heavens, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Euro, I wish to personally take the disciple who secured first place in the outer sect competition under my wing. Please bring him to me." Before her stood a woman who seemed to have stepped out of a celestial realm, draped in an opulent white gown that flowed elegantly, reminiscent of a fairy gracing the mortal world. Although her visage was partially obscured by a delicate veil, her mesmerizing eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, deep and alluring, capable of ensnaring anyone who dared to gaze upon them. Yes, master. Lin Yuro bowed respectfully and gracefully retreated, her movements light and fluid, akin to a flower swaying in the breeze. At that moment, Lin Yuro's heart was filled with astonishment. She could not comprehend why her master would choose to accept young Lingchen as her disciple. What extraordinary qualities did this youth, who had only recently emerged victorious in the competition, possess to warrant such personal attention from the typically aloof master? Simultaneously, as young Lingchen claimed his victory, a sensational piece of news exploded like a bombshell, sending shockwaves throughout the Tianyuan Palace. Just moments ago, the palace's most beautiful woman, Ling Yinyun, publicly declared that young Lingchen, the champion of the outer sect competition, was her man. As this revelation spread, a tempest of inquiries erupted among the inner sect disciples and core members, all eager to uncover the identity of the man who had captured Ling Yinyun's heart. They were all curious about what sort of individual could elicit such admiration from the palace's foremost beauty. Ling Yinyun, at the age of 17, not only possessed breathtaking beauty but also exhibited extraordinary talent in her cultivation, having already attained the 9th level of the Wushu realm. Her every smile and frown could stir the hearts of those around her, much like a resplendent flower blooming in the spring. Of course, a woman as exceptional as Ling Yinyun was not without her admirers. Suitors flocked to her from the inner sect to the core disciples, and even rumors suggested that the renowned saint of Sikong held a particular fondness for her. Meanwhile, young Lingchen remained blissfully unaware of the commotion surrounding him, as he was busy registering his identity in the assessment hall. By personal choice, Feng Shueqing had opted for the Tianyuan Peak, the very mountain where the palace master resided, while young Lingchen chose the Tiandan Peak, the only mountain dedicated to alchemy and the one with the fewest disciples. Young Lingchen selected Tiandan Peak for its abundant opportunities to engage with rare herbs, which would greatly benefit his cultivation and future endeavors. Rascal, you better put in the effort to cultivate. If anyone bothers me, you must stand up like a man. Feng Shueqing chided, her voice as melodious as a bell, laced with playful reproach. Who dares to disturb you? I shall break their limbs. Young Lingchen replied with utmost seriousness, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination. Feng Shueqing was indeed a girl he held in high regard, embodying almost all desirable traits. She possessed an alluring figure, captivating features that seemed sculpted by divine hands, and astonishing potential in her cultivation. Furthermore, she was not only strikingly beautiful but also endearingly charming, her playful demeanor evoking a protective instinct. Most importantly, she exuded an otherworldly aura, as if she were an ethereal sprite from a fairyland. You better remember what you said. If someone bothers me, I'll let them know that young Lingchen is my man, Feng Shueqing teased, her smile radiant like the sun on a spring day. I hope you won't bring me a world of trouble, young Lingchen said, a hint of resigned amusement crossing his face. That remains to be seen. With my beauty, I'm sure to attract a swarm of flies wherever I go, Feng Shueqing replied, her eyes sparkling with a hint of pride. Very well. If anyone dares to trouble you, just invoke my name. I fear no trouble, young Lingchen declared, confidence and responsibility resonating in his tone. At that moment, an exquisite figure entered the assessment hall. It was Lin Yuro, the disciple of the palace master. Lin Yuro, what brings you here? Young Lingchen asked, taken aback by her arrival. Young Lingchen, come with me to Tianyuan Peak. The palace master wishes to see you, Lin Yuro said sweetly, her voice as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring. The palace master wishes to see me? This must be a mistake. I haven't done anything wrong. Young Lingchen inquired, confusion etched on his face. You haven't done anything wrong. The palace master intends to take you as her disciple. Hurry, Lin Yuro urged, a hint of urgency in her tone. The palace master wants to take me as her disciple? Young Lingchen furrowed his brow, filled with skepticism and bewilderment. Enough with the chatter. Follow me at once. Lin Yuro insisted, her demeanor tinged with impatience. All right, but may I bring Shueqing along? She has also chosen Tianyuan Peak, young Lingchen proposed, hope glimmering in his eyes. Very well, you both can accompany me, Lin Yuro agreed, setting off gracefully ahead, her movements light and elegant, with young Lingchen and Feng Shueqing trailing behind. Rascal, how could the palace master choose you as her disciple? Feng Shueqing whispered, curiosity piqued in her tone. I truly have no idea, young Lingchen admitted, equally perplexed. Young Lingchen, have you met the palace master before? Lin Yuro asked inquisitively, her gaze probing. I can't say for sure. We'll find out when we meet her, young Lingchen replied, equally puzzled by the palace master's sudden interest in him. They traversed several mountain peaks until they finally arrived at a colossal mountain, its grandeur awe-inspiring, towering into the clouds, as if it were reaching for the heavens. The three of them boarded a flying beast and soon ascended to the peak. After ensuring feng shuiqing was settled, Lin Yuro led young Lingchen into the palace master's grand hall. As he stepped into the magnificent hall, exuding a profound and majestic aura, young Lingchen was utterly astonished. Such architecture, if placed among mortals, would be deemed an unreplicable marvel. In the center of the hall sat a woman of enchanting grace, adorned in luxurious attire, exuding elegance, her face veiled in delicate snow-like fabric. Though her features were partially concealed, her stunning eyes sparkled with an otherworldly allure, capable of captivating anyone who dared to meet her gaze. "Master, I have brought young Lingchen," Lin Yuro announced, bowing with deep respect. "Leave us," the palace master's voice, a melodious yet commanding sound, resonated, imbued with an irresistible charm. "Yes, master," Lin Yuro replied, bowing as she exited. "Disciple young Lingchen, I greet the palace master." Young Lingchen bowed deeply, his demeanor reverent and sincere. "Young Lingchen, from this day forth, you shall be my closed-door disciple. Do you have any objections?" The palace master's voice rang out, resonating with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. "In no objections, disciple young Lingchen pays his respects to the master." Young Lingchen stammered, feeling an overwhelming urge to kneel before this resplendent woman, yielding to her unassailable presence. "Come closer. I wish to observe you more closely," the palace master beckoned, her voice soft and gentle, like a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, sending ripples through the air. "Yes, master." Young Lingchen bowed his head, unable to meet her gaze, hesitantly approaching. "I won't bite. Lift your head and come a little closer." The palace master's voice was enchanting, imbued with a mesmerizing quality that was impossible to resist. "Yes, master." Young Lingchen trembled as he approached. The pressure emanating from her was formidable, as if a mountain bore down upon him, making each step a challenge. The palace master extended her flawless hand, delicately lifting young Lingchen's chin with her finger, her voice laced with a hint of flirtation. "Indeed, you are rather handsome." Her hand was exquisite, more flawless than the first snow, more lustrous than divine jade, as if a celestial being had reached down from a dream to caress him. Young Lingchen was taken aback. He had never encountered a hand so breathtakingly beautiful, yet it seemed oddly familiar, though he could not recall where he had seen it before. "If the master were to force me, should I resist?" "Forget it. She is far too formidable. It would be best not to resist." "Come." Young Lingchen braced himself, remaining still as her finger lingered on his chin. "This is the Tianyuan sword classic. Take it and cultivate. If you fail to master it within a month, I shall impose a punishment." The palace master's expression turned frosty, her voice chilling the very air around them. "What is happening? She seems fully prepared." "Thank you, master," young Lingchen said hurriedly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Yuro," the palace master's voice called out again. "Master," Lin Yuro quickly returned. "Arrange for Chun'er to reside in the Tsuayin Pavilion." The palace master's tone was cool and devoid of emotion. "Yes, master," Lin Yuro replied, her heart racing with astonishment at the palace master's decision to bestow such honor upon young Lingchen. "Do not disclose the matter of my taking Chun'er as a disciple for now." "You may all leave," commanded the palace master, her voice carrying an unmistakable authority. "Yes, master." Young Lingchen and Lin Yuro bowed and exited the hall. Chapter 29. The eighth layer of the Ming Xian realm. Junior brother Lingchen, do you know our master? Lin Yuro inquired curiously, her enchanting eyes filled with intrigue. It was her first encounter with the master, who was showing such keen interest in a new disciple, especially since she had been the only one accepted by the master over the years. "Not at all. I have indeed never met the master," young Lingchen replied after a moment of contemplation, his tone resolute. He too was filled with curiosity regarding why Dongfang Yunbing had chosen him as a disciple, a question that eluded his understanding. "Junior brother Lingchen, the master is truly kind to you, having bestowed upon you the Tsuayun Pavilion," Lin Yuro remarked enviously, her gaze betraying a hint of longing. "Is the Tsuayun Pavilion particularly special?" Young Lingchen asked, his curiosity piqued, an expression of bewilderment gracing his features. Though the Tsuayun Pavilion is not an independent peak, it is indeed the most extraordinary location on the Tianyuan main peak. It is serene and infused with rich spiritual energy, making it an ideal place for cultivation, Lin Yuro explained, her voice melodious and delightful, akin to the song of a lark. That sounds wonderful. I do enjoy tranquility. Young Lingchen's face brightened with anticipation as he began to yearn for the Tsuiyin Pavilion. By the way, junior brother Lingchen, you might soon find yourself in quite a predicament, Lin Yurua said with a charming smile that seemed to carry an air of mystery. Predicament? What predicament? Young Lingchen asked, his brow furrowing slightly in curiosity. Sister Yinyun has publicly declared that you are her man, Lin Yurua said with a gleeful laugh, the sound echoing in the air. Let her declare. What trouble could that possibly bring? Young Lingchen replied nonchalantly, his expression remarkably composed. Do you know who Sister Yinyun is? Lin Yurua queried, her eyes taking on a serious demeanor. To be honest, I am not very familiar with her. Does she possess some special identity? Young Lingchen asked, his intrigue deepening. Sister Yinyun is the most beautiful woman in the Tianyuan Palace and one of the 4 holy sons. Thus, suitors are plentiful, scattered all throughout the Tianyuan Palace, Lin Yurua explained, her voice slightly elevated, as if emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Her suitors won't come seeking trouble with me, will they? Young Lingchen inquired, a twinge of concern creeping into his heart. What do you think? Lin Yurua shot him a sidelong glance, her expression seemingly saying, you figure it out. After traversing several picturesque mountain paths, the two finally arrived at the Tsuiyin Pavilion. This was an estate nestled against a cliff, surrounded by delightful scenery, lush trees, blooming flowers, and birds singing joyfully in the branches. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was extraordinarily dense, creating an ethereal mist, and most importantly, it was profoundly tranquil, as if detached from the world, making it perfect for secluded cultivation. After ensuring Yang Lingchen was settled, Lin Yurua departed from the Tsuiyin Pavilion. Yang Lingchen felt immense satisfaction with this elegant and serene abode, relieved that he would no longer have to worry about disturbances during his cultivation. The rewards from the recent outer sect competition were quite substantial, including 1 million contribution points and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. With over 400 million contribution points and around 20,000 low-grade spirit stones now in his possession, his wealth likely surpassed that of many core disciples. Diving into the Haotian Jade space, Yang Lingchen retrieved a plethora of spirit stones to begin his refining process. At that moment, he sat cross-legged amidst a mound of spirit stones, and as the Haotian formula surged within him, the stones transformed into wisps of white spiritual energy, swirling around him like playful serpents, enveloping him entirely. After several hours, Yang Lingchen finally approached the bottleneck of the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm. Break for me, he bellowed, his voice reverberating as if it could pierce the heavens. Boom! The 7th layer of the Mingxian realm. A tremendous roar echoed from within Yang Lingchen, akin to a thunderclap, as he successfully shattered that barrier, advancing to the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm. Without pausing after his breakthrough, Yang Lingchen consumed a multitude of elixirs. Supported by the supreme Mingxian pill, his cultivation surged rapidly once again. Early stage of the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm. Mid-stage of the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm. Peak of the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm. At this juncture, Yang Lingchen once more encountered the bottleneck of the 8th layer of the Mingxian realm. He continued to refine the remaining spirit stones around him, striving to break through to the 8th layer in one vigorous push. His desire for strength was palpable. The day of his duel with Li Tianqing was fast approaching, and he certainly did not wish to perish on the arena. Moreover, he was soon to face countless challenges. Without sufficient strength, he would merely become a target for humiliation. As several more hours slipped by, through sheer perseverance, Yang Lingchen finally ascended to the 8th layer of the Mingxian realm, and with the aid of elixirs, he catapulted himself to the peak of the 8th layer. After his breakthrough, Yang Lingchen retrieved the Tianyuan sword cannon to commence his comprehension. He dared not forget the Master's instruction. Should he fail to master it within a month, who knew what punishment might await him? The mere thought of Dongfang Yunbing's terrifying pressure sent shivers down his spine. Since his arrival in this realm, aside from the fairy with whom he had shared a fleeting moment, the master of Tianyuan Palace stood as the most formidable figure he had ever encountered. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After relentless contemplation, Yang Lingchen finally reached a minor success with the Tianyuan sword cannon. This technique was the most profound martial skill of the Tianyuan Palace, practiced only by Dongfang Yunbing and the Grand Elder. No one else had yet attempted its cultivation. Emerging from the Haotian Jade space, he resolved to visit the inner sect exchange hall of the Tianyuan Palace. After this period of cultivation, he had exhausted all the spirit stones in his possession, and his elixirs were nearly depleted as well. Changing into a set of inner sect disciple robes and tidying himself up, Yang Lingchen left the Tsuiyin Pavilion. The inner sect exchange hall was an imposing structure, imbued with an air of antiquity. The ancient walls bore the marks of time, clearly having existed for countless years. The items available for exchange here were vastly superior to those in the outer sect exchange hall. Presenting his identity token, young Lingchen spent 3 million contribution points to acquire a considerable array of alchemical materials and some spirit stones before exiting the hall. Little bastard, let us see who can protect you today. Li Tianqing and Li Sini approached with icy glares, blocking young Lingchen's path. Their eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent, as if they wished to devour him whole. Li Tianqing, are you so eager to meet your demise? Yang Lingchen retorted with a cold smirk, his expression brimming with disdain and mockery. He was not intimidated by Li Tianqing at this moment. Little bastard, if you have the guts, come to the death arena with me now, Li Tianqing said with a chilling tone, a trace of frost lacing his words. Lead the way, young Lingchen replied with a scoff, his tone imbued with fearless bravado. Since Li Tianqing was seeking his own doom, he saw no reason to refuse. Let us see how you die, Li Tianqing declared, turning on his heel to walk away. Yang Lingchen followed closely behind, making their way towards the inner sect death arena. At the Tianyuan Palace, within the inner sect death arena, Yang Lingchen, are you certain you wish to accept Li Tianqing's challenge to a life and death battle? The elder overseeing the arena furrowed his brow, concern etched across his face. Absolutely, Yang Lingchen replied, his gaze unwavering, exuding no hint of retreat. Are you aware of the disparity in cultivation levels between you two? Do not blame me for not warning you. Once you step onto the death arena, fate will take its course. If you regret it now, it is not too late, the elder cautioned, his voice laced with concern. I appreciate your warning, elder, Yang Lingchen said respectfully, bowing with determination. Since you choose not to heed my advice, you may sign the life and death contract, the elder stated, shaking his head in resignation. He had heard of Yang Lingchen's prowess, knowing him to be the champion of this year's outer sect competition, and at merely 15 years of age, he was indeed a prodigious talent. Chapter 30. The Slaying of Li Tianqing. Swish, swish. Yang Lingchen and Li Tianqing unhesitatingly inscribed their signatures on the life and death contract. At that moment, numerous inner sect disciples gathered around, their curiosity piqued, many of whom recognized Yang Lingchen. After all, he was the champion of the outer sect competition. On that fateful day, many inner sect disciples had observed from the sidelines. This lad is Yang Lingchen? He doesn't seem particularly impressive. How could the saintess of misty clouds have taken a liking to him? Perhaps the saintess simply favors this pretty boy. That's true. Apart from his handsome appearance, he doesn't seem to possess any remarkable qualities. A cacophony of whispers filled the air, brimming with confusion and skepticism. You little wretch, no one can save you today. Li Tianqing coldly glared at Yang Lingchen, his eyes gleaming with malice and ferocity. Vile scoundrel, you would do well to advise your sister, or else you will find yourself weeping shortly. Yang Lingchen shot a derisive glance at Li Sini. Seeking death, Li Tianqing's eyes flashed with a fierce glimmer as his sword sliced through the air towards Yang Lingchen with astonishing swiftness. Li Tianqing, a formidable warrior at the third level of the profound realm, unleashed a strike imbued with purple sword energy, akin to a bolt of lightning, aimed to cleave Yang Lingchen in two. Faced with such a prodigious opponent, Yang Lingchen dared not afford any carelessness. The Qingling sword was drawn in an instant, radiating a chilling brilliance as he executed the first form of the Tianyuan sword manual, meeting the incoming sword energy head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, clashing relentlessly for 7 or 8 rounds, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, Yang Lingchen was not exerting his full strength. Instead, he was leveraging Li Tianqing's practice of the Tianyuan sword manual. Should Li Tianqing discover that he was merely a training partner, he would likely be consumed by rage. As they continued their duel for dozens more rounds, Li Tianqing began to feel increasingly alarmed. He had unleashed all his power, deploying every trick in his arsenal. Yet Yang Lingchen appeared remarkably composed, maneuvering with ease. Meanwhile, within the clouds above, a stunning figure observed the life and death struggle unfolding in the inner sect. You audacious brat, how bold of you to practice your sword against your opponent in a life and death match, Dongfang Yunbing remarked, a captivating smile gracing her lips, laced with admiration and curiosity. At that moment, the law elder gazed at Yang Lingchen with disbelief. As a law elder, he had encountered countless prodigies throughout his life, yet he had never witnessed a youth so defying of the heavens. After more than 100 exchanges, Yang Lingchen's mastery of the Tianyuan sword manual grew increasingly refined, his techniques becoming ever more exquisite. while Li Tianqing gradually found himself on the defensive. Swish! A gash was inflicted across Li Tianqing's chest by Yang Lingchen, blood instantly staining his garments. Swish! Yang Lingchen's Qingling sword sliced through Li Tianqing's left ankle, causing blood to spurt uncontrollably, rendering his complexion pale. Swish, 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 swish. Ah, ah, ah. After a series of strikes, Li Tianqing's limbs were utterly severed by Yang Lingchen's blade. With his sword lowered to the ground, Yang Lingchen stood resolutely upon the arena, his sharply defined features strikingly handsome, his visage resembling a sculpted masterpiece. Though he appeared reckless, the glint in his eyes commanded respect, deterring any from underestimating him. Brother! Li Sini wept inconsolably, her tears cascading like rain, yearning to rush onto the stage, only to be restrained by the law elder. Kneel, slap yourself 100 times and shout that you are a lowly wretch. Then I shall spare Li Tianqing, Yang Lingchen said, a cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded Li Sini, devoid of any compassion. Yang Lingchen, I advise you to spare my brother. He is a disciple of the Grand Elder of Tianxian Peak. Li Sini's eyes glimmered with hatred as she glared at Yang Lingchen, her voice simmering with fury. Swish, swish. Ah, ah, ah. Li Tianqing's anguished cries echoed once more, sending chills down the spine. Stop, I will kneel. Li Sini cried out, immediately dropping to her knees. Her brother was her only family, the one who had treated her with utmost kindness throughout her life. She could not bear to witness his demise upon the arena in that moment. Li Sini regretted her earlier decisions profoundly, lamenting why she had committed such an ungrateful act. Slap. I am a lowly wretch. Slap. I am a lowly wretch. With each resounding slap, Li Sini struck her own face, the sound crisp and resonant. Sini, stop. Li Tianqing howled, his voice fraught with agony and helplessness. After delivering 100 slaps, Li Sini's face had swollen grotesquely, her cheeks ballooning out of shape. Swish! Yang Lingchen's sword swept through the air, severing Li Tianqing's neck in an instant. Brother! Li Sini, in a frenzy, dashed onto the stage, cradling her brother's blood-soaked neck, her tears flowing like a torrential flood. Sini, from now on, you must take care of yourself. Do not seek revenge. Li Tianqing struggled to utter his final words before his eyes closed forever, his body turning limp and powerless. Yang Lingchen, I will kill you. Li Sini, consumed by madness, charged at Yang Lingchen, her gaze burning with the intent to devour him whole. Bang! Without hesitation, Yang Lingchen delivered a kick that sent her sprawling, indifferent to her beauty when dealing with an enemy. I have knelt. Why must you still kill my brother? Li Sini glared at Yang Lingchen with venomous eyes, her voice a blend of despair and fury. My apologies. When it comes to enemies, my words are devoid of any sincerity. Blame only yourself. I had intended to save you, yet you repaid my kindness with malice, even attempting to seize my demon core and plot my demise. Having finished speaking, Yang Lingchen turned and departed the scene, his figure resolute and unwavering. Were it not for the Tianyuan Palace, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this woman at that very moment. Yang Lingchen, I will ensure your suffering is beyond measure, I swear. Li Sini ground her teeth, her gaze fixated on Yang Lingchen's retreating figure, her eyes filled with deep-seated resentment, as if imprinting his silhouette upon her heart. Upon returning to the Tuyan Pavilion, Yang Lingchen immediately commenced his alchemical pursuits. In the days that followed, he lived quite comfortably, indulging in barbecued game and fine tea by day, while diving into frenzied cultivation of the Haotian jade by night. Numerous inner sect and core disciples had initially harbored intentions of teaching Yang Lingchen a lesson. However, as he remained sequestered within the Tsueyun Pavilion, they found themselves at a loss. Clang! This Yang Lingchen possesses audacity beyond measure, daring to slay my disciple. An elder with a piercing gaze remarked coldly. This man was Chen Yinling, the Grand Elder of Tianxian Peak, his countenance dark and foreboding, as if drenched in shadows. Master, Li Tianqing was killed on the arena. We cannot seek revenge directly, a core disciple spoke up, his expression betraying his discomfort. Keep a close watch on him. The moment he leaves Tianyuan Palace, ensure his demise, Chen Yinling commanded, his tone icy, as though echoing from the depths of hell. Understood, Master, Wang Yuan replied respectfully, lowering his head, unable to meet Chen Yinling's gaze. At that moment, Yang Lingchen was enjoying a barbecue and savoring his homemade red wine in the Tsueyun Pavilion. Sister Yurua, Sister Yingyun, you've come. Please, take a seat and sample my latest vintage, Young Lingchen greeted warmly, arranging chairs with a radiant smile. Junior brother Lingchen, you certainly know how to enjoy life. Lin Yurua exclaimed, plopping down and voraciously digging in, her demeanor reminiscent of one who had not eaten in days. This is delicious. Is it truly that delectable? Ling Yingyun inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on the barbecue. Sister Yingyun, do give it a try. And this red wine, you've surely never tasted anything like it. Young Lingchen encouraged, pouring each of them a glass, the wine shimmering enticingly in the sunlight. Ling Yingyun took a gentle sip, her eyes sparkling with surprise. I never imagined you could brew wine. Sister Yingyun, take your time. Red wine should be savored slowly. Young Lingchen smiled, his expression as warm as a spring breeze. Junior brother Lingchen, from now on, Yungyun and I will entrust our meals to you. You don't mind, do you? Lin Yurua proposed, her eyes alight with anticipation. Sister Yurua, don't mention just meals. I'd gladly take care of you both, young Lingchen replied with a charming smile, a hint of teasing in his gaze. You rascal, if you want us to entrust ourselves to you, I fear your little frame may not withstand the two of us, Lin Yurua retorted, her cheeks flushed from the wine, appearing particularly alluring, her words laced with innuendo. Impudent girl, if you wish to offer yourself, do it yourself. Don't drag me into it, Ling Yingyun chided, playfully pinching Lin Yurua's waist, a faint blush gracing her own cheeks. Ahem. Sisters, do try this freshly grilled hare, young Lingchen quickly interjected, eager to shift the topic, aware that while Lin Yurua appeared demure, she was surprisingly bold in her manner of speaking. Chapter 31. Ancient relics in the blink of an eye, 10 fleeting days had passed. Throughout this protracted period, young Lingchen remained in a fervent state of cultivation, exhibiting no sign of lethargy. His prowess had successfully advanced to the 9th level of the Mingxian realm. Just as he had hoped on this particular day, young Lingchen was wholly engrossed in his practice of the Tianyuan sword classic, when, without any forewarning, an exquisite figure materialized in the Tsuiyun pavilion. Clad in a pure white form-fitting gown, she perfectly accentuated her enchanting and alluring figure. Her pair of frosty, beautiful eyes bore an air of regal superiority, akin to a noble ice lotus blooming upon a towering snow-capped peak, untouched by the mundane world. Disciple Yang Lingchen pays his respects to master. Upon seeing the visitor, Yang Lingchen promptly bowed with utmost reverence. Quite impressive. In just over a dozen days, you have remarkably brought the Tianyuan sword classic to a consummate level. Truly worthy of being the disciple I have chosen, Dongfang Yunbing remarked in a cool-toned, "It is all thanks to Master S' adept guidance that I have made such rapid progress." Yang Lingchen responded without hesitation, offering a compliment. With an ethereal grace, Dongfang Yunbing glided to a long bench and elegantly reclined, casually declaring, "Chan'er, I feel a bit fatigued. Shall I give you a massage?" Yang Lingchen asked, his heart pounding with trepidation, fully prepared for any repercussions that might follow. Dongfang Yunbing replied softly, closing her stunning eyes and lying quietly on the bench. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, Yang Lingchen's heart raced wildly. He cautiously approached Dongfang Yunbing from behind, then gently rested his trembling hands upon her smooth, delicate shoulders. In that instant, he felt as though he were on the verge of suffocation. After all, she was a woman of immense repute throughout the entire North Xian region. Her slightest whim could dictate the fate of countless lives. Dongfang Yunbing's figure was exquisitely soft and alluring. Even her shoulders possessed a beauty that could leave one breathless. With utmost care, Yang Lingchen began to knead her shoulders and arms. The enchanting softness of her jade-like hands made it difficult for him to tear himself away. "You seem quite nervous," Dongfang Yunbing murmured, her eyes still closed out a bit. Yang Lingchen replied, taking a deep breath to steady his anxious heart. "Am I really that intimidating?" Dongfang Yunbing's voice took on a slightly delicate tone. "It is only because Master is as beautiful as a celestial being that I feel somewhat apprehensive," Yang Lingchen whispered. "How do I compare to Ling Yinyun in fengshui etching?" Dongfang Yunbing inquired playfully. Cough cough. Of course, Master is the most beautiful," Yang Lingchen quickly responded, clearing his throat. "Your technique is commendable. Where did you learn it?" Dongfang Yunbing asked again. The Emperor's Club," Yang Lingchen answered honestly. "What is the Emperor's Club?" Dongfang Yunbing asked, her curiosity piqued. "The place that specializes in providing massage services," Yang Lingchen explained softly. Dongfang Yunbing ceased further conversation, quietly enjoying Yang Lingchen's ministrations. Time slipped by, and 2 hours soon passed. "Quite well done. I shall come frequently from now on," Dongfang Yunbing stated, and in an instant, her figure vanished from the Tuyan pavilion. Damn, I am not a masseur, young Lingchen sighed in relief. Those 2 hours had been excruciating for him. Few could withstand the pressure of massaging such an extraordinary beauty, especially considering that she was the most powerful sovereign in the region. Another 7 days passed in silence. During this time, his cultivation experienced another breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Mingchen realm. After attaining this peak, young Lingchen mentally prepared himself for an outing to gain experience and complete several tasks. Exiting the Tuyan pavilion, young Lingchen made his way to the task hall of the inner gate of Tunyuan Palace. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a task poster at the entrance of the hall, and filled with curiosity, he hastened over. It turned out that the 4 major sects had discovered a newly unearthed ancient relic deep within the North Wilderness mountain range. Due to the relic's ancient origins, only warriors below the Wushu realm were eligible to enter. Consequently, the higher-ups of Tianyuan Palace had posted this announcement, hoping that adventurous young disciples would venture forth to explore. Young Lingchen scrutinized the specific location of the relic, then promptly turned and exited Tianyuan Palace without hesitation. However, unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a figure swiftly followed behind him, stealthily trailing his path. This individual was Wang Yuan, a disciple ranked among the top 10 of the inner gate. Once outside Tianyuan Palace, young Lingchen employed the phantom technique, activating his mode of rapid travel. Yet, due to his continuous use of movement techniques, Wang Yuan soon lost sight of him. Shocked, Wang Yuan pondered how he, a disciple among the top 10, could possibly lose track of someone at the Mingchen realm. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, knowing that young Lingchen was bound for the ancient relic. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Thanks to young Lingchen's rapid pace, he finally arrived deep within the North Wilderness mountain range. At this juncture, he found himself in close proximity to the ancient relic. He also noticed numerous individuals nearby, including disciples from Tianyuan Palace as well as some from other sections. The North Wilderness mountain range was vast, with the 4 major powers of the southern state encircling it. Thus, the discovery of this ancient relic had drawn young disciples from the other 3 sects to embark on their own explorations. Young Lingchen proceeded along the path toward the entrance of the ancient relic. Upon arriving at the entrance, he observed several middle-aged individuals of considerable strength. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be elder-level figures from the 4 major sections. The emergence of the ancient relic was sure to incite conflict among the sections. Hence, each sect dispatched formidable elders to oversee their disciples' safety within. Young Lingchen approached the Tianyuan Palace faction. At that moment, a man in his 40s stepped forward. This was Sun Tianqing, an elder of Tianyuan Palace's inner gate. Attention, everyone. Once the relic opens, exercise caution inside, as other sect members may pose a threat. Do not let negligence cost you your lives, Sun Tianqing admonished with a serious countenance. Understood, master, the disciples responded in unison. At that moment, the true visage of the ancient relic gradually began to reveal itself. Good, the relic has opened. Everyone may enter, Sun Tianqing announced. As the ancient relic opened, disciples from the 4 major sects surged forward one after another. The 4 major sects of the southern state included Tianyuan Palace, Dean Sect, Luocha Palace, and Jianyuan Pavilion, with Jianyuan Pavilion being the most powerful, while the other 3 sects were roughly equal in strength. Young Lingchen joined the throng, entering this mysterious ancient relic. Suddenly, he sensed a fleeting glimmer, and when he quickly turned to look, he found nothing amiss. At that moment, young Lingchen's instincts heightened. Just moments ago, he had felt as though a fierce predator was keenly observing him, an unsettling sensation indeed. Once everyone had entered the relic, the entrance behind them unexpectedly sealed shut without warning. In an instant, the thousands present were engulfed in a state of panic, each frantically searching for an exit. To their dismay, the entrance they had just passed through seemed to have never existed at all. After a lengthy period of fruitless searching for an exit, many individuals began to explore the vast expanse of the relic, reasoning that since they could not leave immediately, they might as well delve deeper and perhaps uncover some precious treasures within. Chapter 32. The Sword of Immortals and Demons. Upon confirming the disappearance of the exit, young Lingchen wasted no time and resolutely strode deep into the secret realm. Having already set foot in this ancient relic, he was determined not to return empty-handed, unwilling to squander such a rare opportunity. From the vast scale of this ancient site, young Lingchen could clearly discern that it was likely the resting place of a powerful being from antiquity. Moreover, he unexpectedly uncovered a terrifying secret. This relic was ensnared within an unparalleled killing formation, ominously named the Killing Formation. To unravel this deadly array, it required that individuals turn upon one another, leading to the demise of half its participants before the exit would re-emerge. Nevertheless, this formation posed little challenge for young Lingchen. After all, Lingchen was a master of formations at the pinnacle of the divine realm, and having inherited his memories, young Lingchen found the seemingly simple killing formation a mere trifle. Before long, young Lingchen arrived at a palace suffused with an enigmatic aura. At that moment, a young man approached from a distance, clad in the robes of an inner disciple of Tianyuan Palace. This individual was none other than Wang Yuan, one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sanctum. For reasons unknown, young Lingchen felt a sudden jolt of unease, and as the young man drew nearer, that disquieting sensation intensified. Despite the serene smile on Wang Yuan's face, young Lingchen's deep-seated apprehension lingered. Thus, he discreetly heightened his vigilance, quietly grasping several explosive poison pills in his hand. Just as Wang Yuan was about to close the distance, young Lingchen swiftly launched the explosive poison pills, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Boom, boom, boom. At the instant young Lingchen shot forth the pills, Wang Yuan keenly sensed the impending danger, promptly channeling his energy to shield himself, and swiftly retreated. However, even so, he was caught by the explosion, his robes torn to shreds, leaving him in a woeful state, though he sustained no serious injuries. You lucky brat, consider this your fortune, but within this ancient relic, I refuse to believe. Chapter 33. The Crimson Sky Serpent. At that moment, young Lingchen suddenly spotted a small gap in the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, driven by instinct, he dove right in. Almost simultaneously, the stunningly beautiful girl, with remarkable swiftness, followed suit without a hint of hesitation. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the gap sealed shut behind them. Young Lingchen, however, paid no mind to anything else and fled desperately, his heart racing. Before long, he was forced to stop, for a deep, dark pool of water barred his path. Cough, cough. My lady, let us speak civilly. I shall return this treasured sword to you, but might you spare my life? Young Lingchen said, his expression sheepish. In that instant, he genuinely hoped to barter the sword for his life. After all, fighting was futile. It would be wiser to plead for mercy. Tell me, how would you prefer to die? The beautiful girl's voice was frigid, her gaze filled with a murderous intent towards the loathsome youth before her. Is it truly possible to choose my method of death? Young Lingchen asked weakly, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Out of my boundless mercy, I grant you a choice. Speak. The beautiful girl replied with an indifferent demeanor, devoid of any emotion. I wish to die blissfully, young Lingchen declared, his eyes suddenly igniting with fervor as he fixed his gaze on her. Since it was clear she had no intention of sparing him, he would not simply await his demise. Foolhardy. The girl's eyes turned as cold as ice in an instant, and without hesitation, she swung her sword fiercely at young Lingchen. Though he knew he stood no chance in a fight, young Lingchen refused to surrender. He swiftly evaded to the side. The girl's blade struck the water behind him with a resounding crash. Roar! A colossal figure erupted from the pool, radiating a terrifying and formidable presence. Damn it! We're doomed. It's the Crimson Sky Serpent. Young Lingchen's face drained of color, fear coursing through his veins at the sight of the monstrous creature. Wretched humans, how dare you disturb my healing? You shall pay dearly for this. The Crimson Sky Serpent bellowed in human speech, its voice laced with fury. At this moment, the beautiful girl also turned pale with fright, retreating hastily. Lord Dragon God, it was all her doing. Just kill her, and I shall take my leave. Young Lingchen exclaimed, sprinting away with all his might. The beautiful girl was not far behind, racing towards the exit as well. Roar! A massive figure appeared like a flash of lightning at the exit, blocking their escape entirely. Wretched humans, where do you think you are going? The Crimson Sky Serpent mocked, its massive tail sweeping towards them with a howling wind. Fair lady, shall we join forces to vanquish this beast? It is clearly gravely injured. We may yet have a chance. Young Lingchen shouted as he dodged desperately. How can I trust that you won't flee at the last moment? The beautiful girl replied coldly, suspicion evident in her tone. She had no faith in young Lingchen's words. Should he abandon her, her fate would be sealed. At that moment, the girl found herself cornered against a narrow wall, her demise imminent. Just as despair loomed, young Lingchen brandished the immortal demon sword and, without hesitation, struck fiercely at the serpent's tail. Fear not. I swear on my integrity, I shall not flee. Young Lingchen declared earnestly. Slash, roar. The Crimson Sky Serpent's tail was grievously wounded, blood gushing from the gash. How can this wretched human possess the immortal demon sword? The serpent's voice trembled with fear. "You insolent brat, this creature fears the sword in your hand. Hand it over, and I shall slay it," the beautiful girl urged, her eyes gleaming with desire. "Catch!" Without hesitation, young Lingchen tossed the sword to her. His life was far more precious than the sword itself. Upon receiving the immortal demon sword, the beautiful girl charged at the crimson sky serpent without a moment's hesitation. The serpent seemed to dread the sword. Ordinary weapons did it no harm, yet the immortal demon sword inflicted tremendous pain with every strike. Nevertheless, even with the sword in hand, the beautiful girl found herself at a distinct disadvantage. Young Lingchen, wielding the azure spirit sword, attempted to assist, but his strikes felt akin to mere scratches against the serpent's hide, having no effect whatsoever. At this moment, young Lingchen was battered by the serpent's tail, disoriented and seeing stars. Had his physique not been robust, he would have surely perished by now. The beautiful girl, too, was in dire straits, her injuries as severe as his, appearing utterly ragged. Boom. The beautiful girl was swept away by the serpent's tail, hurtling towards young Lingchen. Without a second thought, he caught her and seized the immortal demon sword, charging forward. With the beautiful girl rendered unconscious from the blow, young Lingchen found himself relying solely on his own strength. "Beast, I shall fight to the end," he roared, brandishing the immortal demon sword with bloodshot eyes as he lunged at the crimson sky serpent recklessly. Roar. Just then, the serpent opened its gaping maw and lunged at young Lingchen, intent on devouring him whole. Damn, how can its mouth be so vast? Young Lingchen felt darkness envelop him as he was engulfed by the serpent. Inside the serpent's maw, young Lingchen refused to surrender to despair. He skillfully dodged the serpent's sharp teeth, but ultimately, he was swallowed whole. Sliding down the serpent's throat, he found himself in a vast stomach, surrounded by a corrosive gastric fluid that threatened to suffocate him, slowly digesting his very being. Young Lingchen could feel his clothes rapidly disintegrating. He swiftly activated the Haotian technique, striving to resist the corrosive onslaught while channeling every ounce of strength within him to wield the immortal demon sword. Roar! The crimson sky serpent writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. Undeterred, young Lingchen continued his relentless assault within the serpent's belly, for this was his only chance at survival. Time passed, and after 2 hours of relentless attack, the serpent's thrashing subsided as it succumbed to its injuries. Pfft. An hour later, young Lingchen finally pierced through the serpent's belly, emerging with great difficulty. At that moment, he was drenched in the serpent's blood, his clothes utterly devoured by the corrosive fluid. His eyes glowed with a crimson hue, and an overwhelming surge of primal desire surged within him. With no time to ponder, he leaped into the nearby pool, hoping to extinguish the raging fire within him. Ah! Young Lingchen let out a wretched scream. Soon, he lost all rational thought, consumed by an uncontrollable urge. Just then, the beautiful girl slowly opened her eyes, shaking her head in an attempt to regain clarity. Upon turning to face young Lingchen, she saw his eyes burning with a feral intensity, akin to a famished tiger, as he stalked towards her step by step. "Hey, you wretched brat, what are you planning?" The beautiful girl struggled to rise, desperately trying to escape. In that moment, she understood the dire situation. He had undoubtedly fallen victim to the serpent's venom. She knew well the nature of the serpent. Those afflicted by its poison faced inevitable doom. Yet, in her injured state, she was no match for young Lingchen. Boom. Before she could take more than a few steps, young Lingchen seized her in his grasp. "Brat, if you dare lay a finger on me, no one in the entire southern province can save you," the beautiful girl exclaimed, her voice laced with fury and fear. Yet, what awaited her was an unyielding response. In that moment, despair enveloped her. Chapter 34. Reunion with Xueqing in the blink of an eye. A day had swiftly passed. At this moment, the enchanting maiden's injuries had astonishingly healed completely, and she was currently in a state of cultivation. Suddenly, young Lingchen finally regained consciousness. Oh my heavens, what on earth have I done? Young Lingchen felt a buzzing in his head, staring in bewilderment at the girl seated before him in a meditative pose, utterly dazed. Abruptly, the stunning girl opened her eyes, filled with fury, and without a moment's hesitation, struck young Lingchen with a palm that sent him flying. Damn it! Young Lingchen's body was hurled into a nearby pool, creating a massive splash. Without a second thought, he turned and fled into the distance. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from the girl. If he did not escape now, death was certain. "You scoundrel, I will ensure you suffer 1,000 cuts." Having exited that space, young Lingchen finally exhaled a long breath of relief. He now understood that he must have been poisoned by a dragon's venom. While he wished to make amends to the breathtaking maiden, the sheer terror of her murderous intent had quashed that thought instantly. Preserving his own life took precedence. Wait, I've actually broken through to the Transcendence realm? Just then, young Lingchen was astonished to discover that his cultivation had unknowingly advanced to the Transcendence realm. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with shock, unable to collect his thoughts for a considerable time. Young Lingchen made an effort to calm himself and continued to scour through the ancient ruins. 2 days quickly passed. One day, while traversing a valley, young Lingchen suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle emanating from within. He immediately crept forward cautiously. From a distance, he saw a voluptuous maiden cornered by a man, with nowhere left to retreat. "Feng Xueqing, if you agree to become my woman, I shall let you go," a chilling voice declared. "Wang Xianfeng, with your pitiful self, I find you utterly repulsive," Feng Xueqing replied coldly, her voice dripping with disdain. Wang Xianfeng was clearly much stronger than Feng Xueqing. His hesitation in capturing her stemmed primarily from the fear of inadvertently injuring her. At that moment, young Lingchen finally discerned the maiden's features, and rage surged through him. "How dare you bully my woman?" Without a moment's hesitation, young Lingchen grasped his immortal demon sword and charged forth like an arrow released from a bow. Just as Feng Xueqing was on the brink of collapse, young Lingchen's figure suddenly appeared before her, wildly attacking with his sword. However, even with his unexpected ambush, he could not gain the upper hand. After all, Wang Xianfeng was a formidable adversary at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. Who is this insolent brat daring to ruin my plans? Wang Xuanfeng's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. "Go to hell, I'm your father," young Lingchen retorted fiercely, swinging his immortal demon sword with rage-filled eyes. At that moment, Feng Xueqing regained her composure and joined the fray with her long sword. With her assistance, young Lingchen found himself considerably less burdened. Seeking death. Wang Xuanfeng's aura surged suddenly, forcing young Lingchen and Feng Xueqing to retreat, barely maintaining their footing. In that instant, young Lingchen swiftly unleashed a flurry of poisonous explosive pills, simultaneously enveloping Feng Xueqing in his arms as they vanished from the valley in a series of leaps. "Boom! You little brat, seeking death. How dare you spoil my plans?" Wang Xuanfeng's expression turned icy as he glared at the vanishing figures of young Lingchen and Feng Xueqing, seething with rage. "Perverted rogue, thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, you would never see me again," Feng Xueqing exclaimed, clinging tightly to young Lingchen, her voice laced with relief. "From now on, you are not allowed to venture out alone for training. Wherever you go, seek me out at the Tsuiyun Pavilion," young Lingchen said affectionately, gently brushing his fingers against her nose. "Perverted rogue, do not touch my nose. It is so beautiful. What if you ruin it?" Feng Xueqing pouted playfully, her face flushed with indignation. Gazing at the innocent and adorable Feng Xueqing in his arms, young Lingchen felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He could not deny that she possessed countless qualities that many men yearned for. "Xueqing, you are truly exquisite," young Lingchen said, his gaze filled with affection as he looked deeply into her eyes. "What are you up to, you rogue?" Feng Xueqing blinked her watery eyes, filled with anticipation. Before she could react, young Lingchen leaned in and kissed her. Instantly, Feng Xueqing's mind went blank. She wanted to struggle, yet her body felt powerless. The kiss was simple yet intense, their innocent lips colliding. Under young Lingchen's fervent assault, Feng Xueqing gradually began to relish the sensation. 10 minutes later, young Lingchen reluctantly released her. "You scoundrel, my lips are swollen from your kisses," Feng Xueqing complained coyly, a hint of blush coloring her cheeks. "Ha ha, how adorable," young Lingchen chuckled, unable to contain his laughter at her slightly puffy lips. "Perverted rogue, if one day I were to venture far away, would you come looking for me?" Feng Xueqing murmured, nestled in young Lingchen's embrace, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "I will not let you leave. You are stamped as mine, destined to be my woman for all eternity," young Lingchen declared with unwavering conviction. "I mean, if one day I were to suddenly depart, would you come after me at all costs?" Feng Xueqing gazed earnestly into young Lingchen's eyes, filled with hope. "I swear, no matter where you go, even if you leave the Tianwu continent, I will find you," young Lingchen vowed, his eyes filled with resolute determination. "You better keep your word, or I shall curse you to impotence for life," Feng Xueqing teased playfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Such cruelty? 2 days swiftly passed. One day, Yang Lingchen noticed a throng of people rushing toward a distant structure. Thus, he and Feng Xueqing followed suit. Before them stood a vast ancient complex, filled with numerous palaces of varying sizes. At that moment, they approached a gigantic palace surrounded by a dense crowd. These individuals were divided into 4 factions, and the breathtaking maiden was among those from the Jianyuan Pavilion. Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing quietly slipped into the disciple area of the Tianyuan Palace, as he wished to avoid drawing the attention of the enchanting maiden at it. Was then that Yang Lingchen realized why so many had gathered. A massive defensive formation surrounded the palace. To gain entry into this palace complex, one must breach this formidable defense. Yang Lingchen scrutinized the ancient defensive formation meticulously, leaving no detail overlooked, and soon uncovered its secrets. Everyone, we've been stationed here for several days, yet no one can break the formation. Continuing like this is not a solution, a disciple from the Luosha Palace said with a furrowed brow. I suggest we let others present give it a try. There are thousands here, surely someone will be able to break the formation. The enchanting maiden spoke up, her voice melodious and clear. Miss Nangong Yin has a point. Let us allow others to attempt it. Wang Xianfeng from the Tianyuan Palace concurred, his gaze fixed on the captivating maiden. Chapter 35. The 5th layer of the profound realm. May I inquire if there are any among you adept in the art of formations? Should anyone manage to dismantle this grand formation, I, Miss Nangong Yin, shall permit that individual to be the first to enter the great hall, Nangong Yin announced, her ruby lips parting gracefully. As her voice echoed in the air, numerous disciples, each believing themselves skilled in the intricacies of formations, eagerly queued up to attempt the daunting task. However, the complexity of this formation far surpassed their expectations, and despite their utmost efforts, all those proficient in formations returned empty-handed. Xueqing, stay close to me. I shall guide you in breaking the formation, Yang Lingchen whispered into Feng Xueqing's ear. Can you truly dismantle the formation? Feng Xueqing inquired, curiosity glimmering in her beautiful eyes. There are many things your man is capable of, Yang Lingchen replied confidently, a smile playing on his lips as he led Feng Xueqing to the entrance of the grand hall. At that moment, Nangong Yin's gaze fell upon Yang Lingchen, her eyes instantly turning cold. You lecher, your fate is sealed today. Hold on, I can break the formation, Yang Lingchen hastily interjected. Whether you can or cannot, I only wish to eliminate you, Nangong Yin retorted, disregarding his words as she lunged forward with her sword, aiming fiercely at Yang Lingchen. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, Yang Lingchen formed a gesture with his left hand, instantly pulling Feng Xueqing into the formation. Come on, come and fight me, Yang Lingchen called out from within the formation, his expression one of provocation. Bang. Dot bang. Dot bang. Nangong Yin, incensed by Yang Lingchen's taunts, began to furiously assault the formation, desperate to extract him. My apologies, everyone. I initially intended to break the formation and lead you all inside, but blame her for this predicament. Yang Lingchen chuckled, before striding deeper into the great hall with Feng Xueqing. Nangong Yin, you must provide us with an explanation for this matter. Indeed, Nangong Yin, due to your personal vendetta, we are all barred from entering. What do you propose we do about it? The members of the other 3 major sects chimed in, each taking turns to cast accusations at Nangong Yin. Smack, dot smack, dot smack, dot. Nangong Yin's eyes turned icy, and in an instant, her figure vanished, moving with the swiftness of a phantom. The individuals who had just spoken found themselves reduced to a state of dishevelment, their faces swollen and bruised. Is there anyone else who desires an explanation from me? Nangong Yin asked coldly, her gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. Are you inquiring about the Void Realm? How could that be? How did you gain entry? The onlookers stared at Nangong Yin in disbelief, their mouths agape in astonishment. Is it not sufficient that I broke through upon entering? Do you have any objections? Nangong Yin's voice dripped with an oppressive authority. In no objections, came the meek reply. Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing swept through the various halls like a tempest, leaving no valuable item unscathed. Xueqing, take this heavenly-grade armor artifact. Xueqing, there are several chests of mid-grade spirit stones. Hurry and collect them. Throughout their journey, the pair spared no effort in gathering an array of spirit stones, artifacts, and supreme techniques. However, it seemed that Feng Xueqing was not particularly impressed by these treasures, accepting only the armor bestowed upon her by Yang Lingchen. At that juncture, Yang Lingchen stumbled upon a side hall, which was sealed off by a formidable formation. With his exceptional skill in formations, he effortlessly dismantled the barrier, leading Feng Xueqing inside. Upon entering the side hall, Yang Lingchen discovered it to be a cave dwelling. The two proceeded cautiously, every step taken with utmost care, for they knew not what treacherous mechanisms might lie in wait. Suddenly, young Lingchen sensed the abundant spiritual energy within the cave, which grew increasingly potent. He swiftly grasped Feng Shuiqing's hand, guiding her towards the source of this rich energy. Before long, they arrived at the cave's end, where the spiritual energy had reached an overwhelming density, enveloping young Lingchen in an ethereal embrace reminiscent of a sacred pool. By the heavens, it's a millennium-old Xian milk, young Lingchen exclaimed, finally realizing that the incessant dripping above was the precious liquid of immeasurable value. Beside them was a small pool brimming with the same rare Xian milk. Lecture, our luck is extraordinary. We must collect this immediately, Feng Shuiqing declared excitedly. Young Lingchen hurriedly retrieved containers from his heavenly jade space and filled several barrels with the priceless liquid. Shuiqing, this is far too much. We cannot contain it all. Let us simply immerse ourselves in the Xian milk and cultivate within. We shall absorb as much as we can, young Lingchen suggested, eagerly shedding his garments and leaping into the pool, settling cross-legged amidst the Xian milk. Lecture, why are you undressing? Feng Shuiqing's cheeks flushed, her voice a mixture of shyness and reproach. I have no other clothes. This is the only one I possess. If it gets soiled, how will I exit later? Young Lingchen offered as an excuse. Shuiqing, you should join me. Come in and cultivate, he urged with anticipation. This miss shall not undress. You move over a bit, Feng Shuiqing replied, wasting no time as she seated herself in the pool. Though clothed, she could still feel the wondrous effects of the Xian milk. As the two continued to refine the Xian milk, the spiritual energy within the cave swirled around them, forming a brilliant radiance. Young Lingchen fervently activated the Haotian art, pouring all his energy into refining the Xian milk. Feng Shuiqing, it seemed, was not far behind in her pace. 2 days swiftly passed. Second layer of the profound realm. Third layer of the profound realm. Fourth layer of the profound realm. Boom. Dot boom. Dot boom. Pinnacle of the fifth layer of the profound realm. In this short span, young Lingchen successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the fifth layer of the profound realm, and remarkably, Feng Shuiqing achieved the same feat. At this moment, the Xian milk and spiritual energy within the cave had been entirely refined. Shuiqing, you are truly a genius, young Lingchen exclaimed, genuinely impressed by her talent. Lecture, you are not lacking either. Feng Shuiqing teased, her face radiating a blissful smile. With both of our exceptional talents, shall we consider having a child together? Young Lingchen suggested with a mischievous grin. This miss is still quite young. I have no desire to bear children. Why are they still not emerging? Could they have perished inside? Members of the Roshan Palace voiced their anxieties. Humph, we shall remain here. They believe that having entered, the treasures would belong to them. It is nothing but a foolish dream, the leading disciple of the earth insect coldly remarked. Meanwhile, Nangong Yin's gaze remained fixed on the great hall, her expression a mixture of anger and anticipation. Look, they are coming out. A disciple shouted in surprise. At that moment, young Lingchen and Feng Shuiqing emerged hand in hand, engaged in light-hearted conversation as they approached the great hall. Everyone is so courteous, still here to welcome us. How can we possibly accept such kindness? Young Lingchen remarked with a grin, his face brimming with pride. In that instant, as young Lingchen stepped out, Nangong Yin, Wang Xianfeng, and the leaders of the other two major sects lunged toward him and Feng Shuiqing. To them, young Lingchen appeared as a veritable treasure, and whoever could capture him would seize a mountain of riches. Humph! Young Lingchen scoffed as he gripped the immortal demon sword tightly in his right hand and held the celestial staff in his left. At that moment, the leading disciple of the Earth sect charged at him, only to be met with a swift strike from young Lingchen's staff, resulting in a gruesome demise. Gasp! The onlookers were stunned. This was a peak practitioner of the profound realm, and yet he was slain with a single blow from young Lingchen. How utterly terrifying! Nangong Yin was equally shocked, for young Lingchen's power was now evidently on par with her own. It was unfathomable that just days prior, she had dominated him effortlessly, and now he had caught up to her level. Bang! In that instant, young Lingchen swung his staff once more, and the leading disciple of the Roshan Palace fell lifeless to the ground. His body sprawled out pitifully. Ah, da-da, da-da, da. Just then, Wang Xianfeng's anguished scream pierced the air. Feng Shuiqing was mercilessly wielding her staff, landing blow after blow on Wang Xianfeng with all her might. In no time, Wang Xianfeng had his limbs shattered, a sight too horrific to behold. The disciples from the Heavenly Origin sect stood frozen, paralyzed by the shocking scene before them. Simultaneously, disciples from the other major sects rushed forward, each eager to join the fray. Young Lingchen, not one to shy away, unleashed the god-slaying sword technique in tandem with the immortal demon sword, and in an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of clashing steel and cries of battle. Chapter 36. You are all the boss. In a mere moment, dozens of lifeless bodies lay strewn across the scene. A macabre sight that sent chills down one's spine as the metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Nangong Yin had also been subdued by young Lingchen, who, with a deft maneuver, sealed her cultivation. Were it not for the fact that he had taken her by force, young Lingchen, known for his volatile temperament, would have undoubtedly ended her life without a second thought. With the formidable combat prowess of young Lingchen and Feng Xueqing, they were virtually invincible within the enigmatic confines of this ancient relic. Under young Lingchen's overwhelming dominance, no one dared to charge recklessly forward, as that would surely equate to a death wish. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan, who had previously pursued young Lingchen, had long since concealed himself, no longer harboring any intentions of attacking. He was fully aware of young Lingchen's current strength. Any further foolishness on his part would only lead to his own demise. Brat, release our young lady, or no one in South Prefecture will be able to save you. A disciple from the Sword Yuan Pavilion bellowed, his bravado faltering. Yang, senior brother, perhaps it would be best to let her go. It could lead to immense trouble. Another disciple from the Tianyuan Palace advised, concern etched on his face. What status does this young lady hold? Is she truly that terrifying? Young Lingchen inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Nangong Yin is the most cherished daughter of the pavilion master of Sword Yuan Pavilion, the inner disciple whispered, lowering his voice. Wah! What? The daughter of the pavilion master of Sword Yuan Pavilion. Young Lingchen was taken aback, his mouth agape as unease washed over him. In that instant, he realized he might have stirred a rather significant hornet's nest. After all, the pavilion master was the foremost powerhouse in South Prefecture, a figure renowned throughout the entire northern Xuanyu. Indeed, senior brother Yang, you should consider releasing her. While we can endure the loss of other sect members, if you harm her, even the palace master may struggle to protect you. The inner disciple expressed, anxiety creeping into his tone. Ahem. Miss Nangong, perhaps I could release you, and you could overlook this incident as if it were merely an unfortunate accident? Yang Lingchen coughed awkwardly. This moment, Yang Lingchen had to tread carefully. Her identity was simply too intimidating. Should he do anything to offend her, not only would he be doomed, but his family and even the entire Tianyuan Palace could face dire consequences. You, silence yourself, Nangong Yin retorted, her cheeks flushed with rage, her breath coming in heavy bursts. Could this insolent youth truly equate her to a mere pig? I shall be silent, I shall be silent. Young Lingchen quickly acquiesced, releasing the seal on her cultivation. Brat, come here. Nangong Yin glared at him before striding away. Reluctantly, young Lingchen followed, his mind in turmoil as he sensed the gravity of the situation escalating. They arrived at a secluded corner, where Nangong Yin fixed a frigid gaze upon him and said, Your name is Yang Lingchen, correct? Yes, he nodded, anxiety gnawing at him. I offer you two choices, she declared coldly, her expression stern. Please, Miss Nangong, do share, young Lingchen replied, furrowing his brow as he pondered her likely demands. The first choice is to have what you should not possess. Removed, she stated, her tone chillingly severe, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in her eyes. And what is the second choice? Young Lingchen asked directly, not wishing to entertain the first option. What was life without that? The second choice is to accompany me to Sword Yuan Pavilion as a son-in-law, Nangong Yin proclaimed, her voice devoid of warmth, her demeanor still frigid. Young Lingchen's expression morphed into one of astonishment. A son-in-law? What is with that look? Are you not responsible for your actions? Nangong Yin shot him a piercing glance, her eyes brimming with reproach. If I were to become a son-in-law at Sword Yuan Pavilion, are you certain there would be no domestic violence? Young Lingchen voiced his concern, a hint of worry evident in his gaze. Humph. As long as you are obedient and serve me well each day, I assure you, I shall not mistreat you, she retorted, her tone haughty. Then there is nothing to discuss. Even if you were to inform your father of what transpired, I would not agree to be a son-in-law, young Lingchen declared resolutely, turning to leave. Stop right there, Nangong Yin commanded, her voice ringing with authority. What further instructions do you have, Miss Nangong? He asked, halting in his tracks. Are you truly so irresponsible for your own actions? Have you forgotten what it means to be a man? She admonished, her voice laced with both anger and disappointment. Young Lingchen's gaze sharpened as he stepped closer to her. What do you intend to do? Nangong Yin asked warily, instinctively preparing for defense, her heart racing. Yet, Yang Lingchen continued his advance. In response, Nangong Yin struck out with her palm. However, her strength was no match for his. With a swift motion, he raised his left hand, effortlessly blocking her strike, and enveloped her in his embrace. No matter how fiercely she struggled, she could not escape his hold. Yang Lingchen, what do you think you are doing? Nangong Yan's words trailed off as he captured her lips with his own. Caught in the fervor of his kiss, the innocent Nangong Yin, who had never been touched by another, soon found herself lost in the moment. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen's hands were not idle. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. From this day forth, you are now my woman, he declared, a twinge of guilt gnawing at him. Though he had been under the influence of poison at the time, he had indeed taken advantage of her, and they had engaged in such intimate entanglements. At that moment, Nangong Yin appeared remarkably docile, nestled against him, an expression of bliss and shyness illuminating her features. Yang Lingchen, you need not become a son-in-law, but you must reach the entry realm within a year and personally go to Sword Yuan Pavilion to propose. Can you do that? Her beautiful eyes widened with anticipation as she gazed at him, hope radiating from her. Of course I can, Yang Lingchen responded, his tone resolute. Then swear it, she insisted, her voice earnest. I swear that within a year, I will achieve the entry realm and personally propose at Sword Yuan Pavilion, he vowed solemnly, confidence shining in his expression. For him, breaking through to the entry realm within a year posed little challenge. At least you still possess the qualities of a man. Nangong Yan's expression softened slightly, a hint of a smile playing at her lips. She was genuinely pleased with his talent and looks. Let us return, lest they grow worried, Yang Lingchen suggested, gently patting her shoulder. Are you concerned about that little beauty? Ahem. I tell you, I shall not be treated as a junior. You are all the seniors. I am the youngest. No, I am not that young either, Yang Lingchen stammered, panic evident in his demeanor. When Yang Lingchen and Nangong Yin reappeared, they left everyone astounded. What on earth is happening? The crowd was bewildered, their eyes wide with disbelief. When they left, tensions had run high, yet upon their return, they were hand in hand, intimately entwined. Yang Lingchen had not intended to be so ostentatious, especially with Feng Shuiqing still present. However, Nangong Yin clung to him, leaving him no choice but to endure her hold. You insufferable rogue, what is the meaning of this? Feng Shuiqing demanded, her arms crossed, her gaze sharp. Ahem. Shuiqing, perhaps we should discuss this over there, Yang Lingchen suggested, pulling her aside, his expression tense. Speak. What is your relationship with her? Feng Shuiqing inquired, her demeanor serious. The situation is as follows. Yang Lingchen recounted the entirety of events with unvarnished honesty. You truly took advantage of her? Feng Shuiqing blinked in astonishment. I did not intend to. I was under the influence of that demon serpent's aphrodisiac, he quickly added, his expression one of resignation. No wonder she would want to kill you. So what is your current situation? Feng Shuiqing asked, her curiosity piqued as her gaze flitted over him. She insists that I take responsibility, he admitted cautiously, sneaking a glance at her. You lucky scoundrel. How fortunate you are to find yourself in such a situation, Feng Shuiqing teased, a hint of playful reproach evident on her face. Are you not angry? Yang Lingchen inquired, his heart fluttering with trepidation. Do you truly need to ask? Would this have happened had you not taken advantage of her? She shot back, annoyance flaring in her eyes. I have already explained. I was under the influence of poison, he argued, attempting to defend himself. I am not inclined to involve myself in your affairs, but should she encounter me, she must refer to me as sister, Feng Shuiqing declared with an air of pride. Chapter 37. The Return to the Heavenly Origin Palace. Impudent girl, who allowed you to call me sister? At some point, Nangong Yin approached with a scowl, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of anger. Of course, it is you who should address me as sister. You must surely understand the principle of seniority. Feng Shuiqing replied with a light laugh, her face radiating confidence. You, with your still undeveloped figure, dare to aspire to be a sister? Nangong Yin scoffed, scrutinizing Feng Shuiqing from head to toe. Undeveloped? Are you larger than I am? Feng Shuiqing proudly puffed out her ample bosom, casting a disdainful glance at Nangong Yin, her eyes brimming with provocation. You, shameless brat. Nangong Yin was momentarily at a loss for words. While her own figure was not lacking, It indeed paled in comparison to her rival, leaving her unsure of how to retort. What of it? If you're not larger, then obediently call me sister, Feng Shueqing declared triumphantly, her hands on her hips. You two are sisters. I am but a brother. Is that acceptable? Yang Lingchen hastily interjected, a hint of exasperation on his face. Silence. The two women chorused in unison. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a tremendous rumbling erupted from the distant palace, the sound deafening, as if it threatened to shatter the very heavens and earth. Immediately, all the palaces began to sway, resembling a violent earthquake. This is bad. The ruins are about to collapse. We must flee. Yang Lingchen's face paled as he urgently pulled the two women towards the exit they had previously used. At that instant, the entire space of the ruins quaked violently, and great fissures began to appear in the ground, resembling a gaping maw eager to swallow all within. Countless individuals, caught off guard, fell directly into the crevices, their anguished screams piercing the air. Yang Lingchen led the two women in a frantic dash, moving with the swiftness of the wind until they reached the entrance they had originally come through. He produced several spirit stones, swiftly gesturing with his hands in the air while chanting fervently. Open! Yang Lingchen bellowed, his voice imbued with power. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, the previously vanished exit reappeared, a beam of light shooting forth from it. Yang Lingchen grasped one of each of the two women and surged towards the exit. Others near the exit also rushed forward, each lamenting their lack of additional legs, wishing they could soar away. Not long after Chapter 38, the unyielding Yi Sini in a sudden turn of events, an icy and terrifying aura surged forth like a tumultuous tide, swiftly enveloping the entire grand hall. One could see Dongfang Yunbing's willow-like brows slightly furrowed, as her jade-like, delicate hand instantaneously unleashed a dazzling beam of white light, which hurtled forth with a deafening roar, crashing against Wang Beishan's form. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, Wang Beishan's figure was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood, tracing a shocking crimson arc through the air. Wang Batian, you possess tremendous audacity to dare strike before me. In Dongfang Yunbing's eyes, it seemed as though the gaze of death itself resided, fixated intently upon Wang Batian. In that instant, Wang Batian felt as though he had plummeted into an eternal icy abyss, his entire body trembling involuntarily as he hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, Your Highness, please quell your anger. I was momentarily foolish and have committed a grave error. Chapter 39. The identity of Shueqing in the Tianfeng world, Phoenix clan. Head of the family, just now the young lady activated the power of the Phoenix. We have located her position in the small world, an elderly woman with silver hair reported respectfully. Where is Shueqing now? A middle-aged man clad in a phoenix robe inquired anxiously. The young lady has descended to the lower realms, the woman replied cautiously. This child is becoming increasingly unmanageable. The middle-aged man frowned, his expression darkening. Grandmother, I must trouble you to personally retrieve her. It is imperative we bring this child back. His tone was grave, his eyes filled with worry. Understood. Head of the family, the elderly woman responded. Tianyuan Palace, main hall. Upon returning to the main hall, Yang Lingchen kept his head lowered. That moment, he felt a twinge of panic, uncertain if his master would reprimand him for the troubles he seemed to have caused recently. Greetings, Palace Master, the crowd bowed in unison. Elderling, what is the situation? Dongfang Yunbing inquired, her expression serene, her voice icy. Palace Master, I am not entirely certain of the specifics. When I arrived, I witnessed Yang Lingchen just having incapacitatedly Sini's Dantian, while Feng Shueqing was engaged in combat with Dongfang Jia. Lingchenzi recounted the events as they unfolded. Feng Shueqing is fighting Dongfang Jia? Dongfang Yunbing's brows furrowed slightly, displaying a look of confusion, given her nephew's cultivation far surpassed that of Feng Shueqing. Aunt, that wretched girl must have employed some sorcery. Otherwise, my nephew would not have been defeated so easily, Dongfang Jia hastily explained. Feng Shueqing, why did you strike Dongfang Jia? Dongfang Yunbing asked coldly. That brat dared to lay hands on my man. It is fortunate that I did not kill him, Feng Shueqing replied, her demeanor frosty. Dongfang Jia, why did you attack Yang Lingchen? Upon hearing that Yang Lingchen had been struck, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes flashed with a cold glint. That I heard he killed Wang Xianfeng and Li Tianxing, so I thought I would teach him a lesson. Dongfang Jia stammered, trembling under Dongfang Yunbing's fierce gaze. Chener, are you all right? Dongfang Yunbing's tone shifted to one of concern. And I'm fine. Yang Lingchen replied respectfully. That's good to hear. Dongfang Yunbing continued. I have some understanding of the matter between Li Sini and young Lingchen. Let this matter rest. You may all disperse now. Yes, Palace Master. Ling Chenzi bowed and withdrew. At this moment, Dongfang Jie stood in stunned silence, realizing that the aunt who had always favored him was, in fact, this young man's master. Meanwhile, Li Sini wore a face of despair and resentment, glaring at young Lingchen with venomous eyes. I cannot accept this. I will have my revenge. Li Sini suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Young Lingchen did not turn to look at the woman again. Even if her gaze were filled with hatred, what could it change? Her dantian was irreparably damaged by the Haotian art, and no one in the Tianwu continent could save her. Rascally rogue, since I have avenged you today, shouldn't you show some gratitude? Feng Shueqing teased with a playful smile in her eyes. Certainly, I am fully prepared to pledge myself to you. Yang Lingchen grinned, his lips curling upward. I would rather not. Feng Shueqing pouted playfully. I'm hungry. Come with me. I'll prepare a feast for you. Yang Lingchen smiled and took her hand, leading her toward the Zuiyan Pavilion. Zuiyan Pavilion. After sipping a glass of red wine, Feng Shueqing exclaimed, Rascal, how is it that your cooking is so delightful? If you enjoy it, I shall cook for you for a lifetime. I am well versed in many cuisines. Yang Lingchen responded with a smile. You'd best keep your word. No backing out, Feng Shueqing warned, her lips curving into a sweet smile that of course. By the way, Shueqing, how did you suddenly become so formidable? Yang Lingchen asked, curiosity etched on his face. What if I said I hail from another world? Would you believe me? Feng Shueqing blinked her enchanting eyes. I would believe it, for you possess an ethereal aura that does not belong to this realm, Yang Lingchen replied thoughtfully. In truth, I come from a distant place called Tianfeng World, Feng Shueqing stated earnestly. Yang Lingchen furrowed his brow. Tianfeng World? How did you arrive in the Tianwu continent? By chance, I stumbled upon this place, so I sealed my cultivation to relive the experience of growing from weak to strong. Feng Shueqing explained slowly. Are you serious? This is no jest? Yang Lingchen asked, his expression earnest, fixing his gaze upon her. Absolutely true, Feng Shueqing declared with unwavering conviction. Then what was your cultivation level before the seal? Yang Lingchen pressed on. In short, it surpassed the laws of the Tianwu continent. If I were to unseal my powers now, it would cause upheaval in the realm, Feng Shueqing replied solemnly. You are so powerful. Will you not be prone to domestic violence in the future? Yang Lingchen asked, concern etched on his face. That remains to be seen. If you serve me well, I shall not resort to violence, Feng Shueqing smiled mischievously. Shueqing, why not stay with me? I have many rooms available, Yang Lingchen suggested eagerly. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Feng Shueqing inquired playfully, her eyes glinting with a hint of wariness. Impossible. Do you doubt my integrity? Yang Lingchen asserted, patting his chest earnestly. Integrity? You? Feng Shueqing scoffed. You are but a lecher. Impudent girl, dare to speak such to your husband? Watch how I deal with you. Yang Lingchen teased, playfully tickling Feng Shueqing, creating a warm and joyous atmosphere between them. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days flew by. Throughout this period, Yang Lingchen and Feng Shueqing remained inseparable, their bond deepening with each passing moment. On a fateful night, as Yang Lingchen prepared to cultivate, he heard a gentle knock at the door. He swiftly opened it to reveal Feng Shueqing, clad in a sheer nightgown that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure, her fiery curves unmistakably displayed, with a delicate layer of fabric providing an enticing yet modest allure. The sight nearly caused Yang Lingchen to lose control. Rascal, may I sleep with you tonight? Feng Shueqing asked, her large, doe-like eyes shimmering, her voice soft and inviting. Absolutely, that would be delightful. Yang Lingchen nearly leaped with excitement, his heart racing at the thought. Is my blissful life finally beginning? I adore the feeling of being held by you, but you may only hold me and nothing more. Can you manage that? Feng Shueqing sweetly inquired, a hint of shyness creeping into her demeanor. Dressed as you are, only allowing me to hold you while forbidding anything else. How can that not be torture? Yang Lingchen protested playfully. No problem, he replied with difficulty, despite his reluctance, conceding for the moment. Just holding her would suffice, one step at a time. Patience is key. After all, rascal, you seem rather unwilling. Feng Shueqing teased, her lips forming a slight pout. Not at all. I am more than delighted. Come in quickly, Yang Lingchen urged, pulling her inside. Shueqing, why not remove your clothes to sleep? It would benefit your development, Yang Lingchen suggested with a mischievous grin. Rascal, what are you plotting? I warn you, you may only hold me and nothing more, or you shall face the consequences, Feng Shueqing chided, her eyes wide with surprise. Rest assured, my beloved Xueqing, I am renowned for my integrity, Yang Lingchen assured her, his demeanor earnest. Soon, they lay upon the bed, and within moments, Feng Xueqing drifted off to sleep. Yang Lingchen, however, found it impossible to close his eyes. With a beauty in his embrace yet forbidden to move, how could he possibly sleep? In the dead of night, rascal, what is this? Feng Xueqing mumbled drowsily. Oh, my apologies. I forgot to stow my weapon. Yang Lingchen shifted slightly. Now, let us sleep. Chapter 40. The departure of Feng Xueqing after a night steeped in anguish, the dawn finally broke. The following morning, Yang Lingchen emerged, his visage marred by two prominent dark circles, his steps unsteady, and his demeanor replete with lethargy. Rascal, did you not sleep well last night? Feng Xueqing's delicate voice rang out. Not at all. I slept soundly. Yang Lingchen retorted without hesitation. Me too. I enjoyed a most comfortable slumber. From now on, I shall sleep here with you. Feng Xueqing smiled softly, her smile blooming like spring flowers, radiant and enchanting. Coming back again? Yang Lingchen grimaced, inwardly lamenting. Are you trying to drive me to my demise? Having embraced and kissed, yet you seek nothing further, Yang Lingchen complained, a look of grievance etched on his face. Is this not asking for one's life? He lamented with a furrowed brow. Dear Xueqing, when might we take our relationship to the next level? Yang Lingchen's face was adorned with a flattering smile. Is our relationship not already intimate enough? Feng Xueqing raised an eyebrow, pouting adorably. Ahem. I meant to inquire when we might have a child, Yang Lingchen chuckled awkwardly. Humph, you rogue. I am still quite young. How can you entertain such thoughts? Your mind is rather lewd. Feng Xueqing playfully reprimanded, her feigned anger imbued with a unique charm. Oh my. Dear readers, am I truly lewd? Am I really that lewd? Yang Lingchen pondered incessantly, a sense of helplessness enveloping him. Time swiftly passed, and 7 days slipped by. With the aid of the 10,000-year-old mysterious milk, Yang Lingchen's cultivation soared. Advancing at an astonishing pace, he successfully transcended the 5th layer of the Tongxian realm, directly breaking through to the 1st layer of the Wenshu realm. At this moment, he had exhausted all his elixirs and the mysterious milk. Fortunately, he still possessed several 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, treasures he had acquired through perilous adventures in ancient ruins. Yang Lingchen estimated that his current strength should allow him to contend with formidable opponents at the 9th layer of the Wenshu realm. Recently, his Divine Slayer sword technique and Phantom Body technique had seen remarkable advancements, and his soul martial skill, Soul Devouring Slash, had reached the pinnacle of minor achievement. That night, as darkness enveloped the world, rascal, do not disturb my sleep. I am still waking up. Feng Xueqing sleepily kicked Yang Lingchen off the bed. How can one live like this? Yang Lingchen couldn't help but exclaim. Yang Lingchen endured another night of bittersweet joy and torment. After freshening up, he and Feng Xueqing stepped out of their room. Suddenly, Feng Xueqing's brow furrowed tightly, her complexion paling to that of parchment. Xueqing, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Yang Lingchen's heart raced as he gently cradled Feng Xueqing in his arms, concern lacing his voice. Rascal, if one day I were to suddenly depart, would you still remember me? Feng Xueqing's crystalline eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her voice trembling slightly. Xueqing, what is the matter? Why do you ask such questions? A sense of foreboding welled up within Yang Lingchen, his expression turning tense. Answer me, if I were truly to leave, would you remember me? Feng Xueqing gazed earnestly at Yang Lingchen, her eyes brimming with hope and unease. Xueqing, I will not permit you to leave me. No one can separate us. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall find you, Yang Lingchen declared, his gaze resolute and his tone unwavering. Rascal, remember your vow. Feng Xueqing continued, remember, I am from the Feng clan of the Tianfeng world, the youngest daughter of the clan leader. I believe, with your talent, you will certainly find your way there. Her expression was earnest, her eyes shimmering with trust and anticipation. Xueqing, tell me truly, are you planning to leave? Yang Lingchen's heart sank, clutching Feng Xueqing tightly, his voice laden with fear and helplessness. Yes, yes, Feng Xueqing nodded helplessly. My family has sensed my presence. They should arrive shortly. In that moment, her exquisite eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Xueqing, you do not wish to go, do you? Yang Lingchen's eyes moistened as he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance and despair. Of course I do not wish to leave, but if I do not, it will endanger the entire Tianwu continent. Feng Shueqing gazed blankly at Yang Lingchen, her tears blurring her vision. Rascal, you will certainly find me again, will you not? Shueqing, I will undoubtedly bring you back, though I am still weak now. I believe that given time, I will gain your parents' approval. Yang Lingchen's voice was filled with unwavering determination, as if he had sworn an unbreakable oath. Brother Chen, remember your words. I shall await you in the Tianfeng world. Feng Shueqing's eyes reflected reluctance as she earnestly instructed, My family is coming. You must not get too close, for it could endanger you. Suddenly, the entire Tianwu continent began to quake violently, the sky darkening with ominous clouds while thunder rumbled ominously, as though the apocalypse had arrived. In that instant, a massive rift appeared in the void, and two figures burst forth from the tear in space. One was an elderly woman with snow-white hair and remarkably smooth skin, followed closely by a strikingly handsome young man with an arrogant demeanor. In an instant, these two figures appeared in the Tsueyun pavilion like lightning. Kid, release my sister Shueqing, or I shall annihilate your entire clan, the handsome youth said, his eyes radiating a chilling murderous intent that sent shivers down one's spine. Ugh! Yang Lingchen let out a muffled grunt. Though the other merely glanced at him, it felt as though he had been struck, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Chen Zixuan, that scoundrel. One day, I shall slay you. Feng Shueqing's eyes widened in fury as she stood defiantly in front of Yang Lingchen, her stunning gaze filled with icy resolve. Sister Shueqing, who is this kid? Chen Zixuan inquired, his gaze towards Yang Lingchen laced with hostility. What he is none of your concern. Should you dare to lay a hand on him again, do not blame me for being impolite. Feng Shueqing shot back, glaring coldly at Chen Zixuan before turning to Yang Lingchen with a look of concern. Chapter 41. Deceiving Ling Yinyun. Yang Lingchen stood in a daze, utterly motionless, his gaze fixated on the direction where Feng Shueqing had vanished. In that moment, it felt as though his very soul had been extracted, leaving him bereft of words. For the first time in his life, he acutely sensed his own insignificance and powerlessness. A mere glance from her nearly overwhelmed him. This experience left an indelible mark on Yang Lingchen, establishing a profound goal in his life. To reclaim Feng Shueqing, as it represented a solemn promise a man makes to the woman he cherishes. Chenner, are you all right? Unbeknownst to him, Dongfang Yunbing's graceful figure had quietly appeared at Tueyun Pavilion. Just moments ago, the sky had abruptly torn apart, revealing two terrifying figures that instilled dread. The overwhelming pressure that descended upon her was suffocating. Although Dongfang Yunbing had been immobilized by that terrifying force, she had witnessed the unsettling sight of those two figures landing at Tueyun Pavilion. Her heart had been filled with intense worry for Yang Lingchen, prompting her to rush to the pavilion as soon as the pressure dissipated. Master, Shueqing has left. Yang Lingchen's voice was hoarse, each word laced with profound anguish and sorrow. Feng Shueqing? Where has she gone? Dongfang Yunbing was aware that Feng Shueqing resided at Tueyun Pavilion, and she had been quite vexed by it. However, upon realizing that Feng Shueqing still retained her maidenhood, her mood lightened somewhat. That chilling pressure earlier was released by the person who came to take her away. Yang Lingchen's tone was deep and restrained, imbued with a sense of helplessness. No wonder. In that instant, Dongfang Yunbing finally comprehended why Feng Shueqing had been able to effortlessly reduce Dongfang Jie to a pitiful state. Do you love her? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was as calm as a placid lake. Yes. Yang Lingchen nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. Then you must pull yourself together. As long as you persistently cultivate your abilities, there will come a day when you can bring her back. Dongfang Yunbing's tone was gentle and soothing, laced with encouragement and hope. Thank you, Master. I will surely strive to improve. Yang Lingchen declared resolutely. In 2 months, the sect competition of the North Xian domain will take place. This is a stage for the young generation of the North Xian domain to showcase their talents. I hope you can represent Tianyuan Palace and achieve an outstanding rank in the competition. Dongfang Yunbing spoke earnestly. Rest assured, Master, I will give it my all. You must adjust your mindset and concentrate on your cultivation. In this world, only the strong have the right to set the rules. The weak can only be compelled to abide by them. With that, Dongfang Yunbing turned to leave, her figure gradually fading from Yang Lingchen's sight. Only the strong can set the rules. A resolute glint suddenly flashed in Yang Lingchen's eyes. Master is right. I must gather my strength. Only by becoming powerful can I hope to reclaim Shueqing. In the blink of an eye, a month passed swiftly. During this entire month, Yang Lingchen dedicated himself fervently to his training, successfully breaking through to the second level of the wushu realm. By day, he diligently practiced various martial arts techniques, and by night, he elevated his cultivation within the Haotian Jade space. After a month of arduous effort, Yang Lingchen gradually emerged from the shadow of Feng Xueqing's departure. One day, Ling Yinyun approached Cuiyun Pavilion with light, graceful steps. Yang Lingchen, have you completely forgotten the promise you made to this young lady? Ling Yinhua's voice was as cold as frost, tinged with a hint of chill. I forgot. What of it? What can you do about it? Yang Lingchen shot her an irritated glance. His spirits had been exceedingly low during this period, and Ling Yinyun's frigid tone ignited the flames of his anger, prompting him to retort. Yang Lingchen, today, I must teach you a lesson. With a fierce cry, Ling Yinyun struck out her jade palm towards Yang Lingchen. Have you lost your mind, Ling Yinyun? Yang Lingchen quickly sidestepped, seizing her right hand with a swift motion. Ling Yinyun was taken aback. Although she had not exerted her full strength in that strike, she was a formidable warrior of the 9th level of the wushu realm. How could she be so easily subdued by this young man? Without further thought, she unleashed another palm strike with her left hand aimed at Yang Lingchen. In response, Yang Lingchen expertly executed a technique to capture her left hand once more. With both hands restrained, Ling Yinyun exerted all her strength but could not break free. In desperation, she aimed a kick at Yang Lingchen's groin. Yang Lingchen swiftly employed the newly learned shrinking yang technique, retracting his vulnerable area into his body while simultaneously forming a protective barrier with his inner energy. Bang! Yang Lingchen let out a heart-wrenching cry. He collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony, his expression one of immense suffering and despair. Yang Lingchen, are you all right? Ling Yinyun, now anxious, was filled with panic and uncertainty, utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. She had never anticipated that Yang Lingchen would not evade her attack. What if I really incapacitated him? Ling Yinyun was now completely flustered, her heart beginning to regret her impulsive actions. At this moment, had she been more observant, she would have realized that Yang Lingchen was merely feigning. After a dramatic display of anguish, Yang Lingchen lay on the ground, his gaze vacant and lifeless, embodying a sense of utter desolation. Yang Lingchen, are you all right? Ling Yinyun asked again, her voice filled with urgency. Ling Yinyun, you have such a cruel heart. My life is utterly ruined because of you. Tears of profound sorrow streamed from Yang Lingchen's eyes. Ling Yinyun hurried to his side, whispering, I am truly sorry. It was not my intention. I acted rashly in the heat of the moment. Alas! Xueqing has left, and now I am reduced to this state. What meaning is there in living? Perhaps I should just die. Yang Lingchen said, lifting his hand to strike his forehead. Yang Lingchen, calm down. You have such extraordinary talent. Do not do anything foolish. Ling Yinyun quickly intervened to stop him. Do not hold me back. Let me die and put an end to it all. What good is my talent if I become the world's strongest yet remain a castrated man unable to find a wife? With that, Yang Lingchen raised his hand again towards his forehead. Yang Lingchen, please calm down. I mean it. If you do not do anything rash, I will marry you. Ling Yinyun bit her lip, summoning immense courage as she spoke. Sister Yinyun, are you truly willing to be my wife? A glimmer of hope sparked in Yang Lingchen's eyes. Of course. If you can regain your strength, I will always be by your side as your wife. Ling Yinyun's gaze was unwavering. Stop trying to comfort me. How could you possibly want to marry a eunuch? I might as well just die. Yang Lingchen replied, despondent. Yang Lingchen, please calm down. I am serious. If you want, I will swear an oath. Ling Yinyun hastily attempted to reassure him. In that case, swear to be my woman for life. Yang Lingchen's expression was sorrowful, his voice trembling. Very well, I, Ling Yinyun, swear to be Yang Lingchen's woman for life. If I go back on my word, I shall never be reborn. Ling Yinyun solemnly made her vow. Is such a severe oath really necessary? At that moment, Yang Lingchen felt he might have taken things too far. If I do not make it severe, what if you change your mind? Rest assured, I, Ling Yinyun, will keep my word. I will be your woman for life. But you must help me deal with Jia. Who is Jia? Yang Lingchen asked, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Jia is the foremost saint of Tianyuan Palace and the grandson of the elder. Ling Yinyun began to explain. What is your relationship with him? Yang Lingchen inquired further. I have no ties to him. A dear sister of mine was driven to suicide by him, and now he has set his sights on me. He is cunning and ruthless. He will stop at nothing to get what he desires. Moreover, he relies on his status as the elder's grandson to act recklessly within Tianyuan Palace. That is why I bet him. If I can find a disciple in Tianyuan Palace to defeat him, he will no longer pursue me. Ling Yinyun elaborated. Leave that to me. I will handle it. Accompany me to the exchange hall. I need to procure some medicinal herbs for the Wushu realm. Yang Lingchen declared confidently. How did you reach the Wushu realm so quickly? Ling Yinyun was filled with curiosity. Yang Lingchen's speed of breakthrough was astonishing, and now he could defeat her, who was at the 9th level of the Wushu realm. It was simply incredible. Your man is a genius, you know? Yang Lingchen replied with a smug expression, pride radiating from him. Xikong Shixiang, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Wang Yuan bowed respectfully. Wang Yuan, what brings you here? Xikong Jia's voice was frigid, and his eyes harbored a chilling intensity. Xikong Jia narrowed his gaze. What is it? Someone dares to covet the Saintess Yinyun. Wang Yuan hastily replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Who possesses such audacity to compete with me for a woman? Xikong Jia's voice was like an echo from the abyss, ice cold, and his expression darkened like the sky before a tempest. Chapter 42. The revelation. As Yang Lingchen and Ling Yinyun made their appearance in the exchange hall, they instantly captured the attention of numerous inner disciples and core members. Although Ling Yinyun had previously proclaimed that Yang Lingchen was her man, most remained skeptical. After all, the disparity in their statuses was glaringly evident. One was the saintess of Tianyuan Palace, while the other was merely a newly initiated disciple. However, when the crowd witnessed Yang Lingchen firmly grasping Ling Yinyun's hand, their doubts melted away. Yet, their gazes towards Yang Lingchen were tinged with pity. This was due to the unfortunate fates that befell anyone who previously harbored ill intentions towards Ling Yinyun. After Yang Lingchen exchanged some medicinal herbs in the hall, he and Ling Yinyun prepared to leave. Just as they stepped outside, a figure suddenly approached and stood directly in Yang Lingchen's path. Clad in a robe of purple and gold, adorned with a crown, this handsome individual emanated an aura of extreme danger. Yang Lingchen's immediate impression was that this person possessed formidable strength, making him the most powerful disciple of Tianyuan Palace he had encountered since breaking through to the Void Inquiry realm. At that moment, Ling Yinyun suddenly clung tightly to Yang Lingchen's arm. Sensing her change in demeanor, Yang Lingchen's gaze fixated on the man in the golden robe. Yinyun, you don't think that simply finding a useless fool can surpass me, do you? Xikong Jia remarked, a mocking smile gracing his face, laced with unmistakable derision. You are the real fool, and your entire family as well, not to mention that you are beneath my Yinyun's notice. Yang Lingchen's fury ignited in an instant, and without hesitation, he retorted fiercely. After speaking, he enveloped Ling Yinyun in his arms and, before all present, planted a passionate kiss upon her lips. You brat, you are courting death. Xikong Jia's expression darkened instantly, and without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand to strike fiercely at Yang Lingchen, his intent solely to eliminate this audacious youth. Courting death? Ha! I'm merely seeking my own pleasure. Yang Lingchen, undeterred, swung his weapon with great force, the fierce energy of his strike slicing through the air towards Xikong Jia. With a resounding crash, both combatants staggered back several paces after their clash. Is that all you've got? How dare you pose before me with such pretense? Yang Lingchen gripped his staff, a sneer of disdain curling his lips. You little brat, you indeed possess some skills? Xikong Jia grimaced, discreetly rubbing his hand behind his back, having sustained a slight disadvantage due to Yang Lingchen's weapon. Yinyun, how did you find my dog-beating technique just now? Yang Lingchen asked, a devilish grin adorning his face. It seemed rather ordinary. Not only did you fail to strike the dog down, but it didn't even whimper. Ling Yinyun shook her head, her expression earnest. Then with my next strike, I shall surely finish it off. Yang Lingchen replied lightly, his demeanor relaxed. You've successfully provoked me, and now I will make you understand what true suffering feels like. Xikong Jia glared coldly at Yang Lingchen, as if he wished to devour him whole. Fear not, my beloved Yinyun. It's merely an enraged mad dog. I possess the dog-beating stick. Yang Lingchen assured her with a smile, comforting Ling Yinyun. You are seeking death. At this moment, Xikong Jia could no longer contain himself. In all his time at Tianyuan Palace, he had never encountered someone who dared to challenge him so audaciously. Come and bite me, you foolish dog. Yang Lingchen taunted, brandishing his staff and laughing coldly. Die! Xikong Jia bellowed, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy towards Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen swiftly dodged the incoming sword energy, drawing his immortal demon sword and launching an assault with the god-slaying sword technique. Clang, clang, clang. The two exchanged blows for over 10 rounds, neither gaining an upper hand. However, young Lingchen still held back his trump card, the soul-devouring slash. Stop! At that moment, the imposing figure of the law enforcement elder, Lingchen, suddenly appeared, forcefully separating the two combatants. His face was dark with displeasure, for he had long been aware of the skirmish occurring nearby. Witnessing the fierce battle between young Lingchen and Codger left him feeling utterly frustrated. One was the grandson of a grand elder, while the other was the disciple of the palace master. How was he to enforce the law in such a predicament? Young Lingchen, Codger, you are both engaging in open combat here. What kind of decorum is this? Lingchen's voice resonated with authority. You are young Lingchen, aren't you? Codger's face was as dark as water, his gaze filled with icy malice. Indeed, your father is young Lingchen replied, a smile playing on his lips, his tone teasing. You little bastard, you seek death? Codger, unable to restrain his fury, raised his sword and struck ferociously at young Lingchen. Who are you calling a bastard? Young Lingchen retorted defiantly, unleashing his own sword energy to meet Codger's attack. You little bastard, I'm referring to you. Oh, so you are calling me a little bastard, haha. Oh, I shall kill you. At this moment, Codger had completely descended into madness, unable to be restrained even by Lingchen around them. A throng of disciples had gathered, drawn by the commotion. You foolish dog, you are nothing. If I didn't know better, I would think we were reaching a climax. Young Lingchen quipped while countering Codger. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, as they finally witnessed what true wit could accomplish. If you do not cease this instant, do not blame me for being impolite. Lingchen bellowed, once more forcibly separating the two. Elder Ling, it is not that I disregard your authority. Rather, this rabid dog has been pursuing me relentlessly, leaving me no choice but to retaliate. Young Lingchen feigned helplessness. You little bastard, if you have the guts, let us battle on the life and death platform. Codger's face twisted in rage, his expression grotesque. Apologies, but I am quite busy. Young Lingchen scoffed dismissively, then turned to Ling Yinyun, saying, Yinyun, let us return home for a bath. Yes, my husband, Ling Yinyun replied sweetly. As they walked away, Codger spat a mouthful of blood, his gaze towards young Lingchen filled with an icy hatred and malice. Young Lingchen's refusal to accept his challenge was not born of fear, but rather a lack of animosity between them. He had no interest in engaging in such a senseless fight. Suiyun Pavilion. Young Lingchen, your tongue is quite poisonous. You have left him so furious he is spewing blood. Ling Yinyun chuckled lightly, chiding him playfully. It is not that my words are particularly venomous. Rather, he is simply a young man with extraordinarily poor emotional resilience, raised in luxury and eased. A slight provocation from me has sent him into such a frenzy. With such fragile temperament, how can he be so arrogant? If he encounters someone stronger in the outside world, he will surely suffer greatly. Young Lingchen remarked, a calm smile gracing his features. Your words make it sound as if you were not a young man yourself. Ling Yinyun arched an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes fixed on young Lingchen. Though I am also young, I am a young man with a story, and once you delve deeper, you will inevitably be captivated by my charm. A hint of melancholy flickered in young Lingchen's eyes, as if harboring boundless thoughts. Young Lingchen, are you not tired? Shall I give you a massage? Ling Yinyun suddenly moved behind young Lingchen, gently kneading his shoulders. Why this sudden kindness? Young Lingchen was taken aback, surprised by her unexpected tenderness. I have sworn to be your woman for life. Naturally, I must treat you well. Ling Yinyun's voice was enchanting, reminiscent of a melodious songbird. As she massaged his shoulders, whether intentional or accidental, her sheer fabric slipped down, revealing a glimpse of her delicate figure. Sister Yinyun, what are you trying to do? Young Lingchen inquired, his heart inexplicably racing with tension. Ling Yinyun stepped closer, gripping his collar and coldly stating, Young Lingchen, what do you have to say for yourself now? Don't you owe me an explanation? As the thoughts swirled in her mind, she grew increasingly uneasy. Had he not been incapacitated by her? Why was he still so lively after battling Codger for so long? Sister Yinyun, calm down. Please don't act rashly. Young Lingchen, feeling the pressure of her grip, was overtaken by anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. You dared to deceive me. How can I remain calm? Ling Yinyun scolded fiercely. I was wrong, dear Sister Yinyun. Please show mercy. Yang Lingchen pleaded, panic evident on his face. What about the vow I made? What do you say? Ling Yinyun retorted, her eyes brimming with anger and resentment. Sister Yinyun, since you have vowed to be my woman for life, and I have not been incapacitated by you, shouldn't you be pleased? Do you truly wish to live as a widow? Yang Lingchen chuckled, attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere. Chapter 43. The Girl Within the Sword of a Mortal and Demon, Junior Brother Lingchen, are you there? At that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice echoed from outside Suiyun Pavilion, belonging to Lin Yurua. Yurua Jie, I'm here. Yang Lingchen, as if hearing a celestial melody, responded with overwhelming delight. Yinyun Jie, please let go. Yang Lingchen immediately began to plead for mercy. Humph, I'll spare you for now. Ling Yinyun snorted coldly before finally releasing her grip. Unable to contain himself, Yang Lingchen let out a piercing scream. Beads of sweat the size of beans erupted from his forehead, and his complexion turned pale in an instant. At this moment, Lin Yurua entered the room with curiosity, asking, Yinyun Jie, you're here too? Huh. Junior Brother Lingchen, what happened to you? I'm fine. I just accidentally bumped into something while walking. Yang Lingchen hunched over, his voice trembling as he spoke with great difficulty. Yurua, what brings you here? Ling Yinyun inquired. The news of Junior Brother Lingchen and Situ Jie competing over you has spread throughout the entire Tianyuan Palace, so I came to check on you. Lin Yurua explained with a smile, her face brimming with curiosity. Suppressing his pain, Yang Lingchen brewed a pot of tea for the two women, then hunched over and staggered towards the room. At this moment, he only wished to quickly inspect his injuries. He felt as if he were on the verge of bursting from Ling Yinyun's last strike. Yinyun Jie, it seems that Elder Tianji's predictions were indeed accurate. In less than half a year, Junior Brother Lingchen has already reached a stalemate with Situ Jie. Lin Yurua's face displayed a look of astonishment, her beautiful eyes widening. Indeed, this kid is quite the anomaly. Even I am no longer his match, Ling Yinyun couldn't help but exclaim, a complex expression flickering in her gaze. Isn't that wonderful? Your bet with Sikong Jie is already secured. With Junior Brother Lingchen's training speed, he will soon surpass Sikong Jie, and at that point, you will be free from his entanglement, Lin Yurua remarked, a smile gracing her lips. Yes. I never expected him to grow so quickly, Ling Yinyun nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on her face. By the way, Yinyun Jie, were you just... Lin Yurua leaned in closer to Ling Yinyun and whispered. That's not true. He bumped into something on his own. Ling Yinyun's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly denied it, her gaze evasive. Who are you trying to fool? He isn't blind. How could he bump into that? Lin Yurua murmured, disbelief etched on her face. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, so be it, Ling Yinyun replied curtly, turning her head away. When Yang Lingchen emerged once more, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yurua had already departed. Upon seeing the two leave, Yang Lingchen discreetly entered his Haotian jade space, carefully retrieving the sword of a mortal and demon, preparing to begin the process of refining and acknowledging it as his own. At that moment, Yang Lingchen infused his life essence into the sword of a mortal and demon while channeling the profound energy within him, fully concentrating on the ritual of refinement. This sword possessed a commendable grade. If he could completely refine it, the energy it would unleash would far surpass that of an ordinary battle sword. However, just as he reached the most critical moment of the refinement, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, the sword of a mortal and demon broke free from his grasp, emitting a clear and crisp female voice. You rascal! What do you intend to do? An artifact spirit, Yang Lingchen exclaimed in shock, his heart filled with astonishment. He understood well that ordinary spiritual and magical artifacts could not manifest spirits, yet it was evident that a soul resided within the sword of a mortal and demon. You are the rascal, and your whole family is a bunch of rascal spirits, the clear female voice echoed again, laced with fury. It matters not whether you are an artifact spirit. I'll refine you regardless. Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth and firmly grasped the hilt of the sword, once more channeling his soul power and resuming the frantic process of refinement. Let go of your filthy hands. Do not touch me, the clear female voice resounded again, filled with resistance. Ignoring her, Yang Lingchen focused entirely on refining the sword of a mortal and demon. Just as his soul imprint was about to be successfully inscribed upon the sword, a formidable pressure suddenly erupted from within it. Abruptly, a stunning ethereal figure appeared before Yang Lingchen. Stop right there, you rascal! The ethereal beauty commanded, her voice laced with authority. You are not an artifact spirit. Who are you? Yang Lingchen retreated a few steps while holding the sword, warily observing the breathtaking figure. Kneel. The ethereal figure emanated an overwhelming aura, exuding a terrifying pressure. In an instant, Yang Lingchen felt as though he were being crushed under an immense weight, his knees bending slightly. This pressure was comparable, if not superior, to that of the previous Elder Yu. No, I absolutely cannot kneel. This was the sole unwavering conviction in Yang Lingchen's mind at that moment. Unbeknownst to him, he subconsciously activated the Haotian technique. As he did so, the pressure before him vanished without a trace. You possess some skill, rascal. Who are you? How can you resist my pressure? The ethereal figure furrowed her brow, her tone tinged with confusion. You will soon find out who I am. Now kneel and call me master, Yang Lingchen thundered. He then activated the Haotian jade, and instantly, a tremendous, ocean-like pressure surged towards the ethereal figure. Within the confines of the Haotian jade space, Yang Lingchen was an absolute deity. Anyone who entered this realm would be subjected to his total domination. What is this place? Stop at once. The ethereal figure cried out, her voice filled with panic. As the pressure intensified, the ethereal beauty's form began to slowly dissipate. Yang Lingchen remained silent, continuing to exert his pressure. The ethereal figure let out a heart-wrenching scream, yet she never begged for mercy. Are you truly unafraid of death? At this moment, Yang Lingchen paused, ceasing the activation of the Haotian jade. He understood that if he persisted, this ethereal figure would be obliterated. You insignificant ant, you expect this young lady to call you master? What audacity! The ethereal figure replied coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Is that so? Then perish. Yang Lingchen declared, preparing to activate the Haotian jade once more. Rascal, stop! The ethereal figure hastily interjected. Who are you? Why are you hidden within the sword of a mortal and demon? Yang Lingchen inquired, his brow furrowed in suspicion. I wish to make a deal with you. I wonder if you are interested? The ethereal figure proposed. What kind of deal? Pray tell, Yang Lingchen replied. Although I am not the artifact spirit of the sword of a mortal and demon, I can assist you in controlling it. If you help me find shaping grass, I can reconstruct my body. At that time, not only will I grant you a tremendous fortune, but I will also help you locate a girl named Feng Shueqing, the ethereal figure stated. You know where Shueqing is? Yang Lingchen asked eagerly. From my observations, that girl should belong to the Feng clan of the Tianfeng world. If you assist me in reconstructing my body, I can take you to the Tianfeng world, the ethereal figure explained. How can I trust that you are not deceiving me? Yang Lingchen's gaze was filled with skepticism. You must trust me, for the universe is home to countless parallel realms. Without my guidance, you may never find the Tianfeng world in your lifetime, the ethereal figure asserted, her tone resolute. Where can I find shaping grass? Yang Lingchen asked. For now, you need not know, as your strength is too low, the ethereal figure replied, a hint of disdain in her eyes. This deal is struck. How should I address you? Yang Lingchen inquired. You may call me Linger. If you wish for the sword of a mortal and demon to unleash greater power, you will need to find some artifacts of similar grade for it to devour. Only then can it rapidly advance to the level of a Dao artifact, the ethereal figure instructed. I understand, Yang Lingchen nodded. He was aware that many top-tier artifacts advanced by devouring others, a fact he was well familiar with. Subsequently, Linger returned to the sword of a mortal and demon. Yang Lingchen successfully acknowledged it as his own and smoothly stored it within his dantian. Generally, spiritual artifacts could not be stored within one's body. Only Dao artifacts, once successfully acknowledged, could be housed within. Although the sword of a mortal and demon was merely a celestial grade artifact at present, Yang Lingchen could discern that its former grade was undoubtedly far beyond that of an ordinary artifact. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to store it within his body. Next, Yang Lingchen embarked on alchemy. Having broken through to the Wushu realm, his demand for elixirs had significantly increased. Chapter 44. Departing for the North Xian Empire in the blink of an eye, 20 days had swiftly passed. During this period, Yang Lingchen had successfully ascended to the third layer of the void-seeking realm. This rapid breakthrough was primarily attributed to the formidable support of the supreme void-seeking elixir. However, upon reaching the void-seeking realm, Yang Lingchen distinctly noticed a deceleration in his cultivation speed, accompanied by an exponential increase in resource consumption. This time, having merely advanced a minor realm, he had exhausted all his precious medicinal materials, leaving him with scant contribution points. As his cultivation continued to rise, the demand for resources was bound to escalate. On this day, Lin Yurua once again visited young Lingchen's residence. Junior brother Lingchen, the North Xian Domain Grand Competition will commence in 10 days. Our master has instructed us to gather at the Great Hall early tomorrow morning, Lin Yurua announced, her expression tinged with anticipation. Are we departing so soon? Yang Lingchen replied, slightly taken aback. This competition is being held in the North Xian Empire, which lies a considerable distance from our Tianyuan Palace. Even by flying boat, it will take 7 or 8 days to reach. Lin Yurua patiently elucidated. Sister Yurua, how many sects and forces will participate in this North Xian Domain Grand Competition? Yang Lingchen inquired curiously. Aside from the North Xian Empire, there are 12 major forces. This grand competition is truly a pinnacle event for the younger generation of the North Xian Domain. Lin Yurua responded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In past competitions, where does our Tianyuan Palace rank among these 12 major forces? Yang Lingchen continued to probe. Based on the previous performances of the younger generation, our Tianyuan Palace has generally occupied the bottom tier, Lin Yurua remarked with a hint of resignation. Is there detailed information on the competitors from other sects? Yang Lingchen asked, his gaze earnest. For understanding both friend and foe is essential for achieving victory in every battle. Indeed here, take a look. This booklet contains all the pertinent details about the competitors, Lin Yurua offered, handing him a small tome. Yang Lingchen eagerly flipped it open, where he found comprehensive records of the pinnacle experts among the younger generation of the North Xian Domain. The competition had age restrictions, permitting only those under 20 to participate, and the venue was set in the North Xian Empire, as the most formidable force in the North Xian Domain. The North Xian Empire could easily overwhelm the combined might of the other 12 major forces. In the absence of the sacred grounds, the North Xian Empire stood as the undisputed sovereign. Even a coalition of the 12 major sects might find it challenging to contend with its supremacy. The following morning, within the Palace Master Hall, besides Yang Lingchen, there were Lin Yurua, Ling Yinyun, Dongfang Jie, and Xikong Jie. The moment Yang Lingchen appeared, Xikong Jie's expression darkened ominously, as if shadows were about to spill forth. Dongfang Jie shot a fierce glare at Yang Lingchen, brimming with hostility. However, Yang Lingchen paid little heed to their enmity. Given his current prowess, the two seemed no more formidable than grasshoppers in his eyes. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing approached, her voice icy. For this North Xian Domain Grand Competition, you 5 will represent the Tianyuan Palace. Your ability to secure a commendable ranking rests upon your shoulders. Subsequently, the group followed Dongfang Yunbing aboard a colossal flying boat, accompanied by several elders from the Tianyuan Palace. The immense flying vessel resembled an aircraft from a bygone era, adorned with lavish interiors and numerous comfortable seats. Yang Lingchen felt like a rustic bumpkin experiencing air travel for the first time, curiously observing everything around him. The flying boat was powered by spirit stones. Theoretically, as long as sufficient spirit stones were continuously supplied, it could remain airborne indefinitely. Yang Lingchen found a quiet spot to sit, and soon, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yurua settled beside him, one on each side. Ling Yinyun had sought refuge from Xikong Jie's incessant disturbances, while Lin Yurua simply enjoyed conversing with Yang Lingchen. Junior brother Lingchen, how fortunate you must feel to have 2 beautiful ladies by your side. Lin Yurua remarked with a playful smile, her face glowing with charm. Indeed, it is a stroke of fortune, Yang Lingchen replied awkwardly, a smile gracing his features. Before long, the flying boat took off, soaring swiftly through the skies, in terms of comfort and speed. It far surpassed any aircraft of the past. The flying boat glided through the air. Yang Lingchen gazed down at the boundless expanse of land beneath him, his heart brimming with awe. This world held countless wonders awaiting his exploration. The journey remained relatively tranquil, save for Lin Yurua's persistent attempts to engage Yang Lingchen in conversation, while the others maintained a quiet demeanor. Throughout the journey, Yang Lingchen gleaned insights about the North Xian Empire from the elders of the Tianyuan Palace in the North Xian Domain. Barring the involvement of the sacred grounds, the North Xian Empire emerged as the overtly strongest force, followed by the 12 major sections. Among them, the 4 most powerful factions were the Tianjian sect, Jin Yuan Pavilion, Mai sect, and Tianyi sect. Regrettably, the Tianyuan Palace's strength languished at the bottom, consistently placing last in previous North Xian Domain competitions. As 7 days passed in a flash, a magnificent city came into view. From afar, gazing upon this vast metropolis, Yang Lingchen felt an overwhelming sense of shock, murmuring to himself, "Is this truly just a city?" The flying boat halted at a distance from the city, for North Xian City was a no-fly zone. Intruding recklessly could be perceived as an affront to the North Xian Empire, with dire consequences. North Xian City, the imperial capital of the North Xian Empire, lay at the heart of the North Xian domain, surrounded by the 12 major sections. Consequently, many sects or families opted to hold significant exchanges within the confines of North Xian City. With a rich history, North Xian City had served as the capital throughout various dynasties. As the center of the North Xian domain, it thrived in martial prowess and prosperity. Upon reaching the foot of the North Xian Imperial City, the imposing walls, constructed from colossal meteorites, towered like steel, exuding an aura of indomitability. After paying the entrance fee, the group passed through the grand gates. Upon entering the city, they were greeted by ancient and picturesque architecture, bustling streets, a continuous flow of people, vendors eagerly calling out, and formidable martial artists, each element underscoring the city's uniqueness. Led by Dongfang Yunbing, the Tianyuan Palace group arrived at an exceptionally opulent residence, which boasted an expansive area and was meticulously maintained by dedicated personnel. This estate served as the Tianyuan Palace's stronghold in North Xian City. The residence was vast, and young Lingchen chose a relatively serene room. After several days of arduous travel, everyone felt somewhat fatigued. After taking a bath and preparing to cultivate, a knock echoed from outside. "Senior Sister Yinyun, Senior Sister Yurua, have you missed me after such a brief separation?" Young Lingchen chuckled as he opened the door. Having just bathed, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yurua radiated a natural fragrance, reminiscent of freshly bloomed lotuses, their beauty leaving one breathless. "Junior brother Lingchen, having just arrived in North Xian Imperial City, would you accompany us, two lovely ladies, for a stroll?" Lin Yurua exclaimed with unabashed enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "How could I refuse an invitation from two enchanting ladies? Since I have no pressing matters, it would be delightful to explore and witness the splendor of this ancient and prosperous North Xian Imperial City," young Lingchen replied with a smile. With that, the trio bid farewell to Dongfang Yunbing and departed from the Tianyuan Palace stronghold. Chapter 45. The commanding Eastern Yunbing Yang Lingchen, Ling Yinyun, and Lin Yuru strolled leisurely along the bustling streets of Heiyun City, momentarily capturing the attention of countless passers-by. The trio was strikingly handsome, with the men exuding charm and elegance, while the women possessed beauty that could rival celestial beings, graceful and enchanting, as if they had stepped out of a painting, leaving onlookers in awe. The splendor of Beixian Imperial City was unparalleled, far surpassing that of ordinary towns. The shops lining the streets primarily offered precious items such as materials for forging, medicinal herbs for alchemy, spiritual artifacts, and martial arts manuals. Women on shopping excursions often exhibited a frenzied enthusiasm, whether on Earth or the Tianwu continent. It seemed as though shopping was an intrinsic aspect of femininity. As they wandered, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru flitted about like two newly liberated birds, their excitement palpable, while Yang Lingchen followed dutifully behind, unwavering in his support. Before long, the trio arrived at an exquisitely opulent clothing store, replete with a dazzling array of luxurious robes and dresses. Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru, as if discovering a new world, immediately immersed themselves in selecting garments, occasionally gesturing towards Yang Lingchen to solicit his opinion. Yang Lingchen, demonstrating remarkable patience, assisted them in choosing numerous stunning outfits. Such garish attire hardly befits two enchanting beauties. A voice, dripping with sarcasm, intruded upon their revelry. A young man entered, clad in fine garments, his handsome visage marred by a hint of malevolence in his gaze. "Fair maidens, I am Huang Jiahao, the holy son of the Demon Cloud sect. Might I inquire your names and extend an invitation to join our esteemed sect?" With a fan in hand and a self-satisfied smile, he presumed to exude charm. "Not interested," Ling Yinyun replied frostily, rejecting him without hesitation. "Let's go, Lingchen." Lin Yuru chimed in. The two women, wishing to avoid trouble for young Lingchen, each took hold of one of his arms and began to make their way toward the exit. Huang Jiahao, unaccustomed to such disregard, swiftly positioned himself before the trio. "Fair ladies, do not depart. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with my esteemed self, but you must have heard of the Demon Cloud sect. Following me would undoubtedly be more advantageous than aligning with this waste of space from the third level of the Void Realm." A self-satisfied smirk danced on his lips. "Get lost." Young Lingchen's temper flared instantly. "How dare you? If you have the guts, say that again." Huang Jiahao's voice turned icy, his expression darkening ominously. Without warning, young Lingchen brandished his sky-connecting staff, striking down towards Huang Jiahao with the swiftness of lightning. The forceful blow, infused with potent energy, landed squarely on Huang Jiahao's shoulder. Crack! Ah! 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 Huang Jiahao shrieked in agony. "You insolent wretch! I shall make you wish you were never born. Bang, 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 bang. Crack. Yang Lingchen swung furiously again, shattering Huang Jiahao's limbs, before delivering a final blow to his dantian. Now tell me, who is the real waste? Yang Lingchen planted his foot upon Huang Jiahao's face, a cold smirk gracing his lips. You little bastard. You are as good as dead. No one can save you now. Huang Jiahao's eyes glinted with venomous hatred. Yang Lingchen, ignoring him, thrust his staff into Huang Jiahao's mouth and twisted forcefully, dislodging a mouthful of teeth. Ah, woo-woo, ah, woo-wo. Huang Jiahao emitted pathetic whimpers, fear dawning upon him as he realized his adversary was utterly unfazed by the threats of the Demon Cloud sect. Two lovely ladies, if we do not depart, the city guard shall soon arrive, Yang Lingchen urged as he hastily led the two women away from the scene. Master Lingchen, you were so impressive just now. Lin Yuru exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I absolutely adored how you wielded that staff. Yuru, you haven't even seen my most magnificent display with the staff yet. Yang Lingchen replied with a sly grin. Then show me. Lin Yuru insisted. Cough, cough, it's not convenient at the moment. Perhaps another day, when we are alone, I shall demonstrate for you, Yang Lingchen said with a light cough. The trio continued their shopping until they were thoroughly satisfied, returning to the residence of Tianyuan Palace. Yang Lingchen retreated to his quarters, and after a while, a deafening crash resonated from outside the palace. The main door was kicked open with force. In strode a formidable middle-aged man, exuding an overwhelming aura, followed closely by a cadre of high-ranking members from the Demon Cloud sect. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing emerged, her brow furrowed, and her voice icy. Huang Shulang, what brings you to Tianyuan Palace? Dongfang Yunbing, surrender the wretch who harmed my son, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Huang Shulang replied with a cold glare, his tone menacing. Huang Shulang, there is no culprit here who has harmed your son. Leave at once, Dongfang Yunbing retorted sharply. Huang Shulang, witnesses have seen your Tianyuan Palace disciples incapacitate my son. Do you still wish to deny it? Huang Shulang barked. Even if my disciples did incapacitate your son, it is a mere reflection of his own inadequacies. As a distinguished elder of the Demon Cloud sect, do you truly intend to seek vengeance upon a junior? Dongfang Yunbing's voice turned frigid, emanating an aura of chilling intensity. If you refuse to surrender him, do not blame me for my actions, Huang Shulang declared, unleashing a powerful strike towards Dongfang Yunbing. A violent shockwave erupted, toppling the surrounding flora. You seek death, Huang Shulang. Dongfang Yunbing snapped, her jade hand sweeping forth, unleashing a terrifying force that struck Huang Shulang squarely in the chest. Thud. Huang Shulang was sent reeling backward, spewing blood mid-flight. You have actually broken through to the Guixian realm? How is this possible? Huang Shulang's shock was palpable. He had previously regarded Dongfang Yunbing as his equal, yet she had exceeded him. Leave, Dongfang Yunbing commanded, her eyes glinting with a murderous chill. You. Dongfang Yunbing, this matter will not end here. You may shield him temporarily, but you cannot protect him forever. We shall see, Huang Shulang spat, departing with a swish of his sleeve, fully aware of Dongfang Yunbing's superior strength. Meanwhile, the commotion had drawn the attention of those within the palace, who emerged due to the overwhelming noise. Who was responsible for incapacitating Huang Shulang's son? Dongfang Yunbing's voice remained cold as she surveyed the crowd. Master. It was my doing, Yang Lingchen ventured, his heart racing as he approached slowly. At this moment, Dongfang Jie wore a sly grin. As expected of my disciple, to have incapacitated the holy son of the Demon Cloud sect. Dongfang Yunbing's tone softened. What transpired? Weren't they just threatening to devour someone a moment ago? The elders and disciples looked utterly bewildered. Yang Lingchen, equally astonished, had braced himself for a severe reprimand from Dongfang Yunbing, but was instead met with praise. Chunner, from now on, reside beside me and do not leave the palace without reason, Dongfang Yunbing instructed. Yes, master, Yang Lingchen nodded, understanding that Dongfang Yunbing was protecting him. During this time of gathering among the various factions in Beixian City, everyone must prioritize their safety. You may disperse, Dongfang Yunbing stated calmly. Yes, Palace Master, the crowd responded before retreating. Chapter 46. The Prince's Banquet. As dusk fell, the Tianyuan Palace received an exquisite invitation, specially dispatched by the prince's residence. Dongfang Yunbing elegantly opened the invitation and glanced at it, clearly stated an invitation to various major sects to attend the celebratory banquet that evening. You 5, Prepare yourselves and accompany this palace to the banquet at the prince's residence tonight. Dongfang Yunbing said softly, her ruby lips parting gracefully. Young Lingchen felt a thrill of anticipation within him regarding this banquet. After all, it was a rare opportunity for the various powers to engage in a social gathering, and a chance to meet the talented youth of the North Xian domain. It is known that gathering all major forces is exceedingly difficult. It is only at the triennial North Xian Grand Competition that they can convene together. Upon hearing about the banquet, each individual took great care in their preparations, as attending such an event represented the prestige of the Tianyuan Palace. Yang Lingchen donned the white brocade attire selected for him by Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru. Tying his thick, long hair, high point two strands naturally fell beside his forehead, presenting him as an elegant figure, with features as exquisitely sculpted as a masterpiece, and his resolute gaze bore an imperceptible hint of melancholy, reminiscent of a peerless gentleman. When Yang Lingchen emerged, he instantly caught the attention of Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru, and even Dongfang Yunbing could not help but cast a few extra glances. Meanwhile, Dongfang Jie and Xikong Jie shot him disgruntled glares. Ever since Yang Lingchen appeared, he had overshadowed them within the Tianyuan Palace. The six of them boarded two luxurious beast carriages, gradually making their way to the prince's residence. Along the journey, Yang Lingchen perused some documents collected by the Tianyuan Palace. These documents detailed relevant information about the major forces, but this time he focused particularly on the records of the North Xian Empire. The emperor of the North Xian Empire was Zhou Xiantian, who had been in seclusion for several years. The affairs of the empire were currently managed by the empress, Xiao Qingyun. Zhou Xiantian had over a dozen sons, but the most outstanding among them was the crown prince, Zhou Yuxiang, followed by the third prince, Zhou Yuhao, and the ninth prince, Zhou Yuming. As is customary in royal families, familial affection is often absent. Due to Zhou Xuantian's prolonged seclusion and rumored poor health, his sons had become increasingly restless in their quest for the throne. These princes engaged in open and covert conflicts, employing every conceivable means, leading to considerable turmoil. Fortunately, Empress Xiao Qingyun maintained order. Otherwise, the North Xian Empire might have descended into chaos. Long ago, it was rumored that Xiao Qingyun's background was exceedingly mysterious, with unfathomable strength, and she had been appointed empress merely a decade after her marriage. Before long, the beast carriages halted before a remarkably opulent residence. Gazing at the lavish estate, Yang Lingchen could not help but sigh inwardly, marveling at the extravagant enjoyment of the wealthy. Dongfang Yunbing produced the invitation. Under the respectful guidance of the prince's guards, the group from the Tianyuan Palace entered a magnificent palace. Inside, the hall was adorned with an array of exquisite banquets and delectable dishes. Unlike other venues, the tables here were single-person tables. "Welcome, Palace Master Yunbing. We apologize for not receiving you sooner." A hearty voice rang out. Shortly thereafter, a handsome man clad in golden python-patterned robes, around 30 years old, approached. His aura was as profound as the ocean, and his gaze was sharp and penetrating. Yang Lingchen's immediate impression was that this man possessed unfathomable strength, even surpassing that of his own master. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, is too kind," Dongfang Yunbing replied with an unfazed demeanor. "Palace Master Yunbing, please, step inside," Zhou Yuxiang said politely. Yang Lingchen discerned that the Crown Prince seemed to harbor interest in his master. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a wave of displeasure washed over Yang Lingchen at that moment. Perhaps it was his subconscious aversion to other men drawing near to his master, for in his heart, Dongfang Yunbing was sacred and inviolable. At that moment, several other sect leaders approached Dongfang Yunbing to greet her. She responded gracefully to each, and then led the Tianyuan Palace entourage to a secluded spot to sit down. Before long, other sects began to arrive in succession, and the banquet officially commenced. Yang Lingchen carefully observed the younger generation around him. Each individual exuded an extraordinary presence, with strengths at least at the 9th level of the questioning void realm, and many had even reached the entry to the mysterious realm. The realms beyond the questioning void realm are categorized as entry to the mysterious, return to the mysterious, spiritual sea, monarch, and emperor. Yang Lingchen could not help but lament that, compared to the other sects, the younger disciples of the Tianyuan Palace indeed appeared somewhat lacking. The most accomplished among them, Xikong Jie and Dongfang Jie, had only reached the pinnacle of the questioning void realm, while Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru were at the late stage of the 9th level of the questioning void realm. "Palace Master Dongfang, it has been 3 years, and your grace remains undiminished." A middle-aged man clad in a luxurious gray robe with a cold gaze approached. "Huangding Tian, whether the disciples of the Tianyuan Palace are improving or declining, your discarded nephew is the most aware," Dongfang Yunbing replied with a cold smile. "Humph. Huang Dingtian scoffed, then respectfully bowed to Crown Prince Zhou Yuxiang, exclaiming, "Your Highness, with the North Xian Grand Competition approaching, and with the talents of various sects gathered today, merely drinking would be rather monotonous, would it not? What insights might you have, Master Huang?" Zhou Yuxiang inquired with a smile. Since the talents of various sects are gathered here today, why not allow them to spar with one another in advance? It would surely enliven tonight's banquet, Huang Dingtian suggested, a smile gracing his lips. Master Huang speaks wisely, Feng Wuji, the leader of the Dian sect, chimed in. Since everyone is enthusiastic about this, let us allow the great talents to engage in a friendly contest, but let it be clear that it should remain amicable, Zhou Yuxiang said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing that there would be a sparring session, many young talents displayed expressions of delight. In such a setting, making a remarkable impression could very well earn them the favor of the Crown Prince, paving the way for a bright future. Though the various sects possessed considerable strength, they still fell short compared to the North Xian Empire. The Grand Hall was vast, and soon many talents stepped forward to issue challenges. At that moment, a disciple from the Luosha Palace approached the Tianyuan Palace direction. "I am Luo Haoyang. I wonder which disciple from the Tianyuan Palace is willing to step forward for a bout?" Luo Haoyang said with a cold smirk. "Seeking death, I shall engage you," Dongfang Jie retorted coldly, stepping forward with determination. "Brave words. You shall have your moment of regret," Luo Haoyang sneered, then struck forth with a palm towards Dongfang Jie. Dongfang Jie, not to be outdone, countered with a palm of his own. Bang! Following their exchange, Dongfang Jie staggered back 8 steps, whereas Luo Haoyang only retreated 6. It was evident that Luo Haoyang held the advantage in strength. Aware of his shortcomings in raw power, Dongfang Jie opted for a swift offensive, employing his agility to unleash a rapid punch towards Luo Haoyang's chest. Luo Haoyang, taken aback by Dongfang Jie's speed, found himself gradually forced back. Though it appeared Dongfang Jie was in the lead, discerning observers could tell that Luo Haoyang's defense was impeccable, with minimal expenditure of his profound energy. In contrast, Dongfang Jie, engaged in high-speed attacks, was incurring significant energy consumption. Chapter 47. The forceful young Lingchen in the blink of an eye, Dongfang Jie unleashed over 100 ferocious strikes, yet Luo Haoyang remained impervious in his defense. At this moment, Dongfang Jie's onslaught began to wane, as the prolonged assault had left him somewhat fatigued. Just as Dongfang Jie's aggression diminished, Luo Haoyang suddenly mounted a counterattack, delivering a swift palm strike to Dongfang Jie's chest, sending him hurtling backward. With a thud, Dongfang Jie collapsed to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood, prompting Lin Yuru to rush forward and assist him. "Disciples of Tai Nuango have proven to be nothing but this," Luo Haoyang scoffed, strutting back to the Rakshasa Palace with an air of superiority. "I am Feng Zigong from the Dianmen. I have heard tales of a young genius from Tai Nuango, capable of battling across multiple realms. I wonder if he dares to come forth for some instruction?" Feng Zigong taunted, directing his gaze at young Lingchen. At that moment, other factions present seemed to perceive the collusion among these sects targeting Tai Nuango. However, no one seemed to care, as the younger generation of Tai Nuango had consistently been regarded as the weakest among the 12 major powers. The principle of being left vulnerable to attacks when lagging behind was universal. With a sense of indignation stirred within him, young Lingchen would not tolerate being belittled. He rose steadily to his feet, brandishing the Tongtian staff, and walked with poise into the arena. "Young Lingchen, give it your all and strike him down." At that instant, a melodious voice resonated from the direction of the Sword Yuan Pavilion. Young Lingchen turned his head to see the exquisite figure of Nangong Yin, standing at the Sword Yuan Pavilion, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she watched him. Young Lingchen winked at Nangong Yin, revealing a smile laced with a hint of danger. In that moment, Nangong Yin felt her heart race, a sensation akin to being electrified, thinking to herself, "How is it that this rascal grows increasingly handsome? Yinner, do you know this lad?" Noticing his daughter's infatuated expression, Nangong Ting furrowed his brows and inquired. "His name is Yang Lingchen, your son-in-law," Nangong Yin replied. "Ahem, my son-in-law? How come I was unaware of this?" Nangong Ting gazed at his daughter in bewilderment. "Well, don't you know it now?" Nangong Yin replied with a playful smile. "Nonsense. How could a mere boy at the 3rd level of the Void Realm be worthy of my Nangong family's daughter?" Nangong Ting reprimanded. "Father, Yang Lingchen is quite formidable. If you don't believe me, let us wager," Nangong Yin suggested with a grin. "What wager?" Nangong Ting asked. "If Yang Lingchen can defeat that Feng Zigong, you must agree to my marrying him. What do you say?" Nangong Yin declared sweetly. Defeat Feng Zigong? Yinner, are you certain you're not jesting? Nangong Ting could not fathom Yang Lingchen's victory, considering he was merely at the 3rd level of the Void Realm while Feng Zigong had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. The disparity was evident. Father, do you dare to take the bet? Nangong Yin challenged. And if you lose? Nangong Ting stroked his beard, pondering. If I lose, I shall allow you to dictate my future marital affairs, Nangong Yin asserted. Very well, I accept this wager, Nangong Ting replied with a chuckle. At that moment, Feng Zigong revealed a cruel smile and coldly declared, You, brat, have slain my cousin I in this competition. Your death is assured. Allow me to teach you a lesson today. Yang Lingchen, should you lose, this young lady will not let you off easily, Nangong Yin shouted. Yang Lingchen turned to Nangong Yin, signaling her to be at ease, before launching a sudden, powerful strike at Feng Zigong with his staff. Bang! Feng Zigong was sent flying by Yang Lingchen's blow. Yang Lingchen's speed was astonishing, and Feng Zigong was caught completely off guard. Like a shadow, Yang Chapter 48. It turns out she is my master. Look, it's the most beautiful woman of the Rakshasa Palace, Luo Qimeng. Numerous young geniuses exclaimed, instantly recognizing Luo Qimeng. You insolent brat, this saintess will make you aware of the grave consequences of provoking the Rakshasa Palace, Luo Qimeng said coldly. Do you have a storage ring? Yang Lingchen replied with equal frostiness. You seek death. A flash of anger crossed Luo Qimeng's face as she swung her sword, unleashing a dazzling brilliance as it slashed fiercely towards Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen harbored no fondness for the people of the Rakshasa Palace. Since they were adversaries, he could not afford to show mercy. Without hesitation, he charged forward wielding his staff, and their combat was exceedingly violent. Though Luo Qimeng's strength surpassed Feng Zijuan's by a considerable margin, she was merely at the pinnacle of the 1st layer of the Profound Realm, thus Yang Lingchen faced no pressure at all. Clang! 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 After exchanging dozens of blows, Luo Qimeng's sword was knocked from her grasp by Yang Lingchen's strike. Immediately, Yang Lingchen's staff descended upon Luo Qimeng like a tempest. Ah! Luo Qimeng cried out in pain as she was struck repeatedly. In no time, her face swelled from the blows. That moment, Yang Lingchen pinned her to the ground, coldly commanding, hand over the storage ring. This miss will not let this matter rest. You shall not take my ring. Luo Qimeng fiercely protected her storage ring, her gaze filled with resentment as she glared at Yang Lingchen. Brat, cease this at once. Countless young talents in attendance rose to their feet, casting hostile glances at Yang Lingchen. Ahem. Yang Lingchen coughed lightly and chuckled. Gentlemen, do not be agitated. Those unsatisfied may come forth and challenge me for the ring. At that moment, taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, Yang Lingchen seized a sensitive spot on Luo Qimeng's body. Ah, lecher. Luo Qimeng let out a seductive cry. Now, give it to me. Yang Lingchen swiftly snatched the storage ring from her grasp amid her fury. You lecher, you will pay for this. Luo Qimeng seethed with rage. Her storage ring contained nothing of real value, only some personal items. At this juncture, the master of the Rakshasa Palace, Luo Tianming, was seething with anger. Had it not been for their location within the prince's residence, he would have liked nothing more than to slay this brat on the spot. Not only had he killed his son, but he was now taking advantage of his disciple. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen probed into Luo Qimeng's storage ring, eager to discover what treasures warranted such protection from her. Goodness, I never expected her attire to be so provocative. Yang Lingchen was rendered speechless as he beheld the assortment of intimate garments filling the storage ring, finding nothing of worth. Having already made a bold display, Yang Lingchen paid little heed and approached the table of the Demon Cloud sect. Headmaster Huang, did you not mention that the younger generation of Tianyuan Palace is becoming increasingly mediocre? I wonder which of your Demon Cloud sect dares to accept a challenge from my junior. Yang Lingchen said with a cold smile, arrogance. This lad was exceedingly brazen. The Demon Cloud sect was not an ordinary power. It was among the most formidable in the 12 major factions. In that moment, everyone felt that Yang Lingchen had gone too far. Master, do you think Lingchen is being a bit too arrogant? Lin Yuru asked. He is indeed a touch reckless, but I find this boldness to be quite endearing, Dongfang Yunbing replied nonchalantly. Lin Yuru sensed a hint of something amiss in Dongfang Yunbing's words, yet quickly dismissed the thought. That moment, a striking young man stepped forward from behind Huang Dingtian. You brat, winning against a few useless opponents has gone to your head. Today, I, Huang Yangwei, shall teach you a lesson in humility, Huang Yangwei said coldly. Ahem. Brother Yang Wei, I welcome your guidance. Yang Lingchen forced himself to suppress laughter. You little wretch, you seek death. If you have the guts, engage in a life-and-death battle with me. Huang Yangwei said with a grim tone. Huang Yangwei despised being called by his last name. Once, a core disciple of the Demon Cloud sect had called him Yangwei Shixiang behind his back, and he had beaten the man to death upon discovering it. I have no objections to a life-and-death battle. You may seek the prince's opinion on the matter, Yang Lingchen replied nonchalantly. Your Highness, I request a life-and-death battle with Yang Lingchen. Huang Yangwei bowed respectfully. Palace Master Yunbing, Headmaster Huang, if you have no objections, I certainly have none, Prince Zhou Yuxiang stated. Chunner, eliminate him for me, Dongfang Yunbing said calmly. Yes, Master, Yang Lingchen replied earnestly. What audacity! Waiter, take care of this brat. Huang Dingtian's expression darkened as he commanded. Understood, Father, Huang Yangwei complied. Headmaster Huang, why are you so agitated? When the white-haired man sends off the black-haired one, do not blame the younger generation. This was your son's challenge to a life-and-death battle, Yang Lingchen remarked. You little wretch, you seek death. Huang Yangwei, unable to contain his fury, swung his sword towards Yang Lingchen. The sword unleashed a fierce aura, bearing down on Yang Lingchen with tremendous force, instilling fear in the onlookers. Realizing he could not evade the impending strike due to the vast disparity in strength, Yang Lingchen readied his Qingling sword and unleashed the God-slaying sword technique. He refrained from using the immortal demon sword, reserving it as a trump card. Clang! 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 In the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows for several rounds, with neither gaining the upper hand at that moment. Yang Lingchen executed the first move of the God-slaying sword technique, the lifeless sword Qi, striking forth like a flash of lightning towards Huang Yangwei. Simultaneously, he maximized the phantom body technique, making his figure flit about the grand hall like a wraith. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Yang Lingchen unleashed a barrage of lifeless sword Qi, transforming Huang Yangwei into a sieve. Clang! Yang Lingchen sheathed his sword with elegance before slowly approaching Huang Yangwei and retrieving the storage ring from him, then turning towards Tingyuan Palace. Bang! Just as Yang Lingchen had not ventured far, Huang Yangwei collapsed to the ground, lifeless. You little wretch, return my wearer's life. Huang Dingtian bellowed, launching a palm strike towards Yang Lingchen. Huang Dingtian's speed was astonishing, and the power of his strike sent shivers down the spines of many onlookers. As the terrifying palm approached, Yang Lingchen understood he could not escape. The gap in strength was simply too vast. Just as the palm was about to strike him, Dongfang Yunbing's figure appeared before him, intercepting Huang Dingtian's blow with her own palm. Boom! The two top-tier masters clashed with all their might, forcing Huang Dingtian to retreat several steps, while Dongfang Yunbing was also pushed back. However, Yang Lingchen was right behind her, and without hesitation, he embraced her, the two of them retreating a good 10 steps before coming to a halt in their retreat. Dongfang Yunbing's veil was briefly lifted, and Yang Lingchen was momentarily captivated by her breathtaking beauty, the visage he had recalled countless times in his dreams. It is her. Yang Lingchen's heart raced with shock. The woman who had taken his first was right beside him all along. No wonder she had been so kind to him. However, he quickly regained his composure, feigning ignorance of what he had just witnessed. Master, are you all right? Yang Lingchen inquired with concern. I'm fine, step aside, Dongfang Yunbing said, pushing him protectively behind her as she kept her gaze fixed on Huang Dingtian. In that moment, Yang Lingchen felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Dongfang Yunbing had always held him in high regard. He had killed the leader of the Earth Yin sect and the son of the Rakshasa Palace without her ever reproaching him, instead bearing all the pressure alone. Yesterday, he had incapacitated Huang Jiahao, and today he had slain Huang Yangwei. Once again, this woman silently bore the burden for him. As Yang Lingchen reminisced about his time in Tianyuan Palace, he resolved not to suppress his feelings any longer. Initially, he had deemed his infatuation with his master to be an act of great impropriety. Thus he had constantly stifled his desires, reminding himself that she was his master and he ought not entertain such thoughts. But now, to hell with ethical conventions, Yanghua had taken the little dragon maiden. Ning Kaichen had been with Nie Shaoqian. Why should he not pursue his master? Chapter 49 Reunion. Stop. At this critical moment, the figure of Prince Zhou Yuxiang suddenly appeared in the arena. Lord Huang, this life-and-death battle was initiated by your son. Now that he has lost, it is merely a case of skill not matching that of his opponent. Should you dare to act against me again, you shall bear the consequences. Zhou Yuxiang's expression was stern, and his voice was as cold as ice. As the host of this banquet, he had no choice but to intervene in such a situation. Your Highness, please do not be angered. I admit I acted impulsively just now, Huang Dingtian hastily replied. Although the strength of the Demon Cloud sect was considerable, it paled in comparison to the North Xian Empire, akin to a chick facing an eagle. There was no contest. With the prince having spoken, Huang Dingtian dared not act further. Are you all right, Palace Master Yunbing? A hint of concern flickered across Zhou Yuxiang's face. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am unscathed, Dongfang Yunbing assured, having suffered no significant harm from the earlier attack. That is good to hear. Zhou Yuxiang then turned his gaze toward young Lingchen, saying, Your performance at the banquet today was nothing short of spectacular, and I look forward to your display in the upcoming competition. Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness, young Lingchen replied respectfully, cupping his fists in salute. At that moment, many young onlookers regarded young Lingchen with deep respect. This was a world where strength commanded reverence. Only the strong could earn respect, while the weak would face humiliation. The formidable prowess young Lingchen had demonstrated had indeed won him the admiration of these young individuals. In that instant, even Dongfang Jie and Xikong Jie began to harbor admiration for young Lingchen. Initially, they had believed young Lingchen's strength to be on par with their own, or perhaps even inferior, but only now did they realize how gravely mistaken they had been. Just then, Nangong Ting and his daughter approached. Young Lingchen, when did you become so formidable? Nangong Yin exclaimed, wrapping her arms around young Lingchen's, her voice sweet. Despite harboring resentment towards him for the past, as he was indeed the one who had violated her, albeit unintentionally, she had come to recognize many of young Lingchen's virtues during their time in the ruins. He was not only handsome and gifted, but also seemed to elevate her own cultivation when together. Thus, she had suggested he become a son-in-law at the Sword Origin Pavilion. Over their time apart, Nangong Yin found her longing for young Lingchen increasingly intense. Ahem. Young Lingchen was momentarily at a loss for words. Palace Master Dongfang, I am Nangong Yin, young Lingchen's woman. She politely introduced herself with a bow. Ahem. Yinner, do not be rude, Palace Master Dongfang. Please forgive my daughter, Nangong Ting said with an awkward smile. It is of no consequence. I was already aware that Chun'er was quite appealing to the girls. I merely did not expect that even the daughter of Lord Nangong would be smitten, Dongfang Yunbing remarked with a gentle smile. Lingchen pays his respects to Uncle Nangong. Young Lingchen clasped his fists and bowed deeply. This was to be his future father-in-law, and proper etiquette could not be overlooked. Although he and Nangong Yin had yet to develop a profound emotional foundation, feelings could certainly be nurtured over time. After all, young Lingchen had indeed taken possession of the man's daughter, and to be irresponsible would be both unreasonable and unjust. How on earth did you manage to win my daughter's heart? Nangong Ting discerned that his daughter had returned from the ruins no longer a pure maiden, yet he felt it was inappropriate to pry too much into her personal affairs. Well, young Lingchen faltered, unable to confess the truth of the matter. How could he say he had violated his daughter? Enough, young Lingchen. I do not oppose your relationship, but you must never bully my daughter. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to deal with you. Nangong Ting glared at young Lingchen, his tone grave. Rest assured, Uncle Nangong, I will never let Yinner down. Young Lingchen vowed earnestly at this moment. Ling Yin Yun's eyes blazed with fury, inwardly cursing, You scoundrel, young Lingchen. I have sworn to be yours, yet you have become another's man. You are doomed. I will make you pay. Palace Master Dongfang, I must take my leave now, but I will visit again when the opportunity arises. Nangong Ting smiled as he spoke. It is I who should accompany Chun'er to visit Lord Nangong, Dongfang Yunbing replied. Without hesitation, Nangong Yin planted a kiss on young Lingchen's cheek, saying, Young Lingchen, do not forget your promise to me. Nangong Ting shook his head helplessly, taking his daughter away from the prince's residence. At this time, Dongfang Yunbing also bid farewell to Zhou Yuxiang and led young Lingchen and the others back to the Tianyuan Palace stronghold. The journey was smooth, and they returned without incident. Chun'er, come to my chamber. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was as tranquil as water, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yes, master, young Lingchen nodded in response. He gently pushed open the door to Dongfang Yunbing's room, which was lavishly decorated and immaculately tidy. What is going on between you and Nangong Yin? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was cold, laced with an accusatory tone. Master, are you feeling jealous? Should I confess everything? Young Lingchen thought to himself. It was an accident, he mused for a moment before ultimately deciding to be truthful. Oh, do tell. Dongfang Yunbing's tone seemed casual. I violated her, Yang Lingchen whispered, a note of guilt in his voice. What? Dongfang Yunbing's tone immediately turned frigid, her anger palpable as she slammed her palm on the table, shattering one corner into pieces with her immense strength. Calm down, master. Please calm down. There is a reason for this, Yang Lingchen stammered, taken aback by her sudden outburst, and quickly bowed to explain. What reason could possibly justify such a despicable act as violating a girl? Dongfang Yunbing's gaze was piercing, like a sharp sword fixed upon Yang Lingchen. Master, the situation was as follows. Yang Lingchen recounted the events that transpired in the ruins in detail. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yunbing's icy demeanor softened somewhat, and she remarked, "It seems this was fate's design. You must not treat her poorly. Otherwise, should Nangong Ting be enraged, I would find it difficult to save you." I understand, Yang Lingchen replied respectfully. I am feeling a bit tired, Dongfang Yunbing said as she stretched slightly, her alluring curves becoming apparent, leaving Yang Lingchen in awe. Let me give you a massage, master. He quickly composed himself and approached her from behind, beginning to massage her head. Dongfang Yunbing leaned gently against Yang Lingchen's chest, revealing her flawless skin before his eyes. Master, he stammered nervously. What is it? Speaking so hesitantly. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was gentle yet tinged with curiosity. I wish to give you a facial massage and apply a mask. This will help you maintain your youthful beauty, Yang Lingchen said cautiously, his eyes brimming with anticipation. You could have simply said you wanted to see what I look like. There was no need for such roundabout speech, Dongfang Yunbing teased lightly. Master, I think you resemble someone I know, Yang Lingchen remarked with earnestness. Who do I resemble? Dongfang Yunbing asked, intrigued, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I do not know who she is, only that she is as beautiful as a celestial being, Yang Lingchen replied, the enchanting figure dancing in his mind. So you wish to discover whether I am indeed her, do you? Dongfang Yunbing smiled softly, her expression exuding endless charm. Yes, Yang Lingchen nodded, his gaze resolute and fervent. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing suddenly rose, her mesmerizing eyes locking onto Yang Lingchen. Thump, thump, thump. In that instant, Yang Lingchen's heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap from his chest. Come here, Dongfang Yunbing beckoned with a sultry tone, playfully curling her finger. Yes. Yang Lingchen felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness, yet he slowly approached her. Dongfang Yunbing then gently wrapped her arms around Yang Lingchen's waist, whispering, Have you not always wanted to see? Then help me remove my veil. At that moment, Yang Lingchen found himself unable to resist such temptation, his hands trembling with excitement as he delicately lifted the mysterious veil from Dongfang Yunbing. Finally, he beheld the stunning beauty, the very same enchanting woman who had taken his first time. Even after 6 months, seeing her again filled him with an overwhelming sense of anxiety, his breath quickening. Am I beautiful? Dongfang Yunbing asked, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips as her alabaster fingers lightly traced Yang Lingchen's chin. Beautiful, so beautiful. Yang Lingchen gazed at her, entranced, as if the world had come to a standstill. Her delicate features were ethereal, her rosy lips glistening, the elegant curve of her nose captivating, and her eyes, filled with astonished beauty, sparkled like a crystal-clear spring, enchanting all who beheld them. Her visage was unparalleled, with a countenance as pure as an untouched ice lotus, both noble and alluring. Do you like me? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes sparkled with seduction, her lips curled in a coy smile, challenging Yang Lingchen with her gaze. I do, he replied, his mind blank, nodding absently as he felt himself slipping into a wondrous dream. From this day forth, you shall be mine. Do you accept? With those words, Dongfang Yunbing nestled gently into Yang Lingchen's embrace. Chapter 50. My master teaches me to cultivate. The following morning, at dawn, Dongfang Yunbing sat cross-legged, her brow furrowed, clearly at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. Boom! A pair of delicate hands swiftly executed a series of incantations, and an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from Dongfang Yunbing's form. Simultaneously, Yang Lingchen also sat in meditation, his hands forming seals as he continuously circulated his cultivation technique. At that moment, he felt an explosive surge of energy within him, leaving no time for contemplation as he resolutely refined the vast spiritual energy coursing through his body. Yang Lingchen had reached the most pivotal moment of his breakthrough, gritting his teeth as he fervently urged the profound energy within him, charging towards the 4th layer of the Wuxu realm with reckless abandon. Hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Rumble, the 4th layer of the Wuxu realm. Yang Lingchen's cultivation finally broke through to the fourth layer of the Wangshu realm. He suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance flashing momentarily. He beheld Dongfang Yunbing, already dressed elegantly, gracefully sipping tea. Master, Yang Lingchen respectfully addressed her. Focus on your cultivation during this period, Dongfang Yunbing replied coolly. Yes, master. Yang Lingchen quickly donned his attire, meticulously checking to ensure everything was in order. Do not leave the estate before the grand competition. You may go now. Dongfang Yunbing resumed her frosty demeanor. Yes, master. Yang Lingchen slowly retreated, his heart filled with deep admiration intertwined with a tinge of fear and boundless respect for Dongfang Yunbing. No sooner had he exited Dongfang Yunbing's chamber than he encountered Lin Yurua. Lingchen, why are you only coming out now? Lin Yurua inquired, her face a picture of curiosity. Ahem. Master has been diligently instructing me in cultivation all night, he hastily replied. Look, I have successfully advanced in my cultivation. Really, Lingchen, Master is truly kind to you, Lin Yurua exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with envy. Sister Yurua, I cultivated through the night. I must return to my room now. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Lingchen hurried back to his quarters. Once inside, Yang Lingchen finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, grateful for his cleverness in avoiding Lin Yurua's scrutiny. After indulging in a comforting hot bath, he quietly entered the Haoyan Jade space, immersing himself in focused cultivation. Cultivation was akin to rowing against the current. Stagnation meant regression. Thus, Yang Lingchen had never relaxed his rigorous standards for self-cultivation. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, the day of the grand competition in the North Xian region arrived as scheduled. The following morning, under the guidance of Dongfang Yunbing and several elders, Yang Lingchen and 4 others made their grand entrance to the venue of the North Xian region grand competition. The event was set atop the towering North Xian Peak in the northern part of the North Xian Empire. At that moment, the summit was already teeming with all factions, including the North Xian Empire, alongside numerous practitioners from the North Xian region who had come to spectate. As a pinnacle competition for the younger generation of the North Xian region, it garnered immense attention from all major factions. If a particular sect were to emerge victorious, it would undoubtedly become the most sought-after sect for recruiting new disciples in the following year. On Earth, the youth chase after stars, while in the Tianwu continent, they idolize the powerful. Hence, the sect of the overall champion would be the preferred choice for all young aspirants. A sect's enduring prosperity was inextricably linked to a continuous influx of talented disciples. Under Dongfang Yunbing's leadership, they settled in their designated area at the Tianyuan Palace. Gazing at the enormous arena at the center, Yang Lingchen's heart surged with fervor. He was particularly invested in this competition, acutely aware of Dongfang Yunbing's earnest concern for it. Even if it were solely for her sake, he was resolute in his determination to achieve an outstanding ranking. Before long, all factions had arrived at the venue. At that moment, a tall, imposing middle-aged man with a steady aura akin to a mountain strode onto the center of the arena. His piercing gaze swept across the crowd, and an immediate hush fell over the assembly. This man was none other than Zhou Xianjing, the king of the North Xian Empire. The moment Zhou Xianjing ascended the platform, Yang Lingchen could keenly sense from his aura that this man's strength was unfathomable, far surpassing even that of Dongfang Yunbing. From this, Yang Lingchen could unmistakably discern the North Xian Empire's overwhelming dominance in the North Xian region. This grand competition of the North Xian region will be presided over by me, Zhou Xianjing declared in a booming voice. The competition consists of 2 rounds. The first round is the illusion trial, and the second round is the personal ranking battle. With Zhou Xuanjing's announcement, Yang Lingchen learned that the first round, the illusion trial, involved sending all participating contestants into the North Xian illusion realm. Within this realm, death did not equate to true demise. Participants would be directly transported out of the illusion if they were killed. Each contestant would possess a unique identity token used to accumulate points. Within the illusion, killing a phantom beast would earn a certain number of points. Of course, inter-participant slaying was also permitted. Successfully killing an opponent would grant a participant 30% of the victim's points. The higher the score, the better the sect's ranking. A higher sect ranking would lead to greater allocation of cities and resources, while lower-ranking sects would have to relinquish ownership of several cities. For instance, Tianyuan Palace controlled hundreds of cities, while a more powerful sect like Jinyuan Pavilion commanded over 1,000 cities. Thus, the first round was a battle for the honor and benefits of the sect, while the second round was a contest for personal standings. The location of the illusion was atop North Xian Peak. Through the entrance to the illusion, Yang Lingchen vaguely sensed that it resembled a small world. All right, all participants may enter. The duration is 1 day. After one day, everyone will be teleported out, Zhou Xinzheng instructed. Once inside, you five must remember to stick together, Dongfang Yunbing solemnly advised. Yes, Palace Master, Master. The five responded in unison. At that moment, Yang Lingchen suddenly heard Dongfang Yunbing's voice in his mind. Chun'er, if you do not achieve a commendable ranking, you shall face my wrath. Looking around to ensure no one else reacted, Yang Lingchen confirmed that Master had used a soul transmission. Together with the other participants, the five entered the North Xian illusion realm. A total of 70 participants were present. The 12 major factions each had 5 representatives, while the North Xian Empire had 10, bringing the total to 70 individuals. Upon entering the illusion, everyone was instantaneously scattered, landing in various locations throughout the realm. This illusion bore a striking resemblance to the primal mountains of the outside world, teeming with countless phantom beasts. Chapter 51 Princess Zhou Yusin. The expanse of this illusionary realm is not particularly vast. If one were to exert themselves to the utmost, they could traverse the entire domain within just half a day's time. However, it is fortunate that the number of mythical beasts within this realm is quite considerable. Otherwise, it would not suffice for the competitors to hunt. As soon as Yang Lingchen stepped into the illusion, he wasted no time in searching for traces of these mythical creatures. He had not forgotten the admonition of Dongfang Yunbing. If he failed to achieve a commendable rank, it was certain that Dongfang Yunbing would not let him off easily. Since they had just entered the illusion, none of the participants had accumulated any points yet, thus no fierce battles had erupted. Perhaps due to Yang Lingchen's abysmal luck, over an hour had passed since he entered the secret realm, and he had only just encountered a single mythical beast, which left him feeling exceedingly vexed. Am I truly destined to resort to robbery and murder? Yang Lingchen murmured to himself. Meanwhile, on the exterior of Beixian Peak, the mirror image of the illusion was fully displayed outside, allowing all of Yang Lingchen's actions within the realm to be observed clearly. At that moment, the highest-ranked individual on the leaderboard was the 18th prince of the Beixian Empire, Zhou Yuming, with an impressive score of 20 points. Following closely was the 19th princess, Zhou Yusin, with a score of 19 points. The top 10 positions were almost entirely occupied by competitors from the Beixian Empire. In 11th place was Nangong Xiao from the Sword Yuan Pavilion, with 10 points. The highest-ranked participant from Tianyuan Palace was Sikong Jia, who had successfully hunted 3 mythical beasts, placing him at 60th. Yang Lingchen had only managed to hunt a single mythical beast, earning him 1 point, placing him at the very bottom of the rankings. Dongfang Yunbing, it seems your Tianyuan Palace is about to lose quite a few territories this time, Huang Dingtian remarked with a cold smile. Humph. The trial is not yet over. Your arrogance is rather premature. Dongfang Yunbing retorted with a cold snort, remaining unperturbed as she firmly believed in Yang Lingchen's capabilities. Dongfang Yunbing, you cannot still be hoping that your disciple will turn the tide for you, can you? That lad possesses decent strength, but his luck is simply abysmal. Having encountered only 1 mythical beast thus far, it is certain that your Tianyuan Palace will finish in last place, sneered Feng Wujing, the leader of the Dian sect. Within the illusion, after 2 hours of relentless sprinting, Yang Lingchen finally entered an area where mythical beasts appeared frequently. Swish, swish, swish. After a fierce battle, Yang Lingchen successfully hunted 5 more mythical beasts, raising his score to 6 points. Before long, half a day's time had quietly elapsed. At this point, Zhou Yuming's score had reached an astonishing 124 points, while Zhou Yusin had accumulated 120 points. The top 10 positions remained dominated by competitors from the Beixian Empire. On the side of Tianyuan Palace, Yang Lingchen had amassed 80 points, climbing to 33rd place. Sikong Jia had 60 points, Dongfang Jia had 57 points, and Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru each had 50 points. Yang Lingchen's score of 80 was primarily due to the lack of mythical beasts in the area he had initially entered, causing him to waste considerable time. Just then, Yang Lingchen encountered a disciple from the Dian sect, Feng Zijuan, the very individual he had previously beaten to a pulp. Feng Zijuan had fared quite well since entering the illusion, currently ranking 20th with exactly 100 points. Cough, cough, finally stumbled upon a plump target. Yang Lingchen remarked with unrestrained delight as he gazed at Feng Zijuan. Yang Lingchen, it's you. Upon spotting Yang Lingchen, Feng Zijuan was taken aback and immediately turned to flee, fully aware that he stood no chance against Yang Lingchen. If he did not escape, he would undoubtedly be defeated. While he would not truly perish within the illusion, 30% of his points would be stripped away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In less than a breath's time, Yang Lingchen swiftly blocked Feng Zijuan's path. Brother Feng, where do you think you're running off to? Yang Lingchen, I advise you not to act recklessly, or you will meet a most dreadful end, Feng Zijuan warned, his tone grave. Dare you threaten me? I initially intended to merely seize your points and send you out of the illusion, but now it seems necessary to impart a lesson you won't soon forget, young Lingchen replied with a sinister smile. What do you want? I am not fond of men. Feng Zijuan trembled at young Lingchen's chilling grin, involuntarily retreating a few steps. Damn it, I'm not fond of men either. Yang Lingchen could no longer contain his irritation and charged like a whirlwind. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Feng Zijuan emitted a series of wretched screams, clutching his groin tightly. After a frenzied assault, Yang Lingchen thoroughly pulverized Feng Zijuan, even smashing his lower body. Although Chapter 52, brother-in-law Nangong Xiao at the outer perimeter of North Xian Peak, the scene was rife with astonishment among the crowd. For so many years, it was unprecedented for individuals from other factions to breach the top 10 just moments ago. Everyone believed that Yang Lingchen would surely succumb to the allure of the princess. Who could have anticipated such a swift reversal of fortunes, with Yang Lingchen daring to eliminate the princess on the spot? Bang! At that moment, Zhou Yusin was teleported in, her eyes ablaze with unbridled fury. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged towards the direction of the Earth Yin sect. Feng Wujie, you must deliver Feng Zijuan to my residence tonight, or you shall not blame me for being impolite. Zhou Yusin shot a fierce glare at Feng Wujie, leaving those words hanging in the air before she stormed away without a backward glance. As the second round would not commence until the following day, Zhou Yusin returned directly to her estate. Junior, when did you become involved with the 19th princess? Feng Wujie inquired. Father, I truly do not know. Feng Zijuan replied, utterly bewildered. This, Junior, tonight. Feng Wujie regarded his son with concern. Father, you mustn't. If you send me to the princess's residence, I will be utterly ruined. Feng Zijuan exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. He had long been aware of the 19th princess's peculiar predilections. Many talented youths had been forcibly taken to her residence, and none had met with a favorable outcome. The most notorious incident involved Wu Tianqin, the young master of Tianyi sect, who was once hailed as a prodigy but ended up renouncing worldly ties shortly after visiting the princess's abode. Junior, if you serve the princess well tonight, our Earth Yin sect could soar to great heights. Feng Wujie implored earnestly. Within the illusion, as time trickled by, Yang Lingchen's points had surged to third place. At this juncture, he encountered a strikingly handsome youth clad in the robes of the Jian Yuan Pavilion. This individual possessed an extraordinary aura, and his features bore a resemblance to Nangong Yin. He was none other than Nangong Xiao, the foremost genius of Jian Yuan Pavilion. Kid, are you Yang Lingchen? Nangong Xiao inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Lingchen. Indeed, and you are? Yang Lingchen replied. Jian Yuan Pavilion, Nangong Xiao. He introduced himself. Ah, the esteemed brother-in-law, a pleasure to meet you, Yang Lingchen said with a smile. If you wish to marry my sister, you must first pass my test, Nangong Xiao declared gravely. Surely, it need not come to that. Brother-in-law, we are all on the same side, Yang Lingchen laughed. Enough of this, let us fight. Nangong Xiao shouted. Then, brother-in-law, I shall make my move. Before the words had left his lips, Yang Lingchen charged forth like an arrow, wielding his staff. Nangong Xiao, possessing formidable strength at the third level of the entry to the profound realm, did not dare underestimate his opponent and opted for a preemptive strike. As Yang Lingchen launched a flurry of rapid attacks, Nangong Xiao retaliated fiercely with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows dozens of times, neither gaining the upper hand. Good lad, you certainly possess skill. No wonder Yin Yin speaks of you so often, Nangong Xiao remarked. Brother-in-law, given our stalemate, why don't we join forces to hunt other competitors? The one who claims the most victories shall be deemed the winner. What say you? Yang Lingchen proposed with a smile. Agreed. Let us see who can slay more, Nangong Xiao replied, his competitive spirit ignited. In the subsequent trials within the illusion, two figures resembling madmen emerged, ruthlessly hunting down members from other factions. Outside the illusion, the leaders of the various factions wore grave expressions, their brows furrowed in concern. This competition had unexpectedly given rise to a dark horse, Yang Lingchen from Tianyuan Palace. Without him, Tianyuan Palace would likely have found itself at the bottom of the rankings once more. Meanwhile, the remaining members of Tianyuan Palace had been eliminated one by one, leaving only Yang Lingchen to persevere. Though he stood alone, his accumulated points had far surpassed those of the other factions. Father, how did my brother end up allied with Yang Lingchen? Nangong Yin queried in confusion. These two must have reached some form of agreement, thus they joined forces, Nan Gongting explained. At Tianyuan Palace, Dongfang Yunbing, who had been frowning deeply, finally began to ease her furrowed brow. Over the years, Tianyuan Palace's situation had grown increasingly dire, placing immense pressure on her shoulders. As time passed, with their seamless cooperation, Yang Lingchen and Nangong Zhao's points continued to soar. At this point, Yang Lingchen had climbed to second place, while Nangong Zhao had ascended to eighth. Their alliance had drawn the attention of countless onlookers, including the northern king, Zhou Xianzheng, who now wore a frown of concern. Within the illusion, Yang Lingchen remarked, "Brother-in-law, do you dare to hunt royal offspring?" His expression serious. "Kid, you can't be serious about hunting princes and princesses, can you?" Nan Gongxiao replied, astonished. "Do you dare or not?" "Just say the word," Yang Lingchen stated decisively. After a moment's contemplation, Nangong Zhao's eyes glinted with determination as he declared, "As long as you dare, I shall accompany you to the end. Here is the plan. We will approach from this side. You will draw their fire while I attack from behind and take down that royal princess," Yang Lingchen outlined. "Why must I be the one to draw their fire?" Nangong Zhao retorted, visibly displeased. "Brother-in-law, have you not noticed how handsome you are? This royal princess, clearly indulgent, will lower her guard only against someone of your striking appearance." Yang Lingchen replied earnestly, "Am I truly that handsome?" Nangong Zhao mused, brushing his bangs aside. "Absolutely. Your family's genes ensure that the men are handsome and the women beautiful," Yang Lingchen affirmed. Yang Lingchen's assertion held merit, for Nangong Zhao was indeed quite striking. "Very well, I shall take on this princess. Only someone of my caliber can keep her in check. However, you must take the lead in the next round. It must alternate, or I shall be at a disadvantage," Nangong Zhao stipulated. "No problem, brother-in-law, but do take care. The opponent is a formidable presence at the fourth level of the entry to the profound realm," Yang Lingchen cautioned. With that, the two advanced towards the 26th princess in tandem. The 26th princess, known as Zhou Yutong, possessed strength at the fourth level of the entry to the profound realm, currently ranking 6th in points. She was fiercely hunting down phantom beasts. At that moment, Nangong Zhao nonchalantly flicked his bangs and swaggered towards her. "I am Nangong Zhao, honored to meet Princess Yutong," he said, flashing a confident smile. Zhou Yutong, frustrated by her meager points, brightened at the sight of Nangong Zhao's approach. "Could it be that I truly am this handsome?" he thought, reveling in her delighted expression. Just as Nangong Zhao was basking in self-satisfaction, Zhou Yutong suddenly struck out with a powerful palm. Bang! Nangong Zhao was sent sprawling from the unexpected blow, barely managing to roll away to evade her second strike. In his mind, he was cursing Yang Lingchen profusely. Bang, bang, bang. In no time at all, Nangong Zhao was left battered and bruised. Just as Zhou Yutong prepared to finish him off, Yang Lingchen darted in from the side, delivering a precise strike that severed Zhou Yutong's throat. "Yang Lingchen, you scoundrel! Why did you only show up now? My face! That wretched woman has disfigured my handsome visage." Nangong Zhao bellowed in rage. "Brother-in-law, there was no other way. If you hadn't drawn her attention, I would not have had the chance to take her down so swiftly." Yang Lingchen replied with a chuckle, unable to contain his laughter at the sight of Nangong Zhao, now resembling a battered pig. Chapter 53. The misfortunate Feng Zijing. Outside the illusory realm, the formidable Lord of Heaven, Zhou Xianzheng, was furrowing his brow in deep concern. Just moments ago, Yang Lingchen and Nangong Zhao had joined forces to hunt down several royal scions. Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed in previous grand tournaments. This unprecedented alliance arose from Yang Lingchen's points, which had now eclipsed those of the 18th prince, Zhou Yuming. Although a vast chasm in total points still existed between Tianyuan Palace and the Northern Qian Empire, Yang Lingchen had successfully seized the coveted top position on the individual leaderboard. For the Northern Qian Empire, this was undoubtedly a stinging slap in the face. Throughout countless years, no one had ever managed to usurp a spot in the top 5 of the points leaderboard from the Northern Qian Empire. Yet, at this moment, Yang Lingchen had achieved this feat, and with the dazzling distinction of first place. Currently, both Yang Lingchen and Nangong Zhao were inflamed with bloodlust. Any member of opposing forces they encountered was mercilessly dispatched. The other princes of the Northern Qian Empire had opted to abandon their pursuit, as confronting these two formidable opponents head-on proved exceedingly difficult. Yang Lingchen's points had far surpassed those of Zhou Yuming, while Nangong Zhao had successfully ascended to 5th place. Finally, after a long day, the first round of the illusory trials had come to a close. Yang Lingchen and Nangong Zhao were teleported out. The participants they had hunted down glared at them with fury, their eyes seemingly burning with a desire to rend them limb from limb. According to the overall standings of the forces, the Northern Qian Empire still retained the top position, while Tianyuan Palace miraculously secured second place, with Sword Origin Pavilion taking third. This outcome left Dongfang Yunbing immensely satisfied in that moment. Her gaze toward young Lingchen brimmed with pride, for he was not only her disciple but also the man she cherished. Although he was still quite weak, Dongfang Yunbing firmly believed that, given sufficient time, young Lingchen would undoubtedly evolve into the most exceptional man in the Northern Qian domain, and perhaps even across the entirety of the Tianwu continent. Good lad, I have high hopes for you. I eagerly anticipate your performance in tomorrow's individual ranking battles, Zhou Xianzhang remarked as he approached. Greetings, Lord of Heaven, Dongfang Yunbing replied with a respectful bow. Greetings, Lord of Heaven. Yang Lingchen and the others followed suit, bowing in unison. Who would have thought that Palace Master Dongfang could cultivate such an outstanding disciple? Zhou Xianjing laughed heartily. Your praise is unwarranted. My child is still young and cannot bear such accolades, Dongfang Yunbing humbly responded. At such a tender age, to possess such power, he certainly merits my commendation. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhou Xianzhang turned to depart. At that moment, Nangong Xiao and Nangong Yin also approached, grinning as they exclaimed, Brother-in-law, you are remarkable. I never imagined your points would place you first. I had thought you would have fewer points than I. Nangong Yin even embraced Yang Lingchen's arm, gazing at him with admiration. It's all luck, mere luck, Yang Lingchen chuckled. Luck my foot. Strength is strength, but I will acknowledge you as my brother-in-law, Nangong Xiao replied with a smile. Meanwhile, not far behind Yang Lingchen, Lin Yuro softly spoke to Ling Yinyun, Sister Yinyun. If you don't make a move soon, junior brother Lingchen might just be snatched away. Humph. If he gets taken, then so be it. Who cares for such a fickle-hearted man? Ling Yinyun retorted through gritted teeth. An exceptional man is bound to attract a myriad of women. If you do not act soon, the number of women surrounding him will only grow, and he may very well forget you one day, Lin Yuro cautioned. After bidding farewell to the Nangong siblings, everyone followed Dongfang Yunbing back to the stronghold of Tianyuan Palace. As evening descended, the group from Tianyuan Palace returned successfully to their base. Yang Lingchen retreated to his chamber and commenced his cultivation. Simultaneously, at the residence of the 19th princess, Feng Wujing brought the extremely reluctant Feng Zijing to the princess's abode. After delivering Feng Zijing to the princess, Feng Wujing excitedly returned to the base of the Dian sect. Are you Feng Zijing? Zhou Yusin inquired, her brow furrowed. Zhou Yusin appeared exasperated. Everything was prepared, awaiting the evening's reckoning of Feng Zijing. To her dismay, he was not the person she sought, which left her feeling quite frustrated. Your Highness, I am Feng Zijing, he replied nervously, bowing deeply. This is infuriating, Zhou Yusin's expression darkened ominously. Yet, her fury was overwhelming, and she needed someone to vent her frustrations upon. This lad seems reasonably handsome. He will do. Zhou Yusin scrutinized Feng Zijing for a moment before dragging him into her room. The following morning, Feng Zijing emerged from the princess's residence, his legs trembling uncontrollably, embodying a sense of utter despair. Simultaneously, news of Yang Lingchen's victory in the first round as the individual champion spread like wildfire throughout the northern Qian imperial city. Zhou Yusin and Zhou Yutong finally learned of Yang Lingchen's true identity. Particularly for Zhou Yusin, her interest in Yang Lingchen intensified. She vowed to herself that she must possess this man. After a night of rigorous cultivation, Yang Lingchen emerged from his room, invigorated. Under Dongfang Yunbing's guidance, they once again ascended to the peak of northern Qian Mountain. The peak was teeming with people. Compared to the previous day, today's audience was significantly larger. This was due to the individual ranking battles for the younger generation of the northern Qian domain, which garnered far more popularity than the first round. At this juncture, Lord of Heaven Zhou Xianjing stepped into the center of the arena and proclaimed loudly, "The rules for today's individual ranking battles are as follows. Once you step onto the stage, your fate is in the hands of destiny. However, should your opponent concede, no further lethal actions are permitted. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Zhou Xianjing then elaborated on the details of the tournament. A total of 70 participants would compete in the individual ranking battles, with rankings determined by win rates. Each contestant would be required to engage in 69 matches, with the individual boasting the highest win rate ultimately crowned the champion. Due to the extensive time required for 69 battles, this individual ranking tournament would span 7 days, averaging 10 matches per day for each participant. As Yang Lingchen diligently studied the rules, he suddenly sensed a fierce gaze scrutinizing him, akin to a ferocious beast fixating on its prey. He hastily raised his head, only to find Zhou Yusin in the distance, wearing a sinister smile as she fixed her gaze upon him. Seeing her toothy grin, young Lingchen felt a shiver run down his spine. Junior brother Lingchen, does that Princess Yusin have a crush on you? She has been staring at you the entire time, Lin Yuro inquired with curiosity. That is likely because I eliminated her in the illusory realm, which is why she is glaring at me, young Lingchen explained. I see. You must be cautious. Zhou Yusin is notoriously ruthless, and no man marked by her gaze has ever met a favorable end, Lin Yuro warned. Just then, Feng Zijing approached young Lingchen with an ominous expression. Young Lingchen, you despicable scoundrel, Feng Zijing spat coldly. Feng, what troubles you? You seem as if you've been struck by frost, young Lingchen remarked with curiosity. Feng Zijing, once handsome and dashing, now walked unsteadily, his legs trembling as if he might collapse at any moment. It's your fault. If you hadn't impersonated me in front of Zhou Yusin, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Feng Zijing glared at young Lingchen, his expression filled with resentment. Cough cough. Feng, you didn't spend the night at the princess's residence, did you? Congratulations are in order for Feng. UVE secured a beautiful woman. However, you appear quite frail. After just one night, you look battered. You must replenish your strength. Young Lingchen chuckled. I will kill you, you shameless wretch. Feng Zijing was nearly driven to the brink of insanity by young Lingchen's words. At that moment, he could no longer endure the humiliation. Last night had been the darkest of his life, and all of it was due to young Lingchen. Without hesitation, Feng Zijing drew his sword and lunged at young Lingchen with fierce intent. Yet, he was no match for young Lingchen. Bang! Without a hint of suspense, young Lingchen delivered a powerful kick, sending Feng Zijing sprawling across the arena. Young Lingchen, you wait, one day. I will tear you to shreds, Feng Zijing vowed as he retreated, leaving behind a chilling threat. Chapter 54. The clouds gather at the palace. The highly anticipated individual ranking battles have finally commenced. Atop the North Xian Peak, 10 colossal arenas have been erected, enabling multiple contests to unfold simultaneously and significantly enhancing the efficiency of the matches. Chenner, regarding this personal ranking battle, I have but one request of you. Prioritize your safety above all, admonished Dongfang Yunbing with a solemn expression. I shall be cautious, thank you for your concern, master, young Lingchen replied. And you all as well, should you encounter an insurmountable foe, do not hesitate to concede. Do not let pride lead you astray, Dongfang Yunbing directed her gaze towards the others. Yes, Palace Master, they all responded with utmost respect. In that moment, the much-awaited ranking battle officially began. Yang Lingchen's first opponent was a disciple from Lingxian sect, at the initial level of the entry Xian realm. This individual had previously witnessed Yang Lingchen's formidable prowess at a banquet in the prince's residence, and after exchanging a few blows, he wisely chose to surrender. Fortuitously, Yang Lingchen's first match went well, with all 5 members of Tianyuan Palace emerging victorious. Particularly, Lin Yuru and Ling Yinyun faced opponents of lesser strength, and after a challenging skirmish, they too claimed victory. Before long, the second round commenced, and to Yang Lingchen's surprise, his opponent was Feng Zijuan. What astonished him further was Feng Zijuan's immediate decision to forfeit without granting Yang Lingchen the opportunity to engage him. As the third match unfolded, Yang Lingchen faced Zhang Zichen from Tan Tianmen. This adversary, at the pinnacle of the third level of the entry Xian realm, exhibited strength comparable to Nangong Xiao, yet his gaze was filled with hostility. You insolent brat, today I shall make you aware of the grave consequences of offending Lady Qiming. Zhang Zichen's voice was icy, his demeanor dismissive, as if he regarded Yang Lingchen with utter disdain. Foolish wretch, why choose to be a mere sycophant? Yang Lingchen retorted sharply. You seek death. Zhang Zichen's expression twisted with fury upon hearing the term sycophant. He had indeed pursued Luo Qiming for quite some time, yet her attitude remained non-committal, leading him to resemble a devoted lackey. With a swift motion, Zhang Zichen brandished his sword, launching a fierce strike toward Yang Lingchen, the blade slicing through the air with a ferocious intent. Yang Lingchen, however, remained vigilant. His own strength barely matched that of the third level of the entry Xian realm. Unless he resorted to powerful trump cards like the Immortal Demon Sword or the Soul-Devouring Slash, he would struggle to gain the upper hand in a short span. These formidable techniques were reserved for dealing with the geniuses of the North Xian Empire, compelling him to engage cautiously with his opponent. As their blades clashed, waves of sharp sword energy surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows for over 70 rounds, neither gaining a distinct advantage. Sycophant, is this the serious consequence you spoke of? Yang Lingchen seized the opportunity to mock him. "You audacious fool! How dare you mock me?" Zhang Zichen, evidently possessing a stronger temperament than Jia, paid no heed to Yang Lingchen's taunt and continued his relentless assault. As the battle progressed, Zhang Zichen's lethal strikes began to wear on Yang Lingchen's patience. Observing his opponent's unwavering resolve, Yang Lingchen unleashed a soul attack. In an instant, an invisible soul-devouring slash targeted Zhang Zichen's spirit. Boom! Zhang Zichen was momentarily engulfed in a daze. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, Yang Lingchen released a sword aura, which, gleaming brilliantly, sliced through Zhang Zichen's neck. Thud! Zhang Zichen's body collapsed heavily to the ground, his breath extinguished. Simultaneously, the gaze of the Tan Tianmen's leader, Duanmu Su, turned frigid. Zhang Zichen was his most exceptional disciple, and he had never anticipated such a demise on the arena. Had it not been for the presence of the town's king, he might have rushed forward to exact vengeance on the one who had slain his disciple. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena. No one had expected that, merely into the third match of the ranking battles, a death would occur. Below the stage, Luo Qiming's countenance remained stoic, her cold gaze fixed upon Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen had no intention of taking a life, yet Zhang Zichen's evident murderous intent left him no choice. If he sought to kill him, then Yang Lingchen saw no reason to spare him. The fight continued, and soon Yang Lingchen achieved victory in 7 consecutive matches, concluding the first day's battles with a remarkable 10-win streak. Meanwhile, in Tianyuan Palace, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru both recorded 3 wins and 7 losses, while Dongfang Jia and Xikong Jia were still engaged in fierce combat. At that moment, Yang Lingchen noticed that Ling Yinyun seemed to have sustained a minor injury and was resting aside. He hastened over, producing several healing pills, and inquired with concern, "Sister Yinyun, are you all right?" "I don't need the concern of a fickle playboy like you," Ling Yinyun replied coldly, clearly dismissive of his worry. "How have I become a fickle playboy?" Yang Lingchen's tone wavered slightly, lacking conviction. "I have already vowed to be your woman. Why do you still pursue Nangong Yin?" Ling Yinyun's gaze was filled with reproach as she looked at him. "Sister Yinyun, you need not take that vow seriously." Yang Lingchen felt overwhelmed. He had merely made a jest to amuse her, but it appeared she had taken it to heart. "Yang Lingchen, did you not coerce me into making that vow?" Ling Yinyun's eyes were sharp as she scrutinized him. Yang Lingchen felt a chill run down his spine under her piercing gaze and reluctantly admitted, "Yes. Since you forced me into that vow, what do you mean now? Do you wish to discard me?" Ling Yinyun's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, staring intensely at him. "And no," Yang Lingchen murmured, "how could I possibly wish to part with you?" "Then do you like me?" Ling Yinyun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I like you." Yang Lingchen hesitated for a moment before responding. As the most beautiful woman in Tianyuan Palace, Ling Yinyun possessed an allure that captivated countless men. To assert that he was unaffected by such beauty would be a lie. However, Yang Lingchen felt a headache coming on. He was uncertain how Dongfang Yunbing would react to this situation. He held a deep admiration for Dongfang Yunbing, yet simultaneously feared her. Then, in the matter of Nangong Yin, who plays the dominant role and who the submissive? Ling Yinyun teased playfully. This was a matter of great concern for her, as in this world, the dynamics of power between men and women significantly influenced status and identity. "Sister Yinyun, let us discuss this later. For now, please take the healing pills." Yang Lingchen attempted to divert the conversation, as he found himself unable to respond to her inquiry. "Then you must feed me." Ling Yinyun's voice was sweet and gentle. Very well, Yang Lingchen had not anticipated that Ling Yinyun would be so endearing when she acted coy. Before long, the battle between Dongfang Jia and Xikong Jia concluded, with both achieving 5 wins and 5 losses. Subsequently, under Dongfang Yunbing's leadership, they returned to the stronghold of Tianyuan Palace. To everyone's surprise, throughout the journey, Ling Yinyun clung to Yang Lingchen's arm, appearing exceedingly affectionate. Upon arriving at the stronghold, Yang Lingchen retreated to his room to cultivate, for this was a critical juncture in the competition, and he wished to waste not a moment. Once in his room, as he prepared to delve into the Haotian Jade space for his training, a breathtaking figure suddenly materialized within the chamber. "Master, Master," Yang Lingchen stammered nervously. At that moment, he felt a pang of anxiety. Just moments ago, Ling Yinyun had been wrapped around him. Now, Dongfang Yunbing's countenance was decidedly frosty, leaving him uncertain of her intentions. "What troubles you?" Dongfang Yunbing's voice was frigid. In nothing, Yang Lingchen quickly averted his gaze. "Come here at once," Dongfang Yunbing commanded, her eyes sharp and her tone icy. Why yes. Young Lingchen approached with trepidation. Suddenly, Dongfang Yunbing reached out and grasped him. Master, spare me, I was wrong, young Lingchen exclaimed, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his brow. Though Dongfang Yunbing had yet to exert her full strength, her aura was incredibly formidable, and he feared that any displeasure on her part could lead to dire consequences for him. Chapter 55. A brutal beating of Zhou Yusin. What is the nature of your relationship with Yin Yun? Dongfang Yunbing's gaze was piercing, her tone laced with displeasure. This is all the disciple's fault. Young Lingchen hurriedly lowered his head, his face a mask of regret and guilt, embodying the demeanor of one who has erred. Humph. This time, I shall spare you, Dongfang Yunbing snorted coldly. However, remember this. You are my man. Should I discover you entangling with other women again, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. Her voice was frigid, as if capable of freezing one's very soul. The disciple understands, young Lingchen replied in a hushed tone, scarcely daring to breathe. Moreover, aside from your cultivation, you must exercise restraint with them. If it disrupts my training, I will incapacitate you. Do you comprehend? Dongfang Yunbing reiterated sternly. I remember, master. Could you possibly release your grip first? Young Lingchen ventured cautiously. You are still young. Your primary focus should be on cultivation. Engaging in excessive romantic entanglements will serve you little good. Dongfang Yunbing's voice softened slightly, yet retained an undeniable authority. I shall heed your teachings, master, young Lingchen promptly affirmed. Though you are still quite weak, I believe that one day you will become the most exceptional man in this world, Dongfang Yunbing said slowly. Does master truly hold such faith in me? Young Lingchen could not contain himself from asking. Of course, for you are a pure young body and, moreover, my man, Dongfang Yunbing declared with unwavering conviction. Master, I possess a set of techniques that should surpass your dual cultivation methods significantly, young Lingchen whispered. This was a divine dual cultivation technique he had discovered in Ling Juechen's memories. Is that so? Then what are you waiting for? Unbeknownst to him, Dongfang Yunbing's veil had quietly slipped away, her jade-like hand gently caressing young Lingchen's handsome visage. By the heavens! Young Lingchen could no longer contain himself, kissing her passionately like a wild beast. Dongfang Yunbing, unyielding, waved her hand, instantly shattering the clothing covering young Lingchen. She then gracefully positioned herself atop him like a water serpent. In that moment, an atmosphere of intimacy flooded the entire room. The following morning, Dongfang Yunbing, her face a portrait of shock, inquired, Chener, what technique is this? It has allowed me to break through to a minor realm. Just recently, she had ascended to the second layer of the returning to the void realm, and now she had unexpectedly advanced to the third layer. This? I am not entirely certain. I obtained it during my last venture into the ruins, and have only just employed it today, young Lingchen fabricated a benevolent lie. Master, I too am on the verge of a breakthrough. Could you please rise? At this moment, young Lingchen felt the profound energy within him reaching a critical point for advancement. Swiftly, Dongfang Yunbing sprang to her feet, hastily donning her garments before silently exiting young Lingchen's chamber. Meanwhile, young Lingchen sat cross-legged upon his bed, exerting all his energy towards breaking through to the fifth layer of the questioning void realm. Boom, 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 boom. With a series of resounding blasts, young Lingchen successfully transcended to the fifth layer of the questioning void realm. He then produced a multitude of questioning void pills, consuming them without hesitation. Young Lingchen fervently refined the pills, his cultivation ascending steadily. Finally, before dawn, he reached the pinnacle of the fifth layer of the questioning void realm. Only then did young Lingchen rise to tidy his room, which lay in disarray after a night of fervent activity. If left unattended, it would be all too easy for a discerning eye to uncover the truth. After freshening up, young Lingchen exited his quarters. Young Lingchen, what were you up to last night? I knocked on your door for ages and received no response. Ling Yinyun chided, her tone rife with dissatisfaction. Apologies, Sister Yinyun. I was in the midst of crucial cultivation and did not hear, young Lingchen hastily explained. In truth, he had heard her, and her incessant knocking had nearly startled him into a frenzy. It's all right, let us hurry. The palace master is already awaiting us, Ling Yinyun said, linking her arm with young Lingchen's as they made their way downstairs. The group set forth once more towards the North Xian Peak. The North Xian Peak was as bustling as ever, teeming with people. They settled in their designated area at Tianyuan Palace. Before long, the dais battles commenced. However, to young Lingchen's dismay, his first opponent was none other than Zhou Yusin. Little Chanshin, I present you with two choices today. Either accompany me back to my residence tonight, or I shall leave you battered and drag you back myself. Choose wisely. Zhou Yusin grinned ominously. Pft. Ugh. Pft. Ugh. Pft. As soon as young Lingchen ascended the stage, he rushed to the edge and began to vomit violently. The sight of Zhou Yusin's smile, with those buck teeth glistening with an unidentifiable substance, was simply revolting. Seems you have chosen the latter option. Then I shall have to leave you in a state of disrepair before dragging you back. Zhou Yusin chuckled darkly, her eyes glinting with malice. Damn it! Whether you are a princess or a prince today, I shall turn you into a pig's head. Yang Lingchen glared fiercely, brandishing his staff with full force as he charged at Zhou Yusin. Had it not been for his night of dual cultivation with Dongfang Yunbing, he might have very well found himself at her mercy. Despite Zhou Yusin's somewhat unattractive appearance, her strength and talent were undeniably formidable. As Yang Lingchen unleashed a torrent of furious attacks, Zhou Yusin met him with ease, effortlessly countering his onslaught. Ling Yinyun watched with mounting anxiety. Yang Lingchen had only just agreed to be with her, and she had yet to fully enjoy the fruits of their bond. What if the princess claimed him first? The thought only heightened her concern, her heart racing. Time slipped by as the two exchanged blows, neither willing to yield. Yang Lingchen's staff lashed out at Zhou Yusin with unrelenting ferocity, while her sword danced in a deadly ballet of retaliation. At that moment, Yang Lingchen unleashed a soul attack, the soul-devouring slash penetrating deep into Zhou Yusin's essence. Boom! 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 Instantly, Zhou Yusin was ensnared in a momentary stupor, her gaze turning vacant. Bang! 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 I swing! Let us see if I can't beat this wretch to a pulp. Yang Lingchen swung his staff, mercilessly transforming Zhou Yusin into a grotesque caricature of her former self. Ah! Ah! Da! Zhou Yusin's piercing shrieks echoed across the arena. I strike! Bang! At last, the world is tranquil once more. With one final, forceful blow, Yang Lingchen sent Zhou Yusin flying. Being a royal princess, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Ugh! 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 After dealing with Zhou Yusin, Yang Lingchen's first instinct upon returning to the ground was to vomit profusely. Lingchen, are you all right? Ling Yinyun inquired with great concern, her face etched with worry. Sister Yinyun, I'm fine. Merely repulsed by that wretched woman, Yang Lingchen inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. Just then, Nangong Yin approached, her gaze narrowing as she spotted Ling Yinyun entwined with Yang Lingchen's arm. And who are you? Why are you clinging to my Yang Lingchen? Nangong Yan's voice was cold, her eyes brimming with hostility. I am Yang Lingchen's primary wife. Who might you be? Ling Yinyun retorted, equally unyielding. You shameless creature, stealing my man. Nangong Yin seethed, her face flushed with anger. Then why not ask Yang Lingchen whose man he truly is? Ling Yinyun shot back, turning her attention to Yang Lingchen. Enough of your squabbling. It's my turn to fight, Yang Lingchen interjected, swiftly leaping onto the stage. The arrival of this battle was most timely. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly vexed by the two women. His next opponent was a talented fighter from the Demon Cloud sect. Yang Lingchen showed no mercy. He offered no opportunity for surrender, swiftly delivering a decisive blow that severed his opponent's neck. Since they were irreconcilable foes, Yang Lingchen's mantra was to kill if possible, or at the very least, make every effort to do so. Below the stage, Huangding Tian seethed with rage, his eyes wide, teeth grinding, wishing fervently to flay Yang Lingchen alive. Chapter 56, Transformation of Thoughts. Time swiftly passed, and another day had gone by. Yang Lingchen once more achieved a remarkable feat of 10 consecutive victories in fierce battles, bringing his total to an impressive 20 wins, when combined with yesterday's triumphs. Throughout this streak, whenever he encountered members of the Dean sect, the Rakshasa Palace, or the Demon Cloud cult, he exhibited no mercy, granting his adversaries no opportunity to concede. To Yang Lingchen's surprise, however, Ling Yinyun and Nangong Yin did not engage in the fierce confrontation he had anticipated. Instead, they resorted to a subtle competition, embroiled in jealousy and rivalry. At that moment, Yang Lingchen felt overwhelmed, his troubles multiplying. Within the stronghold of the Demon Cloud cult, Huangding Tian erupted with fury. That wretched Yang Lingchen has slain so many of our disciples. Can you truly endure such indignation? His face darkened ominously. What good will it do to harbor resentment? For some inexplicable reason, Dongfang Yunbing's strength has surged dramatically. I am no match for him now, Feng Wuji replied heavily, his brow furrowed in concern. Feng brother speaks the truth. To deal with Tianyuan Palace, we must unite our forces. Otherwise, we shall be picked off one by Dongfang Yunbing, remarked Luo Tianming, the master of the Rakshasa Palace, his gaze filled with profound worry. I propose we consider this Tan Tianmin's leader, Duanmu Su, began, articulating his plan in detail. Ha ha ha, let us proceed as Duanmu brother suggests. The others concurred enthusiastically. Time swiftly brought them to the final day of the grand competition. Over the past 6 days, young Lingchen, propelled by astounding prowess and unyielding determination, not only achieved a glorious 60 consecutive victories, but also triumphed over Nangong Shao and several members of the royal family. On this day, under the guidance of Dongfang Yunbing, the group ascended once more to the peak of Beixian Mountain. Today marked the culmination of the event, and young Lingchen's heart raced with exhilaration. With just 9 more victories, he would secure the championship title. The rewards for the champion were exceedingly generous. Not only 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but also a Xinling fruit, a rare and precious spirit fruit that could elevate a practitioner in the Xian realm by 1 level unconditionally. If consumed by someone at the Void realm, it could instantly enhance their standing by 3 minor levels. At that moment, young Lingchen silently vowed that regardless of the cost, he would contend fiercely for the Xinling fruit. Soon, he commenced his first battle of the day, facing Princess Zhou Yutong. In stark contrast to the unattractive Zhou Yusin, Zhou Yutong possessed a celestial beauty. Her delicate features, fair skin akin to jade, and graceful figure rendered her captivating at first glance. Young Lingchen, it was you who ambushed this princess in the illusion, wasn't it? Zhou Yutong's expression was icy, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. Yes, it was me. What will you do about it? Young Lingchen replied nonchalantly, showing no mercy simply because she was a beauty. You seek death. Today, I shall slay you. Zhou Yutong's voice was frigid, her figure darting forward like a bolt of lightning as she struck at young Lingchen with her sword. No one had ever dared to address her in such a manner, and her rage had reached a boiling point. Damn it, you spoiled brat. Had you not been a princess, I would have stripped you bare. Young Lingchen cursed inwardly, wielding his staff with ferocity as he countered her onslaught with a barrage of strikes imbued with an invisible, formidable force. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of violent clashes echoed throughout the arena. Faced with young Lingchen's frenzied attacks, Zhou Yutong found herself pushed back, struggling to defend herself. After a flurry of exchanges, young Lingchen seized an opportune moment, delivering a powerful blow to her chest. Zhou Yutong, not one to be underestimated, reacted swiftly, raising her sword to block. Boom! Young Lingchen's full-force strike was astonishingly powerful, sending Zhou Yutong staggering back. Yet, he did not relent. In an instant, he unleashed a soul attack, causing Zhou Yutong's eyes to glaze over, leaving her momentarily defenseless. Seeing this, young Lingchen charged forward without hesitation, swinging his staff in a furious barrage. Boom, 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 boom! You think being beautiful will spare you from my wrath? Up! Zhou Yutong's shrieks of despair pierced the air. Boom! Die? You wretched woman! Young Lingchen kicked forcefully at Zhou Yutong's chest, the impact propelling her across the arena. Curse you, you insufferable princess! You still dare to threaten me? Were it not for the fact that we are in the territory of the Beixian Empire, I would have stripped you and hung you at the city gate for all to see. Young Lingchen felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, reveling in the satisfaction of his actions. Silence enveloped the arena, an eerie stillness that followed. Countless spectators were left in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. To them, young Lingchen appeared as a madman, daring to strike even the princess of the Beixian Empire, an act that seemed to defy all sense of self-preservation. At that moment, from the Beixian Empire's direction, the expression of the Zhan Tian Wang flickered with a glint of menace. Young Lingchen's audacity was a blatant challenge to the authority of the entire empire. Had this competition not been hosted by the Beixian Empire, Zhou Xian would have relished the opportunity to strike down this reckless youth with a single blow. Meanwhile, the other princes and princesses cast disdainful glances at young Lingchen, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yet, young Lingchen paid them no mind. His singular focus was on acquiring the Xinling fruit, which would allow him to break through 3 minor realms in a short time. He believed that since this grand competition was organized by the Beixian Empire, they would not resort to retaliating against him merely for the sake of a princess. If they did, who would dare to participate in future contests within the Beixian domain? Once he secured the Xinling fruit, young Lingchen was confident he could swiftly advance to the Xian realm, becoming an invincible presence within that tier. At this juncture, young Lingchen returned to his position at the Tianyuan Palace. Child, You are still far from being able to contend with the Beitian Empire. Do you understand the precariousness of your situation? Dongfang Yunbing remarked meaningfully, her gaze tinged with concern. Master, I apologize. I shall not trouble you again. One day, I will stand before you as a man, ready to protect you. Yang Lingchen declared earnestly, his eyes brimming with determination. Deep down, Yang Lingchen recognized that he had indeed overstepped earlier. After all, in his past life on Earth, he had been an ordinary, unremarkable individual, largely untouched by the harsh realities of society. Now that he possessed some measure of strength, he had become somewhat arrogant. However, after Dongfang Yunbing's admonition, Yang Lingchen began to reflect profoundly on his actions. He realized that much of the trouble he had caused had been borne by her, and as a man, he should be the one standing in front of her to shield her from harm, rather than carelessly inviting trouble. I shall await that day, Dongfang Yunbing replied, her eyes revealing a rare glimmer of appreciation. Of course, this did not imply that he would become a timid turtle. Rather, he intended to remain low-key until he possessed absolute certainty. The competition continued. In the subsequent battles, Yang Lingchen adopted a more subdued approach, facing several princes who appeared intent on eliminating him. Yet, he restrained himself, merely sending them tumbling from the arena without inflicting severe harm. Before long, the grand competition reached its final match, the championship showdown. Currently, Yang Lingchen had achieved 68 consecutive victories, mirroring the record of the 18th prince, Zhou Yuming. This ultimate confrontation would determine the overall champion, the title of which signified the foremost talent among the younger generation of the Beitian domain. As such, this climactic battle attracted the attention of countless spectators. Although Yang Lingchen had maintained an unbroken winning streak, few believed he could triumph in this final contest. After all, the 18th prince had honed his skills by consistently challenging opponents of higher tiers. He had never been bested by anyone attempting to surpass him. Furthermore, Yang Lingchen was merely at the 5th layer of the Void Realm, while Zhou Yuming had already reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the Shen Realm. Chapter 57. The second level of the entry into the Profound Realm. The championship battle officially begins. At this moment, Yang Lingchen's face was etched with an expression of utmost seriousness, for his opponent across from him was Zhou Yuming. It is worth noting that Zhou Yuming was undeniably the foremost genius among those under 20 within the Northern Profound royal family. Kid, you are quite arrogant. For many years, you are the first to dare to provoke the dignity of the royal family. This prince, in his magnanimity, grants you one last opportunity. Either submit to me, or face your demise. Zhou Yuming's countenance was as cold as ice, his gaze filled with threats and intimidation. Those who boast before me typically end up with swollen faces. I wonder if the 18th prince's skin is thick enough. Yang Lingchen replied with a faint smile, his demeanor unruffled. Go to hell, stop pretending in front of me. I swear. One day I will make the entire Northern Profound Empire bow beneath my feet. Yang Lingchen silently vowed. Were it not for his prior promise to Dongfang Yunbing, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate the arrogant Zhou Yuming before him. With Yang Lingchen's strength, if he were to unleash all his hidden cards, he could annihilate Zhou Yuming in an instant. However, he dared not do so. He understood that if he were to kill Zhou Yuming, not only would he be unable to escape, but the entire Tianyuan palace and the Yang family would suffer devastating repercussions. You foolish creature, this prince, seeing your potential, initially considered keeping you as a loyal dog to serve me. Yet, your ingratitude has sealed your fate. No sooner had Zhou Yuming finished speaking than his sword erupted with brilliant light, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of sword energy, swiftly cleaving towards Yang Lingchen. By uttering those words, I vow that one day, I will reduce your entire Zhou family to a pack of whimpering dogs at my side. Yang Lingchen thought, even as he moved with ghostly agility, drawing the Shinma sword to fiercely counter Zhou Yuming's attack. As the Shinma sword was unsheathed, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted, and an aura of annihilation spread forth. Simultaneously, Yang Lingchen communicated with the spirit within the sword, Linger, in perfect synchrony with Linger. The Shinma sword in Yang Lingchen's grasp unleashed a torrent of sword energy, striking forth like lightning in relentless waves towards Zhou Yuming. Zhou Yuming, being the foremost genius of the younger generation in the Northern Profound Empire, demonstrated remarkable prowess, effectively countering Yang Lingchen's ferocious onslaught. Without the Shinma sword and soul attacks, Yang Lingchen would indeed find himself at a disadvantage. At this juncture, Yang Lingchen could no longer afford to hesitate. He unleashed the God-slaying sword technique, complemented by the phantom movement technique, while simultaneously executing a soul-devouring slash-boom. Zhou Yuming fell into a momentary stupor, but he quickly regained his composure. Just as he did, Yang Lingchen delivered a swift kick that struck Zhou Yuming squarely in the face, causing his visage to cave in. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Yang Lingchen switched from the Shinma sword to the celestial staff, wielding it with the ferocity of a tempest against Zhou Yuming. Ah, ah, ah! Zhou Yuming cried out in anguish, his voice a lament. Bang, 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 bang. Ah, 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 ah. Zhou Yuming continued to wail in despair. Are you not a prince? How can you make such a ruckus on the arena? What a disgrace! Yang Lingchen taunted while continuing his relentless assault. I concede. Zhou Yuming finally declared, unable to withstand the tempestuous barrage from Yang Lingchen. 18th Prince, my apologies. I thought your skin was thick enough, so I merely swung a bit harder, Yang Lingchen said with a smile. Kid, you are as good as dead. Zhou Yuming glared at Yang Lingchen with a gaze as frigid as ice, his face resembling that of a pig. If you rely solely on yourself, I do not mean to belittle you, but you will never be able to exact revenge. Yang Lingchen whispered coldly into Zhou Yuming's ear. 18th Prince, be careful. Let me assist you down. Yang Lingchen feigned concern as he helped the furious Zhou Yuming off the stage. To the onlookers, Yang Lingchen appeared quite graceful. After all, he had emerged victorious and had personally escorted the 18th Prince off the arena. Although Zhou Yuming looked a sight to behold, resembling a pig after the beating, he had not sustained any serious internal injuries, merely superficial wounds. The scene was one of shock. For over a millennium, no other sect had successfully claimed victory over the Northern Profound Empire for the championship. In this moment, Yang Lingchen had achieved the impossible. He was destined to become the idol of the younger generation throughout the Northern Profound domain, having forged history and rewritten the narrative that other factions could never seize the crown. The news of Yang Lingchen's triumph in the Northern Profound Domain's grand competition rapidly spread throughout the empire, and it would not be long before it reached every corner of the Northern Profound Domain. Under the proclamation of the King of Heaven, Zhou Xianzheng, Yang Lingchen was awarded the rich spoils of victory, 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, and a profound spirit fruit. In that moment, the most elated were Nangong Yen and Ling Yenyun. As soon as Yang Lingchen stepped off the stage, the two women embraced his arms, one tenderly wiping his sweat, while the other gently offered him water. Witnessing this scene, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes nearly blazed with fire. Simultaneously, members of the four major factions, Mayun Sect, Tantian Sect, Dean Sect, and Luocha Palace, regarded Yang Lingchen with cold, piercing gazes. The crowd followed Dongfang Yunbing back to the Tianyuan Palace stronghold. Upon their return, Yang Lingchen secluded himself in his chamber and then entered the Haotian Jade Space AT this time. Yang Lingchen possessed over 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, the majority of which he had acquired within the ancient ruins. It is important to note that one medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. With over 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, Yang Lingchen planned to refine a portion to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of the questioning void realm before consuming the profound spirit fruit, striving to break through to the 2nd level of the entry into the profound realm in one fell swoop. Yang Lingchen laid out the medium-grade spirit stones before him and dove into the pile. He fervently activated the Haotian technique, pouring all his energy into refining these spirit stones. The spiritual energy contained within medium-grade spirit stones far surpassed that of low-grade ones. As Yang Lingchen refined them, his cultivation steadily ascended, and it was not long before he touched the threshold of the 6th level of the questioning void realm. Boom, boom, boom. Initial stage of the 6th level of the questioning void realm. Mid stage of the 6th level of the questioning void realm. Late stage of the 6th level of the questioning void realm. In this moment, Yang Lingchen had no desire to pause. His mind was consumed with a singular thought, to refine spirit stones with reckless abandon. His cultivation continued to rise. Boom, boom, boom. 7th level of the questioning void realm. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. By this time, only 20,000 spirit stones remained. Yet, Yang Lingchen's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the questioning void realm. At this moment, he retrieved the profound spirit fruit. Yang Lingchen intended to swallow the fruit, aiming to break through to the 2nd level of the entry into the profound realm in one decisive move. Sensing the pure spiritual energy emanating from the profound spirit fruit, Yang Lingchen felt an exhilarating rush. Without hesitation, he consumed the fruit in one swift motion. Boom, boom, boom. The energy from the profound spirit fruit flooded Yang Lingchen's body, prompting him to sit cross-legged and activate the Haotian technique, directing this energy towards the bottleneck of the entry into the profound realm. Ah, 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 Yang Lingchen roared, break for me. Boom, 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 boom. 1st level of the entry into the profound realm. He had finally broken through. Remarkably, Only a small portion of the profound spirit fruit's energy had been expended. At this moment, Yang Lingchen's cultivation continued to surge upward. In less than a quarter of an hour, he successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the second level of the entry into the profound realm. Ha ha ha! At last, my cultivation has broken through. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Yang Lingchen's face radiated with elation. He took a refreshing shower, changed into a clean outfit, and made his way towards Dongfang Yunbing's chamber. Chapter 58. A storm approaches. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Lingchen, his expression tinged with anxiety, gently rapped on the door of Dongfang Yunbing's chamber. With each knock, his heart raced with increasing fervor. At that moment, his inner turmoil resembled a tumultuous sea, for he was uncertain of Dongfang Yunbing's true capabilities. Come in. At that instant, a soft and melodious voice floated from within the room. Ahem. Master, I have missed you, Yang Lingchen exclaimed, his gaze betraying an uncontrollable fervor. Without a second thought, he eagerly reached out and embraced Dongfang Yunbing's slender, delicate waist. Observing the blazing passion in Yang Lingchen's eyes, Dongfang Yunbing refrained from resisting. She could distinctly feel his profound infatuation, and she, too, harbored a heart brimming with joy for this exceptional disciple. After all, he was not only strikingly handsome but also possessed astonishing talent and a rare physique, making him one of the finest beings in the world. How could she possibly remain unmoved by such an almost flawless man? Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. Master, I was wrong. Yang Lingchen emitted a pitiful cry, swiftly beginning to plead for mercy. You wretched boy, having merely made a slight advancement in your cultivation, you dare to act audaciously before me? Do you now realize your folly? Dongfang Yunbing's brows furrowed, and with a playful rebuke, she unleashed a series of merciless strikes upon him. I was wrong, disciple. I shall never dare to show you any disrespect again, Yang Lingchen exclaimed, his face filled with trepidation as he urgently begged for forgiveness. He had initially believed that having broken through to the pinnacle of the second layer of the profound realm, he could at least hold his ground against Dongfang Yunbing, but to his astonishment, her cultivation had already reached the third layer of the return to the void realm. Wretched boy, until you surpass my strength, it is best for you to behave yourself, Dongfang Yunbing said, helping him to his feet, her tone softening slightly. Does it hurt? Not at all. Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth, stifling the pain as he replied. Spend the next few days accompanying me, Dongfang Yunbing stated, gently leaning against Yang Lingchen's embrace. Yes, master, Yang Lingchen nodded earnestly. Having learned his lesson, he fully understood that Dongfang Yunbing was a woman of strong character, and if he wished to win her heart, he must elevate his own cultivation swiftly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing remained in the room, enveloped in a sweet and tender romance, as they were deeply in love. The following morning, under Dongfang Yunbing's guidance, the group indulged in a shopping spree in Beixian City before finally deciding to embark on their journey back to Tianyuan Palace. Prior to their return, Yang Lingchen made a special visit to Nangong Ting, mindful that he was to become his future father-in-law. Furthermore, he assured Nangong Yin repeatedly that he would promptly seek her hand in marriage at the Jianyuan Pavilion. That evening, Nangong Yin insisted on keeping Yang Lingchen with her, presenting him with the accumulated assignments from the recent days. Yang Lingchen also gifted her numerous exquisite pills, earnestly advising her to dedicate herself to her cultivation. That night, the group from Tianyuan Palace once again boarded the flying vessel, racing toward their destination at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, the 4 major factions, Mayun Sect, Tianjin Sect, Dian Sect, and Luocha Palace, were energetically gathering their forces. After 7 days of rapid travel, they finally returned to Tianyuan Palace. Yang Lingchen immediately made his way back to his own Tsuifeng Pavilion. In the main hall of Tianyuan Palace, Elder Zhuge Mo of the Tianji stood with a grave countenance, stroking his grizzled beard. Palace Master, we are on the brink of a significant crisis. What has happened, Elder Tianji? Dongfang Yunbing inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. Zhuge Mo, well aware of Dongfang Yunbing's understanding of his character, solemnly stated, a few days ago, I discerned through my divination that our palace will soon face a life-and-death crisis. A grave crisis. Is this truly the case? Dongfang Yunbing's brows knitted tighter, her expression turning serious. It cannot be mistaken. According to my calculations, we face not only external threats, but also internal troubles, Zhuge Mo replied, his tone grave and his demeanor serious. Does Elder Tianji have a solution to avert this predicament? Dongfang Yunbing asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. This? Zhuge Mo hesitated, revealing a troubled expression. Elder Tianji, please do not hold back, Dongfang Yunbing urged. According to my divination, the only one capable of resolving this crisis is the future husband of the palace master. If he can arrive in time, not only can we navigate this peril, but under his leadership, Tianyuan Palace may even rise to dominance across the continent, Zhuge Imo articulated emphatically. I am confident he will appear, Dongfang Yunbing replied, a faint smile gracing her lips at Zhuge Mo's words. I, too, believe he will come, for he is already within our Tianyuan Palace, Zhuge Imo remarked with an enigmatic expression. Do not linger, Dongfang Yunbing glared at him, playfully admonishing. Ahem. I shall take my leave, ha ha, Zhuge Imo chuckled heartily, turning to exit the main hall. This old man must have deduced something. Dongfang Yunbing's cheeks flushed crimson beneath her veil. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering whether she had made a mistake in taking young Lingchen as her disciple. At that moment, an urgent figure rushed into the hall. Palace Master, there is trouble. What is it? Dongfang Yunbing inquired, her voice imbued with authority. Reporting to the Palace Master, we have discovered that the Dean sect and Luocha Palace have amassed a large force, advancing aggressively toward Tianyuan Palace. Additionally, the Mayun sect from the east and the Tanjian sect from the north are also rapidly approaching, the Dark Guard reported respectfully. Leave, I am aware, Dongfang Yunbing replied coldly, devoid of any emotion. As her words fell, her figure vanished from the hall, only to reappear at Suifeng Pavilion. Master, what brings you here? Yang Lingchen asked, astonished at Dongfang Yunbing's sudden arrival. The Dean sect, Luocha Palace, and the Mayun sect, along with the Tanjian sect, are coming. Prepare yourself and leave Tianyuan Palace at once, Dongfang Yunbing said calmly, though her eyes revealed her concern. Her intention was merely to gauge Yang Lingchen's reaction. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingchen's brow furrowed slightly, and he asked urgently, how many have come? Where are they now? The 4 major sects have mobilized their forces and should be nearing our location, Dongfang Yunbing replied, a hint of disappointment flickering in her gaze as she observed Yang Lingchen's anxious expression. In an instant, Yang Lingchen vanished from sight. Dongfang Yunbing did not attempt to stop him. Instead, she stood there, her heart heavy with disappointment. In that moment, she felt as though her heart had been hollowed out. Of course, Yang Lingchen was not fleeing. He was diligently setting up a defensive formation around Tianyuan Palace. Spirit stones were swiftly embedded throughout the palace, and after encircling the area, he completed the grand array. Now, with a mere incantation, this formidable formation could be activated at any moment. At that very moment, the 4 major factions, Dean sect, Luocha Palace, Mayun sect, and Tanjian sect, converged at the foot of Tianyuan Palace. Meanwhile, many within Tianyuan Palace turned pale with fear, anxiety permeating the atmosphere. Though our enemies are exceptionally powerful, if we fight with all our might, we still have a chance. I shall lead from the front, Dongfang Yunbing declared with an air of unwavering authority. All of you, follow me into battle. Palace Master, this mess was caused by your disciple Yang Lingchen. Why not hand him over instead of putting all our lives at stake for him? Elder Wang Batian interjected coldly, his eyes filled with discontent. Slap. Speak another word, and I shall show you no mercy. Dongfang Yunbing's voice turned icy, an invisible aura of killing intent radiating from her. Woman, Wang Batian has a point. This incident is indeed the doing of your disciple. We cannot be sacrificed for him. Elder Sikong Guan spoke up, adding, where is he, anyway? Elder, now is not the time for such discussions. Our priority should be to repel the enemy first, Dongfang Yunbing replied, her gaze resolute. Humph, well said, but your disciple Yang Lingchen caused this trouble, and yet you would have the entire sect pay the price, Sikong Guan retorted, stepping into the center of the hall, his voice sharp and commanding. Elder Sikong is correct. Dongfang Yunbing, you have put us all at risk for your disciple. You are unworthy of the title of Palace Master, Elder Chen Yinling of Tianxian Peak echoed, feeling elated as this was his chance to retaliate against Yang Lingchen for the death of his disciple, Li Tianqing. In an instant, a chilling white light flashed, and Elder Chen Yinling was cleaved in 2, blood splattering across the hall in a gruesome spectacle. Who else believes I am unworthy of my position? Step forward. Dongfang Yunbing's eyes glinted with cold fury, her voice imbued with an icy chill that sent shivers down spines. Dongfang Yunbing, I never imagined you could be so ruthless. Elder Chen merely spoke a word, and you took his life. You are unfit to be the palace master of Tianyuan Palace, Elder Wang Batian quivered behind Elder Sikong Guan, fear evident in his voice. I too believe you are unworthy of the title, for your heart lies solely with young Lingchen, disregarding us entirely. Sikong Jie sneered, disdain evident in his gaze. At that moment, another sharp sword light flashed, and Sikong Jie's head flew from his shoulders. Following this, a tall and handsome figure appeared in the hall. It was none other than young Lingchen, having just completed the grand formation. Chapter 59. The Ambush Beast, you seek death. How dare you slay my grandson? The Grand Elder bellowed furiously, brandishing a glimmering sword that radiated a chilling light. The fierce sword energy, imbued with a dazzling brilliance, surged towards Yang Qinling with lethal intent, an old fool unaware of his own demise. Yang Qinling's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly unleashed a soul-devouring strike, instantly rendering the Grand Elder momentarily dazed. Swish, swish, swish. Die! A flash of cold light flickered in Yang Qinling's eyes as the enigmatic celestial sword sliced through the air, releasing an array of exceptionally sharp sword energies. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Si Kongguan's figure was shattered into pieces, crimson blood splattering across the ground. How could Si Kongguan, whose cultivation had barely reached the first level of the returning void realm, possibly contend with Yang Qinling? At that moment, the onlookers were left in utter shock. Expressions of disbelief adorned their faces. To them, the Grand Elder had always been a towering figure, akin to a deity. Who could have foreseen that he would fall to a single sword strike from Yang Qinling? Weren't you supposed to leave? Although Dongfang Yunbing's voice remained cold, her heart was ablaze with excitement. Master, I wish to train with you for a lifetime. Yang Qinling replied with a grin. Then where did you wander off to just now? Dongfang Yunbing's tone turned sharp, as she had initially suspected that Yang Qinling had secretly fled. I want to set up a formation. You need not worry. They shall never breach our defenses. Yang Qinling's face radiated an overwhelming confidence. You can set up formations? A glimmer of profound surprise flickered in Dongfang Yunbing's eyes. I possess many skills otherwise. How could I be your man? Yang Qinling boldly declared, mustering his courage. In that moment, Yang Qinling was unwilling to conceal their relationship any longer. With the high-ranking officials of Tianyuan Palace present, he seized the opportunity to make their connection public, even if it meant facing a severe beating from her. Oh! The high-ranking officials of Tianyuan Palace were left astounded, their mouths agape as they gazed at Dongfang Yunbing, anxiously awaiting her response. This news is utterly shocking. They are master and disciple. How can this be? Especially Dongfang Jie, whose eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. How could he possibly seek revenge now? This brat had become his uncle by marriage. Meanwhile, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuro covered their mouths, staring at the pair in stunned disbelief. Dongfang Yun Chapter 60. The eve of counterattack, morning. Hurry up! Dongfang Yunbing exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. Yang Lingchen swiftly struck out several swords in rapid succession, and then, like a wraith, he vanished, taking Dongfang Yunbing with him into the grand formation. Huang Dingtian, you better clean your neck, for I shall eventually sever your head and use it as a ball to kick. Yang Lingchen shouted furiously from within the formation. You little bastard, come out if you dare. Huang Dingtian roared in a fit of rage. Fool, if it weren't for those two despicable beings saving you, I would have killed you long ago, Yang Lingchen sneered, his words dripping with disdain. You seek death, kid? The two masked figures fumed, slamming their palms against the formation with great force. Boom! Boom! The formation emitted a deafening rumble. Worthless fools, just wait patiently. Yang Lingchen disregarded them, turning swiftly with Dongfang Yunbing back to the main hall. With his extraordinary mastery of formations, no one in the Tianwu continent could breach the intricate array he had meticulously set up. Subsequently, Dongfang Yunbing convened an urgent high-level meeting, instructing everyone to prepare for battle and revealing the astonishing news of their recent slaying of Feng Wujing and Luo Tianming. In an instant, hope ignited fiercely within everyone's hearts. No one had anticipated that just over a month ago, Yang Lingchen was merely at the third level of the Void Realm, and now he had ascended to the second level of the Profound Realm, capable of effortlessly dispatching a practitioner of the returning Profound Realm. Master, do you know the background of those two masked individuals? Yang Lingchen inquired, frowning. His curiosity regarding these two figures was piqued, as their strength evidently surpassed that of Huang Dingtian and Duamu Su. They are from the prince's mansion. They are masked because I am acquainted with them, Dongfang Yunbing replied, her brow furrowed, her expression serious. The prince's mansion? A sharp glint flashed in Yang Lingchen's eyes as he recalled Zhou Yuxiang's fervent gaze directed at Dongfang Yunbing. To Yang Lingchen, Dongfang Yunbing was a forbidden existence, Anyone daring to harbor ill intentions toward her would become his mortal enemy. What is their level of strength? Yang Lingchen pressed on. Third level of the returning profound realm. Just like me, Dongfang Yunbing responded slowly. Master, please take a moment to rest. I shall concoct some returning profound pills for you, striving to help you break through to the fourth level of the returning profound realm sooner, Yang Lingchen said as he swiftly produced an alchemical furnace, focusing intently on pill refining. You can refine pills? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that so surprising? How could I be your man without a few skills? Yang Lingchen chuckled, skillfully manipulating the furnace while engaging in light conversation with Dongfang Yunbing. Observing Yang Lingchen's fluid and deft pill refining techniques, Dongfang Yunbing found it increasingly difficult to see through the mysteries of this enigmatic young man. Before long, a batch of exquisitely crafted returning profound pills emerged. Premium returning profound pill, Dongfang Yunbing exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. Master, take this for your cultivation. Strive to break through to the fourth level of the returning profound realm as soon as possible, and then we shall charge out and annihilate them, Yang Lingchen declared with unwavering resolve. Dongfang Yunbing accepted the pill without hesitation and began her rigorous cultivation in the serene environment of the Cueyun Pavilion. Yang Lingchen then proceeded to refine some entry profound pills, along with various other precious elixirs. Huang, let the people below hold on for a few more days. Given the scale of this formation, the consumption of spirit stones is alarming. They should not last long, Duanmu Su said, his expression dark and solemn. Duanmu, my people from the Demon Cloud sect can endure, but the Earth-Een sect and the Rakshasa Palace have already started to clash, each one frantically vying for the position of palace master and sect leader. Huang Dingtian replied with a helpless expression. Calm them down for now. Once we have extinguished the Tianyuan Palace, we shall deal with them at that time. The territory of these three major sects will belong to us, Duanmu Su said with a sinister chuckle. Indeed, you possess great insight, Duanmu. Huang Dingtian grinned, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. That morning, Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru hurried to the Cueyun Pavilion. Junior brother Lingchen. Lin Yuru, mind your words. You should now refer to me as Master Uncle, Yang Lingchen teased with a smile. You. Dream on. I shall not call you Master Uncle, Lin Yuru retorted, fuming. Yinyun, here are some pills. Take them and strive to break through to the entry profound realm soon, Yang Lingchen said, carefully presenting some elixirs to Ling Yinyun and Lin Yuru. Flirtatious rogue, confess honestly. When did you and the palace master become involved? Ling Yinyun chastised him playfully. Ahem. Actually, long before I entered the Tianyuan Palace, she was already my woman, though I had no idea she was the palace master, Yang Lingchen confessed candidly. Then junior brother Lingchen, how did you manage to win over master when you were so weak back then? Lin Yuru inquired, her curiosity piqued. Sigh. It wasn't that I won her over. Rather, she found me handsome and took the initiative, Yang Lingchen said solemnly, as if it were the most serious matter. Master took the initiative with you? Lin Yuru exclaimed, utterly astonished. Don't believe me? You can ask her, Yang Lingchen replied with an air of nonchalance. At that moment, Yang Lingchen sensed a chilling aura of murderous intent behind him and quickly turned to see Dongfang Yunbing glaring at him icily. Master, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Lin Yuru quickly fled the scene. Palace master, I take my leave. Ling Yinyun saluted and hastily exited, feeling overwhelmed by Dongfang Yunbing's formidable presence. Yinyun, you may stay, Dongfang Yunbing instructed. Yes, palace master, Ling Yinyun complied. Yinyun, from now on, when we are alone, you may call me Sister Bing, Dongfang Yunbing said gently. Sister Bing. Ling Yinyun's voice trembled slightly. Henceforth, we are family. If Yang Lingchen dares to bully you, just let me know, Dongfang Yunbing said with a warm smile. Thank you, Sister Bing, Ling Yinyun replied cheerfully. Master, may I also call you Sister Bing? Yang Lingchen asked, his voice quivering. Call me whatever you wish. We are hungry. Why not go and cook? Dongfang Yunbing replied coldly. Oh, I shall get to it right away, Yang Lingchen said, dashing into the kitchen in a flurry. Days passed in the blink of an eye. With Yang Lingchen's assistance in dual cultivation, Dongfang Yunbing successfully broke through to the fourth level of the returning profound realm, while Yang Lingchen achieved the third level of the entry profound realm. During this time, Ling Yinyun experienced the most torment, as Dongfang Yunbing had ordered her to remain at the Cueyun Pavilion. The commotion from Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing's activities made it impossible for Ling Yinyun to rest peacefully. However, with the support of Yang Lingchen's elixirs, Ling Yinyun's cultivation also advanced to the first level of the entry profound realm, On this particular night, at the stroke of midnight, in the main hall, young Lingchen stood resolutely beside Dongfang Yunbing. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall launch a full-scale assault now. I intend to annihilate all invading foes in one fell swoop, Dongfang Yunbing declared, her eyes glinting with a cold light, her tone icy. Yes, Palace Master. The crowd responded in unison. Under the leadership of Dongfang Yunbing and Yang Lingchen, the members of the Tianyuan Palace surged forth with fierce momentum towards the mountain gate. It was the dead of night, and the disciples of the four major sects outside had begun to rest, with only a few drowsily standing guard. Chapter 61. Yang Lingchen's ambition. At this moment, the disciples of the four major sects, taking turns to guard, were all drowsily fighting off sleep. After all, the night watch had continued for several days without any unusual occurrences, and their initial vigilance had gradually waned. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing led the charge, moving like phantoms as they silently struck out. The disciples of Tianyuan, armed with glinting swords, ferociously joined the fray, each one refraining from loud proclamations, mercilessly reaping the lives of their adversaries in silence. When tens of thousands of Tianyuan disciples surged forth like a tidal wave, the members of the four major sects finally took notice. However, those who had just been roused from slumber inevitably found their combat effectiveness significantly diminished. Meanwhile, the disciples of Tianyuan, resting while waiting for their moment, pounced with the ferocity of a pack of ravenous tigers. Especially Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing, whose every strike resulted in swathes of enemies being dispatched. Dongfang Yunbing, Yang Lingchen, you have finally chosen to show yourselves. Today, I shall ensure you do not return. Huang Dingtian bellowed in rage, brandishing his sharp sword as he lunged towards Yang Lingchen. Simultaneously, Duanmu Su charged at Dongfang Yunbing, his sword shimmering ominously. At the same time, two masked figures, both at the third level of the returning to the void realm, advanced menacingly towards Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing. Given Yang Lingchen's current strength, confronting the masked figures was a considerable challenge. Hence, he knew he must swiftly deal with Huang Dingtian before they closed in. The immortal demon sword, carrying a chilling aura of terror, cleaved through the vast sky, hurtling towards Huang Dingtian with unrelenting ferocity, its blade slicing through the air as if to rend the very fabric of reality. In tandem, Yang Lingchen executed his movements to perfection. Swish, swish, swish. Ah, ah. Huang Dingtian let out a wretched cry as his limbs were severed in an instant by Yang Lingchen's strike. At that moment, the masked assailants had reached Yang Lingchen's vicinity. Faced with their brutal onslaught, Yang Lingchen opted not to engage directly but instead employed a nimble strategy to keep them at bay. On the other side, Dongfang Yunbing grew ever more formidable in battle, having completely subdued Duanmu Su and the masked figure. Just then, with a sudden forceful palm, she sent the masked figure staggering back, then pivoted to swiftly thrust her sword toward Duanmu Su. Swish! Ah, ah, ah. Duanmu Su stood utterly defenseless, his dantian pierced through by Dongfang Yunbing's sword, collapsing helplessly to the ground as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. How can you be this strong? The masked figure's eyes widened in sheer terror, panic setting in. He recalled meeting Dongfang Yunbing half a year prior when she was merely at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the profound realm, and now she had astonishingly reached the 4th level of returning to the void. It was utterly inconceivable. Humph, seek your answers in hell. Dongfang Yunbing scoffed coldly, her sword flashing with blinding brilliance as it ruthlessly sliced through the masked figure's throat. No, you cannot kill me. I am from the prince's palace. The masked figure's eyes brimmed with despair as he slowly slumped to the ground. Yuan, hurry here, I'm struggling a bit. Yang Lingchen called out anxiously as he deftly evaded. The masked figure, witnessing Dongfang Yunbing dispatch his companion, was overwhelmed with panic and turned to flee desperately. After all this time, you think you can escape? Yang Lingchen's figure swiftly blocked the masked figure's path. Although he could not overpower him, entangling him was not an insurmountable task. Kid, get lost. The masked figure, utterly frantic, unleashed a barrage of strikes at Yang Lingchen. Swish, swish, swish. Ah, the masked figure let out a pitiful wail. Unbeknownst to him, Dongfang Yunbing had swiftly arrived, severing his legs from behind with ruthless precision. At this point, the members of the four major sects were gripped by fear, with even Huang Dingtian and Duanmu surrendered incapacitated. They had lost the will to continue fighting, fleeing in terror. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing relentlessly pursued them. Brother Feng, Miss Qiming, where do you think you are going? Yang Lingchen intercepted the two, who were in a state of panic. Yang Ling Chan, spare me, I swear, I will never seek revenge again, Feng Zijuan stammered, falling to his knees, trembling uncontrollably at the sight of Yang Lingchen. He. Do you wish to die, or do you wish to live? Yang Lingchen's voice dripped with malice, a chilling aura emanating from him. I wish to live, I beg for mercy. Feng Zijuan hastily bowed his head in supplication. Good, take this, then release your consciousness, and I promise you will not perish. Yang Lingchen presented a soul-devouring pill before Feng Zijuan. I'll eat it. Feng Zijuan, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole. Ah, his screams echoed, a continuous lament that seemed endless. It persisted until he was on the brink of unconsciousness, at which point he finally quieted. Brother Feng, I forgot to mention, this is called the soul-devouring pill, infused with my soul power. If you harbor even a shred of dissatisfaction towards me, it will manifest, and should you fail to carry out my instructions, it will also activate. Yang Lingchen stepped closer to Feng Zijuan, embedding a soul mark within his consciousness, thus ensuring a double layer of control. From that moment forth, Feng Zijuan would harbor no animosity towards Yang Lingchen. With the passage of time, his loyalty would only deepen, to the point where he would willingly sacrifice himself upon Yang Lingchen's command. At that moment, Luo Qiming gazed at Yang Lingchen as though he were a devil, slowly retreating. Master, such a perfect woman as Luo Qiming, why not take her as your slave? Feng Zijuan quickly began to curry favor. Zijuan, do I strike you as that wicked a person? Yang Lingchen replied with feigned seriousness. No, master is not wicked at all. Feng Zijuan hastily knelt, his expression a mixture of fear and reverence. That is more like it. Come, Miss Qiming, partake of this. Yang Lingchen smiled warmly at Luo Qiming, casually extending another soul-devouring pill towards her. Yang Lingchen, you devil, even in death, I shall not consume it. Luo Qiming glared at him with venomous eyes. Slap. You truly do not know how to appreciate kindness. Yang Lingchen swiftly struck her multiple times, rendering her utterly powerless. Since you refuse to eat, I shall have to feed you myself. Open your mouth. Yang Lingchen grinned wickedly. Ugh. Luo Qiming tightly clenched her jaw, glaring coldly at Yang Lingchen. Since you lack the sense to comply, do not blame me for being ruthless. Yang Lingchen forcibly pried her mouth open and fed her the pill. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful soul attack, sealing her soul's depths. Instantly, Luo Qiming fell into a state of stupor, after which Yang Lingchen inscribed a soul mark within her consciousness. From that moment on, Yang Lingchen would be the man she could never rebel against. Only then did Yang Lingchen lift her restrictions. Young master. Luo Qiming responded like a docile kitten. You are quite pleasing to the eye. Henceforth, you shall serve me. Yang Lingchen gently tilted her chin. He showed no mercy to his foes, especially since they had now become his slaves. Any actions he took would be entirely justifiable. Yes, young master. Luo Qiming replied with utmost deference, not daring to resist. Everyone rise. Come with me to Tianyuangong for a meeting, Yang Lingchen commanded. This course of action served his purpose of bolstering Tianyuangong to contend against the Beixian Empire. Feng Zijuan and Luo Qiming were pivotal pieces he intended to use in controlling the Underworld Gate and the Rakshasa Palace. Meanwhile, the four major sects, now leaderless, floundered like headless flies, swiftly falling to Dongfang Yunbing and the higher-ups of Tianyuangong. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing approached Yang Lingchen. What is the situation with those two? She inquired. Yun, they are crucial pawns for my control over the Underworld Gate and the Rakshasa Palace. Yang Lingchen elaborated on his intentions. How do you plan to control them? Is your method reliable? Dongfang Yunbing pressed. Rest assured, my methods are infallible. No one in this world can unravel my hold over them. Yang Lingchen explained his control techniques in detail. That is well. However, you must not engage in any improper actions towards her. Or do not blame me for being unkind, Dongfang Yunbing warned coldly. Yun, do I strike you as such a person? Yang Lingchen replied sheepishly. Chapter 62 Departure from the Jianyuan Pavilion, Tianyuan Palace, Main Hall of the Palace Master. Now, I hereby announce that from this day forth, Yang Lingchen shall assume the position of Deputy Palace Master of Tianyuan Palace. To see him is to see me. The forthcoming battle plans will be laid out by him for everyone, spoke Dongfang Yunbing, her voice both crisp and authoritative. At this moment, Yang Lingchen strode confidently to Dongfang Yunbing's side. Greetings, Deputy Palace Master. The crowd bowed deeply, offering their respectful salutation. The members of Tianyuan Palace unanimously recognized Yang Lingchen's strength. Moreover, as he was the close companion of the Palace Master, none dared to voice dissent. With a steady and powerful voice, Yang Lingchen addressed the assembly, Elder Sun and Elder Ling. Each of you shall lead a team to assist Feng Zijuan and Luo Qimeng. You must ensure that the Di'in sect and the Rakshasa Palace are firmly under our control and transformed into branches of Tianyuan Palace. Yes, Palace Master, replied Sun Tianqing and Ling Chenzi, bowing respectfully. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen outlined a series of arrangements concerning the defenses of Tianyuan Palace and dispatched shadow guards to meticulously monitor the entire southern province. Thus, should any external forces attempt to infiltrate, he would be informed at the earliest opportunity. Next, the interrogation phase commenced. In the dungeons of Tianyuan Palace, Huang Dingtian, whose limbs had been severed, as well as Duanmu Su, whose dantian had been destroyed, and a masked man with severed legs were imprisoned. Yang Lingchen, skilled in the art of interrogation, soon had Duanmu Su confessing everything. It was revealed that prior to the four major sects launching an assault on Tianyuan Palace, individuals from the prince's manor had approached them, dispatching two masked figures for assistance. The task assigned to the four sects was to deliver Dongfang Yunbing unscathed to the prince's manor. Those who dare to covet my woman shall face the complete annihilation of the Beixian Empire. Yang Lingchen's eyes shimmered with a fierce intensity at that moment. Observing his fury, Dongfang Yunbing remained silent, yet warmth flowed within her heart. Without hesitation, Yang Lingchen sent Huang Dingtian and the others straight to hell. Beixian Empire, Prince's Manor. Your Highness, trouble brews. The soul tokens of Tiansha and Disha have extinguished, and reports from the southern province indicate that Tianyuan Palace has annihilated the Di'in sect and Rakshasa Palace. A middle-aged man spoke with an anxious expression. Have any other forces allied with Tianyuan Palace? Zhou Yuxiang's tone was as calm as a still lake. Reporting to your highness, no other forces have participated, the middle-aged man quickly replied. Logically, with Dongfang Yunbing's strength, she could not possibly contend against the four major sects, especially with Tiansha and Disha assisting her. Zhou Yuxiang furrowed his brow, perplexed. Your highness, I have received a piece of news, though I am uncertain whether to disclose it. The middle-aged man hesitated. Speak freely, Zhou Yuxiang urged. According to reports from our scouts, Yang Lingchen is not only Dongfang Yunbing's disciple but also her man, and he has now become the deputy palace master of Tianyuan Palace, the middle-aged man cautiously revealed. Platter, what did you say? Repeat that. Zhou Yuxiang's teacup shattered instantly, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the middle-aged man. Your highness, please calm your anger. This matter has spread throughout the southern province. It was publicly announced by Dongfang Yunbing and should not be false. The middle-aged man spoke, his voice trembling. That wretched woman, what do I lack compared to that boy? Since she is so ungrateful, let her not blame me for my ruthlessness, Zhou Yuxiang said darkly. Your highness, what shall we do next? The middle-aged man inquired. We need not act ourselves. Now that Tianyuan Palace has eradicated two major sects and even slain the leader of the Mo Yun sect and the master of the Tantian sect, other forces will undoubtedly be in a state of alarm. We simply need to sow discord, inciting other forces to confront Tianyuan Palace. Zhou Yuxiang replied with a sinister smile. As time flew by like a fleeting horse, half a month slipped away. Under Yang Lingchen's meticulous orchestration, the entire southern province, save for the Jinyuan Pavilion, was completely under his control. Simultaneously, Yang Lingchen dispatched numerous experts to Hanyang City to protect his family. Cue Yun Pavilion. Following a fierce battle, Dongfang Yunbing, soft and delicate, lay languidly in Yang Lingchen's embrace, her voice gentle as flowing water. Chun'er, what are your plans moving forward? I intend to visit the Jinyuan Pavilion to propose marriage, earnestly seeking their support, and subsequently launch an offensive against the Mo Yun sect to the east and the Tantian sect to the north. Yang Lingchen's tone was deep and resolute. Are you aware of the consequences of such actions? Dongfang Yunbing asked softly. The consequence is that I shall unify the Beixian domain. A hint of a conquering spirit glimmered in Yang Lingchen's gaze. Truly worthy of being my man. I am enamored with your ambitious nature, Dongfang Yunbing replied with a seductive smile. Slap. Yang Lingchen playfully smacked Dongfang Yunbing's rear, chuckling. If I lacked ambition, would you cease to adore me? If you lacked ambition, I would contrive ways to trouble you, compelling you to cultivate a sense of ambition. A man without ambition is destined to achieve nothing. Dongfang Yunbing spoke slowly, her crimson lips parting. Indeed, my ambition was ignited by you, Yang Lingchen began to articulate. By me? Dongfang Yunbing blinked, her eyes filled with confusion. Of course, primarily due to that detestable prince who dared to covet you, and behind him lies the Baixian Empire. To eliminate him, one must cultivate greater ambition. Yang Lingchen's gaze remained steadfast. Do you truly care for me so much? Dongfang Yunbing asked with a flirtatious smile. Absolutely, you are my woman. Whoever dares to set their sights on you, I will ensure their complete obliteration, Yang Lingchen declared with unwavering certainty. When do you plan to head to the Jianyuan Pavilion? Dongfang Yunbing inquired. At dawn tomorrow, Yang Lingchen contemplated briefly before responding. Shall I accompany you? Dongfang Yunbing offered. No need. You should remain in the palace to oversee matters. I shall return swiftly, Yang Lingchen replied. Very well, but do exercise caution, Dongfang Yunbing advised earnestly. Tianyuan Palace indeed required her presence to guard against potential sneak attacks from other forces. Furthermore, having suffered such a significant setback, the prince's manner would not let the matter rest easily. The following morning, Yang Lingchen departed from Tianyuan Palace, riding the meticulously trained Chihua bird, setting off alone. The Chihua bird flew with remarkable speed. Although those in the Xian realm could manage short-distance flights, long journeys still consumed a considerable amount of energy. At this moment, Yang Lingchen secured the Haotian jade onto the back of the Chihua bird and then entered the space of the Haotian jade, delving into focus cultivation. The Chihua bird, being a creature of relatively high intelligence, would fly towards the designated destination upon being informed, stopping automatically upon arrival. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Chihua bird came to a halt outside Jianyuan City, and Yang Lingchen exited the space of the Haotian jade, subsequently retracting the Chihua bird back into the jade. Jianyuan Pavilion was located within Jianyuan City, which was predominantly inhabited by disciples of Jianyuan Pavilion. Jianyuan City was regarded as the largest city in the southern province, its prosperity far exceeding that of Tianyuan City, situated at the foot of Tianyuan Palace. Upon entering Jianyuan City, Yang Lingchen steadily made his way towards the location of Jianyuan Pavilion, guided by a map. Soon enough, he arrived at the entrance of Jianyuan Pavilion. Before him stood an imposing and expansive architectural complex. After presenting his visit request, it was not long before Nangong Yin rushed out, brimming with excitement. Yang Lingchen, you have finally arrived. I feared you had forgotten about me. Nangong Yin exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she tightly grasped Yang Lingchen's arm. How could I forget you? I am here to propose. A hint of regret flickered across Yang Lingchen's face. At least you still have a conscience. Come, I will take you inside. Since confirming their relationship with Yang Lingchen, Nangong Yin often felt anxious, fearing that he might no longer want her. Chapter 63. Persuading Nangong Ting. Good day, Uncle Nangong. Yang Lingchen respectfully bowed, acknowledging the man who would soon be his father-in-law, ensuring that the appropriate formalities were observed. Welcome, welcome, Master Yang. Nangong Ting greeted him warmly, his face alight with enthusiasm. Please, just call me Lingchen, Yang Lingchen replied. Etiquette must not be neglected. You are now the Vice Master of Tianyuan Palace and the husband of the Eastern Palace Master. Your status is indeed on par with mine, Nangong Ting stated. Although he wore a smile, Yang Lingchen could sense an underlying awkwardness in his demeanor. Lingchen, this is my mother, Nangong Yin interjected, introducing the elegant woman beside him. Good day, Aunt. Yang Lingchen quickly offered his respects, acutely aware of the importance of making a good impression on his future mother-in-law. My dear child, come, do sit down, Zhang Xian warmly invited. It is often said that a mother-in-law grows increasingly fond of her son-in-law, and Zhang Xian was indeed quite pleased with Yang Lingchen. Over the past few months, Nangong Yin had frequently mentioned him, and Zhang Xian was eager to meet the young man her daughter spoke of so often. Ha. Brother-in-law, you have arrived. We must drink until we can drink no more tonight. At that moment, Nangong Xiao strode in with exuberance. Absolutely. I shall ensure you are thoroughly intoxicated this evening, Yang Lingchen replied with a grin. In an instant, Nangong Ting found himself momentarily sidelined by his wife and children. Ahem. Master Yang, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Nangong Ting asked, clearing his throat. Uncle, I have come today to seek your daughter's hand in marriage. I hope you will consider allowing me to wed Yin Yin, given the mutual affection between us. Yang Lingchen bowed once more, expressing his earnest intent. I cannot agree to this matter. Nangong Ting's expression darkened, his voice low. Father, regardless of your agreement, I intend to marry Yang Lingchen, Nangong Yin declared with a playful pout. Father, I think brother-in-law is quite admirable. He is already the foremost genius of the North Xian domain at such a young age. Nangong Xiao chimed in to support his sister. Silence, my dear wife, please escort them out, I need to speak with Master Yang in private. Nangong Ting instructed Zhang Xian. I will not leave. I am marrying Yang Lingchen, for I am already his, Nangong Yin insisted, her cheeks puffed in defiance. If you refuse to allow our union, I shall perish before your eyes. How outrageous. Nangong Ting's hands trembled in anger. Yin Yin, please step outside. Trust me, I will marry you, Yang Lingchen consoled her gently. Old man, I warn you, if you dare to bully my Yang Lingchen, I will not let this matter rest, Nangong Yin asserted, her voice laced with indignation. Husband, I find Lingchen to be quite impressive. He is undeniably handsome, Zhang Xian remarked softly. Having been captivated by Nangong Ting's looks in her youth, she was equally pleased with the striking appearance of her future son-in-law. You all get out. You are driving me to madness. At that moment, Nangong Ting was exceedingly vexed. What is it about this boy that has you all siding with him? Uncle, please calm down. Once we are wed, I will certainly encourage Yin Yin to honor and respect you, Yang Lingchen offered earnestly. I have yet to agree to Yin Yin marrying you, Nangong Ting retorted. This is merely a matter of time. Yin Yin will never marry anyone but me in this lifetime, Yang Lingchen replied with a serene smile. Are you aware of just how perilous the situation is for Tianyuan Palace at present? Nangong Ting's expression turned grave. No matter how dangerous it may be, I will protect Yin Yin without fail, Yang Lingchen declared resolutely. With what means will you safeguard her? Though you possess some strength now, do you truly understand who your enemies are? Nangong Ting asked coldly. Whoever my adversaries may be, victory will ultimately be mine, Yang Lingchen responded, confidence radiating from his countenance. Humph. Navi fool. Do you have any idea how many return-to-origin experts there are in the North Xian Empire? What can Tianyuan Palace possibly do to resist against such formidable power? Nangong Ting scoffed. Uncle, a month ago, could you have imagined I would slay Huang Dingtian and Feng Wuji? Yang Lingchen countered. You are indeed the most exceptional genius I have ever seen. While you may have eliminated Huang Dingtian and Feng Wuji, I do not believe you can triumph over the North Xian Empire, Nangong Ting articulated. Uncle, life is akin to a grand gamble. If you choose to believe in me, you shall find yourself the future father-in-law of the Tianyuan Empire. Yang Lingchen's eyes gleamed with an air of superiority. With the support of the Haotian Jade and the divine Haotian art, if he could not conquer a mere minor empire in the lower realms, he would rather be dead. You insolent brat, do you think you can deceive me with such childish tricks? Nangong Ting scolded irritably. Ahem. Dear father-in-law, please do not be angry. This is merely a gesture of sincerity from your son-in-law. Should you agree to my union with Yin Yin, these premium return-to-origin pills shall be yours. At that moment, Yang Lingchen produced 100 premium return-to-origin pills and 500 premium entry-to-origin pills from the Haotian Jade space. What? Premium return-to-origin pills? Where did you acquire such a bounty? Nangong Ting's face displayed an expression of utter astonishment. Because I am a premier alchemist, which also explains my rapid progress, Yang Lingchen elucidated. Are you confident in addressing the forthcoming situation? Nangong Ting asked, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Lingchen. Rest assured, dear father-in-law, the North Xian Empire will not strike against me in the near term, for we have not yet offended them. At most, we have only angered Zhou Yuxiang, Yang Lingchen explained. Moreover, Zhou Yuxiang must consider his own standing and will not personally take action against me. The most he can do is incite other sects to create trouble, Yang Lingchen continued. Do you have confidence in dealing with those other sects? Nangong Ting inquired in a low tone. There will be no issues whatsoever. I have come merely to propose marriage today, and have no intention of seeking aid from the Sword Origin Pavilion. As long as the Sword Origin Pavilion does not oppose Tianyuan Palace, I will be content, Yang Lingchen affirmed. I can assure you of this. Under no circumstances will the Sword Origin Pavilion stand against Tianyuan Palace, Nangong Ting replied, his expression serious. And what of my marriage to Yin Yin? Yang Lingchen asked. Since the entire family has been won over by you, what good will my descent do? Nangong Ting responded with irritation. Thank you, dear father-in-law, for your understanding, Yang Lingchen bowed once more. However, I warn you, if you dare to mistreat my precious daughter, I will do whatever it takes to eliminate you, Nangong Ting declared. Rest assured, dear father-in-law. Since our acquaintance, it has always been Yin Yin who has bullied me. I would never dare to mistreat her, Yang Lingchen hastily assured. Should other factions attack Nanzhou, the Sword Origin Pavilion shall exert every effort to assist you in defending against them. However, should you choose to take the initiative and attack, I shall be unable to assist you, Nan Gongting pondered for a moment before speaking solemnly. Thank you, dear father-in-law. With your assurance, I can rest easy, young Lingchen replied. Subsequently, young Lingchen lingered at the Sword Origin Pavilion for several days before departing with Nan Gongyin. Young Lingchen, do you think Dongfang Yunbing will bully me? On the back of the Crimson Firebird, Nan Gongyin asked timidly. Young Lingchen gently pinched her cheek, chuckling as he said, Do not worry. As long as you keep our clothes clean and prepare our meals, she will not harm you. Young Lingchen, if she dares to strike me, I shall not rest until I settle the score with you, Nan Gongyin declared, giving him a firm pinch around his waist. Chapter 64. The Incarnation of Smoke and Clouds. After an arduous journey spanning 3 full days, young Lingchen finally returned to the Tianyuan Palace with Nan Gongyin. Inside the Cueyun Pavilion, as young Lingchen arranged a room for Nan Gongyin, he was hurriedly summoned to the kitchen by Dongfang Yunbing. Don't I have to cook? Nan Gongyin asked in a faint voice. Who said you had to cook? Dongfang Yunbing replied with a smile. On our way back, young Lingchen said that if I didn't do the laundry and cook for you, you would hit me, Nan Gongyin whispered softly. What a scoundrel to deceive you. I am not that fierce, Dongfang Yunbing chuckled. From this day forth, we are family. You may simply call me Sister Bing, Dongfang Yunbing said with a smile. Sister Bing, your smile is truly beautiful. You used to always wear a veil, and today is the first time I see your true visage, Nan Gongyin remarked. You and Ling Yunyun are equally lovely, though it seems this rascal has gained an advantage, Dongfang Yunbing responded playfully. Before long, young Lingchen had prepared a lavish feast, complete with the red wine he had personally brewed. After the meal, the bond among the 3 women grew significantly closer. With Dongfang Yunbing as the elder sister, Ling Yunyun and Nan Gongyin became much more docile, ceasing their previous rivalry and jealousy. That night, Ling Yunyun finally mustered the courage to pull young Lingchen into her room. Among the 3 women, she was the only one still untouched, and now that Nan Gongyin had arrived, if she did not take the initiative, she feared her position in young Lingchen's heart would be jeopardized. Sister Yunyun, you are truly beautiful, young Lingchen gazed at Ling Yunyun with deep affection. That evening, she appeared exceptionally stunning, her attire and makeup captivating to the core. If I do not take the initiative, will you never approach me? Ling Yunyun teased coyly. How could that be? In my heart, you have always been my most cherished woman, young Lingchen replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Regardless, in this lifetime, I shall marry no one but you. Do not let me down, Ling Yunyun murmured sweetly, leaning gently against young Lingchen's embrace. Rest assured, even if I were to betray heaven, I would never betray you, young Lingchen declared passionately, wrapping his arms around Ling Yunyun. That night, the two simply conversed, engaging in nothing more than heartfelt dialogue. Truly, nothing else transpired. Their discussions spanned a multitude of topics, with young Lingchen's wit and humor enveloping Ling Yunyun in a symphony of laughter throughout the night. In a world of celestial winds, a majestic mountain towered into the clouds, crowned by a mysterious cave. Within the cave, a woman of enchanting grace and breathtaking beauty, adorned in luxurious garments, sat cross-legged in meditation. She was a vision of perfection, her long, lustrous black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her curvaceous form exuding an alluring elegance. Her chin and lips, sculpted like exquisite jade, were hauntingly flawless, and her mesmerizing eyes, capable of ensnaring the heart, could draw one into a profound abyss with a mere glance. How is this possible? At that moment, the stunning woman, engaged in her seclusion, suddenly opened her enchanting eyes, her exquisite countenance tinged with a faint blush. How audacious to dare disturb my reincarnated avatar. Moments later, the captivating woman opened her eyes wide once more, a chilling murderous intent radiating from within. Curse that scoundrel, she could not help but exclaim. You are doomed. A frosty light flickered in her eyes as an overwhelming aura of malice enveloped her, causing the surrounding air to plummet in temperature. Soon, the beautiful woman absorbed all the memories of her avatar. At that moment, an exceptionally handsome youth vividly surfaced in her mind. Ugh, just then, the enchanting woman spat a mouthful of blood, her voice icy as she declared, Young Lingchen, I have cultivated for a millennium, only to be so shamelessly taken advantage of by you. How outrageous. At that very moment, within the Cueyun Pavilion, Ling Yunyun's aura suddenly diminished to a near imperceptible level, as if she were on the brink of losing consciousness. Sister Yunyun, what is wrong? Young Lingchen sensed something amiss and hurriedly held her tightly in his arms. Junior brother Lingchen, listen to me, Ling Yunyun gasped, her voice strained. Sister Yunyun, what ails you? Please tell me. Yang Lingchen urged anxiously. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing, hearing the commotion from next door, rushed in. Junior brother Lingchen, I am merely an avatar. My true self hails from the Tianfeng world and is the master of the Haoyue Demon Palace, Ling Yunyun. The reincarnated avatar cannot lose its purity. Just now, I awaken the memories of my true self. Junior brother Lingchen, it has been a pleasure knowing you. Though I am but an avatar, I have no regrets in this life. Furthermore, junior brother Lingchen, until your strength is sufficiently formidable, do not appear before my true self. Otherwise, she may kill you for breaking the delicate balance of her painstakingly formed reincarnated avatar. Do not worry about me. I am not dead, merely returning to my true self ahead of time. Remember, do not seek me out until you possess adequate strength. Otherwise, my true self will surely slay you. As Ling Yunyun uttered her final words, her form gradually faded away in Yang Lingchen's embrace. Sister Yunyun, Sister Yunyun. Yang Lingchen reached out frantically, but he could not grasp the vanishing Ling Yunyun. Chenner, are you all right? Dongfang Yunbing approached him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sister Bing, Sister Yunyun has gone. Yang Lingchen's face was etched with anguish, and as soon as he finished speaking, he fainted. Chenner, Dongfang Yunbing softly called, cradling him in her arms. Though Yang Lingchen had succumbed to unconsciousness, his reincarnation technique continued to operate ceaselessly. Sensing the relentless flow of energy within Yang Lingchen, a look of confusion crossed Dongfang Yunbing's face. Before long, Yang Lingchen's cultivation soared, breaking through to the 4th level of the Xian realm. Yet, the ascension did not halt there. His cultivation continued to surge uncontrollably. 5th level of the Xian realm. Just as he reached the 5th level, it was not long before his prowess peaked at the pinnacle of the 5th level. Boom, boom, boom. 6th level of the Xian realm. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally regained consciousness, quickly sitting cross-legged to continue his cultivation. In that instant, Yang Lingchen comprehended the circumstances. Sister Yunyun, wait for me. I will surely find you. In his heart, Yang Lingchen vowed silently. Sister Bing Yin Yin, I am fine. At last, Yang Lingchen opened his eyes, stabilizing his cultivation at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the Xian realm. 2 days swiftly passed. On this day, Yang Lingchen prepared to embark on a new journey, one to conquer the northern Xian region. Under the leadership of Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace surged forth toward the Moya sect and the Tantian Gate. Among the 12 major sects, the strongest possessed cultivation levels averaging around the 2nd level of the Gue Xian realm. However, Yang Lingchen's strength had already reached a level comparable to that of powerful figures in the 5th level of the Gue Xian realm, allowing Tianyuan Palace to advance triumphantly, successfully seizing control of both the Moya sect and the Tantian Gate. With the assistance of the soul-devouring pill, the high-ranking officials of these two sects were swiftly brought under Yang Lingchen's complete control. The formidable presence of Tianyuan Palace also aroused the vigilance of other factions. In the northern Xian kingdom, at the prince's residence, Your Highness, a grave matter has arisen, a middle-aged man announced. What is so alarming? Zhou Yuxiang inquired. Just now, scouts reported that Tianyuan Palace has taken the initiative. The Moya sect and the Tantian Gate have already been successfully subdued by Tianyuan Palace, the middle-aged man replied in a low voice. Who would have thought that Yang Lingchen harbors such ambition? Zhou Yuxiang scoffed coldly. Your Highness, what shall we do next? The middle-aged man asked. Notify the other sects to launch a full-scale assault immediately. Have Elder Ing take the Dark Guards to assist. We must capture that wretched Dongfang Yunbing alive. I intend to make her suffer. Zhou Yuxiang's gaze turned icy as he commanded. Understood, Your Highness. The middle-aged man acknowledged and then withdrew. Chapter 65 The Great Battle begins in the imperial palace of the northern Xian Empire. Within the queen's chambers, a woman of enchanting figure and icy demeanor, clad in an opulent phoenix robe, inquired, Schwanger, has the constitution of Yang Lingchen been confirmed? Replying to the holy maiden, after our meticulous investigation, it is indeed verified that Yang Lingchen possesses a pure Yang body. It is precisely because of him that Dongfang Yunbing's cultivation has advanced so swiftly, Schwanger responded softly, parting her lips to speak. Keep a close watch on Zhou Yuxiang. Ensure he does not eliminate Yang Lingchen. He is the pivotal furnace for my breakthrough, the woman in the phoenix robe reiterated. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had swiftly passed. Under the formidable might of Tianyuan Palace, the southern province had coalesced into an impenetrable fortress. Any force that dared to step into the southern province could not evade the keen vigilance of Yang Lingchen. The higher-ups of the Tantan sect and the Demon Cloud sect were entirely under Yang Lingchen's control, serving as the guardians of the southern province. Within Tianyuan Palace, Chenner, the intelligence from the Dark Guards indicates that the allied forces of other factions have assembled. How should we respond? Dongfang Yunbing asked, her face etched with worry. Do not fret, Bingjie. I have meticulously arranged a grand formation at the gate of Tianyuan Palace, and we await their compliance to be ensnared, Yang Lingchen asserted confidently. He had already devised a comprehensive plan for the future. The first step was to assimilate all sects, ultimately employing a strategy of encircling the city from the countryside to annihilate the northern Xian Empire. If he did not achieve remarkable feats in this world, how could he justify his unique identity as a traveler? At that moment, Luo Qiming hurriedly entered, bowing as she spoke. Master, the other factions are advancing upon us. We cannot withstand their assault any longer. Have everyone cease their current tasks and retreat to Tianyuan Palace. It is time to deliver a decisive blow, Yang Lingchen commanded with calm authority. Yes, master. Luo Qiming complied and exited. Simultaneously, the seven-sect alliance surged toward the southern province, rampaging without encountering any resistance. The personnel from the Demon Cloud sect and Tantan sect rapidly retreated towards Tianyuan Palace. Elder Eagle, is it necessary for you to personally deal with such a trifling entity as Tianyuan Palace? Shui Tianming, the leader of Tianyi sect, said with a smile. Elder Shui, I am merely following orders. Even if Tianyuan Palace is but an insignificant ant, we must exert our utmost effort. Should we delay the prince's significant matters, none shall escape unscathed, Elder Eagle replied, his expression grim. Indeed, Elder Eagle speaks wisely, Shui Tianming quickly acquiesced, acknowledging his subordinate status before the formidable elder. Convey the order to advance at full speed. We aim to reach the gate of Tianyuan Palace by tomorrow, Elder Eagle decisively instructed. Within the main hall of Tianyuan Palace, Dongfang Yunbing methodically issued a series of commands. During this time, Yang Lingchen had concocted countless explosive poison pills, distributing them to the disciples of Tianyuan Palace along with the antidotes to prevent his own people from succumbing to poison. With such an abundance of explosive poison pills, the disciples felt an added sense of security. The following morning, the seven-sect alliance finally arrived at the gate of Tianyuan Palace. Under the leadership of Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing, all members of Tianyuan Palace stood ready, prepared to face the impending battle. Dongfang Yunbing, Yang Lingchen, you have wantonly slaughtered other sections. Surrender now, and you may still have a chance to escape. Otherwise, do not blame me for my mercilessness, Shui Tianming declared, his tone severe. What a bunch of fools. If you want to fight, then come on. I have no time to waste on your idle chatter, Yang Lingchen retorted without reservation. You little brat. So you are Yang Lingchen? Shui Tianming's expression darkened. Indeed, I am your father, Yang Lingchen replied with a cold smirk. You are courting death, Shui Tianming's face contorted in rage, for he was a renowned leader in the northern region and had never endured such humiliation. Elder Shui, remain calm. Once we capture this little wretch, there shall be ample means to deal with him, Mo Juanhao, the leader of Lingxian's sect, interjected with a grave expression. Brother Mo is right, Shui Tianming conceded, then shouted, Everyone, follow me and annihilate Tianyuan Palace. No sooner had Shui Tianming's command been issued than the seven-sect alliance surged toward Tianyuan Palace with fierce momentum. Slay them all. Yang Lingchen roared, leading the charge alongside Dongfang Yunbing. The higher-ups and disciples of Tianyuan Palace, brandishing their swords, charged valiantly at the enemy. In the instant of the clash, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace hurled countless explosive poison pills toward their foes. The earth shook with resounding explosions, inflicting heavy injuries upon countless disciples of the seven-sect alliance, many succumbing to the poison. Poison! Hold your breath. Shui Tianming shouted. At this juncture, Yang Lingchen had already infiltrated the ranks of the seven-sect alliance. The leaders of the seven sects, uniting their strength, advanced toward Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing. However, their combined might proved insufficient to withstand Yang Lingchen, who swiftly dispatched several of them within mere moments. Just then, an exceedingly terrifying sword aura sliced through the air. Yang Lingchen swiftly sidestepped to evade it, only to find an aged figure materializing before him, accompanied by dozens of cloaked figures who joined the fray. Old fool, I thought you were a coward hiding in the shadows. I never expected you to show your face, Yang Lingchen remarked with a smile. You sharp-tongued brat, provoking me will yield no benefits, Elder Eagle retorted, his eyes cold as ice. Ha ha. Old geezer, I have been waiting for your appearance. Otherwise, how could I activate the grand formation? Yang Lingchen laughed heartily, waving his hand to initiate the formation. In an instant, the battlefield was enveloped in a mysterious force, leaving the Seven-Sect Alliance seemingly crushed beneath the weight of a 1,000-pound boulder. Those of lower cultivation found their movements significantly hindered, while the disciples of Tianyuan Palace remained unaffected. As a result, countless members of the Seven-Sect Alliance fell to the blades of Tianyuan Palace's disciples. "You seek death," Elder Eagle bellowed, lunging toward Yang Lingchen, while the cloaked figures charged at Dongfang Yunbing. The strength of these cloaked figures hovered around the first layer of the returning to the origin realm, while Elder Eagle himself was at the sixth layer. In an instant, Yang Lingchen found himself forced to retreat under the pressure of their onslaught. Facing an adversary at the sixth layer of the returning to the origin realm proved challenging, yet he maintained his composure, employing a strategy of evasion. As a top-tier alchemist, he possessed unique methods. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Lingchen consumed an explosive. Instantly, his aura surged, reaching the pinnacle of the seventh layer of the returning to the origin realm. "Old relic, witness how I bring about your demise." With a flurry of swift movements, Yang Lingchen wielded his immortal demon sword, unleashing dozens of strikes in an instant. His heightened energy forced Elder Eagle into retreat. Before long, Elder Eagle bore several cuts from Yang Lingchen's sword energy. After a few more exchanges, Yang Lingchen finally pierced Elder Eagle's chest with a single strike, leaving him collapsed on the ground, devoid of combat capability. "What pill did you consume earlier?" Elder Eagle gasped, struggling to speak. "Once I finish dealing with the others, I shall inform you," Yang Lingchen replied with a cold chuckle, then soared toward Dongfang Yunbing's side. At this moment, Dongfang Yunbing was nearing her limits, besieged by dozens of cloaked figures. Although her strength surpassed theirs, the sheer number was overwhelming, compounded by the attacks from the leaders of several sections. Just as Dongfang Yunbing was forced to retreat, Yang Lingchen finally arrived, alleviating her pressure. In a frenzy of lethal strikes, Yang Lingchen dispatched the cloaked figures as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter, eliminating them one by one in rapid succession. The disciples of Tianyuan Palace grew increasingly emboldened, while the Seven-Sect Alliance crumbled into disarray, suffering grievous losses. Before long, Shuai Tianming and Imo Juanhao found themselves captured by Yang Lingchen. His intent was not to execute them, but rather to control them, for the defense of their territory required management. Chapter 66: The Invasion of the Northern Xian Empire. Master of the Eastern Palace, spare us. "We are all being coerced." Shuai Tianming and Imo Juanhao, their faces pale with terror, hurriedly knelt before Yang Lingchen upon witnessing his formidable presence. At that moment, Yang Lingchen unceremoniously dragged Elder Ing to the forefront, his gaze icy as he regarded the trio, coldly declaring, "You may either choose death or submit. The choice is yours." "Submission, we will submit," Shuai Tianming and Imo Juanhao replied without hesitation, fervently bowing their heads in supplication. Yang Lingchen produced 2 soul-devouring pills, his voice frigid as he instructed, "Very well, release your consciousness and consume these." "We shall consume them." The 2 men dared not hesitate for a moment longer and swiftly ingested the pills. The moment they swallowed the pills, they erupted in agonizing screams. "I advise you both to harbor no resentment towards me. Otherwise, this torment will persist until death," Yang Lingchen remarked with a sardonic smile curling upon his lips. Hearing his words, the 2 felt any lingering hatred dissipate as the pain gradually waned. Yang Lingchen then planted a soul mark within their consciousness, completely subjugating them. "Elder, what is your choice?" Yang Lingchen inquired, a playful smile gracing his features as he regarded Elder Ing. "Youngster, you possess an audacity I admire. Do you even know who I am?" Elder Ing retorted, his expression darkening. "Are you not merely a dog of the prince's manor? To whom you serve as a dog is inconsequential. Why not offer yourself another option?" Yang Lingchen scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, I would rather die than submit." "Abandon that thought," Elder Ing declared fiercely. "Smack! How dare you speak to the master in such a manner?" Shuai Tianming, without a moment's hesitation, struck Elder Ing with a resounding slap. "You seek death, Shuai Tianming." Elder Ing bellowed, but at that moment, he was already under Yang Lingchen's control, left only to glare furiously at Shuai Tianming. "Elder, I strongly suggest you comply. It will spare you further suffering. Moreover, by serving me, you will not only receive an endless supply of exquisite returning essence pills, but also the opportunity to ascend to the spirit profound realm," Yang Lingchen said slowly. "You have a knack for boasting," Elder Ing retorted, his face a mask of disdain. "Surely you recognize this?" Yang Lingchen revealed over 100 returning essence pills. Exquisite returning essence pills. How could you possess so many? Eldering exclaimed, astonishment etched upon his features. Humph, they are merely returning essence pills. Should you submit to me, I can assure you that in the future, acquiring spirit essence pills will be no challenge, young Lingchen continued. If you can indeed provide returning essence pills, then what reason do I have to refuse submission? Eldering mused after a brief contemplation. As a former elder of the prince's manor, he had been receiving monthly remuneration from the prince. With young Lingchen presenting a superior offer, he found no grounds for rejection, especially since he was currently a captive. Then release your consciousness and consume this. Yang Lingchen tossed a soul-devouring pill towards him. Elder Ing, having witnessed the pill's effects earlier, did not hesitate and consumed it immediately, fearing any dissent against Yang Lingchen. That moment, Yang Lingchen inscribed a soul mark deep within his consciousness. These returning essence pills are a gift to you. Follow me, and you shall never regret it, Yang Lingchen proclaimed. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. Elder Ing and the others bowed deeply in gratitude. Gather the herbs listed on this parchment whenever you encounter them. They are essential materials for alchemy, Yang Lingchen instructed, handing them a list. Following this, they set about cleaning the battlefield. Simultaneously, Yang Lingchen dispatched Mo Juanhao and Xue Tianming to seize the territories of other sects and keep a vigilant watch on the movements of the Northern Xian Empire. At present, nearly all of the 12 major sects of the Northern Xian Empire had been eradicated, save for the Sword Origin Pavilion. Hence, he remained on high alert against any incursions from the Northern Xian Empire. In the Tsuelong Pavilion, after thoroughly pillaging all other sects, Yang Lingchen found himself once again prosperous, with all the territories of the sects now under the aegis of Tianyuan Palace. That day, he immersed himself once more in rigorous cultivation, entrusting all affairs of Tianyuan Palace to Dongfang Yuanbing, in the Northern Xian Empire. Within the imperial court, a woman of enchanting beauty, adorned in a resplendent phoenix gown, sat gracefully upon the throne. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, her curvaceous figure exuding allure. Her chin and lips, sculpted as if from fine jade, were so perfect they appeared almost ethereal, and her captivating eyes ensnared the hearts of all who dared to gaze upon her. She was none other than the Empress of the Northern Xian Empire, Xiao Qingyun. Your Majesty, the Tianyuan Palace grows increasingly formidable. Having unified the 12 major sections, I, Minister of War Li Yaning, propose we dispatch troops against Tianyuan Palace immediately, while their wings are yet unformed, to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Li Yaning spoke respectfully. Mother, please allow your son to lead the troops to eradicate Tianyuan Palace, Zhou Yuxiang urged eagerly. Mother, the rise of Tianyuan Palace is inextricably linked to the Crown Prince's actions, the third prince Zhou Yuhao interjected. Yuhao, what does this have to do with the Crown Prince? Xiao Qingyun asked delicately, her voice enchanting. In response to your Majesty, the Crown Prince has harbored ulterior motives towards Dongfang Yuanbing. A month ago, he dispatched his subordinates, the Heavenly Killers, to coordinate with 4 major sects in an assault on Tianyuan Palace, intending to capture Dongfang Yuanbing alive. To our surprise, all 4 sects suffered total annihilation, yet he remained infatuated and sending Zheng Hua to lead dozens of shadow guards, uniting all other sects in another attack on Tianyuan Palace. His mismanagement led to the demise of all major sects. Thus I believe the Crown Prince lacks the capability to eliminate Tianyuan Palace, Zhou Yuhao articulated methodically. Zhou Yuhao, you. Zhou Yuxiang seethed with fury. Crown Prince, is what my third brother said incorrect? Zhou Yuhao then bowed to Xiao Qingyun, continuing, I request permission to lead the troops against Tianyuan Palace. Mother, I possess extensive knowledge of Tianyuan Palace. Should I lead the charge, our chances of success would be far greater, Zhou Yuxiang interjected hastily. Since both princes wish to lead the charge against Tianyuan Palace, it would be unsuitable for me to choose either. Instead, let King Zhentian command the entire army, with both princes serving as vice-commanders. How does that sound? Xiao Qingyun proposed, her voice melodious. I shall not fail your Majesty's expectations. I will eradicate Tianyuan Palace in one decisive strike, King Zhentian, Zhou Xianjing, vowed earnestly. Your son obeys. Both Zhou Yuxiang and Zhou Yuhao replied in unison. In the Tsuelong Pavilion, Yang Lingchen had been fervently cultivating, and on this day, he finally brushed against the threshold of the 7th layer of the entering profound realm. Thus, he gathered all the spirit stones he had amassed over this period and immersed himself within the pile, commencing a frenzied process of refinement. As the spirit stones were continuously refined, his cultivation finally approached a critical breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. Entering the 7th layer of the profound realm, he then produced pills to continue his cultivation, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the entering profound realm. After achieving this pinnacle, Yang Lingchen opened his eyes and exited the Haotian Jade space. Chenner, you have finally emerged. The Northern Xian Empire's forces have already entered the territory of South Zhou, Dongfang Yunbing announced. Who leads the Northern Xian Empire's army? Yang Lingchen inquired, a frown creasing his brow. He had not anticipated such a swift mobilization from the Northern Xian Empire, nor any justification for it. This time, the Northern Xian Empire is led by King Zhentian, Zhou Xianzheng, with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince as vice-commanders. What are the strengths of Zhou Xianzheng and Zhou Yuxiang? Yang Lingchen asked. Although he had encountered Zhou Xianzheng several times before, his previous cultivation level had been too low to ascertain the latter's prowess. Zhou Xianzheng is at the 7th layer of the returning essence realm, while Zhou Yuxiang hovers around the 4th layer. I can easily handle him, Dongfang Yunbing replied coldly. I understand, sister. Here are some explosive profound pills. They can elevate your cultivation by 1 minor realm in a short time. Yang Lingchen offered several explosive profound pills. You actually possess such pills? Dongfang Yunbing expressed her astonishment. What is there to be surprised about? I also have harmony pills. Just one will leave you bedridden for half a month. Do you believe it? Yang Lingchen grinned mischievously. Scoundrel, Dongfang Yunbing shot him a disgruntled glare. Chapter 67. The Fall of the King of Heaven. On the following dawn, the formidable army of the Northern Xian Empire finally arrived at the gates of the Heavenly Yuan Palace with an intimidating presence. Compared to the previous coalition of the 7 sects, the forces of the Northern Xian Empire were significantly stronger, composed entirely of well-trained regular troops. In an instant, the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan Palace found themselves gripped by anxiety, for the adversary they faced was the terrifyingly powerful Northern Xian Empire. Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing stood tall before the gates of the Heavenly Yuan Palace. Palace Master Dongfang, if you surrender peacefully, in consideration of our past acquaintance, I can spare your life, Zhou Xianzheng said with a grim expression. King of Heaven, has my Heavenly Yuan Palace ever provoked the Northern Xian Empire? Dongfang Yunbing's tone was icily cold. The Heavenly Yuan Palace has not instigated the Northern Xian Empire, Zhou Xianzheng replied with a solemn face. Then that implies the Northern Xian Empire is the one instigating trouble, intent on annihilating my Heavenly Yuan Palace. Dongfang Yunbing let out a delicate laugh, though her eyes were filled with frost. Zhou Xianzheng furrowed his brows. This was a question he found difficult to answer, as the Northern Xian Empire indeed lacked justification in the grand scheme of things. Dongfang Yunbing, I have already granted you a chance. Since you fail to appreciate it, do not blame me for being unmerciful, Zhou Xianzheng declared with a darkened expression. Old man, if you wish to fight, then let us not waste time with idle chatter. Yang Lingchen scoffed, his face filled with disdain. Yang Lingchen, since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall gladly oblige, Zhou Xianzheng retorted, his countenance darkening further. At not yet 40 years of age, being called an old man by Yang Lingchen infuriated him immensely. Uncle, do not waste your breath on him. Let us directly obliterate the Heavenly Yuan Palace and capture those two alive. The third prince, Zhou Yuhao, spoke coldly. Everyone, heed my command. Attack. With Zhou Xuanjing's command, the forces of the Northern Xian Empire surged forward like a tidal wave toward the Heavenly Yuan Palace. Charge. Everyone, follow me and eradicate this rabble from the Northern Xian Empire. Yang Lingchen bellowed, instantly leading the charge like an arrow shot from a bow. Dongfang Yunbing and the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan Palace quickly followed suit. In terms of numbers, the Heavenly Yuan Palace did not find itself at a disadvantage, for it had gathered the strength of all sects, including the steadfast support of the Sword Yuan Pavilion at this critical moment. Yang Lingchen wielded the immortal demon sword, cutting through the enemy ranks with the ferocity of a wolf among sheep, leaving no survivors in his wake. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan Palace hurled explosive poison pills into the throngs of the Northern Xian Empire. In an instant, smoke filled the air, and the battlefield became a scene of utter carnage. Dongfang Yunbing single-handedly withstood several formidable adversaries from the Northern Xian Empire, all of whom possessed cultivation levels around the 4th layer of the returning mystic realm. Yang Lingchen confronted Zhou Xianzheng directly, for the latter was the mightiest presence within the Northern Xian Empire. Under normal circumstances, Yang Lingchen would not stand a chance against Zhou Xianzheng, but he had taken an explosive Xian pill before the battle commenced. With sword energy raging, Yang Lingchen unleashed wave after wave of ferocious sword strikes against Zhou Xianzheng, while simultaneously tossing explosive poison pills into the fray. As the battle raged on, Zhou Xianzheng grew increasingly alarmed. He had never encountered such a terrifying genius capable of challenging those of higher levels, and the rate at which the opponent's cultivation was advancing was astonishing. In that moment, Zhou Xianjing began to worry for the northern Qian Empire, questioning whether it was worth offending such a prodigy. The two engaged in a fierce duel, trading hundreds of blows, with Yang Lingchen employing the god-slaying sword technique in conjunction with agile footwork, making it difficult to determine a clear victor. As time passed, Yang Lingchen became increasingly anxious. The explosive Xian pill had a limited duration, and if he could not swiftly overpower Zhou Xianjing, he would face catastrophic consequences. At that moment, Yang Lingchen cast caution to the wind, pouring his life force into every strike, unleashing the god-slaying sword technique in a relentless assault. Zhou Xianjing grew progressively more apprehensive, while Yang Lingchen became emboldened by the fight. Suddenly, Yang Lingchen seized a rare opportunity and unleashed a soul-biting slash. Zhou Xianjing hesitated momentarily. Without hesitation, Yang Lingchen swiftly slashed the immortal demon sword across Zhou Xianjing's neck, sending his lifeless body flying with a kick. The King of Heaven is dead. With Zhou Xianjing's demise, chaos erupted within the ranks of the northern Qian Empire. At that moment, Zhou Yuxiang and Zhou Yuhao, who were besieging Dongfang Yunbing, were struck by Yang Lingchen's overwhelming power. The King of Heaven was the third strongest in the northern Qian Empire. If he could fall to Yang Lingchen, how formidable must Yang Lingchen's strength be? In that instant, Zhou Yuxiang and Zhou Yuhao lost their will to continue fighting. Just then, Dongfang Yunbing seized an opportunity and, with a swift stroke, severed Zhou Yuhao's neck. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Yuxiang retreated in haste. In that moment, Yang Lingchen surged forward, delivering a blow that knocked him unconscious. Without their leader, the northern Qian army crumbled like a house of cards, retreating in disarray as they were relentlessly pursued by the disciples of the heavenly Yuan Palace. With the combined efforts of Yang Lingchen and Dongfang Yunbing, the high-ranking officials of the northern Qian Empire who had participated in the battle were swiftly exterminated. Next came the grim task of clearing the battlefield. Yang Lingchen stripped Zhou Xianjing of his storage ring. He then approached Zhou Yuxiang, who had merely been knocked unconscious. Yang Lingchen struck Zhou Yuxiang's calf with his staff. Crack! Yang Ling-chen, how dare you harm this prince? You shall pay dearly for this. Zhou Yuxiang shrieked in agony as he awoke from his stupor, his eyes wide with terror. Feeling comfortable now, Your Highness? Yang Lingchen replied with a cold smile. What do you want? Zhou Yuxiang asked, trembling with fear. Yang Lingchen smiled faintly and struck his other leg with the staff. Crack! Why, pray tell, do you not fulfill your duties as a prince? Why seek your own demise? With that, Yang Lingchen swung again, this time targeting Zhou Yuxiang's right hand. Crack! Spare me. I shall never dare again. Please, have mercy. Zhou Yuxiang pleaded desperately. At that moment, he regretted provoking Dongfang Yunbing. Yang Lingchen looked at him with a cold smile, delivering 2 more blows, shattering all of Zhou Yuxiang's limbs, and even crippling his dantian with a kick. Crack, crack. Yang Lingchen, you devil. May you never find peace. Zhou Yuxiang yelled hoarsely. Bang! Yang Lingchen sent him flying with a strike, choosing not to kill Zhou Yuxiang. After all, he had become a mere shell of a man. Sometimes, the most cruel method is not to end a life, but rather to cast one from paradise into the abyss, leaving them to exist in perpetual fear. In that moment, news of the heavenly Yuan Palace's victory over the northern Qian Empire spread like wildfire throughout the entire northern Qian region. Yang Lingchen's name became known far and wide, with countless young talents yearning to join the heavenly Yuan Palace. In the Queen's Chamber of the northern Qian Empire, Shuang'er spoke, Holy Maiden, we have just received word that the King of Heaven and the third prince have perished in battle, and the crown prince has been rendered incapacitated. The northern Qian army has been completely annihilated. I understand. Let us go. It is time to seek my furnace. A charming smile graced Xiao Qingyun's lips. Chapter 68, Homecoming, News of Mother. Just when everyone anticipated that the Tianyuan Palace would seize the opportunity to expand aggressively, Yang Lingchen unexpectedly embarked on his journey home aboard the Crimson Firebird. It had been a year since he departed from Hanyang City, and he found himself yearning to return and take a look. Moreover, having already offended the Beixian Empire, it was imperative to ensure the safety of his family. Otherwise, they could easily become targets for exploitation. Although he had previously dispatched numerous skilled fighters to protect his family in Hanyang City, a sense of unease lingered within him. Thus, this time, he planned to relocate his entire family to Tianyuan Palace, where he could finally find solace. After 3 days of relentless travel, Yang Lingchen finally returned to Hanyang City. As the city did not prohibit flight, he directed the Crimson Firebird straight towards the residence of the Yang family. The massive wings of the crimson firebird hovered in the air before gently landing on the training square of the Yang family's inner courtyard. At that moment, the family disciples who were practicing at the training platform noticed young Lingchen's return. Master, young Master Lingchen is back, the family servant exclaimed with excitement, swiftly making his way towards Yang Daolin's courtyard. Young Master, you have returned? A graceful figure darted towards young Lingchen like the wind, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Xiao Rua has grown quite a bit. Young Lingchen chuckled, inhaling the fragrant scent of the girl in his arms, teasing her lightly. His fondness for Xiao Rua was genuine, though it was merely the affection between siblings, as they had grown up together, and she was his childhood betrothed, raised by young Daolin. You've become increasingly mischievous, Xiao Rua playfully chided, her cheeks flushed. At this moment, many of the younger disciples of the Yang family approached to greet young Lingchen. He received them with utmost courtesy, retrieving precious elixirs from his storage ring to share among all the family disciples. The young disciples, having never encountered such valuable elixirs, expressed their gratitude profusely. Meanwhile, young Daolin, visibly excited, hurriedly approached young Lingchen. Upon hearing the news of his son's return, he had promptly set aside family affairs. Chunner, you are back. A warm smile spread across young Daolin's face, his concern for his son evident after such a long separation. I missed home, so I came to see you, young Lingchen replied, filled with longing for young Daolin. Perhaps due to the merging of his previous soul, he felt that this place was truly his home, and young Daolin was his father. That's all that matters. Young Daolin's face radiated with a sense of relief. The longing he had felt for his son was beyond words. An old saying goes, a father's worry knows no bounds when his son travels 1,000 miles. Throughout the past year, he had been consumed by concern for young Lingchen. The news of young Lingchen's return quickly spread throughout Hanyang City. By now, his reputation had echoed across the entire Beixian domain, and even in a remote place like Hanyang City, his name was as thunderous as a storm. To celebrate his son's return, young Daolin announced a grand feast for the entire family, lasting 3 days. Upon learning of young Lingchen's return, the heads of various families in Hanyang City promptly prepared lavish gifts to congratulate him. Even the Xiao and Lin families, who harbored grudges against young Lingchen, sent gifts as well, for his current power was beyond their reach, extinguishing any thoughts of revenge. These family heads were astute. During your glorious moments, they would come to flatter you, yet in times of hardship, they would eagerly seek to trample you down. This was the harsh reality. Young Daolin graciously accepted the gifts from the visiting families, reciprocating with his own. The most awkward situation was faced by Han Tianling and Han Ruoxue. At that moment, Han Tianling wished to slap herself for having rejected such an exceptional son-in-law. Meanwhile, Han Ruoxue wore an expression of discontent, lamenting that had she not called off the engagement, she would now be the happiest woman in the entire Beixian domain. Seeing his son grow to such heights filled young Daolin with immense pride. Chunner, you have matured, and it is time I shared that matter with you. A hint of sorrow crossed young Daolin's face. Noticing his father's melancholic demeanor, young Lingchen inquired, What is it, father? Actually, your mother did not pass away. Young Daolin's tone carried a tinge of helplessness. In young Lingchen's memories, mother was a familiar yet distant term. Throughout his life, he had never seen his mother's figure. Even in his past life on Earth, he had been an abandoned orphan. Then where has she gone? Young Lingchen endeavored to keep his voice steady. Once upon a time, he yearned desperately for maternal love and had often dreamt of his mother. Chenner, do not harbor resentment towards her. Your mother truly loves you. It was merely due to certain unfortunate circumstances that she left us, young Daolin sighed. Father, please tell me about my mother. Young Lingchen urged solemnly. Your mother is named Su Wanyun. I met her in Fenghan City, where she was being pursued and gravely injured, and it was I who saved her. She is the most beautiful and gentle woman in the world, and the days spent with her were the happiest of my life. Your mother suffered severe injuries, so I brought her back to the family. As time passed, we developed feelings for one another. After your birth, her every thought was devoted to you. She was always by your side, even crafting clothes for you from the age of 1 to 18. As young Daolin spoke, he rummaged through the wardrobe, producing a collection of garments, many of which young Lingchen had worn in his childhood. You are now 16. Take these clothes and wear them. Every stitch was crafted by your mother, young Daolin said. What happened next? Where did mother go? Upon hearing this, young Lingchen's eyes involuntarily glistened with moisture as he carefully stored the clothes made by his mother into the Haoyin jade space. Su Wanyun had made him numerous outfits, nearly dozens for the ages of 15 to 18. What came next? Ha! Yang Daolin forced a bitter smile and continued. But the good times were short-lived. When you were merely 3 months old, a group of incredibly powerful beings descended upon Hanyang City. Their strength was unfathomable. Each one possessed the capability to annihilate an entire city. What was their connection to my mother? Yang Lingchen asked. It was then that I discovered your mother was the daughter of the palace master of the Tiandi Palace in the central domain. These individuals had come to take her back. Yang Daolin sighed, continuing, when they learned that your mother had given birth in such a remote location, they even contemplated exterminating our young family. Had it not been for your mother's fierce protection, our family would have been obliterated long ago. To safeguard our safety, your mother had no choice but to accompany them back to the central domain. Before she left, your mother instructed me to take good care of you, assuring me not to worry about her and to never seek her out. I can never forget the heart-wrenching sight of her departure. Chunner, please do not blame your mother. She truly loves you. Yang Daolin lamented. Yang Lingchen softly remarked, Father, you must have missed mother greatly over the years. He could see the profound affection his father held for his mother. What good is longing? It is simply a matter of my inadequacy. Having failed to protect her, Yang Daolin's eyes began to glisten with tears. For the first time in many years, Yang Lingchen witnessed his father in such sorrow. Father, rest assured, one day, I will bring mother back, Yang Lingchen vowed earnestly. Chunner, my intention in sharing this with you is not to compel you to search for her. I merely wish to convey that your mother loves you dearly. She only wishes for you to grow up peacefully and happily, eventually marrying and having children, Yang Daolin explained. Father, with my talents, it is only a matter of time before I find mother, Yang Lingchen asserted. Subsequently, he discussed the relocation of the family and provided them with ample resources and secrets. As the master of Tianyuan Palace, he possessed the capability to facilitate the Yang family's move to Tianyuan City for further development. Upon hearing Yang Lingchen's suggestion, Yang Daolin agreed without hesitation. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Yang Daolin communicated the family's relocation plans to the Yang family's members, receiving unanimous consent from the high-ranking officials. Following this, Yang Lingchen arranged for skilled guardians to escort the family members to Tianyuan Palace. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen, along with Yang Daolin and Xiao Ruo, took to the skies on the Crimson Firebird, returning to Tianyuan Palace first. Chapter 69. The arrival of Princess Xiao. Upon successfully returning to the Heavenly Yuan Palace with Yang Daolin and Xiao Ruo, Yang Lingchen promptly arranged for his father to reside in an extraordinarily opulent courtyard on the summit of Heavenly Yuan. With a beaming smile, he informed his father that he would soon be bringing his daughter-in-law to pay her respects. Upon hearing that he was to meet his daughter-in-law, Yang Daolin was overwhelmed with excitement, reflecting on the passage of years and the fact that his son had finally matured into adulthood. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen returned to the Tuiyin Pavilion, where he found Dongfang Yunbing and Nan Gongyin, and candidly shared his plans to introduce them to his father. Inside the Tuiyin Pavilion, the two ladies had spent several hours meticulously preparing for this meeting. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen remained composed, leisurely sipping tea as he awaited their departure. Yang Lingchen, I must admit I am feeling quite nervous about meeting your uncle. I'm unsure of what to say, Dongfang Yunbing confessed, her expression betraying her anxiety as she fixed her gaze on him. Are you not the dignified and formidable master of Heavenly Yuan Palace? Why do you now appear so apprehensive? Rest assured, my father is a warm-hearted man and easy to converse with, Yang Lingchen reassured her with a gentle smile. Nan Gongyin, do you think my attire is suitable? Is it formal enough for meeting your uncle? Nan Gongyin inquired, her own nervousness evident as she looked at Yang Lingchen with anticipation. You both look stunning, like ethereal beings, and my father will surely be quite fond of you. Let us not tarry any longer. We must not keep him waiting, Yang Lingchen replied, his smile unwavering. Wait, I need a moment to gather my composure, Dongfang Yunbing said, taking a deep breath to steady herself. All right, it's just a meeting with my father-in-law. There is no reason for fear, especially since Yin and I are hardly unattractive. Yang Lingchen stifled a chuckle, amused to discover that these two young women also harbored trepidation about meeting their future in-laws. Leading the way, he guided the trio to the courtyard where Yang Daolin was temporarily residing. Father, this is Dongfang Yunbing, the master of Heavenly Yuan Palace, your future daughter-in-law. You may address her as Binger. And this is Nan Gongyin, the daughter of the Sword Yuan Pavilion's master, also your future daughter-in-law. You may call her Yinner. Yang Lingchen held the hands of both women, introducing them to his father with care. Yunbing pays her respects to uncle. Yinner pays her respects to uncle. Both Dongfang Yunbing and Nan Gongyin bowed respectfully to Yang Daolin. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yang Daolin's eyes as he contemplated, indeed, These are two extraordinary beauties. My son is truly fortunate. Binger, Yenner, please take a seat. This is our first meeting, and I have not prepared any gifts, but I promise to make it up to you at your wedding, Yang Daolin said with a warm smile. Afterward, Yang Lingchen introduced Xiao Ruo to the two women. The family joyfully shared a meal, and Yang Daolin's satisfaction and affection for his future daughters-in-law became increasingly evident in the following days. The Heavenly Yuan Palace did not pursue further expansion, as the Northern Qian Empire still had an emperor and empress whose powers far surpassed those of Yang Lingchen at present. However, the Heavenly Yuan Palace was not idle. During this time, the number of new disciples enrolling surged dramatically. Today, the Heavenly Yuan Palace had established itself as the preeminent sect in the Northern Qian domain, especially with a prodigy like Yang Lingchen drawing an immense interest from the younger generation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, the Yang family had relocated entirely to Heavenly Yuan City. Under Yang Lingchen's meticulous arrangements, the younger generation of the Yang family, blessed with exceptional talents, successfully entered the Heavenly Yuan Palace. The elder members remained in Heavenly Yuan City to manage family affairs, with Yang Lingchen providing ample resources to ensure the family's swift rise and development. On this day, a magnificent flying vessel hovered gracefully above the Heavenly Yuan Palace. Moments later, 2 ethereal figures descended from the sky, landing gracefully before the main hall. One of these women appeared as if she had emerged from a realm of immortals, her long, lustrous black hair cascading over her porcelain shoulders, and her exquisitely delicate features, particularly her captivating eyes, ensnared the attention of all who beheld her. In an instant, no one dared to approach her. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing happened to be inside the main hall. Upon hearing the commotion, she hurriedly stepped outside. "Are you Dongfang Yunbing?" The voice of Xiao Qingyun was enchanting, imbued with a mysterious allure. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Heavenly Yuan Palace?" Dongfang Yunbing responded with a tone as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotion. In terms of both demeanor and beauty, Dongfang Yunbing was in no way inferior to Xiao Qingyun. The only disparity lay in their respective strengths. "I am here today solely for Yang Lingchen," Xiao Qingyun stated, her luscious lips parting slowly. "Yang Lingchen is not present today," Dongfang Yunbing replied coldly, her mind racing with uncertainty about Xiao Qingyun's intentions, though she instinctively sensed they could not be benign. "Little brother, what is your name?" Xiao Qingyun inquired, her alluring gaze fixed on Yang Lingchen. "I am." Dongfang Jie, Yang Lingchen stammered, forcing the words out against his will. At that moment, he felt the immense pressure emanating from the woman before him, realizing that her strength was beyond his comprehension. "Dongfang Jie? What a lovely name. Come here. I wish to speak with you." Xiao Qingyun beckoned with her delicate hands. "Esteemed sister, I must apologize, but I possess a rather overwhelming body odor and must attend to that first," Yang Lingchen replied timidly. At that moment, he felt an unbearable weight upon him. Xiao Qingyun exuded an almost tangible charm that was difficult to resist. Were it not for his training in the Haotian formula, he would have surely succumbed to her allure. "Really? How delightful. I have a particular fondness for men with body odor. Come closer," Xiao Qingyun said, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Lingchen. "Xiao Qingyun, might I inquire about your important matters with Yang Lingchen?" Dongfang Yunbing interjected, her brow furrowing slightly. "Nothing of great significance. If he is absent, then it is of no consequence. I can speak with this little brother instead," Xiao Qingyun replied with a sultry smile. "Is there anything I can assist you with, esteemed sister?" Yang Lingchen asked, mustering his courage. "Come here. I promise I won't harm you," Xiao Qingyun coaxed, her voice dripping with honeyed persuasion. In that moment, Yang Lingchen understood he could not escape. Even if he could flee, the Heavenly Yuan Palace could not simply vanish alongside him. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and slowly approached Xiao Qingyun. "Yang Lingchen, I did not expect you to be not only handsome but also rather clever." Xiao Qingyun giggled, her delicate hands swiftly clapping in front of Yang Lingchen. Instantly, Yang Lingchen felt all his internal energy completely sealed away. Swish, 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 in an instant, Dongfang Yunbing brandished her sword, slicing fiercely toward Xiao Qingyun. However, before Dongfang Yunbing's attack could connect, Shuanger, who stood behind Xiao Qingyun, swiftly intervened, effortlessly sending Dongfang Yunbing flying back. "Yang Lingchen, should I wish to obliterate the Heavenly Yuan Palace, it would be as simple as a breath of wind. Do you comprehend this?" Xiao Qingyun's voice grew icy as she addressed him. "Esteemed sister, let us discuss matters civilly. Why resort to violence?" Yang Lingchen hastily replied, aware that he was at her mercy. "Xiao Qingyun, what exactly are your intentions? If you have grievances, direct them at me," Dongfang Yunbing demanded, her voice laced with anger. "TSK, TSK, TSK." That the renowned Ice Queen of the Northern Qian domain, Even she can fall hopelessly in love, Xiao Qingyun teased, a seductive smile dancing on her lips. But worry not. As long as this little trickster serves me well, I shall spare his life. Xiao Qingyun, if you dare harm him, I will ensure you face the consequences, Dongfang Yunbing warned coldly. Foolish to threaten me, Xiao Qingyun retorted, her eyes narrowing as she raised her hand, delivering a powerful blow aimed at Dongfang Yunbing. A boom. Dongfang Yunbing was sent staggering back several steps, a crimson stain appearing at the corner of her mouth. Stop! If you have grievances, direct them at me, Yang Lingchen cried out, rushing to place himself between Xiao Qingyun and Dongfang Yunbing. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He had previously believed his strength sufficient to navigate the northern Xian domain, but today he realized he had vastly underestimated the capabilities of others. Yang Lingchen, you care for her, do you not? Xiao Qingyun mocked. Yes, Yang Lingchen replied quietly. Then tell me, who is more beautiful, I or Dongfang Yunbing? Xiao Qingyun inquired, her tone flirtatious. From a standpoint of fairness, both of you are celestial beings. Yet, from an emotional perspective, I find Binger to possess a more enchanting beauty. Yang Lingchen spoke, his voice low. Very well. I happen to be in need of a chief eunuch, Xiao Qingyun declared coldly. What? Yang Lingchen exclaimed in confusion, quickly adding, Sister, after careful consideration, I believe you are slightly more beautiful. Thus, there is no need for me to become a eunuch. Yang Lingchen, you. Dongfang Yunbing chastised. Yang Lingchen quickly turned to Dongfang Yunbing, signaling her with his eyes. Hemph. Dongfang Yunbing huffed in response, choosing to remain silent, not wishing for Yang Lingchen to fall victim to Xiao Qingyun's whims. Giggling. That I find that delightful. You shall be my temporary eunuch. As for whether you become one for real, that shall depend on your performance, Xiao Qingyun laughed, then seized Yang Lingchen, whisking him away toward the opulent flying vessel hovering above. Binger, do not worry. I will return, Yang Lingchen called out as he ascended into the air. Hearing his words, a barely perceptible cold smile crept across Xiao Qingyun's lips. She had never intended to let Yang Lingchen go, for his fate was to be her furnace for eternity. Xiao Qingyun refrained from harming Dongfang Yunbing, fearing it might provoke Yang Lingchen's ire, as a furnace capable of emotional responses was infinitely more entertaining than a lifeless object. The flying vessel was lavishly adorned, and once Yang Lingchen was aboard, it swiftly sped toward the northern Xian Empire. In the ensuing days, under Schwanger's strict tutelage, Yang Lingchen memorized nearly every task a eunuch was required to perform. Schwanger's strength was at the 7th level of the returning to the Void Realm, leaving Yang Lingchen utterly astounded. A maid's prowess rivaled that of the Northern Guardian King. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen's own abilities had been completely sealed, rendering him as powerless as a frail scholar. Chapter 70. Young Eunuch Qinzi, Tianyuan Palace, Tianji Peak. Elder Zhuge, might I trouble you to divine once more? Is it truly certain that Chen'er will be safe? Dongfang Yunbing inquired, her visage marred by concern, brows furrowed, eyes brimming with anxiety, her voice laced with urgency. Rest assured, my lady. I have already performed the divination thrice. There is little peril in the Vice Palace Master's journey, and perhaps. Elder Zhuge Imo delicately stroked his beard, a hint of a mysterious smile gracing his features, deliberately withholding the conclusion. Perhaps what? Dongfang Yunbing pressed, her gaze rife with anticipation and eagerness. The secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. Zhuge Mo's eyes deepened with wisdom, speaking with calculated gravity, as though he held the reins of fate itself. In the northern Xian Empire, within the imperial palace. Have you heard? A young eunuch named Qinzi has recently arrived, greatly favored by the empress. Indeed, I have heard. I even encountered him yesterday. He is exceptionally handsome. It seems we must curry favor with this young eunuch from now on. The eunuchs within the palace congregated, exchanging words filled with envy and flattery in the empress's chamber. Young Qinzi, I find myself rather fatigued. The sultry voice of Xiao Qingyun resonated languidly, tinged with languor and allure. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I have recently developed a Thai massage technique. I shall arrange it for you immediately. Yang Lingchen, upon hearing this, dared not show any sign of negligence, hastening towards her, his hands gently kneading her shoulders. During this time, Yang Lingchen's heart was near breaking. Not only was he unable to utilize his profound energy, but he also had to tread carefully in serving the demanding Xiao Qingyun. Any lapse in service would surely result in a severe thrashing from Schwanger. Damn it, you wretched person, just wait. One day, I shall make you pay. Yang Lingchen silently cursed within. You possess quite the skill, young Qinzi. I presume you serve Dongfang Yunbing often? Xiao Qingyun teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Not at all. Typically, it is Sister Bing who attends to me. Only for you, the rare and peerless beauty of this world, would I willingly lower myself to serve. Upon uttering this, young Lingchen felt a tumult in his stomach, a wave of revulsion washing over him. Yet, there was no choice. He had to play the sycophant, lest he face punishment. Time flew by, and 3 days elapsed. Under young Lingchen's meticulous care, all matters within the Empress's chamber were arranged flawlessly, without a single fault to be found. On this particular day, while young Lingchen was at the treasury procuring aromatic herbs for Xiao Qingyun, he fortuitously encountered Zhou Yusin, who was also exchanging treasures. Hee, Dado? Is that not young eunuch Qinzi? I have long heard of the new chief eunuch favored by the Empress, and it turns out to be you, young Lingchen. Let us see where you can run this time. Zhou Yusin's lips curled into a sinister smile, her prominent buck teeth on full display, making her appearance all the more unappealing. I pay my respects to Princess 19. Young Lingchen quickly bowed, his mind racing, as he was acutely aware of Zhou Yusin's notorious reputation. This is disastrous. Encountering this female lunatic, it seems my reputation is doomed. Such wretched luck. Young Lingchen thought, 1,000 wild horses galloping through his mind, panic rising within him. KSK. The Empress truly has a heart of stone. She would dare to castrate such a handsome man as you. Zhou Yusin circled young Lingchen, her gaze appraising him, her words dripping with mockery. Princess 19. The Empress awaits the aromatic herbs. Young Lingchen forced a semblance of calm, attempting to redirect the conversation. Not to worry. I shall have someone deliver them, and in the meantime, you should accompany me to my residence. Zhou Yusin's grin was unsettling, sending chills down his spine. Princess, I am already a eunuch. Kindly spare me. Young Lingchen, drenched in cold sweat, spoke with a quivering voice. Ha ha. Not to worry. What I desire is your face. Even if you are castrated, you still possess limbs, do you not? Zhou Yusin declared, unceremoniously seizing young Lingchen and dragging him towards the princess's residence. Help! Help! Helpless, young Lingchen could only shout at the top of his lungs, fervently wishing for the Empress to rescue him, for otherwise, he would truly be done for. Shout all you want. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid today. Zhou Yusin taunted, her face alight with pride and arrogance. Before long, young Lingchen found himself forcibly brought to the princess's residence. In an opulent bathing chamber. Everyone, leave. I shall personally bathe young eunuch Qinzi. Zhou Yusin commanded imperiously. Yes, princess. The maidservants retreated, casting sympathetic glances at young Lingchen. Over the years, they had witnessed countless young talents reduced to mere shadows of themselves under the princess's whims. Young Qinzi, shall you undress yourself, or shall I assist? Zhou Yusin smirked wickedly. Princess, I bathed just last night. It is quite unnecessary. Young Lingchen stammered, desperately seeking an excuse. Such audacity. I, the princess, extend my hand to wash you, and you dare to refuse? Zhou Yusin retorted, then called out, Green Fern, bring me my whip and candles. Yes, princess. A respectful voice echoed from outside the door. This cannot be happening. Must my illustrious life end here? As despair threatened to engulf him, the door to the bathing chamber was suddenly kicked open. In strode Xiao Qingyun, her countenance icy, radiating an aura of fury. Your Majesty, save me. Young Lingchen felt as though he had found a savior, nearly moved to tears. Slap. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingyun struck Zhou Yusin across the face, her voice cold as ice. You dare to meddle with my people? Should there be a next time, you shall bear the consequences. Zhou Yusin, stunned by the sudden blow, was left speechless, dazed and confused. Young Qinzi, come with me. Xiao Qingyun commanded, turning on her heel and striding away. Recalling the earlier incident, Xiao Qingyun felt a shiver run down her spine. Had she not acted swiftly, her carefully prepared vessel would have been sullied by that ugly woman, Zhou Yusin. Young Lingchen dared not linger, hastily following after her. Once more in the Empress's chamber. Young Qinzi, come closer. Xiao Qingyun's voice was soft, laced with seduction. Your Majesty, what do you require? Young Lingchen approached cautiously, trembling. Do you wish to regain your strength? A subtle smile played upon Xiao Qingyun's lips as she posed the question. Yes. Young Lingchen's eyes brightened, nodding eagerly. Very well, then I shall grant you an opportunity. Her smile hinted at ulterior motives. Will you truly lift my restrictions? Yang Lingchen gazed at her in astonishment, filled with both skepticism and hope. While I can indeed lift your restrictions, you must not attempt to flee. Should you do so, I shall annihilate Tianyuan Palace and your family. Xiao Qingyun's expression hardened, her voice chillingly threatening. Rest assured, Your Majesty, how could I possibly run from the sight of such an extraordinary beauty? Yang Lingchen feigned compliance, inwardly cursing, Wretched woman, just wait. One day, I shall make you kneel before me in submission. Go and bathe. I shall await you in my chambers. Xiao Qingyun smiled alluringly. What, bathe? What does she intend? Yang Lingchen stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. Why are you still standing there? Do you not believe I shall bestow you upon Zhou Yusen? Xiao Qingyun's demeanor shifted, her voice stern. Please, no. I shall bathe, I shall bathe. Yang Lingchen quickly retreated, panic-stricken. That evening, Xiao Qingyun dismissed all the maidservants and eunuchs from the palace. This wretched woman, does she truly intend to do that to me? Yang Lingchen approached Xiao Qingyun's chamber cautiously, anxiety gnawing at him, unable to muster the courage to enter. Stop dawdling, you insolent boy. Do you want me to end you? Shuang'er glared at Yang Lingchen, hands on her hips, her expression fierce. Miss Shuang'er, please, I shall go in now. Yang Lingchen felt a twinge of fear towards Shuang'er. This wretched woman was prone to violence. With a gentle push, he opened the door to Xiao Qingyun's chamber. Inside lay an exquisitely luxurious room, adorned with rare decorations and valuable furnishings. At that moment, Xiao Qingyun was draped only in a sheer veil, her alluring form partially obscured, exuding a deadly temptation. Her cherry-like lips curled into a sultry smile, and her captivating eyes bore into Yang Lingchen's soul. She cannot be serious. Yang Lingchen stood frozen, his mind a blank slate. What are you waiting for? Come here. Xiao Qingyun's voice, bewitching and melodic, echoed in his ears. Taking a deep breath, Yang Lingchen slowly approached. Xiao Qingyun moved with the grace of a delicate butterfly, drawing near to him, her body almost pressed against his. Yang Lingchen felt his breath quicken, his heart racing uncontrollably. He could not deny it. When Xiao Qingyun set her sights on someone, few could withstand her allure. Chapter 71. Lifting the prohibition. This is your final chance, my dear. Should you fail to cherish it, I shall bestow you upon Zhou Yusen. Xiao Qingyun playfully chided, her alabaster hand gently lifting to cradle Yang Lingchen's chin. Please, must I really? I promise to be obedient, Yang Lingchen replied. An expression of helplessness etched upon his face, as he contemplated the grim fate that awaited him should he indeed be given to Zhou Yusen. Now, that is more like it. A subtle smile, alluring and enchanting, graced Xiao Qingyun's lips. Faced with such circumstances, Yang Lingchen found himself utterly bereft of options. The following morning, he returned to his abode in a hurried manner, hastily adjusting his somewhat disheveled attire before swiftly retreating to his quarters. Once within the confines of his room, he wasted no time and promptly entered the Haotian Jade space, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation. He understood that only by rapidly elevating his cultivation would he have a chance to extricate himself from this precarious predicament. The days devoid of cultivation had been unbearably arduous. Now that the restraints upon him had finally been lifted, he was determined not to squander even a moment. He promptly retrieved spirit stones, fervently striving to ascend to the 8th layer of the entry to the profound realm. As he continuously refined the spirit stones, he soon felt himself on the cusp of the threshold to the 8th layer. At this critical juncture, Yang Lingchen fervently propelled his reincarnation technique, launching wave after wave of assaults against the barrier of that realm. With each relentless strike, a faint crack began to appear in the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Entry to the profound realm, 8th layer. With the arduous barrier finally breached, Yang Lingchen successfully elevated his cultivation to the 8th layer. Curse that wretched woman. Let us see how I shall deal with you this time. Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with a frigid light as he swiftly produced an exploding profound pill, swallowing it without hesitation, then storming outward in a furious stride. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyun sat serenely in her chamber, her form poised in meditation, as tendrils of pure spiritual energy danced around her like ethereal ribbons, which she gradually inhaled into her being. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly formidable aura erupted from within her, signaling her successful breakthrough. I have finally shattered the shackles that have hindered me for years and attained the spirit profound realm, Xiao Qingyun remarked, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. When Yang Lingchen arrived at her door, he was met with an unyielding obstruction from Shuang'er. You insolent boy, the Empress has not summoned you. What brings you here? Schwanger's tone was as frigid as frost, her gaze piercing into young Lingchen with palpable disdain. Slap. You wretched woman, I have endured your insolence for far too long. Young Lingchen, unable to contain his fury, delivered a resounding slap. He harbored no affection for this arrogant woman, having endured her beatings throughout their tumultuous interactions. Schwanger emitted a piercing scream, her body propelled backward by the sheer force, leaving her face swollen and bruised. Filthy woman, dare to provoke me again, and I shall make you rue the day. Young Lingchen huffed, filled with rage as he forcefully kicked open Xiao Qingyun's door, striding in with an air of utter disregard. What brings you here, little Chun? Xiao Qingyun's eyes glinted with a cold light, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Little Chen, indeed. You shameless harlot, today I shall deal with you once and for all. Young Lingchen's fury reached its zenith as he unsheathed his immortal demon sword, unleashing a fierce strike imbued with overwhelming power toward Xiao Qingyun. Unaware of your own demise, Xiao Qingyun's gaze transformed, radiating an icy chill, as an intimidating aura enveloped her, instilling dread within all who beheld her. She swiftly unleashed her palm, a tempestuous force akin to a monstrous wave crashing down upon young Lingchen. Bang! With a deafening crash, young Lingchen felt a blinding flash before his eyes, as if struck by lightning, and was instantly hurled away by the tremendous force. Cough, cough. Your Majesty, it is a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Young Lingchen sputtered, blood spilling from his lips as he desperately pleaded for mercy. He was engulfed in frustration, having previously deduced that Xiao Qingyun was at the 9th layer of the returning profound realm. Thus, he had consumed an exploding profound pill, believing it sufficient to subdue her, only to be astounded by her breakthrough to the spirit profound realm. A misunderstanding? Although Xiao Qingyun wore a seductive smile, her gaze was laced with a bone-chilling coldness as she languidly uttered, "Is it truly a misunderstanding?" "Most certainly a misunderstanding." Young Lingchen quivered, his very being trembling with fear. "Come here." With a piercing glance, Xiao Qingyun beckoned young Lingchen with a finger, her demeanor exuding an oppressive force. "Your Majesty, how may I serve you?" Young Lingchen approached, trembling uncontrollably. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet, instilling a sense of dread within him. Bang, bang, bang. "Ah, I was wrong, Your Majesty, spare me." Young Lingchen's voice echoed with harrowing cries. Under Xiao Qingyun's merciless assault, his body bore no unscathed skin, save for his face and groin, his form marred by a tapestry of bruises. At that moment, Xiao Qingyun's delicate hand seized his throat, her voice cold as ice. "Were it not for your potential usefulness, I would have ended you long ago." "Cough. Spare me. I shall never dare again." Young Lingchen gasped, terror etched upon his features. "Little Chun, this is your final warning. Should you cross me again, the consequences shall be yours to bear." Xiao Qingyun's tone was frigid as she lightly patted young Lingchen's face. Yes, I promise there will be no next time," young Lingchen hastily assured, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. "Consider yourself fortunate. Now leave." Xiao Qingyun cast a disdainful glance at him, brimming with contempt. "Yes, Your Majesty." Young Lingchen exited, his visage a grotesque mask of bruises, his spirits low yet resigned to his fate. In the days that followed, young Lingchen adopted a more subdued demeanor, largely due to the sheer terror instilled by Xiao Qingyun's formidable prowess, which far surpassed his current capabilities. One day, he emerged from her chamber with a stormy expression. Through their interactions, he had inadvertently discovered that Xiao Qingyun was covertly employing a mysterious technique while in his presence. How outrageous! This vixen has been using me as a mere tool. No wonder her strength has surged lately. Young Lingchen cursed inwardly, feeling utterly powerless in the face of his circumstances. He had become nothing more than a tool, subject to punishment should he fail to serve her adequately. In the depths of the imperial palace of the North Xian Empire, within a clandestine underground chamber, a chilling laughter resounded. "At last, I have broken through to the spirit profound realm. Xiao Qingyun, you wretched woman, I shall see how you can refuse me now." A middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe, his countenance sharp and imposing, strode forward with purpose. He was none other than Zhou Xintian, the long-secluded emperor of the North Xian Empire. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your successful emergence from seclusion." An elderly eunuch promptly bowed, his demeanor excessively respectful. "Prepare a bath for me. I wish to cleanse, and then make my way to the Empress's quarters, Zhou Xintian commanded with an air of authority. Yes, Your Majesty. The old eunuch responded with a bow and retreated respectfully. At that moment, young Lingchen was in the Empress's chamber, carefully kneading her shoulders. Just then, Schwanger's voice rang out from outside. Your Majesty, the Emperor has emerged from seclusion and is hastening toward us. The Emperor approaches? Young Lingchen's brows furrowed, a wave of unease washing over him. Detain him. I have no time for him now, Xiao Qingyun replied without hesitation, then turned to young Lingchen. Do not acknowledge him. Understood, Your Majesty, Schwanger responded, turning to depart. At that moment, the eunuch's resounding voice echoed, His Majesty has arrived. Seeing Zhou Xintian approaching, Schwanger hastily greeted him with a bow. Schwanger pays her respects to Your Majesty. And where is the Empress? Zhou Xuantian's voice was thunderous, an oppressive aura emanating from him, creating an atmosphere of intimidation. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Empress is currently engaged in cultivation, Schwanger stammered, her voice trembling. Cultivating? Then I shall wait here for the Empress, Zhou Xintian frowned, seeking a place to sit. His reluctance to depart stemmed from his perception of two presences within the chamber, compelling him to uncover who else occupied the Empress's quarters. Chapter 72. The Boundless Holy Land. After a considerable period, Xiao Qingyun and Yang Lingchen finally tidied everything up and slowly exited the chamber. Qingyun, who is he? Zhou Xintian's gaze was piercingly sharp, fixated intently on Yang Lingchen. He is a eunuch by my side, Xiao Chunzi, Xiao Qingyun replied calmly, her tone indifferent. Is he truly a eunuch? Zhou Xianjing's eyes darkened, resembling a chilling abyss as they bore into Yang Lingchen. Damn it, why are you staring at me like that? I'm also a victim here, you know? Yang Lingchen thought to himself, feeling utterly speechless and internally cursing. Of course he is a eunuch. Xiao Qingyun's voice was frigid, her tone resolute. Xiao Chunzi, go check him, Zhou Xintian snorted coldly, a smirk creeping onto his face. Yes, Your Majesty, Xiao Shunzi promptly responded. With that, Xiao Shunzi swiftly approached Yang Lingchen. Sensing the impending scrutiny, Yang Lingchen's heart raced, and he quickly employed his skill, retracting his vital parts into his body. To his surprise, Xiao Shunzi reached out without hesitation, yet found nothing to grasp. Reporting to Your Majesty, he is indeed a eunuch, Xiao Shunzi declared hastily. At this moment, Zhou Xintian furrowed his brow. He had always been confident in his instincts, and just moments ago, they had clearly indicated that Yang Lingchen did not resemble a typical eunuch. Everyone, leave. I have urgent matters to discuss with the Empress, Zhou Xintian commanded. As you decree, Your Majesty, the others responded in unison before retreating. Yang Lingchen followed suit, exiting alongside the others. The preceding situation had been exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, or else his true identity would have been exposed. Not long after Yang Lingchen stepped out, a sudden uproar of fierce combat erupted from behind. He hurriedly approached to investigate, only to find Xiao Qingyun and Zhou Xintian locked in a fierce battle. Simultaneously, Schwanger sprang into action, her sword slicing through the air as she swiftly severed Xiao Shunzi's neck. Zhou Xintian, what do you think you are? Do you dare to covet this holy maiden? Xiao Qingyun's expression was icy, her voice laced with fury. Vile woman, today I shall have my way with you. Zhou Xuantian's voice was dark, his eyes filled with malice. Zhou Xintian, you seek death. Xiao Qingyun's face flushed with rage as she fiercely swung her sword toward him. Faced with Xiao Qingyun's relentless assault, Zhou Xintian dared not underestimate her, brandishing his long sword to counter her strikes. Finally, I've caught a break. Yang Lingchen silently cursed, stealthily sneaking closer. Dozens of exchanges passed. Xiao Qingyun's momentum grew stronger, radiating immense power, while Zhou Xintian became increasingly alarmed, struggling to comprehend how rapidly her cultivation had advanced. Whoosh! At that moment, Xiao Qingyun seized a perfect opportunity, her sword energy piercing through Zhou Xuantian's chest. Whoosh whoosh, she quickly followed up with two more swift strikes, severing Zhou Xuantian's neck. In his final moments, Zhou Xintian unleashed a desperate palm strike, propelling Xiao Qingyun backward with tremendous force. Seeing Xiao Qingyun injured, Yang Lingchen brandished the immortal demon sword and rushed toward her without hesitation. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should he eliminate Xiao Qingyun, the entire Beixian Empire would no longer harbor any threats against him. Just as Yang Lingchen was about to reach Xiao Qingyun, she suddenly fixed her gaze on him, her voice cold and commanding. Xiao Chunzi, what are you up to? Cough, cough. It's a misunderstanding, Your Majesty. I'm here to assist you, and I never expected you to resolve this so swiftly. Yang Lingchen coughed lightly, quickly sheathing the immortal demon sword. his face adorned with a fawning smile. In that moment, he keenly sensed that Xiao Qingyun seemed not to have sustained severe injuries, so he wisely chose to withdraw. Do not presume that I am unaware of your little schemes. Were it not for the fact that you still hold some value to me, I would have long since delivered you to Zhou Yusin. Xiao Qingyun's expression remained frigid, her tone laced with threat. Your Majesty, you must be mistaken. I am utterly devoted to you. Young Lingchen hurriedly bowed, his face brimming with obsequiousness. From this day forth, you shall refer to me as your mistress. Xiao Qingyun declared, her demeanor unyielding. Very well, Mistress. Yang Lingchen bowed deeply. Slap. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingyun struck him across the face, her voice seething with anger. Do you dare to disrespect me? Mistress, it's a misunderstanding. I was merely using my native dialect. Yang Lingchen quickly explained, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Shuang, go eliminate everyone in the Baixian Empire who has reached the 4th layer of the returning void realm and above, Xiao Qingyun commanded coldly, devoid of any emotion. Yes, holy maiden, Shuang replied and promptly departed. Xiao Qinzi, the Baixian Empire no longer poses any threat to Tianyuan Palace. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the boundless Holy Land. Xiao Qingyun stated with an unyielding tone. Must I truly go? Yang Lingchen replied weakly, reluctant to venture to such a sacred place. Of course, Xiao Qingyun sneered. Really? Yang Lingchen's eyes brightened, a glimmer of hope igniting within. Indeed, but before we depart, I shall strip you of your cultivation and then deliver you to Zhou Yusin. Xiao Qingyun laughed coldly, her gaze filled with mockery. Mistress, upon reflection, if you were to visit the boundless Holy Land without anyone by your side, I would surely be concerned. Therefore, you must take me with you, Yang Lingchen said awkwardly, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. Do you not find that a bit presumptuous? Xiao Qingyun inquired, a slight smile gracing her lips. Not at all, Yang Lingchen replied. Mistress, could I return to Tianyuan Palace before we leave? Damn it, you insufferable woman. After all this time I've spent with you, you still wish to take me along? Just wait, Yang Lingchen silently cursed. Thinking of Dongfang Yunbing? Xiao Qingyun's voice turned cold, a hint of derision in her eyes. Yes, Yang Lingchen admitted, as he had indeed been thinking of Dongfang Yunbing and Nangong Yin during this time. Tomorrow, I shall grant you a day to bid farewell to them, Xiao Qingyun declared. Thank you, mistress, Yang Lingchen replied. There is no need to thank me, for this will be your final opportunity to meet them. Cherish it well. Xiao Qingyun's lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes devoid of compassion. At that moment, Shuang approached, her attire stained with the scent of blood. How did it go? Xiao Qingyun inquired. Reporting to the Holy Maiden, all those in the Baixian Empire who have reached the 4th layer of the returning void realm and above have been eliminated, Shuang stated expressionlessly. Excellent, prepare yourself. We shall depart early tomorrow, Xiao Qingyun instructed. Yes, Holy Maiden, Shuang responded and retreated. Xiao Chunzi, accompany me to the National Treasury, Xiao Qingyun said nonchalantly. Yes, mistress, Yang Lingchen replied. Under Xiao Qingyun's guidance, they arrived at the treasury of the Baixian Empire. With Zhou Xintian now deceased, the entirety of the empire lay under Xiao Qingyun's control. Even if she were to empty the treasury, no one would dare utter a word against it. Gazing at the treasury filled with a plethora of treasures, Yang Lingchen was secretly astounded. Indeed, it was the treasury of an empire, brimming with riches. Xiao Qingyun casually selected several extraordinarily precious herbs and turned to Yang Lingchen, saying, Take whatever catches your eye. As long as you follow me diligently, I shall not treat you poorly. Can I really take them? Yang Lingchen asked, his face alight with excitement. Take what you wish. We leave tomorrow anyway, Xiao Qingyun replied indifferently. Thank you, mistress. With that, Yang Lingchen wasted no time in thoroughly searching the treasury, collecting both precious spirit stones and rare medicinal herbs, stowing them away in the Haotian jade space. The following morning, Yang Lingchen accompanied Xiao Qingyun and Shuang as they boarded the opulent flying vessel once more. The vessel sped along, heading toward the Tianyuan Palace. At the entrance of the main hall of the Tianyuan Palace, a lavish and imposing flying vessel came to a steady halt. Xiao Chunzi, I grant you one day. Should you dare to flee, I shall eradicate the entire Tianyuan Palace. Xiao Qingyun's voice was frigid, her gaze imbued with a sense of foreboding that sent shivers down one's spine. Rest assured, Holy Maiden, to be by your side is an honor. Why would I ever think of fleeing? Yang Lingchen assured her, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Go. I shall await you on the vessel. If I do not see you by this time tomorrow, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath, Xiao Qingyun warned, her voice cold and threatening. Understood. Yang Lingchen nodded before stepping off the vessel. Chan. Just as Yang Lingchen descended, Dongfang Yunbing rushed forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace, tears glistening in her eyes. During Yang Lingchen's absence, Dongfang Yunbing had missed him profoundly, her longing never wavering. Bingjie, I'm sorry to have worried you. Let us head back. I have something to discuss with you and Yin Yin, Yang Lingchen said solemnly, taking her hand as they hurried toward the Cuiyun Pavilion. At the Cuiyun Pavilion, Yang Lingchen, you finally returned. I've missed you so much. Upon seeing Yang Lingchen, Nangong Yin's beautiful eyes glistened with moisture, her expression filled with grievance, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Yin Yin, I'm sorry for making you suffer, Yang Lingchen exclaimed, pulling Nangong Yin into his embrace, guilt etched on his face, his heart laden with remorse. For both Dongfang Yunbing and Nangong Yin, Yang Lingchen felt a profound sense of guilt. Especially toward Nangong Yin, since bringing her into his fold, he had scarcely spent quality time with her. Now, he was to be taken away by Xiao Qingyun to the Holy Land. Who knew when he would return? Chapter 73 Turning Point Chinner. How could Xiao Qingyun allow you to return? Dongfang Yunbing inquired, her delicate brows slightly furrowing in curiosity. She didn't. She intends to take me to the sacred land, Yang Lingchen sighed, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. To the sacred land? A hint of reluctance appeared on Dongfang Yunbing's face, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Indeed, if I refuse, she threatens to annihilate the entire Tianyuan palace. Yang Lingchen's expression darkened, his heart swelling with fury. He then recounted the events concerning the Beixian Empire in great detail, handing over the treasures and resources he had gathered to Dongfang Yunbing. When will you be back? Nangong Yin gazed quietly at Yang Lingchen, her eyes brimming with hope. Do not worry. I shall return shortly. Once I seize an opportunity, I will ensure that wretched woman meets her end, Yang Lingchen softly reassured, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his gaze. Why don't we confront her together? Dongfang Yunbing suggested, her brows knitting in determination. It is utterly impossible. That woman has already reached the Lingchen realm. Even with the combined strength of the entire Tianyuan palace, we could never hope to match her, Yang Lingchen replied, his brow furrowed in despair, heavy with the weight of his thoughts. Will you be in danger by going with her to the Wuzhishengdi? A trace of worry crept onto Dongfang Yunbing's face as she tightly grasped Yang Lingchen's hand. Rest assured, Bingjie, there is no danger. Once my cultivation reaches a higher level, she will no longer be able to control me, Yang Lingchen stated firmly, determination radiating from his eyes. How long will you be able to stay this time? Nangong Yin asked softly, her voice tinged with reluctance. I shall only have one day. If I am not seen by this time tomorrow, she will unleash a massacre, Yang Lingchen replied, exuding a sense of inevitability. Chunner, regardless of the circumstances, once you are in the Wuzhishengdi, you must ensure your safety and never confront her, Dongfang Yunbing implored deeply, concern etched across her features. Indeed, that woman is exceedingly fierce. Do not provoke her, Nangong Yin added hastily, her face a mask of worry. Rest assured, I will be fine, Yang Lingchen nodded, confidence glimmering in his eyes. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen took it upon himself to prepare a lavish feast. Furthermore, he imparted some precious techniques and secrets he had mastered to the two women, urging them to diligently cultivate and elevate their prowess as soon as possible. The following morning. Chunner, upon your arrival at the sacred land, you must be vigilant. I have heard that it is teeming with prodigies, so you must maintain a low profile. Dongfang Yunbing tenderly arranged Yang Lingchen's garments, her demeanor serious and her tone earnest. Do not worry, Bingjie. For your sake and Yin Yan's, I will take good care of myself, Yang Lingchen replied, his voice imbued with deep affection and resolute conviction. Yang Lingchen, you must refrain from any romantic entanglements. Nangong Yin pouted, a playful reprimand in her gaze. Yin Yin, fret not. With both of you in my life, how could I possibly stray? Yang Lingchen hastily assured I in the ensuing moments. The three exchanged countless heartfelt words, filled with reluctance and affection, before parting ways with heavy hearts. Upon his return to the airship, Yang Lingchen was met with an indignant glare from Xiao Qingyun. He remained silent, retreating to a corner of the vessel, harboring a desire to eliminate the loathsome woman, should his strength permit it. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of anticipation regarding the Wuzhishengdi. For it was there that the true dominion of the Beixian domain resided, and only in such a place could he uncover greater opportunities for rapid growth. In a sense, the Beixian Empire and the Tianyuan Palace were merely ordinary forces within the mundane world. The sacred land, in stark contrast, was a genuine sanctuary for cultivation, largely detached from worldly conflicts, with its focus solely on the pursuit of refinement. As the airship propelled forward, time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. On this day, the airship finally entered a realm of enigmatic mountains. Before long, it came to a halt before a majestic and imposing mountain gate. The scenery was breathtakingly picturesque, with towering peaks and dense spiritual energy, truly resembling a celestial paradise. Under Xiao Qingyun's guidance, young Lingchen completed a brief registration before successfully entering the Wujishengdi. What astounded young Lingchen was that even the disciples guarding the entrance had reached the 9th level of the Wushu realm. In the Tianyuan Palace, one could attain the position of Saint Child at the 9th level of Wushu realm. Both Dongfangjie and Sikongjie had once stood at that very level. Little Chenzi, from this day forth, your status in the Wujishengdi will be that of my servant. Do you understand? Xiao Qingyun's voice was chilling, laced with an unmistakable tone of authority that brooked no defiance. Understood, young Lingchen responded. Servant, you say? Wretched woman, it would be more accurate to call me your tool. Young Lingchen cursed inwardly. Shortly thereafter, he followed Xiao Qingyun to a secluded mountain peak. Little Chenzi, this mountain is my domain. Feel free to choose a spot to reside. However, without my permission, you are not to leave this mountain peak. Should you be harmed, do not blame me, Xiao Qingyun admonished coldly. Yes, young Lingchen acquiesced. Is she planning to raise me like a pet? Young Lingchen mused in frustration, overwhelmed with exasperation and resentment. In the days that followed, apart from delivering his daily tribute, young Lingchen's life was surprisingly leisurely. Moreover, through diligent cultivation during this time, he successfully broke through to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Rushuan realm. What vexed young Lingchen was that Xiao Qingyun's cultivation seemed to be advancing at an astonishing rate. Just moments ago, while accompanying her, he witnessed her breakthrough to the 2nd level of the Lingxian realm. This won't do. I must devise a strategy, or I will never be able to contend with her, young Lingchen thought to himself. In the subsequent days, he concocted various excuses to rebuff Xiao Qingyun, nearly going so far as to claim illness. Little Chenzi, should you dare to concoct any more absurd excuses today, do not blame me for my ruthless disposition, Xiao Qingyun warned, her gaze icy as she glared at young Lingchen. My body has been feeling rather weak lately. May I have some time to cultivate? Young Lingchen pressed, his tone cautious. Come here, now, Xiao Qingyun commanded, her voice devoid of warmth. Yes, young Lingchen complied, slowly approaching her. At the same time, he discreetly circulated his energy, attempting to maintain his composure. As young Lingchen drew near, Xiao Qingyun gently tilted his chin upward. I expect you to be sensible. Otherwise, you will suffer greatly. Alas. Young Lingchen sighed, ultimately resigning himself to compromise. Time flew by, and before long, another 10 days had passed. On this day, an elder with a profound aura and a youthful visage arrived at Xiao Qingyun's mountain peak. This man was none other than Xiao Qingyun's grandfather, Xiao Zishan. Grandfather, what brings you here? Upon seeing her grandfather, Xiao Qingyun's face lit up with a rare, sweet smile. Child, it has been a while since you returned. You have not come to visit your grandfather, Xiao Zishan said, his face adorned with a kind and gentle smile. Grandfather, I have been preoccupied with my cultivation. I intended to visit you once I finished this phase, Xiao Qingyun pouted playfully. At that moment, young Lingchen entered with a tray of tea, as he typically handled such mundane tasks. Child, where did you find this young man? He has reached the 9th level of the Rushuan realm at such a tender age, Xiao Zishan inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. He is a servant I found outside, Xiao Qingyun replied nonchalantly. Oh, this young man possesses a pure young body, Xiao Zishan exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. Chapter 74. The Light Rhyme's Relentless Pursuit of Marriage. My boy, what is your name? Would you be willing to take me as your master? Xiao Zishan gazed at young Lingchen with unbridled excitement and joy, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. For this was indeed a once-in-a-millennium encounter with a pure young body. By heavens, my opportunity for a turnaround has finally arrived. Young Lingchen's heart swelled with secret delight, fully aware that this was his singular chance to change his fate. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before Xiao Zishan and respectfully declared, Disciple young Lingchen pays his respects to master. Excellent, excellent. Rise, for from this day forth, you shall be my last remaining disciple. Xiao Zishan exclaimed, his face radiant with joy as he helped young Lingchen to his feet. At that moment, Xiao Zishan's heart was ablaze with exhilaration. After so many years, he had finally found a worthy successor. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyun stood in bewildered confusion, and by the time she fully processed the situation, young Lingchen had already completed the formalities of apprenticeship. "Grandfather, how could you snatch away my servant?" Xiao Qingyun fumed, her delicate face flushed with indignation. "My dear, it's merely a servant. I shall have a few more sent your way shortly," Xiao Zishan replied with a benevolent smile, adding, "I truly must thank you for this. Without you, I would have never found a successor for my great son Divine Art." "No, I cannot agree to this. He is my man, and if he becomes your disciple, it would create an irreparable generational gap between us. I resolutely oppose your taking him as a disciple." Xiao Qingyun interjected hastily. At this juncture, Xiao Qingyun resorted to fabricating a claim that young Lingchen was her man, hoping to dissuade her grandfather from taking him away. "Rest assured, Qingyun, my training under master shall not affect our relationship. I will visit you often." Young Lingchen smiled and assured Xiao Qingyun, determined not to let her sabotage this golden opportunity. "My dear girl, what Lingchen says holds merit. You may pursue your own affairs, and I shall not intrude. However, this disciple is mine to claim. You wouldn't want to see the legacy of our lineage extinguished in my hands, would you?" Xiao Zishan stated firmly, leaving no room for dissent. "Master, you need not worry. Your legacy shall undoubtedly endure. I shall remain by your side and diligently study." Young Lingchen bowed deeply, his sincerity palpable. "Haha, splendid. Good disciple, come, follow me." Xiao Zishan laughed heartily. "Yes, master," young Lingchen responded, brimming with excitement as he followed Xiao Zishan. Before departing, he cheekily stuck out his tongue at Xiao Qingyun and rolled his eyes dramatically. "You little rascal, you cannot escape my grasp." Xiao Qingyun seethed, nearly fainting from the frustration. Yet she understood well that once her grandfather made a decision, it was exceedingly difficult to alter. Her only recourse now was to persuade her grandfather to arrange a marriage, thus making young Lingchen her legitimate partner, ensuring his steadfast presence by her side. Young Lingchen accompanied Xiao Zishan to a mountain peak imbued with an almost tangible aura of spiritual energy. "From this day forth, you shall cultivate alongside me here," Xiao Zishan proclaimed. "Yes, master," young Lingchen responded dutifully. The formality of apprenticeship mattered little to him. What held significance was his liberation from Xiao Qingyun's formidable grasp. In the days that followed, young Lingchen devoted himself to profound cultivation on the mountain, while Xiao Zishan took a keen interest in his progress. Not only did Xiao Zishan impart his most formidable skills without reservation, but he also made regular visits to offer guidance in young Lingchen's practices. A month swiftly passed. Within this time, young Lingchen successfully ascended to the first level of the returning to the profound realm. Xiao Zishan was thoroughly pleased with the remarkable pace of his disciples' cultivation. During this month, young Lingchen also learned of Xiao Zishan's esteemed position within the Wuji's Holy Land. As it turned out, Xiao Zishan was the second elder of the Wuji's Holy Land, wielding genuine authority as a faction elder. One day, Xiao Qingyun arrived at Xiao Zishan's residence accompanied by a middle-aged man. "Father, I hear you have taken on a gifted young disciple," the middle-aged man began. "Lingchen, this is your senior brother Xiao Baitong, and my rather inept son," Xiao Zishan introduced. "Greetings, senior brother." Young Lingchen cupped his hands in respect, a humble smile gracing his features. "Little junior brother, you truly possess remarkable talent, and to have reached the returning to the profound realm at such a young age is indeed extraordinary." Xiao Baitong exclaimed with admiration in his eyes. "Thank you for your kind words, senior brother," young Lingchen replied with a smile. "Let us all dine together today. It is a rare occasion for us to gather," Xiao Zishan suggested, his face beaming with satisfaction. "Grandfather, young Lingchen's culinary skills are exceptional. Why not let him prepare the meal while I assist him?" Xiao Qingyun proposed. "Is that so? Lingchen, can you cook?" Xiao Zishan inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. "Ah, that I shall go prepare a meal now," young Lingchen replied, albeit reluctantly. As young Lingchen exited, he made his way toward the kitchen, and soon after, Xiao Qingyun followed closely behind. Upon entering the kitchen, as young Lingchen prepared to wash the pots, Xiao Qingyun pushed the door open, swiftly locking it behind her. "Qingyun, what do you intend to do?" Young Lingchen retreated a couple of steps, fully aware of the formidable power this woman wielded, knowing he was currently no match for her. "Little Chun, can you guess what this holy maiden desires?" Xiao Qingyun teased, a sly glint in her eyes. "How would I know what you desire?" Young Lingchen replied irritably, a sense of unease creeping in. "Enough idle chatter, come here at once," Xiao Qingyun commanded, removing her veil with a flourish. "This is the kitchen. I am preparing food. Yang Lingchen protested, feeling utterly exasperated. And what of the kitchen? Xiao Qingyun inquired with a flirtatious smile, advancing closer. Cough, cough. That I have been feeling unwell these past few days, Yang Lingchen stammered, attempting to concoct an excuse to evade her advances. Why not just admit you are on your period? Xiao Qingyun retorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. I was injured and have yet to recover, Yang Lingchen explained, his expression growing increasingly awkward. Enough nonsense. I will count to 3, and if you do not obediently come here, I shall take matters into my own hands with Dongfang Yunbing. Xiao Qingyun threatened, her voice laced with menace. 1, 2. Don't count. I will come, all right? Yang Lingchen relented, genuinely fearful of what she might do to Dongfang Yunbing and Nangong Weian. An hour later, Yang Lingchen busied himself in the kitchen, and soon a sumptuous spread was laid out on the table. Lingchen, your culinary skills are truly impressive. I have never tasted such exquisite dishes, Xiao Zishan remarked, his face radiating contentment. Little junior brother, your cooking is exceptional. After having tasted your food, how will I ever be able to enjoy another's cooking? Xiao Baitong praised profusely. At that moment, Xiao Qingyun suddenly stood up and implored, Grandfather, Lingchen and I are mutually willing. Please bless our union. What nonsense. Who is mutually willing? I am clearly being coerced. Yang Lingchen inwardly cursed, his heart brimming with reluctance. Lingchen, what say you? Xiao Zishan turned to Yang Lingchen, seeking his opinion. Master, I wish to focus solely on my cultivation and not be entangled in romantic affairs. Given how beautiful Qingyun is, she is bound to encounter someone better in the future. Yang Lingchen quickly responded, eager to avoid being ensnared by this woman, lest his entire life be irrevocably altered. Chapter 75. Chronicles of the Celestial Martial Arts, Bang. Yang Lingchen, do you truly wish to savor every last bit and then unceremoniously cast me aside? Xiao Qingyun suddenly slammed her palm onto the table, the resounding impact causing the dishes to jolt. Her face was a canvas of fury and grievance. Qingyun, what transpired between you and the junior disciple? Xiao Bitong inquired with a look of perplexity. Well, he has been with me for several months and now seeks to abandon me. Sob sob. In an instant, tears streamed down Xiao Qingyun's face, her expression exuding a pity that was almost unbearable. How could he not pursue a career in acting? Such talent is simply wasted. Yang Lingchen thought to himself, feeling a surge of frustration that he could not contain. Scoundrel! You have sullied my daughter and now refuse to take responsibility? I shall strike you down. Xiao Bitong's anger flared, his eyes wide and his aura emanating a tempestuous fury, as if poised to lash out at any moment. Father, stop! Xiao Qingyun hurriedly intervened, realizing that if her father truly harmed Yang Lingchen, she would suffer greatly. Bitong, restrain yourself. At that moment, Xiao Zishan spoke up, his voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Xiao Zishan then turned to Yang Lingchen and asked, Lingchen, I shall pose a singular question. Do you and Qingyun share the bond of husband and wife? Well, indeed, there has been such a connection, but that was all her, Yang Lingchen began, only to be interrupted by Xiao Zishan. Since you two have indeed established that bond and have been together for several months, as a man, you must assume your responsibilities. However, Yang Lingchen attempted to retort, but was cut off once more. There are no buts to be had. Today, I shall officiate your union. The 15th of this month is an auspicious day. Let your wedding take place then. Xiao Zishan declared with unwavering conviction, exuding an aura that brooked no dissent. Thank you, grandfather. Lingchen and I shall devote ourselves to honoring you henceforth, Xiao Qingyun exclaimed, her tears transforming into a radiant smile. Ha ha, one is my prized disciple, and the other is my beloved granddaughter. It brings me immense joy to see you two together, Xiao Zishan replied, his face aglow with satisfaction. Grandfather, please enjoy your meal. Lingchen and I will step outside to converse, Xiao Qingyun said, pulling young Lingchen along as they exited. Ha ha. Go on. Xiao Zishan chuckled, watching the pair depart with eyes filled with blessings. Once they had distanced themselves, young Lingchen halted. Xiao Qingyun, what on earth do you intend to do? He asked coldly, his gaze filled with confusion and ire. Why, I intend to be your woman. Xiao Qingyun replied with a playful smile. Isn't your aim merely to exploit my pure young physique for your cultivation? Yang Lingchen shot her a disapproving glance, his tone laced with sarcasm. Indeed, at first, I did view you as a mere tool for cultivation, but as time passed, I discovered I harbored feelings for you. Xiao Qingyun said coyly, her eyes betraying a glimmer of sincerity. Feelings for me? Surely you jest. Yang Lingchen retorted, disbelief etched upon his features. Do I appear to be jesting? Xiao Qingyun asked, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yang Lingchen. Then will you refrain from striking me in the future? He queried, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. As long as you deliver your tribute once a day, how could I possibly bring myself to harm you? Xiao Qingyun responded, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Once a day. I scarcely have time for daily offerings. At best, I can manage once every fortnight, Yang Lingchen insisted, his expression resolute. Unacceptable. At the very least, it must be once every 2 days, Xiao Qingyun countered, her tone equally firm. That won't do. My meditations require no less than 7 days at a time, Yang Lingchen argued, striving for more leeway. 3 days it is, and that is my final concession. Should you continue to quibble, do not blame me for being unkind, Xiao Qingyun warned coldly, her eyes glinting with a hint of threat. Very well, 3 days it shall be. However, you must cease calling me Little Qinzi. Otherwise, I shall refuse to comply, Yang Lingchen retorted with irritation. Giggle. But I have grown accustomed to calling you that. Little Qinzi is such an endearing name. Xiao Qingyun teased, her face alight with playful mockery. Endearing? Little Qinzi is a term reserved for eunuchs. Do you wish for me to become one? Yang Lingchen replied exasperatedly, feeling utterly resigned. I can refrain from calling you Little Qinzi, but you must not fall behind on your tributes every 3 days. Otherwise, you shall incur a penalty of tenfold, Xiao Qingyun stated, her expression turning grave. What does penalty of tenfold entail? Yang Lingchen inquired, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. It means that for each day of delay, you shall be penalized 10 days, Xiao Qingyun explained, a smirk of triumph gracing her features. Such cruelty. If I were to delay by 3 days, would I not be subjected to a month's worth of punishment? Yang Lingchen thought to himself, his countenance darkening. The two conversed for a while longer before parting ways. In the days that followed, Yang Lingchen immersed himself in relentless training, acutely aware that in a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, only the strong could dictate the rules, while the weak were bound to obey them. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyun exhibited a notable softening of her demeanor, treating him with newfound gentleness, which left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Am I truly such a masochist? Do I derive pleasure from her torment? Yang Lingchen mused, shaking his head in disbelief at his own thoughts. One day, Yang Lingchen arrived at the library of the Wuzhishengdi, intending to seek out tomes on the celestial martial arts continent. Having become a core disciple under the mentorship of Elder Xiao Zishan, he was granted access to the library. After registering his identity token, Yang Lingchen entered the library and, on the first floor, discovered a volume titled Chronicles of the Celestial Martial Arts. This book chronicled the origins of the celestial martial arts continent and its historical transformations. Yang Lingchen perused the text with great diligence. The celestial martial arts continent was vast and boundless. Yet since his arrival, he had only come to know of the northern Xian domain, remaining ignorant of the whereabouts of other regions. However, the Chronicles of the Celestial Martial Arts recounted a history that stirred the soul. Legend has it that over 1,000,000 years ago, the celestial war god fought valiantly against the demonic tribes from beyond, ultimately engaging in a life-and-death battle with their leader in the skies above the celestial martial arts continent. The clash caused the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, rending the very fabric of the continent apart, resulting in its fragmentation into 5 distinct territories. Today, the celestial martial arts continent is divided into 5 segments, the largest of which is the central domain, its expanse dwarfing that of the other 4 domains combined. The remaining 4 domains are the Northern Xian Domain, Eastern Xian Domain, Western Xian Domain, and Southern Xian Domain. These 4 territories are scattered across the depths of the ocean, separated by millions of kilometers. It is said that whosoever can gather the 5 celestial martial orbs shall unite the celestial martial arts continent into a singular whole once more in the sacred hall of the Wuzhishengdi. A chilling yet melodious voice resonated. Anyo, have you determined who possesses the celestial martial orbs? The speaker was a woman of exquisite beauty, possessing a voluptuous figure and an air of regality, appearing to be around 30 years of age. Her gaze bore a hint of coldness, and she was adorned in an opulent robe that radiated authority. Reporting to the Holy Master, according to our investigation, 15 years ago, Xiao Zishan and Zheng Shouqing both entered that particular secret realm. However, after years of inquiry, my subordinate discovered that the celestial martial orbs are not in Zheng Shouqing's possession. The most probable scenario is that they now lie within Xiao Zishan's grasp. A man clad in black spoke respectfully, his voice deep and gravelly. Young Lingchen spent an entire day in the library before emerging, and upon returning to his abode, he found Xiao Qingyun already inside. Young Lingchen, grandfather is looking for you, she announced, her expression conveying a sense of urgency. What does my master require of me? Young Lingchen inquired curiously, his mind swirling with questions. The great elder acquired a new disciple 6 months ago, and I've heard that grandfather has also taken on a new disciple. Thus, the great elder is bringing his disciple to challenge grandfather. You must not bring shame upon him. Xiao Qingyun warned, her eyes filled with concern. Rest assured, should I lose, I shall accept a month's penance and refrain from seeing you, Young Lingchen declared confidently, a smile gracing his lips. You dream. If you lose, you shall have no respite for an entire month, Xiao Qingyun teased, wrapping her arms around young Lingchen as they made their way outside.